prominent figure of society returns to the year 2010. Shall he tread the same path of social chaos, or abandon his subordinates to pursue the righteous road? No, I refuse to choose. In this life, I, Qin Jiang, shall lead my brothers along the path of righteousness. Wait, you claim he is a legitimate businessman, yet which merchant commands hundreds of brothers? Song Jiang would have to bear the surname Qin, even if a coin fell from the heavens. What exactly is Qin Jiang's background? Qin Jiang. I am indeed a legitimate businessman, never engaging in unlawful activities. Why then, do you all refer to me as Big Brother? Chapter 1. Rebirth at Vocational College, Creating a New Splendor. Song Jiang, North District, in front of the vocational college. A youth with yellow hair sits upon a stone, his gaze vacant. Students passing by make a wide berth, fearing to approach him. The yellow-haired youth pays them no heed, fixated on the black screen of his phone, which reflects an image. Youthful, yellow hair, a single eye. No, it is obscured by his bangs. Am I reborn? After a considerable time, Qin Jiang finally confirms his reincarnation, having returned directly to 2010. He then lifts his gaze towards the school's entrance. Songjiang Vocational and Technical University, indeed. While it is called a university, it is merely an exceedingly ordinary college. Good heavens! Who would attend a vocational college after being reborn? This time frame suggests I failed the college entrance examination and moved from the county town to Songsher to attend this vocational institution, thus commencing my tumultuous and arduous life. In my previous life, he rose here, growing into a renowned figure, and yes, the ending was quite satisfactory. Tears behind bars. Upon his release, brothers either perished or were incapacitated, leaving him despondent, regretful, and ultimately leading Qin Jiang to donate all his wealth to an orphanage before dying in despair, without a peaceful end. No, Qin Jiang resolutely shook his head. I shall not repeat the mistakes of my past life. The path of social chaos leads to no future. Even if I had vast influence and considerable assets in my previous life, did I not meet a tragic end, unable to escape punishment? In this life, I must not tread the same path. As Qin Jiang pondered, a clamor arose. A throng of 30 to 40 individuals surged forth, their hair dyed in vibrant colors, unmistakably not of good character, with two leaders standing out. The figure on the left was a brawny man, over 6 feet tall, imposing in stature, with a buzz cut that exuded a formidable presence. On the right stood a refined gentleman, his long hair styled in braids, waving a decorative fan flamboyantly. Upon seeing these individuals, the crowd hastily parted, fearing them as one would a tiger, while some unruly characters approached the leaders with greetings. Brother Sijio, Brother Zheng. Soon, the group arrived before Qin Jiang. The towering man clapped his hands, silencing the dozens behind him, while the braided youth snapped his fan shut. Call out, Big Brother, Qinggo, Jianggo, duh. In an instant, various names filled the air. The braided youth admonished. Did I not instruct you to be orderly? From now on, all shall call him Jianggo. Jianggo, echoed back from dozens. This time, they were somewhat more synchronized. The braided youth addressed Qin Jiang. Jianggo, these individuals were selected with care. Each is brave and willing to fight. Excellent prospects for cultivation. They command substantial followings, and calling in 100 or 200 of them is effortless. Once we consolidate these forces on College Road, we shall firmly establish ourselves and expand outward, venturing into internet cafes and KTV businesses. Grow strong and prosperous, creating brilliance together. Listening to the braided youth's incessant chatter, Qin Jiang felt overwhelmed, thinking to himself, grow strong and prosperous, only to end up in a cell. Zheng, whose real name is Zhu Zheng. In his previous life, he was among the earliest to fight alongside him, a strategist within the team, known for his wild and carefree nature, nicknamed Zhuge Zheng, remarkably intelligent. It can be said that Zhu Zheng played a significant role in Qin Jiang's rapid rise, but tragically met his end during a conflict. Jianggo, Zhu Zheng looked at Qin Jiang with a puzzled expression. What has happened? Qin Jiang did not respond to his inquiry, but instead turned his gaze towards the towering man over 6 feet tall. Sijio. His real name is Wei Biao, Qin Jiang's childhood friend, a top-tier fighter in his previous life and Qin Jiang's bodyguard, known for his towering physique and immense strength, earning the nickname Sijio due to his distinctive size 49 shoes. In his previous life, he too had become a vegetable. He continued to survey the others. Tao, Wang Tao. In his previous life, he could only survive by selling crepes. Feng Ge perished. Zhao Laosan, incapacitated. Each of these brothers, who had fought valiantly for him, risking their lives without regret, all met tragic fates, and now they reappeared before Qin Jiang, stirring a tumult of emotions within him. Zhu Zheng observed Qin Jiang's expression, puzzled, yet caught up in the fervor of the moment, pressed on. Jiangge, Wohu village just called, requesting 50 of us to stand guard. They need the manpower urgently and are offering 200 per person. which is quite lucrative. However, they specifically requested CGO's presence. A vehicle will pick us up tonight and return us by tomorrow morning, with meals provided. Should I arrange this immediately? We will not go. Qin Jiang interrupted before Zhu Zheng could finish, firmly declining. Zhu Zheng appeared bewildered. CGO and the others were equally perplexed by Qin Jiang's refusal, unaware that this area was a newly developed zone on College Road, surrounded by many villages. These villages were also in a preparatory stage for development, and due to competing interests, conflicts often arose between them, leading to frequent gatherings on College Road to recruit students for their numbers. The standard fee was 100 per person, with a higher rate of 150. Wowu Village was offering 200 with meals included, certainly a high price. Furthermore, conflicts typically resulted in little more than shouting matches, drawing lines, and seeking mediators, with benefits to be negotiated. Jiangge, Zhu Zheng remarked, that amounts to nearly 10,000 yuan. Such easy work is rare. Qin Jiang's expression remained resolute. Wowu Village, a village brawl, 200 per person. His memories had fully returned. In his last life, he personally led a group to such a conflict. Although no significant injuries occurred, the scale was too large, attracting law enforcement, resulting in his detention for 15 days. This incident marked the beginning of his irreversible path. In this life, he had resolved not to follow the same mistakes, and certainly could not allow himself to falter from the outset. Who would rely on brawls for income after being reborn? I will not participate in this conflict. Zheng, you may call Wowu Village and decline their offer, no matter the amount they offer. Understood. Although Zhu Zheng did not comprehend Qin Jiang's reasoning, he would trust him unconditionally as his elder brother. After all, conflicts were not limited to this one occasion. Chapter 2. The Fullback Azure Dragon? The Heavenly Eye? Just playing. Let's return. Qin Jiang resolved to return and re-establish his future plans. After all, attending a vocational college was still a necessity. Who would still attend a vocational college after being reborn? I would. Qin Jiang. Suddenly, a boy with a face full of acne, carrying a bag of fruit, accidentally dropped it, causing 3 apples and 2 pears to tumble to the ground, one of which rolled directly in front of Qin Jiang. Instinctively, Qin Jiang glanced at him. Thud. The acne-ridden boy shuddered, his face paling as he stammered, Qin Ge. I didn't mean to, truly, it was an accident. Here, would you like some fruit? In his fluster, he hurriedly picked up the fallen fruit and attempted to offer it to Qin Jiang. Seeing this, Tao moved to intervene. Stop. Qin Jiang waved his hand, declaring, it's of no consequence. In response, Tao shouted, scram. Next time, mind where you're walking, or you'll have a nasty surprise. The acne-ridden boy trembled again, dared not retrieve the fruit, and promptly turned to flee. The other students nearby, witnessing the scene, were too frightened to approach Qin Jiang, clutching their belongings tightly, their hands trembling as they hurriedly entered or exited the campus. Enough. Qin Jiang frowned and remarked, if you have the audacity to act tough outside, there is no need for such bravado within the school. In the distance, before the teaching building, a girl holding a stack of books ambled forward. She was tall and exquisite, her eyebrows elegantly shaped, her delicate nose adorned with rimless glasses, and her light yellow dress exuded an air of elegance, suggesting she was in her early 20s. Upon hearing the commotion ahead, she caught sight of Qin Jiang and his companions entering the campus and the recent scene, bullying a fellow student in such a manner. How could one with such garish hair behave so shamelessly? As she prepared to step forward, a nearby female teacher grasped her arm, saying, Lu Yao, you're new to the internship and unaware of the situation. This is not a university. It's merely a vocational college. These students have little future and are here merely to pass the time. The one you just saw is our school's notorious troublemaker, Qin Jiang, surrounded by dozens of underlings, mere delinquents who fear nothing. You needn't provoke unnecessary trouble. Why should porcelain clash with earthenware? Just bide your time here for a few months. Hearing the teacher's words, Lu Yao calmed down. She was no naive girl and had heard tales of chaos at the vocational college. She had only instinctively wanted to intervene as a newly transitioned intern teacher, but upon realizing her surroundings, she opted to remain silent, her gaze lingering on Qin Jiang and his group with a complex expression. The vocational college. It appeared to be even more chaotic than she had imagined. Nightfall. Dormitory 401. 6 individuals gathered within, with Qin Jiang as the core figure, flanked by his trusted advisors, Zhu Zheng, CGO, Tao, and 2 other key members of their group. Zhu Zheng was the first to speak. Brother Jiang, we've already declined the offer from Wahoo Village. Their attitude was rather unsatisfactory, and it seems the next encounter will be challenging. Ah Tao scoffed, with so many villages around. Do we really need to care about one? Hanging a few gourds in the room, and they think they're the masters. Qin Jiang remained unfazed, no matter how he planned for the future. He could no longer serve as a mere pawn. He waved his hand dismissively, indicating that this matter was trivial. Zhu Zheng continued, the tattoo artist has been arranged. We can get the full-back Azure Dragon tattoo done, and there's a shop in the South District. Brother Jiang can go tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Qin Jiang paused momentarily, then realized that in his previous life, he had likely gotten the tattoo around this time. The full-back Azure Dragon. Subsequently, he had gotten Naja tattooed on his left arm and Guan Yu on his right, feeling quite imposing, until he was imprisoned and earned the nickname Parrot, finally awakening to the fact that true power was not embodied in tattoos. Atao suggested, I've heard the heavenly eye is trending these days. It's quite impressive. Why don't we all get one? It would be absolutely spirited. This remark caused Qin Jiang's lips to twitch involuntarily, conjuring images of numerous youths adorned with heavenly eye tattoos. Absolutely spirited young lads. The six of them couldn't even scrape together enough for a meal of spicy hot pot. He immediately interrupted. Let us postpone the tattoos and discuss other matters. He organized this gathering to reminisce and search for significant memories, hoping to recall pivotal moments. After all, no one could remember every detail from decades past, only the major events. It was truly impressive how some reincarnators remembered things so vividly. Zhu Zheng continued, since we're all here today, Brother Jiang, should we establish a name for ourselves? Create a gang name? The eyes of Si Jiao, Ah Tao, and the others lit up. Forming a gang. This was undoubtedly exhilarating for them, representing a true step onto the path. In the future, they could boast about who they were affiliated with. How impressive. It would be akin to the gangsters portrayed in movies. Ah Tao was the first to speak up. How about calling ourselves the Heavenly Eye Gang? Others chimed in. The God of Death Gang sounds good. The Might and Power Gang works too. The Great Blade. A plethora of names emerged, sounding delightfully juvenile. Meanwhile, Zhu Zheng, scribbling in a notebook, took these suggestions seriously, persistently stating, once we finalize the gang name, we can establish our rules, such as the 3 knives, 6 caves, and so on. Afterward, we'll begin to claim our territory, starting with internet cafes, and once we gather enough strength, we'll expand to KTVs, bars, and other large venues, gradually increasing our scale. As he spoke, he glanced at his notes. Swish! Qin Jiang snatched the notebook from him. Upon examination, he found it densely packed with various plans, many of which felt eerily familiar. Not only reminiscent of his previous life, but also akin to many plots from gangster films. You wrote this? Qin Jiang scrutinized Zhu Zheng. In his past life, he had never encountered this notebook, likely due to his indifference at the time. Zhu Zheng's expression turned slightly awkward, while a lot of it is drawn from movies. I thought it was quite practical. If we follow this trajectory, we can make a name for ourselves on College Road within 3 years. Qin Jiang fixed his gaze on him and inquired. And then? Then we expand outward, establishing ourselves in the North District. And then? Next, we aim for the entire Songjiang area. And then? Zhu Zheng found himself at a loss for words. His plan had only extended to the North District, and he hadn't considered beyond Songjiang. Smack! Qin Jiang tossed the notebook back. Let me tell you. The next step is getting arrested, being sentenced, and losing everything. What? Si Jiao and the others were momentarily stunned, never imagining that their leader would express such sentiments. Zhu Zheng, the most astonished, looked at his plan and pondered for a moment. Brother Jiang, is there something wrong with my plan? It can't be. I compared it thoroughly. There's nothing wrong, Qin Jiang affirmed, the truth being that these plans had indeed aided him in rising through the ranks in his previous life. Yet the outcome was holding a dry bun with no oil in sight. What is it? Zhu Zheng was even more perplexed. The regions differ, Qin Jiang stated plainly. This is the mainland, not Hong Kong. The systems are naturally distinct. According to the future trends, cracking down on delinquents will become the prevailing tide. To engage in such activities now is a guaranteed path to demise. There is no escape. Chapter 3. A simpering fool? That's impossible. Rebirth, no love. There's no future in gang life. Brother Jiang. Zhu Zheng shuddered, his voice wavering. Are you considering backing out? At this, Wang Tao and the others also trembled slightly. For them, Qin Jiang was the cornerstone. Their current influence was entirely reliant on him. Moreover, their strongest combatant, Sijio, was Qin Jiang's most loyal follower. Without Qin Jiang, or they without Sijio, they feared it would lead to instant disintegration. The underworld. Not everyone could navigate it. For a moment, emotions surged. How had this meeting transformed from discussions of growth and strength into a potential fracture? Thinking too much, Qin Jiang stated directly, "You are my brothers, yesterday, today, and forever. As long as you do not choose to leave, you can always stand by my side. Brother Jiang, we will always follow you." Wang Tao and the others sighed in relief, hastily pledging their loyalty. Qin Jiang nodded in satisfaction. In his previous life, these brothers had been unwaveringly loyal to him. Otherwise, he would not have been reborn, still unwilling to give up on them. If he were to leave, it was highly likely that these brothers would repeat the same mistakes, perhaps facing even worse fates than in the past. Thus, he resolved to keep them close. Who says that having many brothers only leads to a life of vice? In this era, on the brink of economic prosperity, countless industries flourishing are far more lucrative than mere street life. In such a favorable environment, having numerous brothers is indeed an advantage. Is it so difficult to support dozens of brothers? Brother Dong manages to support hundreds of thousands, though they may not all be considered true brothers. Ahem. Qin Jiang instructed Zhu Zheng and the others to return and impose some order among the younger brothers, while briefly outlining future plans. At that moment, a phone on the table vibrated and rang. Wang Tao, sitting closest, immediately stood up and handed the phone to Qin Jiang, saying, "Brother Jiang, it's sister-in-law." He then effortlessly answered the call. Qin Jiang took the phone, frowning slightly as he noticed the caller ID displaying two bold characters, "Goddess." Soon after, a voice came through. "Qin Jiang, why can't I withdraw money from my card? Didn't I ask you to transfer 6,000 this morning? I've already arrived at the phone store. Aren't you embarrassing me? If you can't handle something so trivial, what can you do? I see you as nothing but useless. Qin Jiang, you need to send me the money immediately." Listening to the arrogant tone from the other end, Qin Jiang's expression darkened. He guessed it was Lu Ruyan, the high school goddess, the white moonlight of his past life, who had made him fall head over heels for her at their first meeting. He pursued her fervently for 2 years, even getting into fights on her behalf, which hindered his studies and forced him to attend a vocational college. Yet, in his past life, he foolishly believed that attending a vocational school made him unworthy of someone as exceptional as Lu Ruyan. Thus, he exerted every effort to win her favor. He gave her everything. He enabled Lu Ruyan, who came from an ordinary background, to live like a young lady, exposing her to a higher echelon of society. After graduating from university, she coldly told him, "I'm sorry, I have a boyfriend now. He's a prominent lawyer. Thank you for your care over the years. Please do not contact me again. I fear he might misunderstand." Strangely, he truly let go and ceased to disturb her, believing himself to be pure-hearted, thinking she would always remain his white moonlight. It was only after enduring years of confinement that he finally realized, what white moonlight, what a heavenly favored child. Without his support, what right did she have to that lifestyle? What right did she have to marry into a wealthy family? Just because of her looks? Alas, it was all too late. Fortunately, he had a second chance. He was determined to see what this so-called white moonlight was worth without his support. "Hello, are you listening to me? I demand that you send me the money immediately, or else." Lu Ruyan's words were cut short as Qin Jiang interrupted, "To hell with you. Lu Ruyan, from this day forward, we have no ties whatsoever. Do not think you can take any money from me. Furthermore, the money I sent you previously is now considered a loan. You have 1 month to pay it back, or prepare for a summons." Without waiting for Lu Ruyan to respond, he hung up. Zhu Zheng, Sijio, and Wang Tao looked at Qin Jiang in disbelief, as if questioning their own senses. What was happening? Wasn't their brother Jiang treating Lu Ruyan as the center of his world, showering her with affection and fulfilling her every whim? What was this sudden display of firmness today? Qin Jiang set down the phone with disdain. Just a woman with a false facade. What does she think she is? Zhu Zheng, go and reverse the funds I sent her, and find a lawyer. If she doesn't repay within a month, send her a legal notice. Understood. Zhu Zheng nodded, still in a daze. As the phone rang once more, Qin Jiang chose to hang up, blocking the number and changing the ringtone to the phone's default. What love? Who has time for love when one has been reborn? His sole focus now was on one word: making money. Inside a mobile phone store, Lu Ruyan, listening to the dial tone, was seething with rage. Qin Jiang, how dare you insult me and hang up on me? Fine. You want to hang up? Lu Ruyan, swear that from this day forward, I will never call you again. Her anger was palpable. Meanwhile, the smiling salesperson behind the counter repeated, Miss, your iPhone 4 is ready for pickup, and we are offering a complimentary power bank. The total is $5,999. Would you like to pay by card or cash? Hearing the salesperson's cheerful voice only deepened Lu Ruyan's embarrassment. Pay by card? How could she? Hadn't she just tried to swipe her card and found it empty? Her companions, who had accompanied her, chimed in, Ruyan, did you perhaps use the wrong card? Ruyan, didn't your royalties come in? The inquiries only intensified Lu Ruyan's humiliation. She had maintained her image as a goddess at school, claiming to earn her wealth through writing, and had boasted about buying the latest iPhone 4. Little did she know that Qin Jiang had not sent her the money, leaving her in this mortifying predicament. Qin Jiang, she cursed silently before reluctantly saying, I must have used the wrong card. I will go back and get it. She turned to leave, but the salesperson blocked her path. Miss, you have already opened and tested the phone. You cannot leave without payment. If you need to fetch another card, your friends can assist you. Lu Ruyan tightened her grip on her phone, her fingers turning pale. Return to fetch the card? She had no card. She did not wish to face this confrontation and lose face, especially since she was in the wrong. She could only walk aside to make a phone call. She refused to believe it. With so many admirers, how could she not gather enough? However, it was indeed challenging to collect the funds as a freshman in college. Who had any money? Each person could only contribute a few hundred at most. If she needed to gather over 10 people, how could she maintain her image? Her frustration grew. Qin Jiang, just wait. Yet her hands were honest as she dialed Qin Jiang once more. Beep, beep. Sorry, the number you have dialed is temporarily unavailable. Chapter 4. Campus War? Qin Jiang's arrival. Everyone's discomfort. Room 401. It was an 8-person dormitory, consisting of 4 upper and lower bunks. Qin Jiang lay on the lower bunk by the window, contemplating the future. To transition dozens of brothers into different careers would not be a simple task. The foremost priority was making money. After all, very few are born with a desire to delve into the underworld. The vast majority are simply seeking a means of survival. Those who arrive at a vocational school generally have a low educational background, and upon graduation, they can only find menial jobs. Thus, the discontented must carve out alternative paths, and the bold will naturally tread down irreversible roads. This is not necessarily a bad thing. Qin Jiang murmured, now that I have dozens of brothers who are bold and daring, willing to think and act, if they follow the right path, they could form a solid foundation, providing me with more options. The next decade would usher in an era of economic boom. The internet, finance, real estate, short videos, what industry could not reach its zenith? Unfortunately, to venture into these fields would require substantial capital, and he must carefully plan for his initial investments. Wait a moment. Qin Jiang's gaze instinctively shifted toward a particular direction. If memory served correctly, that area was soon to be redeveloped. After a brief moment of excitement, Qin Jiang calmed himself down. Redevelopment could indeed lead to wealth. However, the prerequisite was acquiring the property in question. Thus, a significant amount of funding would be needed. It seemed he had to make sure not to miss out on this opportunity for wealth. He needed to earn his first bucket of gold as soon as possible. The dormitory lights extinguished promptly at 10 o'clock. Qin Jiang pondered over how to earn his first pot of gold before succumbing to a deep slumber, having exhausted too much mental energy on this day of his rebirth. The following morning, the creaking of the door to dorm 401 announced the entrance of a young man, who tiptoed in, his face etched with profound fatigue. Who was there? Qin Jiang suddenly sprang to his feet, his body tense and his gaze icy as he scrutinized the newcomer, instinctively reaching to the side. The commotion roused Si Jiao, Zhu Zheng, Wang Tao, and others from their slumber, who initially glanced toward the door before recognizing the intruder. Wang Tao scolded, "Monkey, what the hell are you doing sneaking in so early? Have you been out all night again? Can't you come in quietly?" The youth, dubbed Monkey, wore a face of grievance. He had been exceedingly quiet, and logically, he shouldn't have disturbed anyone. Yet, witnessing his elder brother Qin Jiang awakened by his presence, he dared not retort and quickly shifted the topic. "Hey, Yang Yi, I just saw a fight brewing down south. It seems like the engineering school and the biology school are clashing, and there are over 100 of them." Upon hearing this, Zhu Zheng and the others remained composed. Such brawls were not uncommon along the academic road, where institutions were newly established, primarily comprising vocational and technical schools. The influx of students had resulted in a mixture of talents, leading to frequent altercations not just among students but also between schools. Fights occurred every 3 days on a small scale and every 5 days on a larger scale. In the past, they had often participated, but as their status and reputations rose, they found such skirmishes beneath them. Just as Zhu Zheng and the others were about to recline once more, they noticed Qin Jiang standing up, his eyes alight with determination as he dressed. "Zhu Zheng, Si Jiao, I'm going out." On the eastern side of Academic Road, a group of about 30 individuals, all wearing expressions of resentment, marched along. "Damn it, Yin Lao Air, you worthless fool. Didn't you claim to be tough? You let them smash your head today." One shouted, "And look at your bald head. You thought you were the fiercest fighter? Anyone can sport that hairstyle." Another chimed in, "You lot are pathetic. You let them beat you to a pulp." They were the defeated faction of the recent brawl, the engineering school, with a few ruffians venting their frustrations. As they approached a certain internet CAF on the eastern side of Academic Road, they spotted a girl with green hair, dazed and clutching a lollipop, emerging from the CAF. "Wait, you're from that school?" Yin Lao Air exclaimed, recognizing the familiar uniform on the purple-haired girl. "From biology," the girl replied, rubbing her eyes instinctively. "Damn, roll up your sleeves," Yin Lao Air barked, as his companions quickly followed suit, their expressions darkening. "What are you going to do?" the girl asked, sensing the ominous turn of events. Just then, a voice emerged from behind. "What are you all doing?" It was Lu Yao, passing by with a pancake in hand, who stepped forward to intervene. "I'm a teacher from Songjiang Vocational University. Are you all planning to start a brawl?" "Teacher." The students halted their movements upon hearing her. Yin Lao Air retorted, "She's not even our teacher. What does it matter? Let us take her out and deal with the biology students." "Damn it, I'll take on every single one from the biology school," he declared. Hearing this, the students, who had hesitated, felt their anger rekindle. They had just been beaten back by the biology school and were eager for revenge. A few students moved to drag Lu Yao aside, while others prepared to throw punches, and the girl readied herself to retaliate. At that moment, both Lu Yao and the girl were bewildered. Lu Yao was merely a senior student interning as a teacher and had never encountered such a scene. Just then, a calm voice resonated from the rear. "Who gave you the audacity to disregard a vocational university teacher?" "Who?" Yin Lao Air and the others instinctively turned around. 3 figures emerged from the corner: Qin Jiang, Zhu Zheng, and Wei Biao. "God of War Si Jiao," someone exclaimed, recognizing Wei Biao's towering height, while others quickly identified Si Jiao, whose stature of over 6 feet was rare, especially since he had a legendary reputation for single-handedly taking on numerous opponents. They also recognized Zhu Zheng, who sported braids. Thus, Qin Jiang's identity was self-evident. Yin Lao Air and his gang were already familiar with Qin Jiang. "Yang Yi," they exclaimed, quickly nodding and smiling in greeting. The others echoed, "Jiang Ge, Yang Yi," even though they were from different schools and not particularly close to Qin Jiang. His reputation loomed large in the area. "Who spoke just now?" Qin Jiang inquired, ignoring their greetings and maintaining a serene demeanor. Gulp. Yin Lao Air's expression shifted. Everyone instinctively turned to him, and he felt a surge of anger within. "Damn, is this how you treat your brother? What is this, throwing me under the bus?" Faced with Qin Jiang's icy gaze, Yin Lao Air could only manage a sheepish smile. "Jiang Ge, it's all a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding." Apologize. Qin Jiang stated calmly. Sorry. Yin Lao Air immediately offered a conciliatory grin to Qin Jiang. Qin Jiang pointed at Lu Yao, and Yin Lao Air hesitated for a moment before quickly addressing her. Teacher, I'm sorry. And the rest of you? Qin Jiang inquired, his gaze unwavering. Sorry. A chorus of voices erupted from the group, compelled by both the weight of Qin Jiang's presence and the understanding that apologizing to a teacher was not disgraceful. Scram! Qin Jiang commanded. He saw no need to grant leniency to these ruffians. Their future held no relevance to him. Having been reborn, his purpose was to save his brothers, not to play the benevolent fool. Once Yin Lao Air and his crew departed, Lu Yao and the girl finally began to regain their composure. Chapter 5. The plan to make money, card reader, and heading to Hangzhou. At this moment, Qin Jiang's gaze fell upon the two, more specifically, the girl. She wore standard bean shoes, tight-fitting pants, and had a meticulously dyed hairstyle. An absolute product of the era, a spirited young lady. Even with such attire, her beauty was evident, albeit somewhat concealed by heavy makeup. He had come specifically for her, on this very day in his past life. A tragic incident had unfolded where a girl who had stayed overnight in internet CAF was brutally beaten to death by a group of students, causing a significant uproar and leading to several arrests. He had later learned that the girl had connections, as her elder brother was the local security investigation team leader. Little did he expect that the involved party would turn out to be a spirited young lady. This only underscored the terrifying currents of societal trends. His aim was to connect with her, for as the saying goes, no profit, no early rise. Even if he didn't plan to delve into the underworld in the future, it was always beneficial to know individuals with influence in this era. As for Lu Yao, she was of little concern to him. She was merely a striking teacher, and her presence provided him with a plausible excuse. Let us go. Qin Jiang did not engage in conversation with either of them, deeming the young lady and the teacher too naive for idle chatter. As Lu Yao contemplated approaching them, she found herself at a loss for words. Moreover, noticing the time, she realized it was her first day at work, and she couldn't afford to be late, prompting her to depart for the vocational school. The girl, however, gazed at Qin Jiang's retreating figure with starry eyes. So cool, so imposing, so dominant. The three of them dashed into the internet CAF. Inside, Qin Jiang addressed the attendant. I need a card reader. 5 yuan. The attendant swiftly tossed a black card reader his way. As Qin Jiang held the card reader, a subtle smile crept onto his lips. In the bustling realm of digital commerce, Cgio inquired, Boss, are you looking to download something? I happen to have a 64 gigabytes memory card. No thou no. Qin Jiang responded with an air of nonchalance. Then what shall we do? Cgio, prest. Make money, Qin Jiang declared. Make money? Cgio, allons si de zeng. Cast a bewildered glance at the card reader, uncertain of how to turn profit. At that moment, a spirited young woman burst into the internet CAF, her excitement palpable as she approached Qin Jiang. Are you in the game? Can I roll with you? Accept me as your little brother. I can pay my dues, she exclaimed, producing several hundred yuan notes from her pocket, indicating her affluent background. Qin Jiang, however, paid her no heed, opting instead to lead Zhu Zheng and Si Jiao out of the CAF. Without waiting for Bai Lu to catch up, he hailed a taxi and instructed the driver to the Songhua shopping mall in Jiangnan. An hour later, within the confines of the mall, Qin Jiang entered a hair salon and took a seat in the styling chair, instinctively shaking his head. Otherwise, my left, I shall never see the light of day. To the astonishment of the hairstylist, he commanded, dye it back to black. Trim it short, leave 1 centimeter on the sides, and keep the top. Half an hour later, Zhu Zheng and Si Jiao stood in shock at Qin Jiang's new hairstyle. You look quite spirited, though it's not exactly trendy, Si Jiao remarked. Brother Jiang, what have you done? He stammered, pointing at Qin Jiang's hair. Qin Jiang chose not to elaborate, for how could he explain that his previous hairstyle was utterly ridiculous? He refrained from criticizing the current popular styles, as he had long since grown accustomed to his own self-deprecation. Are you going to cut your hair? Qin Jiang asked Zhu Zheng. Instinctively, Zhu Zheng took a step back, touching his small braid. I think my braid looks pretty good, he replied. Qin Jiang said nothing further. Even 10 years from now, A braid would still be a distinctive style. As for Sijio, well, he had no hair. Let's go buy some clothes. Without waiting for further inquiries, Qin Jiang headed straight to the second floor, toward a section featuring mid-range clothing brands. There were no scenes of disdain from sales personnel. For 5,000 yuan, Qin Jiang outfitted himself and bought a new set for Zhu Zheng and Sijio as well. Gazing into the mirror at the transformed trio, Qin Jiang finally nodded in satisfaction. At last, we resemble something like respectable individuals, where once they appeared as mere delinquents. They now at least projected the image of aspiring elites. Upon exiting the mall, Sijio occasionally tugged at his clothes, clearly feeling a bit out of place, while Zhu Zheng appeared more at ease. Sijio, you wouldn't understand. After a while, everyone dresses like this when they get serious, he explained. How do you know that? Sijio retorted. From Hong Kong films. Qin Jiang chose not to comment further on Zhu Zheng's fixation on the underworld. Some lessons must be absorbed subtly. Ajing, how much money do we have on hand? Altogether, around 50,000. Zhu Zheng replied after a moment's thought, explaining that this sum had accumulated over the past 6 months, predominantly from selling snacks in their school dormitory, where makeshift convenience stores thrived on every floor. 50,000 is insufficient. Qin Jiang frowned. Withdraw all the reserve funds from each convenience store. We need to gather a total of 100,000, at least 80,000. If we fall short, have the brothers chip in. It must be ready by noon today. Understood. Zhu Zheng nodded earnestly, his unwavering trust in Qin Jiang evident despite his lack of understanding regarding the plan. Sijio, go book 3 tickets to Yiwu and Hangzhou for today. All right. Sijio nodded and set off to purchase the tickets. In 2010, online ticket booking was not yet popular. However, many places had ticket agencies. By 3 o'clock that afternoon, at the Songjiang train station, Qin Jiang, Zhu Zheng, and Sijio boarded the train bound for Yiwu and Hangzhou. As classes were in session, skipping school was hardly unusual for vocational college students. Inside the sleeper compartment, the trio passed the time playing cards, while a young female university student in her 20s, seated on the upper bunk, occasionally glanced at them, particularly fixating on Sijio, biting her lip. Knock, knock. A train attendant rapped twice on the door before entering. Show me your IDs. Sijio promptly handed over 3 identification cards. The attendant scrutinized Sijio's ID for a moment longer before returning it, casually asking a few questions before stating, "Welcome aboard this train. Our attendants will patrol 24 hours a day. In the event of any disturbances, we will respond immediately and escort the troublemakers to the station. Your safety is absolutely guaranteed." With that, the attendant exited, leaving Qin Jiang, Zhu Zheng, and Sijio unfazed. They were accustomed to the underlying warning in the attendant's words not to cause trouble. After all, with Sijio's towering height of over 6 feet, his robust build, and bald head, coupled with a demeanor forged from years of brawling, it was clear to anyone that he was no ordinary passenger. Subsequently, the attendant made periodic rounds, peering into their compartment and reminding them, "No disturbances." "Why do these attendants keep coming to our compartment?" Sijio asked. "It's all because of you," Qin Jiang replied. "Why me?" Sijio questioned. "Your appearance alone could be enough to warrant 3 auxiliary officers' promotions," Zhu Zheng chimed in. Night fell. The girl on the upper bunk remained awake, clutching her luggage, even requesting to be moved to a different compartment. But alas, no vacancies were available, forcing her to remain where she was, her eyes wide open throughout the night. During this time, 2 shifty-eyed youths passed by, catching sight of Sijio and promptly turning away without a second glance. "Damn it! I came to steal something, not to get beaten up." Chapter 6. Acquiring Card Readers. Quadruple Profits. In Yiwu, on Electronic Street, the trio entered a shop and scanned the surroundings, picking up a card reader from the left wall. "How much is this?" Qin Jiang inquired. The shopkeeper glanced at them, responding, "250 each. Discounts apply for bulk purchases. If you buy over 1,000, I can let it go for 2. Zhu Zheng thought to himself, recalling that these items sold for 5 yuan in internet CAFS, with a reported cost of at least 3 yuan. The profit margins were considerable. Yet Qin Jiang pressed. "Do you have anything cheaper?" The shopkeeper, perplexed, asked. "Cheaper? How much cheaper do you want?" 50 cents? Qin Jiang suggested. 50 cents? Are you joking? The elderly man replied, returning to his phone, dismissing them entirely. Unfazed, Qin Jiang stepped outside to a neighboring shop, offering a cigarette to the sunbathing shop owner. Hey, do you know where I can find the Sanziosis store? The one that sells small electronic devices? Sanziosis? The shopkeeper, a warm-hearted individual, accepted the cigarette and pondered for a moment before saying, "You must mean San Electronics. That's the only place on this street that fits your description. Just keep walking straight. It's the second intersection." "Thanks," Qin Jiang replied graciously before departing with his companions. In front of the San Electronics store, the owner was lounging in a recliner, dozing off and humming a tune. When he sensed the darkness descending, he opened his eyes to see a fierce face looming over him. "What the?" He nearly toppled from his chair. "Sijou," Qin Jiang called. Sijou took a couple of steps back as the young man visibly relaxed, his gaze shifting to Qin Jiang and his companions, particularly resting on Sijou. "Are you here to collect protection fees? Let me tell you, my aunt's husband's cousin is the police chief. Do you think I want to report you?" Qin Jiang interrupted him. "We're here for business." The shopkeeper retorted, "I only conduct legitimate business." "What are you talking about? Who's being illegitimate?" Zhu Zheng countered, but Qin Jiang silenced him, focusing on the now nervous young man. "I've heard you have a batch of card readers." The shopkeeper stared at Qin Jiang in confusion. "Card readers? You mean?" Qin Jiang got straight to the point. "The cheap ones, you know." The shopkeeper studied Qin Jiang for a long moment, then glanced at Sijou, confirming that the trio was not here for a joke. "I do have a batch of cheap goods, but I won't sell unless it's a large quantity." Qin Jiang extended 2 fingers. 20,000. "How much?" 20,000? The shopkeeper's expression shifted from confusion to a broad grin. "Ah, I see, I misunderstood. Gumin, let us talk over some tea. Dear wife, please bring out the finest Longjing tea. It must be Longjing." Qin Jiang interjected, "Let's get straight to the point. Where's the card reader to inspect the goods? This place is stifling, and I prefer not to linger." The owner glanced once more at the 4 bodyguards standing to either side of Qin Jiang, Sijou, and Zhu Zheng, and, noting their modest yet refined attire, speculated inwardly. It is likely that one of these young men hails from a wealthy business family seeking practical experience. Such scenarios are hardly uncommon. Many affluent heirs attempt entrepreneurial ventures in their youth. The first step, essentially, one must engage in arbitrage to accumulate capital. Without further ado, he led Qin Jiang and his companions to the storeroom in the back, where he lifted the rolling door to reveal a neatly arranged array of wooden boxes. With a swift motion, he tore open a box sealed with tape, revealing a plethora of card readers, alongside a laptop and memory cards. "You can inspect the goods right here." Qin Jiang waved his hand, prompting Zhu Zheng and Sijou to begin their examination. The card readers were straightforward, merely requiring a card to verify if data could be downloaded and the memory card converted. Zhu Zheng promptly selected several boxes, extracting card readers for validation. Seeing this, the owner regarded them with renewed interest and remarked, "I see you require 200,000 units. I'll offer you a fair price, 80 cents each, totaling 160,000. However, I must clarify that these card readers come with only a 1-month warranty. After that, any issues are not my concern." Zhu Zheng retorted, "Only a 1-month warranty? Are you selling defective products?" The owner countered, "If they weren't defective, why be offering them at this price? Check the market. No one sells them for under $2. Qin Jiang interjected, 40 cents. The owner, taken aback, responded, "What?" Qin Jiang reiterated, 40 cents. "You cover the shipping. This is merely our first collaboration. To be candid, I have distribution channels in the Northwest. If this partnership goes well, I can return for more stock within a month, and in larger quantities." The owner's eyes brightened, yet he lamented, "Brother, this isn't profitable. At 80 cents, I'm already at a loss. You seem to be sincere, so let us meet halfway. Let's settle on 60 cents. I'll cover the shipping." 40 cents. Qin Jiang insisted. "Brother, don't be so stubborn about the price. I truly can't sell at that rate. I'm already losing considerably. Just 40 cents. Qin Jiang persisted. "Why are you so obstinate?" The owner exclaimed, "How dare you disparage my authority?" Sijou quipped, "It was just a comment. No need to take it personally." 10 minutes later, the owner relented, realizing that despite Qin Jiang's youth, he spoke with the wisdom of someone seasoned in the trade. The final agreed price, 40 cents. Excluding shipping. Qin Jiang wasted no time. He pulled 80,000 from his bag, signed a simple agreement with the owner, and promptly contacted a transportation company to ship the 200,000 card readers to Songjiang. As they departed, the owner thoughtfully handed over his business card. Observing the trio leave, the owner's wife inquired, "Is what he said true? Does he have distribution channels in the Northwest? This young man seems intriguing. He could become a significant client." The owner shook his head. "Of course not. Did you not notice the delivery address he provided was Songjiang? That S in the Northeast, not the Northwest. Whether he becomes a major client is irrelevant. I sense these card readers will soon become obsolete, and given our average quality, we must sell off our stock quickly to avoid being left with unsold goods." On the train back to Songjiang, before Zhu Zheng could speak, Sijio interjected, "Boss, do you plan to sell the card readers?" Qin Jiang nodded. "You've seen the retail price in Songjiang is 5 yuan, while their wholesale price is 3 yuan. Even lower in the surrounding counties at 3.5 yuan. Our cost for this batch is merely 40 cents, with negligible shipping costs." Zhu Zheng quickly calculated, so selling them back could yield 25 yuan, or at the very least 2 yuan. Songjiang is large, and the neighboring counties are plentiful. Even if it doesn't work out, there are other cities and counties. Just within our province, the major internet cafes could absorb this stock. We could potentially make over 400,000, quadrupling our investment while establishing a distribution channel. As he spoke, he glanced at the owner's business card. However, he noticed Qin Jiang casually tossed the card aside. Puzzled, both men observed as he remarked, "This is a one-off transaction. The local market in Songjiang can consume such a large quantity, but it will require time to digest it. Moreover, this business is not particularly lucrative, yielding several times the profit. Do you really think no one else will venture into it? We're not the only ones with distribution channels. Iwu is hardly a mystery. Besides, such a small business doesn't pique my interest. I'm merely using it as a transitional phase." Chapter 7. The Charm of Qin Jiang. News of Caution. Zhu Zheng understood, recognizing that while this business may not be substantial, there would indeed be others engaged in it. Even if their wholesale price was slightly higher, it wouldn't be by much. To sustain a long-term venture, one would inevitably engage in price wars, drastically diminishing profits, rendering it unworthy of pursuit. Qin Jiang stated, "Thus, this transaction must be unexpected. Upon our return, gather the team. As soon as the goods arrive, have the brothers distribute them across the major counties, ensuring everything is sold within 2 days. Swift action is crucial." "Understood." Zhu Zheng nodded. Meanwhile, Sijio exchanged bewildered glances with the train attendant, who, after listening for some time, left, unable to comprehend their conversation, and discreetly reported over the intercom, "Currently, no anomalies detected. The room is devoid of alcohol, appearing temporarily safe." The intercom crackled back, "Remain vigilant." A day and a night later, the trio returned to Songjiang at night, seeking a hotel to rest. After more than 2 days without proper sleep, they finally slumbered until noon the next day before heading back to campus. At Songjiang Vocational University, the cafeteria buzzed with a cacophony of noise. As Qin Jiang entered, a sea of students with trays meandered about. The university boasted a considerable student body, numbering in the thousands, and given the mealtime rush, it was particularly crowded. Many students paused, staring at Qin Jiang's new hairstyle. Had it not been for Sijio's unwavering presence beside him, some might have hesitated to recognize him. Eventually, a voice broke the silence. "Brother Jiang, Brother Jiang." Yet, the majority chose to avert their gazes or feign indifference, focusing intently on their meals. Having just finished his own meal, Wang Tao was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Qin Jiang, but quickly regained his composure and greeted him. "Brother Jiang, you're back." As a core member of their team, he was aware of Qin Jiang's trip to Hangzhou, but was unclear about its purpose. "Let us grab 2 plates of food." Qin Jiang replied casually, choosing a vacant spot to sit. As he settled in, the students on either side hastily finished their meals and vacated, leaving a conspicuous space around him in the bustling cafeteria. Unfazed by the attention, Qin Jiang accepted his status as the campus leader with an air of indifference. 10 years hence, this title may appear trivial, but currently, it held significant sway, instilling a sense of intimidation among the students. After a moment, Wang Tao returned with 2 generous plates of food, offering the slightly smaller one to Qin Jiang and the towering mountain of rice to Sijio. Here you go. Sijio, I specially prepared the mu su persimmon soup for you. Great. Sijio accepted the plate with enthusiasm. In the distance, numerous students covertly glanced toward Qin Jiang's table, predominantly female students, whispering among themselves, the campus leader, the one with the yellow hair. Now gone. He's got some money. The various accolades surrounding Qin Jiang made him a magnet for attention among the female population, as many aspired to be his partner. Regrettably, in his past life, Qin Jiang had been entirely devoted to Lu Ruyan, scarcely acknowledging anyone else. Over time, this had led most girls to abandon their pursuits. Yet he remained a focal point of interest at the school. The trends of the era were inescapable. Qin Jiang has changed his hairstyle. Although he no longer sports yellow hair, it's a bit awkward, yet I think I might be getting his charm. Oh, I initially planned to give up on being his partner, but my interest has been reignited. Who has his number? I want to send him a picture. No way. I must break up with my boyfriend. Aside from his academic success and entrance into a prestigious university, he is utterly lacking in other aspects. At this moment, within the confines of Songjiang Vocational University, even a diamond bachelor paled in comparison to Qin Jiang's allure. In 10 years hence, 3 individuals could scarcely muster 10 yuan between them, yet a mere phone call could summon a dozen young ladies. Such is the allure of the times. Moreover, Qin Jiang monopolizes the dormitory business at school, undoubtedly a figure of wealth within the campus, his only shortcomings now rectified. At this moment, Lu Yao, dining with her internship companions not far away, witnesses this scene unfold. Lu Lily scoffs. That little ruffian can only flaunt his arrogance in school. What will he amount to in society post-graduation? At best, he'll end up tightening screws in a factory. Sooner or later, he'll find himself in a cell. He might even end up facing a bullet. It's no wonder those naive girls, untouched by the world, find him appealing. As she speaks, she disdainfully glances at the cluster of girls nearby. Having graduated from a prestigious university, she is accustomed to mingling with elite individuals, and thus regards Qin Jiang as nothing more than a jester. How laughably insipid. She then turns to Lu Yao, saying, I heard a rich second-generation heir is pursuing you, driving a BMW. Wherever you go, he is sure to follow. Before she can finish her sentence, Lu Yao strides over, tray in hand, and takes a seat opposite Qin Jiang. This spectacle draws the attention of many in the cafeteria. Teachers, students, to be precise, an intern teacher versus the campus alpha. How striking the scene is. Lu Yao gazes at Qin Jiang and introduces herself. Hello, Qin Jiang. I am Lu Yao, an intern teacher from the class of 2010. Thank you for your assistance during the previous incident. Qin Jiang looks up, scrutinizing Lu Yao from head to toe. Taken aback by his unabashed gaze, Lu Yao, once one of the school's top 10 beauties, is no stranger to male attention. She is accustomed to being surrounded by courteous and dignified suitors. None, however, have ever been as brazen as Qin Jiang. After a few seconds of eye contact, Lu Yao falters, picks up her chopsticks, and pretends to eat while quickly opening her phone to play a news video. The city has just dismantled a criminal gang led by local officials, arresting 35 suspects. A brawl occurred in the suburbs, and all suspects have been apprehended, awaiting the consequences of the law. As Qin Jiang listens to the news, he furrows his brow. What's the deal? Why bring this up directly? What do you mean? Qin Jiang asks bluntly. Lu Yao turns off her phone. Qin Jiang, you might be unaware of the harsh realities of society. Qin Jiang's frown deepens, his impression of Lu Yao diminishing further. Damn it, I saved your life. And you call me a child? Who do you think you're talking to? Sensing Qin Jiang's displeasure, Lu Yao quickly inquires, do you have any plans for your future? You can upgrade from a college diploma to a bachelor's degree. At the very least, you should learn a trade at school. It will provide you with a skill for the future. Her unfinished sentence conveys a clear message. She urges Qin Jiang not to continue his reckless ways. Qin Jiang silently scoffs, realizing that whether born from her gratitude for his previous act of saving her or her role as an educator, she intends to steer him away from his current path, hence her mention of news and future planning. As he assesses Lu Yao again, He cannot deny her beauty and the scholarly aura she exudes. However, he has no time to squander on her. He needs to amass his first fortune swiftly to progress. People like her, Qin Jiang mutters. Good intentions can lead to trouble. I cannot afford to engage with her. It must be resolved once and for all. Suddenly, a mischievous smile spreads across Qin Jiang's face. Noticing this, his companion, Cuckoo, halts his meal, knowing that Qin Jiang's smile signifies impending misfortune for someone. Indeed, Qin Jiang looks at Lu Yao with a playful glint in his eye. On what authority do you propose my future? You don't fancy pursuing me, do you? Very well. I'll grant you an opportunity. Their SA-7A budget hotel outside the school. Chapter 8. The sale begins, a lucrative business. Clatter. Lu Yao's chopsticks fall on her tray. Her face a mask of fury as she glares at Qin Jiang before abruptly rising. You. In the wake of Qin Jiang's bemused gaze, she storms off. Her friend hurrying after her. Lu Yao, what's wrong? Did he bully you? I told you he is not a good person. There's no need to engage with such scum. Just ignore him. Nearby, several students murmur. Goodness, he truly is the campus leader. Even a teacher can't withstand his antics. Keep your voices down. If he hears you, we might get in trouble. At this moment, Qin Jiang pays no mind to Lu Yao's departure. He recalls how, in his earlier attempts to forge connections with a spirited girl, Lu Yao was merely a secondary figure. He asks, what is the latest on Bai Lu? Oh, Brother Jiang. Which little vixen are you referring to? Wang Tao, slow on the uptake, finally realizes she has been coming to school daily looking for you. And as instructed, we haven't chased her away or acknowledged her. Qin Jiang nods. Good, there's no need to be overly deliberate about it. Though it seems effortless, he knows that one cannot act without expecting a return. Saving someone comes with its own expectations. After all, he is no saint. Just then, Zhu Zhengjin approaches Qin Jiang. Whispering, the goods from the south have arrived. The people dispatched to inspect them report everything is normal. Qin Jiang replies, that phrase sounds familiar. It's just a straightforward business transaction. Why do you make it sound so clandestine? Gather the brothers. Those capable should go to a county town alone. Those less capable should pair up. Inform them to ship out by tomorrow afternoon. Speed is essential. Understood. Zhu Zheng nods and departs to make arrangements. In truth, he has already set everything in motion and is merely here to report. He understands the hierarchy. In his view, for a group to rise, the leader must hold an unparalleled position. Those who overstep must be expelled. Subsequently, Qin Jiang gives a Tao a few more instructions before turning to leave. Musing to himself, thank goodness I didn't choose to depart earlier. Otherwise, pursuing a university education and starting a business would not have been easy. Decisions should be made so that others can carry them out. Who still struggles alone after being reborn? Yinqing, a certain internet CAF. The space is not expansive. It houses 20 to 30 computers, each occupied by students engaged in their battles. Voices occasionally erupt. Manager, a bowl of instant noodles with sausage and an egg. Manager, a large bottle of cola. Manager, a pack of hometown mountain. The manager, bustling about with freshly prepared noodles, weaves through the CAF. Bang! The CAF door swings open. And two scruffy youths, clearly not model students, enter, carrying a large package. The manager shows no surprise. It's common for miscreants to frequent internet CAFs. There are no available computers. Less than an hour will free up a spot. If you can wait, please do. If not, you'll need to go elsewhere. The manager quickly informs the two. One of the young men leans closer, asking, where's your boss? Who else would it be? The manager replies, impatiently preparing noodles. The youth realizes the manager is indeed the owner, a common occurrence in county town internet CAFs. He approaches, draping an arm around the manager's shoulder, and whispers, boss, I want to discuss a business deal. Do you need a card reader? A card reader? The manager frowns. I have a supply channel. I don't need this item. You should check elsewhere. As he attempts to break free, the young man tightens his grip. Boss, is it wise to send the god of wealth away in these times? I must confess that we are factory workers hailing from the southern regions. Our boss has absconded with my sister-in-law, leaving us bereft of wages. Consequently, we workers have resorted to taking good from the factory to settle our debts. Genuine card readers, priced at merely $2.50 each. How many do you desire? The South. The boss ran off with his sister-in-law. Why does that sound so familiar? Wait a moment, $2.50 each. The network administrator immediately seized upon the crux of the matter, fixing his gaze on the blonde-haired man for confirmation. Are these authentic goods? Can they be verified? Absolutely. The blonde man promptly retrieved 3 or 4 card readers from his package and handed them to the network administrator. Feel free to verify. These few are a gift for the boss. Regardless of whether you choose to purchase or not, it's merely a gesture of friendship. Without further ado, the network administrator tested the card readers on the computer, confirming their authenticity, and his mind began to race. It was essential to note that his usual source for card readers cost him $3.50 each. This deal presented a savings of $1 per unit. The card reader is a valuable commodity, and his internet CAF sells an average of over 10 per day, translating to a profit margin of over $10. In a month, that amounts to over $300. Is that insignificant? Well, perhaps not exceedingly so. However, isn't it true that small gains accumulate into substantial wealth? Who would scoff at small change in the world of small business? With this thought, he smiled and inquired, "Do you gentlemen fancy some instant noodles? Allow me to add sausage for you." The blonde man, no. But how about a word of advice? The network administrator, "If you want it, this is the price." The blonde man, "If you order over 1,000, I'll give you a discount of 20 cents each. For 2,000 or more, the discount rises to 40 cents. The network administrator, "I can't possibly require that many." A few minutes later, the network administrator purchased 1,500 card readers at a price of $2.20 each, completing the transaction on-site with cash exchanged for goods. "Let us go." The blonde man, A, counted the cash in his hand, and together with the blonde man, B, they departed, heading straight for the next internet CAF. Bang! The network administrator tossed the package of card readers onto the counter and returned to preparing instant noodles, humming a tune. "I send you away, 1,000 miles apart." Nighttime. Midnight. The two blonde men squatted in front of the Yun County bus station, smoking Chinese cigarettes, their excitement palpable. The blonde man, took a deep drag. A good cigarette indeed. It's different. It doesn't irritate the throat. "Have you secured the money?" The blonde man, B, exhaled a cloud of smoke. "Don't worry, I've tucked it in my underwear. It's absolutely safe. I won't lose it." The blonde man, A, "Damn, you're not bothered by the smell?" The blonde man, B, "I'm not worried about any mishaps. It's a full 30,000 yuan. How could I be careless?" Indeed, the two had traversed every internet CAF in the county today, selling out their stock of card readers for over 30,000 yuan. In 2010, that was no trifling sum, especially for these wayward students. They typically smoked the cheapest brands and could only afford a decent meal when mingling with Qin Jiang. The blonde man mused, "How is it that Brother Jiang is so impressive? He has only been at school for a little over 6 months. Yet he has already made a name for himself, allowing us to ride his coattails. Now, he has effortlessly launched a card reader business, grossing 30,000 just in this county, not to mention the other counties." The blonde man, B, asserted firmly, "At least 400,000. 400,000. The two blonde men fell silent, recalling what Zhu Zheng had mentioned about this batch of goods being acquired at a low cost, with profits exceeding 50%. Thus, within a single night, over 200,000 in pure profit would be in hand. Silence. Both were engulfed in contemplation for a long moment. Clap. The blonde man, tossed his nearly burnt cigarette onto the ground. "Damn it, from now on, I'll follow Brother Jiang without fail." The blonde man, B, "Indeed. I feel that following Brother Jiang will surely lead us to prominence, to grow strong and create brilliance anew." Chapter 9. It shall be named Black Dragon. Principal, by what right? Dormitory, room 401. Any student passing by the dormitory door dared not make a sound, for Qin Jiang was asleep inside. He slept soundly, dreaming of leading his brothers onto the righteous path and reaching the pinnacle of success. Just as the critical moment approached, Jiangge, Su Zing, Siju, and a Tao rushed in from outside, with Si Jio carrying a large package. Bang! A Tao closed the dormitory door and used a bedsheet to cover the glass, preventing anyone from seeing the scene inside. Qin Jiang awoke to the commotion, opened his eyes to see the three, and upon noticing the package in Si Jio's hands, he quickly deduced the situation. Sure enough, Zhou tossed the package onto the side table, and Zhu Zheng unzipped it with a rustle. Several stacks of 100 yuan bills tumbled out, alongside dozens of tightly packed bundles of cash lay bare before them. Panting heavily, Zhu Zheng and Atao stared at the money. 450,000. After a moment, Zhu Zheng steadied himself and spoke. Brother Jiang. The majority of the brothers sent out returned this morning, and they alone brought back 450,000. Produce. A few who Haven T returned have reported another 40 or 50,000 scattered among them. The total from this round of card reader sales nears 500,000. Upon hearing this, Wang Tao, who had just regained his composure, began to breathe heavily once more. It was no joke. He had been a left-behind child, rarely having seen 100 yuan notes throughout his life. Now, tens of thousands of cash lay before him. The impact was unimaginable. Only two among them remained calm. The first was Zhou, his mind unwilling to entertain too much thought, devoid of any concept of wealth. The second was naturally Qin Jiang, who, having seen far greater sums in his previous life, remained unfazed. It was many years later when he encountered such wealth again. During his student days, he had never been so affluent. However, having experienced 2 lifetimes, he maintained his composure. Witnessing Qin Jiang's calm demeanor, Wang Tao felt a deep admiration, realizing that his choice to follow Qin Jiang had been remarkably astute. Zhu Zheng, too, felt invigorated. In his understanding, the elder brother ought to embody such poise, unperturbed even in the face of calamity. After all, this was how leaders in the underworld behaved. Enough! Qin Jiang waved his hand. Take 5,000 from this money to reward the brothers who went out on this venture. Distribute some to the other brothers as well. Let them know that following me, Qin Jiang, will never leave them at a loss. Yes, Zhu Zheng nodded. Observing this, Qin Jiang couldn't help but furrow his brow. Somehow, the scene felt eerily reminiscent of the underworld. Damn it, one step at a time. Habits take time to change, as long as the steps are correct. The rest is inconsequential. Zhu Zheng, you go take my documents and register a company. Register a company, right? Qin Jiang replied calmly. Also, gather the brothers' ID cards. The company will operate under a shareholding system. I will hold 70%, retaining decision-making power, while you and Zhou will each hold 5%, with the remaining members receiving dividends based on a mixed system. Zhu Zheng listened with a puzzled expression, swiftly jotting down notes, for he was unfamiliar with this. After recording, Zhu Zheng inquired, registering a company is fine, but why should we receive shares? It should all be under your name, Jiang Ge. Qin Jiang shook his head. Just do as I say. I have my reasons. Sensing Qin Jiang's authoritative tone, Zhu Zheng ceased to resist and asked, what shall we name the company? Black Dragon. Black Dragon? Excellent. The three of them couldn't help but cheer, believing the name to be formidable, resonating with their aspirations, even exceeding their expectations. Yet, Qin Jiang maintained his composure. In his previous life, he had deliberately named his organization White Dragon, solely for appearances, which proved utterly futile. Ultimately, he had still plummeted into the abyss. He realized that whether a group thrives or falters isn't determined by its name, but by its actions. Thus, what does it matter if it is called Black Dragon? With a casual gesture, Qin Jiang tossed the wallet package nonchalantly under the bed. This left Atao utterly astonished. To him, hundreds of thousands in cash were as inconsequential as dirt, a clear indication that Brother Jiang led an extraordinary life. As he was about to step outside, Zhu Zheng's resolve solidified. Only those who are not swayed by trivial sums can aspire to grander futures. It is only by aligning with such individuals and their teams that one can achieve significant growth akin to the grandeur of a cinematic godfather. Meanwhile, Zhou maintained a calm demeanor, seemingly indifferent to all of this. His sole concern was remaining close to Qin Jiang. Qin Jiang inquired, how are the matters I asked you to investigate progressing? Wang Tao stepped forward, stating, we've nearly concluded our inquiries. That location is currently desolate. The following day, in the vice principal's office, the vice principal slammed his hand on the desk in disbelief, exclaiming, what did you say? You wish to establish a company and require the school's support? There sat Qin Jiang across from him, calmly pouring himself tea, nodding with an air of composure. What kind of support do you require? Financial aid? The vice principal scoffed, gazing at Qin Jiang with disdain, viewing him merely as a trifling student. Had it not been for the current expansion phase of the vocational school, which was rapidly enrolling students, and the belief that such students were hardly noteworthy, he would have expelled them long ago. How audacious to seek support in front of him. Such arrogance was unwarranted. He felt curious to see what Qin Jiang could possibly say. Should he dare to be insolent again, he would simply have security escort him out. Expulsion would be no great loss. Calmly, Qin Jiang addressed the vice principal. I have heard that many universities are currently fostering student entrepreneurship initiatives. Some institutions have already implemented such programs. Why should our vocational school lag behind? Upon hearing this, the vice principal regarded Qin Jiang with a mixture of surprise and scrutiny. He had just received news that numerous universities in first-tier cities had students embarking on entrepreneurial ventures, achieving remarkable success, with many companies already gaining a foothold, significantly enhancing the school's influence. Thus, many local institutions were beginning to blossom, and Songjiang City was no exception. It was not just prestigious universities. Even the principal of the vocational school had mentioned to him yesterday the need for such initiatives. Of course, for the vocational school, it was merely a formality. After all, if others were implementing these programs, it would seem out of place for them not to do so. However, given that the vocational school was currently in a financially precarious development phase, it was impossible to genuinely invest in supporting student entrepreneurship. It would merely serve as a fade. Contemplating this, the vice principal looked at Qin Jiang with renewed disdain. I am unaware of where you obtained this information, but I can clearly inform you that our school is not prepared to provide support. What if I do not require the school to expend a single cent? Before he could finish, Qin Jiang interrupted. No funding required. The vice principal's expression shifted, increasingly perplexed by Qin Jiang's assertion. Indeed, Qin Jiang stated directly, all I need from the school is access to a few vacant rooms on the west side for office space. Once the company flourishes, I promise to donate a significant sum to the school. Establishing a library or a teaching building could certainly be feasible. It's a win-win situation. After a moment of contemplation, the vice principal appeared somewhat swayed, but instinctively retorted, on what grounds? Chapter 10, Negotiation Success, Preparing Regulations. On what grounds? Qin Jiang replied with calm assurance. I have just established a company that will incorporate those students who have been deemed unfit at our school. I can guarantee they will refrain from idleness and any inappropriate behavior. Additionally, I can assure that any incidents of fighting within the school will be mitigated, and all students will adhere to the law. Upon hearing this, Principal Wu Yu felt compelled to retort, but recognizing it was Qin Jiang speaking, he found himself compelled to believe in the credibility of the assertion. Wu Yu, can you guarantee this? Qin Jiang, absolutely. Wu Yu, very well. I can provide you with office space, but I hope you can deliver on your promise. Otherwise, you know the consequences. The school may tolerate students, but it will not indulge them should they persist in their misbehavior. The implication of his threat was unmistakable. He had initially planned to take action against these miscreants, but since they demonstrated a willingness to reform, he would give it a chance. After all, students should ideally not be expelled if it can be avoided. Moreover, expelling too many students at once would not bode well for the vocational school. Qin Jiang nodded, fully aware of the potential repercussions. This principal was known for his decisiveness. In his previous life, he had swiftly initiated reforms within the school, resulting in Qin Jiang and others being expelled en masse, thereby sealing their fate. Today, Qin Jiang sought the office space for a secondary reason, to ensure that his brothers could obtain their diplomas. In the 21st century, they still held significant value. Furthermore, as he aimed to walk a legitimate path in this life, he naturally wished for his brothers to bear no blemishes on their records. Shortly thereafter, Qin Jiang and Wu Yu concluded their discussions regarding the office arrangements, and after a few hours, Qin Jiang exited the office. Inside, Wu Yu whispered to himself, I hope you are not here to amuse yourself. There is no future in this societal underbelly, and I do not wish to see my students fall into despair. In the rear playground, Zhu Zheng and the others had been awaiting Qin Jiang's arrival, and as he approached, their collective gaze turned to him, synchronously calling out, Brother Jiang. This scene, combined with the aura Qin Jiang had cultivated in his past life, exuded an air of dominance akin to that of a societal leader, evoking a sense of reverie among those present. Qin Jiang regarded the throng of exuberant brothers before him, choosing not to dampen their spirits by declaring such enthusiasm childish. Certain transformations require time. Moreover, such circumstances could serve as a catalyst for development. As long as everything progressed positively, the remaining aspects would stabilize naturally. Of course, to prevent his brothers from repeating past mistakes, establishing regulations was paramount. Regulations. They are the foundation upon which a business entity can flourish. As the saying goes, without rules, there can be no order. Suddenly, Qin Jiang spotted a familiar figure towards the back of the group. A pair of unique shoes, snug-fitting pants. Bai Lu. She stood at the rear, equally excited. Yet upon noticing Qin Jiang's gaze, she sidestepped, avoiding direct confrontation. Zhu Zheng whispered, Brother Jiang, she has been pursuing us quite closely, and I inadvertently agreed to her joining us. If you're displeased, I can send her away. Qin Jiang cast a bemused glance at Zhu Zheng. This meticulous individual would not make such a blunder without reason, clearly recognizing his interest in Bai Lu. Considering this, he chose not to comment, as her voluntary participation posed no detriment to him, even if her brother, the captain of the surveillance team, might have his reservations. Instead, he addressed the group. From this moment on, you are employees of the Black Dragon Company. The company's rules and regulations will be disseminated shortly, and I expect all of you to adhere to them. Those who dare to breach company policy will face expulsion, and the consequences will be borne by them. Chapter 11. The regulations are criminal law, licenses in hand. Yes, the group responded with a resounding fervor. They held no grievances, for which organization operates without rules. Even in the world of gangsters, there are codes of conduct. Upon learning that Qin Jiang intended to establish the Black Dragon Company and that they could receive shares and dividends, these individuals felt an unwavering loyalty toward him. If not complete devotion, then something close. After all, the principles of loyalty and righteousness are paramount in their world. Excellent. Qin Jiang nodded and turned to leave. Behind him, dozens of followers trailed closely, exuding an imposing aura. At least, this was how it appeared in the eyes of the students, many of whom were left weak-kneed and exhilarated, their hearts echoing a singular thought. I want to be the sister-in-law. Brother Jiang, Zhu Zheng inquired softly, how will the regulations be established? Do you have any guidelines in mind? Regulations. Qin Jiang replied directly. First, procure some criminal law textbooks. Each new member of the Black Dragon Company will receive one. Inform them that this is the rule of the Black Dragon Company. They must memorize it and comprehend its significance. What? Criminal law? Zhu Zheng momentarily froze, then suddenly realized the implication. Indeed, as long as they master the criminal law, their team S development would undoubtedly soar. As the saying goes, know thyself and know thy enemy, and you will never lose a battle. Impressive. Zhu Zheng couldn't help but give Qin Jiang a thumbs up. Truly remarkable. Brother Jiang's foresight leaves me in awe. Unbeknownst to Qin Jiang, who was basking in flattery, Zhu Zheng had once again misinterpreted his meaning. However, some matters must be approached step by step. In the northern district, within a certain mahjong parlor, the air was thick with smoke, obscuring the faces of the patrons inside. One could only discern the multitude through the sounds of shuffling tiles and raucous voices. Suddenly, a scraggly young man with yellow hair burst in, hastening toward the innermost private room. Inside, 5 or 6 individuals were engaged in a game. Among them was a bald man seated at the main position, his face marked by a multitude of scars, with a particularly vicious scar on his bald head, adorned with a tattoo of a scorpion at its end. He was known as Scarface, a notorious gang leader famed for a battle long ago that left him with this mark. At this moment, he glared at the panting young man, barking, Damn it, you little brat, have you lost your parents? Who the hell let you in here? No wonder my luck is down today. It's all your fault. It seems I haven't taught you the rules in quite some time. The barrage of curses left the young man trembling. He was merely a subordinate of Scarface's underling, and fear gripped him. The young man, sensing Scarface's menacing gaze, quickly stammered, Brother Scar, our business has been snatched away. What? Bang! Scarface slammed his hand on the table, What do you mean, business has been stolen? Was there a ruckus at the bar or trouble at the arcade? No, no. The young man hastily shook his head. It's about the card readers. Card readers? Scarface paused, finally grasping the situation. Those little gadgets that download content from computers. Seeing the young man nod, Scarface cursed under his breath and resumed his seat, glancing at his hand of tiles as he said, "Continue." The young man explained, "Our people went below to sell the card readers, only to find that most internet cafes didn't want them. Initially, we thought their sales were poor, but later we discovered they had just received a large shipment of cheaper ones, enough to last them half a year." Upon hearing this, Scarface threw down his tiles, cursing, "Find out which little punk did this." The young man shook his head. "Those people claim to be strangers. No one knows where they came from, but it said they have a northeastern accent. Beyond that, I have no idea." "Useless." Scarface pointed at the young man, scolding him. "If we can't find out who did it, can't we trace the source? Tell Shwesi that if we don't uncover who's behind this within 3 days, he better be prepared for the consequences. Now get lost." Fearful, the young man hurried away. Shwesi was his direct superior, responsible for the card reader business. Scarface snorted coldly, looking at his hand of tiles as he declared, "I'm done playing. I'm not in the mood today. Everyone leave." The others, too intimidated to protest, departed without a word. Although the card reader business wasn't substantial, it could still bring in hundreds of thousands a year. Moreover, if he failed to reclaim his territory, it would inevitably tarnish his reputation. This thought intensified his fury as he called out, "Nana, get over here." Soon, a seductive woman entered the private room, and Scarface's low voice echoed, "I'm in a foul mood today. Kneel down." Meanwhile, in the Northern District's Criminal Investigation Unit, Captain Bai Meng had just returned from filing a report when a young man approached him and whispered, "The matter has been clarified. Not long ago, Bai Lu was intercepted by a group of student delinquents, but a certain individual came to her rescue. That person is a vocational university student named Qin Jiang, the biggest thug at the vocational school, commanding dozens of subordinates, making a living by standing up for others. Recently, Bai Lu has been frequently skipping classes to hang out with him." As he spoke, he pulled out a photograph. The image depicted a group of over 10 people, with Qin Jiang, back in his yellow-haired days, at the forefront. Upon seeing it, Bai Meng's expression darkened, his face contorting with rage. After all, anyone would be furious to learn that their younger sister was involved with a thug. He even imagined a scenario in his mind, his sister bringing home Qin Jiang. "Old Deng, is my motorcycle parked outside, all right? Old Deng, you're about to be a grandfather." Old Deng in that instant. The imagery sent a shiver down Bai Meng's spine. He dreaded to think how his father might react, perhaps tearing Qin Jiang apart and telling him. This person arrived in pieces. Without delay, he picked up the phone. "Buzz, Buzz. Bai Lu, wherever you are, whatever you're doing, come home immediately. Brother, if you don't come back, I'll transfer you to another school tomorrow." Bang. He hung up the phone and added, "Call him and say I want to see him." "Boss, don't be hasty," the young man said. "He's just a little thug. There's no need to stoop to his level. That group of students caused trouble afterward, so that kid actually saved Bai Lu. A little intimidation will suffice." He continued to persuade Bai Meng, not out of concern for Qin Jiang, but out of fear that Bai Meng might act on impulse. "Oof," Bai Meng snorted. "I hope he understands. Otherwise, he shouldn't blame me for being ruthless. Anyone who dares to touch my sister will face my wrath. Furthermore, I must see him to personally warn him." At this moment, Qin Jiang was blissfully unaware that 2 factions had set their sights on him, feeling exhilarated. For Zhu Zheng had just secured the company license. Chapter 12. The Black Dragon's Base, a visit from Qianhe. Black Dragon Company, Limited Legal Representative, Qin Jiang. Registered capital, 100,000. Registered address, number 65, College Road, Songjiang North District. Business scope, investment construction. Gazing at the business license in his hand, Qin Jiang felt immense satisfaction. Achieving this in 2010 was undoubtedly swift. "Brother Jiang, why the rush?" Zhu Zheng inquired. "Normally, this process takes about a month. You spent quite a bit to expedite it." "There's a purpose," Qin Jiang replied, rising to head outside. "Come, follow me to the nursing college." On one side, CGO abruptly opened his eyes, springing up with remarkable agility to follow closely behind Qin Jiang like a shadow. The nursing college is the abbreviated name for Songjiang Nursing Technology College, located adjacent to the vocational school. Behind the nursing college lies a factory, more accurately, an abandoned one. Originally a chemical plant, it was vacated due to the replanning of College Road. After the establishment of the nursing college, the factory was designated for them, but it had remained idle due to lack of development. At this moment, at the factory entrance, Qin Jiang stood silently, while Zhu Zheng was utterly perplexed about their purpose in this derelict site. "Open it," Qin Jiang commanded. Bang! Sijio stepped forward, seizing a stone and smashing it against the factory's iron lock several times. Bang! Bang! Crack! The rusted lock shattered, and Sijio pushed open the door. With Qin Jiang striding in confidently, the factory was vast and desolate. Even the remnants of scrap metal had been carted away for sale, leaving behind only a few inconsequential scraps that occupied a mere few thousand square meters. There were 2 factory buildings. Soon enough, after completing a circuit, Qin Jiang declared, "Go find Igrikize. Tell him I wish to meet with him tonight at the company." "Yesha," Zhu Zheng inquired. "Is he the captain of the security team?" "Yes, that very one." Qin Jiang nodded. "Inform him that there is a business deal to discuss." As night fell, the 3 rooms in front of the vocational school were ablaze with light, a massive sign reading Black Dragon affixed above them. Students passing by could not help but pause and exchange hushed whispers. These ruffians have really formed a gang, the Black Dragon Gang. It sounds rather imposing. The city is unlike the countryside. In our neck of the woods, we keep our dealings clandestine, but here they dare to put up a sign. Do you think the school will intervene now that they've taken over these buildings? Are the teachers truly intimidated by them? Teachers and staff, as well as security personnel, shared their astonishment. They gazed at the brightly lit premises, murmuring, "The Black Dragon? What is this nonsense? Are these thugs really treating these buildings as their stronghold? Who granted them this authority? Who allowed this? They may have flaunted their power in the school before, but now they dare to act with such impunity above us. It's outrageous." At that moment, a young security guard, brandishing a baton, attempted to storm into the Black Dragon Company, but was halted by several older guards. "What are you stopping me for? Have you accepted a bribe from him?" The young guard seethed, convinced that his duty demanded he oppose any corrupt influence, especially one that turned the school's office building into a den of ruffians. "Listen," the elder guard, Old Wang, interjected. "You were not here before and are unaware of the situation. We wanted to stop them when they put up that sign, but the security director personally called and instructed us not to intervene, stating that this was approved by the school. He even claimed that this is not some gang, but rather the Black Dragon Limited Company, a legitimate business with a business license." "A legitimate business?" The young guard scoffed, especially as he peered through the window and beheld the scene inside. Within, Qin Jiang sat regally in a plush armchair, flanked by Zhu Zheng and Si Jiu on either side, while dozens of students, sporting dyed hair and smoking, lounged about, some standing, others leaning against the walls. "You dare to call this a legitimate business?" The young guard challenged. "Just look at this rabble of ruffians. Do you really think they are attending evening classes at this hour?" At this, the older guards' faces grew awkward. "Evening classes? Huh. Forget about these delinquent students. Even the honest ones rarely attend. If they did, the playground wouldn't be so crowded. The school hasn't enforced strict attendance, and our responsibility is merely to prevent any major incidents on campus." Eventually, after much persuasion from the older guards, the young guard was reluctantly pulled back to the security office, still vowing, "You may be afraid, but I am not. From now on, if Qin Jiang breaks any school regulations, I will apprehend him." The older guards dismissed his words. They were seasoned veterans in the past. They had not cared much for Qin Jiang. This sort of troublemaker was nothing new, and once they graduated, they would be insignificant. There was no need to engage with such ruffians. Otherwise, these young ones would take themselves too seriously. However, upon learning that Qin Jiang had established a company with the school's approval, and that even high-ranking officials had instructed them not to interfere, the older guards began to reassess their stance towards him. The head of security, taking a sip from a large teacup, murmured, "No wonder he is so audacious on campus. He has a following." It appears he wields influence beyond mere physical prowess. We must adjust our approach, at the very least, to avoid crossing him. At that moment, a voice called out from the entrance. Who goes there? Is this the architecture school? Seeking Qin Jiang? Come back during the break. You cannot enter now. Su Dong arrived at the school entrance and noticed a few individuals standing outside, the foremost being a burly youth with tattooed arms, flanked by 4 or 5 lackadaisical companions. Recognizing him, Su Dong identified him as Qian He, a notorious local thug, known for his formidable fighting skills honed during 2 years at Shaolin Temple, earning him the moniker Lone Wolf. His only defeat was at the hands of Si Jio, which cemented Si Jio's reputation as a formidable warrior in the school. At this moment, upon hearing the guard's words, Qian He intended to leave with his lackeys, as he was still a student and naturally held a degree of respect for the school's security. His companions remained silent. Suddenly, Su Dong called out to him, "Wait." Qian He turned back to Su Dong. "What is it?" Su Dong inquired, "What business do you have with Qin Jiang?" Qian He replied, "I have some matters to discuss." Su Dong pressed, "Do you have an appointment?" "Appointment? What appointment?" Qian He was taken aback, unable to comprehend Su Dong's insinuation about needing an appointment to see Qin Jiang. Seeing his confusion, Su Dong pondered for a moment before summoning an obedient guard, saying, "Old Wang, go to the Black Dragon Company and tell them Qian He wishes to see Qin Jiang. Ask if he is available." Old Wang nodded and departed. The Black Dragon Company was adjacent to the school, and it wasn't long before he returned. "Qin Jiang says he will see you." Su Dong gestured for Old Wang to open the door and addressed Qian He. "Come in." He then instructed Old Wang, "Lead the way. It would be a shame for him to get lost." Thus, Qian He, in a state of utter bewilderment, followed Old Wang into the school, muttering, "What is going on? Why were we just denied entry, but now we are allowed to see Qin Jiang? Is there a catch?" Chapter 13. The Shock of Qian He. So this is a Jianghu overlord. Finally, standing before the brightly lit entrance of the Black Dragon Company, Qian He gazed up at the sign emblazoned with the words Black Dragon, gradually regaining his composure. Old Wang remarked, "Qin Jiang is inside. Go on in." Without waiting for further questions, he turned to leave, eager to distance himself from any potential trouble as he approached retirement. Bang! Qian He pushed the door open, leading his companions inside. As they entered, both Qian He and his lackeys were taken aback. The room was filled with swirling smoke, and beneath the haze stood dozens of unruly students smoking and laughing. Upon their arrival, all eyes turned toward them, expressions growing cold. Some descended from the balcony, others cracked their knuckles, and some retrieved baseball bats from the corners. Among them, the focus was naturally on the trio seated in the center. On the left, Zhu Zheng waved a folding fan. On the right, Si Jio juggled 2 balls. In the center, Qin Jiang lounged casually in an armchair, swirling a glass of wine in his right hand while observing the newcomers. They were utterly dumbfounded. Gulp! Qian He and his companions could not help but swallow hard, for they were mere students and had never encountered such a scene. The atmosphere was reminiscent of a cinematic portrayal of power, strikingly similar to the images they had conjured in their minds. In that moment, in their eyes, Qin Jiang appeared as a Jianghu overlord, and they were the ones stepping forward to provoke a confrontation with a mere petty thug. Crack! Crack! A Tao, clenched fists, stepped forward, glowering at Qian He. "What is this? Here to challenge us? You really have a death wish." As he advanced, others began to surround Qian He and his companions, who trembled in fear. Rendered speechless, despite being profoundly shocked, Qian He maintained a facade of calm as he addressed Qin Jiang. "I'm not here to cause trouble. Had I intended that, I would have come with just these few. I'm here to discuss business." Upon hearing this, Qin Jiang remained unfazed, continuing to swirl his wine glass until the tension reached a boiling point, at which he waved his hand. Suddenly, everyone on either side halted and slowly retreated, though their gazes remained fixed on the newcomers. "See?" Qin Jiang gestured toward the chairs in front of him. Qian He displayed no fear as he strode confidently to sit before Qin Jiang, his loyal subordinates trailing behind, albeit with palpable trepidation. Observing this, Qin Jiang inwardly acknowledged Qian He's reputation. In his previous life, he was no stranger to notoriety, having made considerable waves not only on Academy Road, but throughout the Northern District. Unfortunately, fortune did not favor him, and before he could establish a foothold, his forces were eradicated. Indeed, Qin Jiang's rapid ascent in his past life owed much to the absorption of Qian He's remnants. Their relationship was exceedingly intricate, characterized by mutual admiration laced with a desire for the other's downfall. Qin Jiang's expression remained stoic, his cold smile instilling a sense of dread in those around him. Within the confines of the Black Dragon Company, only a handful dared to meet his gaze and converse normally: Zhu Zheng, Sijio, and Atao, while the rest regarded him with a mixture of awe and apprehension. Nevertheless, Qian maintained his composure, astonished by Qin Jiang's swift rise to power. Openly displaying a signboard for his group, aptly named Black Dragon, he spoke with an air of tranquility. "We have an agreement. As long as you, Qin Jiang, are present, I shall not contend for dominance in the Northern District's arenas. I recently learned of your refusal from the Tiger Village. They contacted me, yet I declined their overtures. I have come to ascertain your stance. Should you choose not to engage with Tiger Village in the future, then..." His sentence trailed off, a flicker of embarrassment crossing his eyes as he recognized the inconsistency in his position. The pact forged after his defeat against Sijio weighed heavily upon him, and now broaching this subject in person left him feeling quite uncomfortable. Qin Jiang, taken aback by this admission, was well aware of Qian He's character from their past encounters: prideful, loyal, and a man of his word. It seemed evident that there were many layers to this situation. Although Qin Jiang had no intention of meddling in the affairs of combat, he was not one to simply acquiesce without consideration. His left hand rhythmically tapped the armrest of his chair, the atmosphere thick with tension as Atao and the others regarded Qian He with predatory eyes, reminiscent of wolves preparing to pounce on their prey. With a decisive gesture, Qin Jiang drained his cup and, fixing his gaze upon Qian He, declared, "Not only Tiger Village, but I shall also relinquish any involvement in other combat-related enterprises. Henceforth, I will not engage in such matters. What do you require of me?" Qian He queried directly, understanding that there is no such thing as a free lunch. "Assist me with a task." "What task?" "I have yet to determine the specifics." "Very well." Their exchange was brisk and efficient. Upon receiving Qin Jiang's affirmative response, Qian He rose, accompanied by his subordinates, as they made their way to the exit. Just as they reached the door, Qin Jiang's voice resonated. "There is no future in wandering the underworld." Qian He halted, momentarily taken aback, then turned to cast a lingering glance at Qin Jiang before departing. Outside the campus, after walking a considerable distance, his subordinates finally regained their senses and exclaimed, "Damn it, those guys were so arrogant and ready to throw down. If it weren't for their numbers, I would have." Yet, they could not deny that Qin Jiang had progressed remarkably in such a short time on Academy Road, establishing a solid base with the name Black Dragon, which truly evoked envy. Upon hearing this, a tinge of admiration crept into their expressions. After all, their own group had managed to carve out a niche on Academy Road, but their base was merely a dormitory or an uninhabited room in a nearby village. Comparatively speaking, the disparity was stark. Today's encounter with Qin Jiang's Black Dragon was akin to heaven and earth. One of them suggested, "Higa, why don't we establish our own stronghold and come up with a formidable name? That would surely excite the brothers and make it easier to recruit more members." The others chimed in, "Yes, I think it's a great idea. We could call ourselves the Wild Gang, or perhaps the Rampage Gang." "Enough," Qian He interrupted. "While I am uncertain how Qin Jiang managed to secure those premises and display that signboard at school, I am certain our institution would never permit such a thing. The security alone would be enough to give us a headache, especially with the police backing them. As for renting a place elsewhere, we simply lack the funds. We can discuss these lofty ideas later. Our immediate priority is to generate income. Without money, all is futile." With that, he issued directives: "Shunzi, contact the villagers nearby and inform them that I will take on all such jobs from now on, offering discounts for any requests made in the coming week." At the school gate, Su Dong and the security guards were engaged in casual conversation when Tao approached, hands in his pockets, juggling 2 boxes. He tossed one to Su Dong, saying, "Give this to Hua Zi. Brother Jiang appreciates today's efforts. If anything arises in the future, just let him know. Also, "There is someone looking for Brother Jiang. Just let him in." Without waiting for Su Dong's response, he turned and walked away. The security guards exchanged glances, their expressions shifting as they observed Atao's retreat. Only Su Dong remained lost in thought, formulating his own theories. After a moment, he picked up one of the boxes and pointed to the remainder. "You guys can share this. And remember to let the visitor in when they arrive." With that, he departed without waiting for further questions. The guards, feeling no need to dwell on it, happily divided the high-quality cigarettes, luxuries they typically could not afford. The school security wasn't exactly a lucrative position, and with no formal structure, they rarely intervened in matters outside their jurisdiction. If someone wanted to enter, they could easily find a way, even if it meant climbing over a wall. Half an hour later, Yize was taken aback when a security guard opened the door without inquiry, guiding him to the front of the Black Dragon Company. He, too, was struck by the imposing Black Dragon signboard. With a hefty push, he entered to find a scene eerily reminiscent of his earlier encounter with Qian, leaving him both shocked and furrowing his brow. He instinctively waved his hands to disperse the smoke, coughing lightly, cough, cough. "Qin Jiang, what business are you conducting with all these people? Have I offended you in some way?" His eyes darted around, scanning the expressions of those present, primarily focusing on Qin Jiang. Given the proximity of their schools and their respective reputations, he was acutely aware of who held authority here. However, he discerned nothing from Qin Jiang's demeanor, and his initial panic quickly dissipated as he reasoned that he bore no grievances against Qin Jiang. Even if he had inadvertently crossed a line, it was unlikely that Qin Jiang would resort to violence. This was certainly not in Qin Jiang's character, nor could he afford to lose face in such a manner. With a slight lift of his cup, Qin Jiang instructed everyone, "Please exit." The throng of subordinates departed in unison, each maintaining an air of pride and silence. Once they were outside, the remaining individuals could not contain their excitement, whispering, "That was exhilarating. Did you see how terrified Yize was when he came in? He is nothing but a figurehead." The lack of real men in the security detail allowed him to take charge. He is merely making a little money. Today, the scene was all about Brother Jiang exerting his influence. Truly impressive. This is the kind of society I envisioned. At that moment, they struggled to suppress their exhilaration. Never before had they envisioned such a scene. In the past, they had merely walked together in a group, thinking it was quite imposing. But it paled in comparison to today, a spectacle. "Listen closely," Wang Tao addressed the group. "The current prestige we enjoy is a gift from Brother Jiang. Anyone who dares to defy his will or betray him will find me to be ruthless and unforgiving. Tao Ge, you speak wisely. Our brotherhood with Brother Jiang is paramount. We must stand united. Even in death, I shall never betray Brother Jiang. They do not speak falsehoods. Indeed, Qin Jiang possesses immense authority." Coupled with a series of recent maneuvers, profiting handsomely from selling card readers, establishing a company and granting shares, even securing the school's endorsement to set up operations on campus. With security showing him respect, there is no one more suited to be their leader. Moreover, in the underworld, loyalty is paramount. Betrayal signifies a tarnished reputation, a fate no one would willingly embrace. Yet, some mutter quietly, the criminal law is simply too daunting to memorize. In the room, as the younger brothers departed, the smoke gradually dissipated. Yize inhaled deeply and sat opposite Qin Jiang, directly inquiring, "What business do you wish to discuss with me?" Qin Jiang observed Yize, who had regained his composure, nodding in acknowledgement. This individual could be considered a prominent figure emerging from the school, and he had indeed fared quite well. His rise was rooted in commerce. In his previous life, his business empire expanded significantly, leading to numerous conflicts of interest with Qin Jiang's faction. After Qin Jiang's downfall, Yize's enterprise thrived, and upon Qin Jiang's return, he had already morphed into a celebrated entrepreneur. Of course, all of this was not without the influence of Yize's background, yet one must concede that he is indeed capable. Just observing his demeanor, it is clear that he surpasses the typical young adult. Contracting? Yize expressed astonishment. Qin Jiang waved his hand, and Zhu Zheng retrieved a stack of documents from the drawer, glancing at them briefly before handing one to Yize and tossing the remaining papers beside his seat. "Here, Yize examined the document in his hand. Contract for contracting. The content was straightforward, a contract for the management of a factory. Party A, Heilong Company Limited. Location, Woody X Chemical Factory. Duration, 10 years. You intend to contract the Woody X Chemical Factory? Yize gaped at Qin Jiang. That abandoned factory behind the guardhouse? Indeed, Qin Jiang affirmed. What purpose do you have in contracting a chemical factory? Yize was bewildered, unable to fathom Qin Jiang's intentions. For a specific purpose? Qin Jiang calmly tapped his fingers. Yize felt an instinctive unease, yet Qin Jiang's composed expression offered no clues. Even Sijio, resembling an iron tower, did not reveal anything. Yize instinctively glanced at Zhu Zheng, who smiled, fanning himself, a picture of pure charm. Ultimately, Yize's gaze settled on a few papers beside Zhu Zheng's chair. Comprehensive Training Manual for Gang Disciples. Strategies for Gang Expansion. Establishing covert bases for the gang. Gazing at the titles on the papers, Yize was momentarily stunned, truly taken aback, unable to believe his eyes. What did he just witness? Was Qin Jiang planning to use the chemical factory as a stronghold to train his underlings for combat, ultimately to seize territory? Was he out his mind? What era was this? The Reform era had long passed, and he was still stuck in some bygone age, playing such foolish games. What good would it do to train subordinates in combat? Could they outmatch the security forces? A mere 3 blows would scatter them, teaching them what it means to have 12 pages of confessions, each with your name. Momentarily, Yize's mind churned with disdain, contemplating leaving and disregarding this fool. However, considering the Heilong Company plaque and the situation within the room, he began to suspect that Qin Jiang might be on the verge of a financial windfall. Thus, for someone like him, who was in dire need of money, he could not afford to walk away. He looked at Qin Jiang and directly asked, "How much do you intend to offer for the contracting fee?" Qin Jiang replied, 200,000 a year. But a 10-year contract must be signed. 200,000. Yize scrutinized Qin Jiang, realizing his initial assumptions were correct. If Qin Jiang had offered a mere few thousand, he would have walked away immediately. However, 200,000 in today's era was not a trifling sum. Yize stated plainly, "I do not understand why you wish to contract the factory, but the factory is under the jurisdiction of the guardhouse. To be precise, the guardhouse only possesses the usage rights. If you wish to contract it, you should approach the school, not me, as I have no authority." Ha! Qin Jiang suddenly burst into laughter, leaning slightly forward to gaze at Yize, grinning dangerously. "What do you think, young master of the nursing vocational college?" Chapter 15. Preparing to earn the second pot of gold, the Yi family uncles and nephew decide. You. Yize stared at Qin Jiang, momentarily dumbfounded. Qin Jiang, with an air of calmness, leisurely remarked, "It's not hard to guess, is it? You monopolize so many businesses at the guardhouse without relying on brute force. And the principal of the guardhouse shares your surname, Yi. You must have a connection with him. However, the principal is only in his 30s and could not possibly have a son your age, so it is highly likely you are his nephew. So what do you say?" Yize's lips twitched as he regarded Qin Jiang with a more complex gaze, realizing he had underestimated his opponent. Of course, he had no idea that Qin Jiang was deducing all this based on his past life. Otherwise, it would be challenging to connect the dots. "The chemical factory can be leased to you," Yize stated directly, "but 200,000 is too low. I need to discuss the specifics with my uncle." Qin Jiang remained unfazed, sipping his drink. "Feel free." "All right," Yize nodded, taking the contract and making his exit. Just as he approached the door, Zhu Zheng's phone rang. After exchanging a few words, he turned to Qin Jiang and said, "Brother Jiang, the construction school has sent a letter expressing interest in collaboration, inviting us to conduct an inspection tomorrow." Yize did not catch the rest of the conversation as he had already exited Heilong Company. Clutching the contract and heading straight for the guardhouse, he glanced back at the Heilong Company. "Qin Jiang, what a remarkable figure you are. I once underestimated you. To quietly establish Heilong Company and suddenly procure several 100,000. It seems you have found a way to make money, though I wonder how? Extortion, blackmail? Moreover, your ability to deduce my identity indicates you are no fool. Yet, alas, you have chosen the wrong path. What era are we in? It is an economic age now. Money is king. Bravery and brawling only lead to prison and are hardly worthy of respect. Shaking his head, he dismissed these thoughts. What Qin Jiang's future entailed was of no concern to him. He was solely focused on swiftly obtaining the contracting fee. Inside Heilong Company, Qin Jiang watched Yi Zhe depart, a cold smile gracing his lips. In his previous life, due to certain unique circumstances, the government abruptly decided to elevate the guardhouse from a junior college to a 3-year degree institution, necessitating an expansion of the campus, with the chemical factory surely among the sites earmarked for enlargement. As a result, Yi Zhe and his uncle forged a contract, enabling Yi Zhe to earn a substantial fortune. In this life, how could he allow this lucrative opportunity to slip into their hands again? To do so would be a disservice to the heavens. Zhu Zheng ignited several gang development plans with a lighter, watching as they turned to ash in the curling smoke. Meanwhile, Yi Zhe returned to the school, directly heading to the principal's office, entering without knocking. Bang! Clatter! A cacophony ensued as the principal of the guardhouse, filled with rage, sighed upon seeing Yi Zhe take the documents and step outside. Understood. The tall woman hastily grabbed the documents from the desk and exited. Bang! Yi Zhe remained calm as he approached Yi Jikai's desk. Uncle Yu. He came to handle the documents. Ye Vikai de Tortet Stuborni. He was powerless against Yi Zhe. After all, he was his nephew and the eldest grandson of the Yi family. Furthermore, Yi Zhe's father, his brother, was the family's pillar, and his position as principal was supported by him. Thus, he had no choice but to treat Yi Zhe with care. All right. Yi Zhe chose not to tease further, as he should show respect to his own uncle. Then, without hesitation, he handed the contract to Yi Jikai. Yi Jikai picked up the contract and perused its contents. Opposite him, Yi Zhe elaborated, Heilong Corporation intends to undertake the chemical plant behind our school. By the way, Heilong Corporation is owned by that notorious figure, Qin Jiang, from a vocational school next door. Qin Jiang? Yi Jikai's expression was one of bewilderment. Clearly, he was unfamiliar with Qin Jiang, as the latter's notoriety was primarily known among students along Shuan Road, not recognized by the higher echelons of the school or even ordinary individuals. However, Yi Jikai paid little heed to this and directly inquired about the contract. Are you planning to subcontract the chemical plant? Indeed, Yesha nodded affirmatively. It is imperative to subcontract. This way, the school could acquire some extra funds to support my entrepreneurial endeavors. Uncle, you are unaware of how crucial funding is for my startup at the moment. If I could secure 200,000 to 300,000, I am confident that within a year, I could expand the company to a valuation exceeding 1 million. Yi Jikai maintained a serene demeanor as he listened to Yi Zhe. For someone of his stature, as the principal, 1 million was not an insignificant sum. Yet it merely represented a fraction of what the school could acquire from the chemical plant's contract. However, the situation was unique. He had received news that there would be a provincial conference next year to honor entrepreneurial figures from campuses. Naturally, he wished for his nephew to participate. The startup capital had to come from legitimate sources. Private donations would be somewhat lacking in credibility. Thus, during a recent high-level meeting, he had proposed allocating 300,000 to support Yi Zhe's startup, but regrettably, it had met with resistance. The school's higher-ups and shareholders were categorically opposed, ultimately conceding only to consider additional profits in the future. After all, the school was not a dictatorship under his whims. Top. Yi Jikai drummed his fingers, contemplating. Subcontracting the chemical plant could work, but 20,000 is far too meager. It should be at least 500,000 annually, considering the substantial area of the chemical plant. He suggested a gradual negotiation. No, Yesha interrupted decisively. He was well aware that his uncle would attempt to leverage the negotiations to maximize benefits. But he had overheard that Qin Jiang was also in talks elsewhere. Thus, should he propose too high a price, it might frighten the other party away. While several 100,000 was trivial to the school, for him, it represented a lifeline. He articulated his thoughts to Yi Jikai, sharing his suspicions regarding Qin Jiang's intentions. Upon hearing this, Yi Jikai stood momentarily stunned. Establishing a faction, claiming territory. Has he somehow time-traveled back to the Republic of China? After a long pause, he finally said, "You go negotiate with him. Determine the amount yourself. Once the contract is finalized, the school will transfer the funds to you under the guise of support. No one would dare obstruct that." "Thank you, uncle." Yi Zhang nodded eagerly, leaving with satisfaction after exchanging a few pleasantries. Alone in his room, Yi Jikai couldn't help but chuckle again. Qin Jiang, truly unaware of his own limitations, that little rascal. Renting to him, and within 2 years, he'll likely find himself behind bars. At that point, we can reclaim the chemical plant. Shaking his head, he dismissed the matter. To him, it was inconsequential. Meanwhile, as Yi Zhang and his uncle discussed Qin Jiang, the Scarface team had located him. Chapter 16, Scarface's Revenge, the provocation before the school. Inside the mahjong parlor. Bang! Scarface tossed a photograph onto the table, revealing a group shot of Qin Jiang and his associates. "Is this him?" "Indeed." Scarface nodded. "I personally traveled to Hangzhou and negotiated with the owner for quite some time to obtain the surveillance footage. I returned with screenshots and inquiries, ultimately discovering that this individual is the notorious Qin Jiang from Shiyuan Road." "Notorious?" Scarface raised an eyebrow. "Is he formidable? How come I've never heard of him before?" Shuesi explained. "He is a student, a local bully, who has some underlings. He earns money by providing security for nearby villages. It said he is not to be trifled with, as few dare to confront him on Shiyuan Road." "Damn!" Scarface scoffed. "Is he just a student?" "If it weren't for the recent establishment of Shiyuan Road, with many law enforcement officers preventing outsiders from entering, these students wouldn't be able to run amok. What are they worth? Have they ever seen blood? Have they ever harmed anyone? To dare compete with me in business, they must be courting death." Clearly, he held Qin Jiang in utter contempt. "Suisi," Scarface commanded, "take a dozen or so of our brothers tonight and make him cough up the money he owes, while also teaching him a lesson." "Understood." Suisi nodded, initially somewhat apprehensive due to Qin Jiang's reputation. He quickly realized through his brother's explanation that it was merely a bunch of students playing pretend. As long as he announced his name, a little intimidation would suffice to compel them to return the money. He began making calls to rally his team, preparing to reclaim the funds that night. Otherwise, being berated daily by Scarface had already cost him considerable face, and he needed to regain that dignity. Bai Meng, observing the young man's grim countenance, remarked, "He still refuses to see me. How unreasonable. He even lured away my sister, yet won to meet me." The young man replied, "Mengge, do not fret. Although your sister is involved with them, she seems to be doing fine. Those ruffians have been avoiding fights lately, and even established a company. Your sister has been busy setting it up." "Established a company? What company?" Bai Meng inquired. "It seems to be called Heilong." The young man responded, astonished and uncertain. "It's rumored that throughout Shiyuan Road, Qin Jiang is now known by the nickname Heilong." "Heilong? Whose company bears that name? Isn't that a gang name? Who does he think he is? To command such a title, what does a mere child know about the world?" Bai Meng seethed with anger. "Keep contacting him. Subtly reveal some of my identity. I want to see if he dares to meet me." The young man nodded and departed. "Qin Jiang, Heilong." Bai Meng muttered those 2 words repeatedly, determined to extricate his sister from this situation. Previously, he had forcefully reclaimed her, but to his dismay, she had returned to them almost instantly. She showed no fear of his threats. When he called, she either told him to mind his own business or hung up. He instinctively picked up the phone to call again. The phone rang for a moment before being hung up once more. Damn it! Bai Meng felt a sense of foreboding. Could it be that this girl has fallen for that yellow-haired Qin Jiang? At that moment, a voice interrupted by, "The director is calling for you. Come on." Without further thought, Bai Meng acknowledged and departed. Meanwhile, at the vocational school, Qin Jiang and his associates continued to gather at Heilong Company. Classes were pointless. They would only end up sleeping. Qin Jiang did not drive them away, as attending or skipping classes made little difference to the vocational curriculum. He surveyed the room, filled with dozens of loyal followers, all of whom had undergone rigorous trials and remained unwaveringly faithful to him. They constituted his strongest foundation, despite a few who had faltered in the past. He had successfully marginalized them for various reasons. Qin Jiang raised his glass and commanded, "Silence." Instantly, the room fell silent. Many extinguished their cigarettes and turned their attention to Qin Jiang. He spoke calmly. Today, we shall establish a rule. From this day forth, all core personnel of Heilung Company must register and sign labor contracts. No tattoos shall be permitted for core personnel. Those who already have them will be exempt. But should anyone wish to withdraw, they must submit their request a month in advance as per the labor contract. What? The crowd reacted with surprise and confusion. They were elated that their leader acknowledged them as core members. In recent days, a sense of unease has begun to envelop them, as it becomes increasingly apparent that Qin Jiang is systematically distancing himself from certain individuals. It seems the time has come for those who have proven their mettle to be inducted into the ranks of the Black Dragon. As for the company and contracts, the notion of resigning a month in advance is of little consequence. What remains perplexing is the prohibition on tattoos. However, this doubt is swiftly cast aside in light of Qin Jiang's formidable presence and the overwhelming news preceding it, leading them to readily acquiesce. Qin Jiang, satisfied, nods in approval. Transforming the group necessitates a gradual approach. Tattoos do not inherently denote malice, yet it is true that virtuous individuals typically eschew them. Suddenly, the ringtone of Zhu Zheng's mobile phone pierces the air. After a brief exchange on the call, he hangs up and informs Qin Jiang Bai Meng has called again. And this time he is quite direct in his intentions to meet with you. It seems he is not merely a run-of-the-mill officer. He likely possesses something of significance. As he speaks, he gestures with his hand in the shape of a pistol. The caller had subtly indicated the presence of a superior officer from the security team seeking an audience with Qin Jiang, and the faint sound of gunfire had reached Zhu Zheng's ears. In this era of peace, the only place one might hear gunfire within the city is at the security team's shooting range, and those who are authorized to carry firearms are certainly not ordinary individuals. With a calm demeanor, Qin Jiang's fingers rhythmically tap against the table. He is fully aware that Bai Meng is the head of the investigation team, a position far superior to that of a typical precinct chief, and he can surmise the reason for the meeting. While gratitude for Qin Jiang's rescue of Bai Lu is a factor, the primary motive is likely to reclaim her, as Bai Meng probably harbors concerns about Qin Jiang abducting her. The background of such a family would never allow their offspring to associate with delinquents. However, Qin Jiang simply waves his hand dismissively, stating, "Let us stall for now. It is not yet time to involve him. My sister's rescue cannot be in vain." Zhu Zheng, momentarily taken aback, realizes he is finding it increasingly difficult to decipher Qin Jiang, even questioning whether the previous rescue of Bai Lu had been premeditated. Surely not. That incident had been a mere happenstance during a business venture involving card readers, and it was likely that after the rescue, the brother had recognized the influential connections Qin Jiang possessed, prompting his subsequent actions. This reasoning does indeed hold water. Such a man who can leverage every opportunity to his advantage is truly remarkable, and it is an honor to collaborate with him in achieving greatness. The Black Dragon will inevitably soar to new heights. Just then, a cacophony of shouts and curses erupts from outside. Security guard Old Wang pushes open the door and addresses Qin Jiang. "Qin Jiang, there's a raucous crowd outside clamoring for you." Simultaneously, a loud voice booms from beyond the door. "Who the hell is Qin Jiang? Get your ass out here, fourth master." Chapter 17, The Battle Before the School. The surveillance cameras disabled. Upon hearing this, the faces of Atao and the dozen or so brothers, who had been in a state of heightened excitement, turn icy. How dare anyone trouble Brother Jiang? It is utterly outrageous. Without waiting for Qin Jiang's command, the group rushes to arm themselves and prepare to confront the intruders. Someone shouts, "They're looking for me." Qin Jiang furrows his brow, quickly deducing the situation, murmuring to himself, "It appears that matter has come to light." It is hardly difficult to guess. With his current reputation, no one in the vicinity would dare to provoke him, and outside of the academy, he has made no enemies. Thus, it must pertain to a matter of interest. He is aware that the card reader business is lucrative due to prior knowledge of an individual who monopolized it. That person, later, had bowed and scraped before Qin Jiang, claiming allegiance and boasting about his success, including in the card reader trade. His name escapes him, perhaps something like Scarface. With a flick of his wrist, he commands, exercise restraint. He remained seated, amused at the audacity of a mere handful of individuals daring to cause a ruckus on his turf. His decision to refrain from a life of crime does not mean he is to be bullied. Upon receiving Qin Jiang's directive, Atao leads the group of brothers outside. At the school gate, Shuesi and his gang continue their raucous antics, shouting vehemently. Yet, they do not dare to breach the security posed by a few guards, as even they understand the limits of their audacity. This is a school, albeit a vocational one, and it is certainly not a place for these ruffians to provoke. After a lengthy tirade, Shuesi pauses, not from fatigue, but upon hearing a commotion. He raises his head to observe the campus, where a multitude of figures emerges from the shadows, each seemingly wielding something. As they draw closer, Shuesi realizes they are brandishing baseball bats and cannot help but smirk. Ha! A gaggle of little punks, mere fledglings daring to wield sticks. He scoffs, glancing back at his gang, each armed with hefty cleavers. Who is Qin Jiang? Step forward. He bellows. How dare you, with the audacity of a bear, attempt to wrestle business away from Brother Dao? If you do not promptly return the money and kneel to apologize, I swear you'll regret it. Who do you think you are, barking orders at Brother Jiang? Atao, incensed, curses and strides forward, leaping over the barrier and swinging his baseball bat. In unison, the rest of the brothers follow suit. Rushing past the barrier and without hesitation, they launch into battle. In the surveillance room, Su Dong, who had come to inspect, observes the commotion on the monitor as Shuesi and his group cause a disturbance. He thinks to himself, Qin Jiang truly knows how to stir up trouble. It has only been a few days of quiet, and now he has attracted this many troublemakers from outside the school. With his discerning eye, he can easily see that Shuesi and his cohorts are not students, and their age alone makes it abundantly clear. Use the intercom to relay my orders. Expel them immediately. If they refuse to leave, alert the security team, he commands. Regardless of any potential mysterious connections Qin Jiang may have, or the audacity of these outsiders to flaunt their bravado within the school, it is a situation he cannot tolerate. Understood. The security guard nods in acknowledgement, but just as he prepares to pick up the intercom, a voice calls from behind. Wait. Zhu Zheng, fanning himself leisurely, approaches with a calm demeanor. Su Dong is momentarily speechless, taken aback by the stark contrast of a youthful face assuming the posture of authority and control. What brings you here? Is there something you need? Su Dong queries, as the security guard, poised to relay orders, wisely refrains from doing so. Such a trivial matter hardly warrants your involvement. We can manage it ourselves. It's just that surveillance. Zhu Zheng gestures towards the camera directed at the school gate. Su Dong remains silent, contemplating Zhu Zheng's words. Zhu Zheng continues, Rest assured, our actions will be measured, and there will be no unforeseen circumstances. Besides, allowing these outsiders to leave unchallenged would be a disgrace. As he speaks, he casts a meaningful glance outside. Su Dong, unable to resist, follows his gaze. Through the window, he observes two individuals engaged in animated conversation, one even resting an arm on the other's shoulder. Suddenly, his eyes narrow. He recognizes the two, Qin Jiang and the principal. This revelation ignites a flurry of thoughts. While he had considered the possibility of Qin Jiang persuading the school to establish the Black Dragon Company, he never imagined the support would come from the principal himself. Although merely the vice principal, the head principal has long since ceased to involve himself in school affairs, and this vice principal is rumored to possess considerable influence. Thus, the implications of Qin Jiang's connections become clear. Without hesitation, he declares, the surveillance camera at the school gate is malfunctioning. Upon hearing this, the security guard initially blinks in surprise, only to quickly realize the directive and shuts off the camera facing the entrance. Thank you. Zhu Zheng cast a grateful glance at Su Dong. Simultaneously, and without leaving a trace, he discreetly retrieved 2 packs of cigarettes from behind and handed them over. Su Dong, without hesitation, accepted them. In this era, such an exchange was entirely commonplace. After all, the world of martial arts is not merely about bloodshed, but rather about the intricacies of human relationships. Captain Su, would you care to join me for a look? This promises to be a captivating spectacle, Zhu Zheng invited. Let's take a look, Su Dong replied, not turning down the offer. He feared that Qin Jiang's subordinates might be reckless, and in the event of an unexpected turn, he would be unable to contain the situation. Upon reaching the school gates, the skirmish had already erupted. Little brats, do you dare to mingle in society with just your group of students? Come at me. Chop them down. Shuesi bellowed, raising his machete to parry a baseball bat swung at him. Bang! The wooden bat collided violently with the machete, the tremendous force causing Shuesi to stagger back several steps. In an instant, he charged towards Wang Tao. The next moment, his entourage of a dozen followers showed no fear as they faced off against the throng of students wielding their blades. Initially, owing to their ferocity and the sharpness of their weapons, they gained the upper hand, injuring several. However, contrary to their expectations, upon witnessing blood, the group of students did not succumb to fear. Rather, they turned fiercely indignant. Damn it, take this bat. Beat these scum to death. Who do they think they are? Strutting about on our turf? With a flurry of unorthodox moves, kicks to the groin, monkey steals the peach, and celestial beings eat chicken, several students fell to the ground. Howling in agony, Wang Tao and his comrades displayed unmatched bravery and seamless cooperation, while the thugs hesitated to strike with lethal intent. Consequently, the tide of battle swiftly turned. The only one with considerable fighting experience was the leader, Shuesi, who relied on the might of his machete to maintain his ground. Hearing the cacophony of cries behind him, he instinctively turned around, only to be taken aback by the sight of his comrades sprawled on the ground, wailing in distress. This was beyond his comprehension. This group of students fought with such audacity and tenacity, unafraid of bloodshed. What was happening? In an instant, he resolved to flee. However, as he turned, darkness enveloped him. Chapter 18. The security team's arrest. Qin Jiang appears. Behind him stood a giant, towering over him by a full head. Reflexively, he swung his machete, but midway through the motion, his wrist was seized, an unimaginable force compelling him to release his grip. Clang! The machete clattered to the ground. Almost immediately, Shuesi felt his body lift as the giant grasped his belt and hoisted him into the air, spinning him around effortlessly. This scene left Su Dong, who had just arrived, utterly astounded. This was the legendary war god Wei. Upon first hearing this title, he had dismissed it as mere hyperbole, but now he found himself somewhat convinced. To lift a person with one hand? Was this a jest? Even if Shuesi weighed just over 100 pounds, he was still a man. The ability to lift him with one hand indicated strength far beyond that of an ordinary person. Such an individual, in ancient times, could undoubtedly serve as a general leading a charge on the battlefield. The title of war god seemed quite fitting. His gaze then shifted to the others, observing the groans of the thugs on the ground and the disdainful expressions of the members of the Black Dragon gang huddled together. He couldn't help but marvel at the combat prowess displayed by the students. Their fighting techniques clearly indicated some level of training. They understood teamwork and knew precisely where to strike to incapacitate an opponent without causing fatal harm. Even in one-on-one confrontations, they would likely not falter against this group of thugs wielding machetes, especially given the significant disparity in numbers. At that moment, his respect for Qin Jiang deepened further. Leaving aside everything else, the combat effectiveness exhibited by these students today was incomparable to that of thugs from other schools. Crash! Thud! The war god Wei hurled Shuesi violently to the ground, sending up clouds of dust and eliciting piercing cries of agony. Ah, my leg, my back, my head. It hurts, Arg. Shuesi curled up on the ground, howling in distress. Even if he had the strength to run, he lacked the courage to do so. Kneel. All of you kneel. Wang Tao commanded, brandishing his baseball bat. Despite their discomfort and pain, the thugs, trembling with fear, complied and knelt down, showing no signs of defiance. With their lives no longer in peril, they cared little for the loss of face. Thud! 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 The dozen thugs all sank to their knees. One of them even spoke up. Stop hitting us, we were wrong. We'll do whatever you ask. Just please, don't hit us anymore. Yes, if this continues, we'll be utterly finished. We have no deep-seated enmity with you. We're all in the same game. Let us preserve some dignity. In that moment, the thugs began to plead in unison, seasoned veterans of the underworld who understood the importance of self-preservation. Given the dire state of affairs, there was no need to continue resisting. Submission was the wisest course of action. Even their leader, Shui, after wailing for a considerable time, chose to remain silent, embodying the essence of someone forced to bow their head under the eaves. What now? Zhu Zheng inquired, glancing at Su Dong. Su Zheng noted in sati faikon. It could be said that the Black Dragon had performed even better than he had anticipated, managing to suppress the situation without resorting to lethal force. This way, they avoided escalating matters while simultaneously embarrassing those who dared to challenge the authority of the vocational school. Most importantly, they had established a connection with Qin Jiang. Very well, Su Zhengmu said. No wonder you have developed so rapidly. With such comprehensive strength, it's only natural. Unfortunately, he refrained from elaborating further, wishing to express that mingling in the underworld was not a righteous path and that one must eventually pay the price. Just then, the sound of police sirens pierced the air. A security vehicle sped to the vocational school, and several officers disembarked, momentarily stunned by the scene before them. They had just received reports of a brawl at the vocational school on Academy Road, but what lay before them? A dozen adult thugs kneeling on the ground, while dozens of students, armed with baseball bats, looked on coldly. The officers were seized with anxiety. One of them drew his firearm, aiming it at Wang Tao and the others. Don't move. We are executing our duties. Swiftly, Wang Tao and his companions remained unfazed, displaying remarkable calm even in the face of the security officers. Seeing this, one officer, feeling provoked, barked, "Get down, hands on your heads now." He continued to shout, while the others mimicked his actions. Regardless of right or wrong, both parties appeared to be no saints. The priority was to subdue everyone first. Unfortunately, facing the black holes of the gun barrels, Wang Tao and his group continued to laugh and converse, ignoring the officers. Only Shui and his subordinates, desperate, pleaded for the officers to rescue them. Shui directly exclaimed, "Officers, look at these students. They don't even regard you. They're nothing but ruffians and hooligans, ready to cripple others at a moment's notice. You must intervene." As his words echoed, his subordinates joined in, beseeching the security team to take charge. At this moment, the deputy director stepped out of the vehicle, his brow furrowed as he surveyed the scene before him. The sheer absurdity of a brawl unfolding was unfathomable. He demanded to know what had transpired and where the individuals involved were. To dare cause a ruckus on College Road, regardless of their identity, they shall face the full force of the law. Upon hearing this, the members of the Shui family fell silent, realizing the gravity of the situation. Ironically, it was they who instigated the disturbance. Shui and others fervently defended themselves, claiming they had merely come to take a stroll and were unjustly assaulted. They even retaliated by accusing Qin Jiang of being a societal troublemaker, insisting that the security personnel must severely punish and apprehend all involved. Naturally, Wang Tao and his companions were incensed, hurling curses in return, with some even contemplating further violence. Observing Wang Tao's actions, Lu Yong felt his authority persistently challenged and, in a fit of rage, commanded, "Take them all back for thorough interrogation. No matter who they are, they shall be subjected to strict judgment. This is College Road, not a place for your reckless antics." Several security personnel advanced to apply handcuffs, expertly restraining Shui and the others before preparing to take action against Wang Tao and his group, remaining vigilant against the formidable presence of the 4-9 guards. Although Lu Yong was unfamiliar with the name, he could discern from their physique that they were not to be trifled with. Any resistance could prove difficult to counter. Consequently, the deputy director discreetly signaled to the security team, clearly instructing them to first subdue the 4-9 to preempt any unforeseen circumstances. Just as the security personnel were about to cuff the 4-9, a calm voice interjected. "May I inquire what law my Black Dragon Company employee has transgressed to warrant arrest?" "Who?" Lu Yong's expression darkened as he turned towards the source of the voice, and the others were similarly drawn to it. Approaching with measured steps was a young man, his demeanor cold and clad in formal attire, a cryptic smile gracing his lips, as he casually held a round object in his hand. Upon recognizing him, Wang Tao and the others simultaneously bowed their heads in greeting. Brother Jiang. Brother Jiang. Chapter 19. The surveillance is malfunctioning. Troublemakers? No, they are all model students. Qin Jiang? Lu Yong was taken aback. To his side, a security officer whispered. He's a notorious troublemaker from College Road. These students must be associated with him. Lu Yong glared at Qin Jiang without evidence. You dare to quibble while caught in a brawl? We will uncover who orchestrated this behind the scenes, and you will not escape judgment. His frustration was palpable. When College Road was first established, there had been directives to exercise leniency towards students. Consequently, in recent years, incidents of fighting among students were primarily addressed with educational measures. After all, one must not jeopardize the futures of students. This was also an inevitable event in the progression of society. However, the sight of these students engaging in such fierce altercations with external thugs was something he could not overlook. Observing Lu Yong's shifting expression, Qin Jiang chose not to play coy, stating directly, everything has its cause. Outsiders invaded the school, assaulted students, and the security guards were compelled to intervene, even facing the threat of forcefully entering the campus. Thus, as vocational students, we acted to expel these thugs, and therefore they're all model students. Acting heroically to protect our campus. Heroically protect our campus? Model students? Lu Yong pointed at the dozens of students wielding baseball bats, incredulous. What kind of model students carry baseball bats? Explain that to me. In response, Qin Jiang tossed the round object in his hand, revealing it to be a baseball. Our school has just established a baseball club. These individuals are all members. Having baseball bats is quite reasonable, wouldn't you agree? If necessary, I can provide the club's establishment report and member information. He spoke truthfully, for with his experience, he knew how to navigate risks. Even if he had no intentions of continuing his life in the underworld, certain measures had to be taken. The early stages of entrepreneurship were seldom easy. When establishing the Black Dragon Company, he had arranged for Zhu Zheng to apply for the baseball club at the school, ensuring that all procedures were legitimate. Lu Yong regarded Qin Jiang with newfound respect, initially perceiving him as merely a school thug, only to realize he possessed a cunning mind, preemptively eliminating weapons from the equation. If the external thugs were indeed, as Qin Jiang described, attempting to breach the campus, he could potentially turn the situation to his advantage. He turned to the security personnel. Please retrieve the surveillance footage. We will ascertain the truth, and as long as your actions are justifiable, we will handle the matter fairly. At that moment, Su Dong stepped forward, extending his hand with a smile. Director Lu, long time no see. Team Leader Su. Lu Yong reciprocated the handshake. Although Su Dong was merely the head of the school's security team, he was a civil servant, and both had undergone prior training with law enforcement, thus sharing a rapport. After exchanging pleasantries, Su Dong remarked, Director Lu, the surveillance footage you requested may not be available. The camera at the entrance has recently malfunctioned. The surveillance is down? Liu Zong stay intenti at Su Zong. Su Dong continued, I was present at the scene, and indeed, as Qin Jiang stated, it was external thugs attempting to force their way into the campus. You are aware that the security team is understaffed, which necessitated the involvement of students to hold them off. Otherwise, it would have been troublesome with these thugs storming into the campus, especially with many female students present. While they responded forcefully, it could be considered self-defense. One cannot simply endure an assault without retaliation. Upon hearing this, Xuesi and the others appeared despondent, feeling as though the sky had fallen. It's over, they thought. Damn it, Qin Jiang actually has backing, and the head of the school as security is blatantly lying. With the surveillance footage unavailable and the school siding with Qin Jiang, their already precarious positions became even more untenable. The outcome was all too predictable. Indeed, Lu Yong, upon hearing Su Dong's account, ceased his aggressive pursuit of Qin Jiang. Meanwhile, another security officer approached Lu Yong, whispering, Director, we just discovered that these thugs all have criminal records. With criminal records and still daring to invade the campus and assault students? Take them away. Lu Yong commanded without hesitation. Yes. The security personnel complied, handcuffing Xuesi and the others before escorting them back to the police station. Meanwhile, on campus, Lu Yao, who was out for a night run, witnessed the unfolding scene. Although she was too far to see clearly, She vaguely noticed Qin Jiang and dozens of others confronting the security personnel. Lu Lily, observing this, scoffed, "Ha! I told you he wouldn't last long. He dares to confront the security personnel. Just wait, he'll surely be apprehended. At the very least, he'll face several years in prison. By the time he gets out, who knows what the world will be like. His incarceration might even cleanse the school's atmosphere." However, Lu Yao was not listening to her. As she gazed at the scene before her, she felt a strange mix of foreseen and unforeseen emotions, along with an overwhelming sense of worry. Despite Lu Lily calling out to her several times, Lu Yao remained oblivious, lost in thought. Just as she was about to respond, her expression shifted to one of disbelief as she exclaimed, "Why have all the security personnel left? Why haven't they arrested him? What are they doing?" With a deep sigh, Lu Yao resumed her night run, murmuring to herself, "As long as he is okay, as long as he is okay. But trouble will inevitably find him. Lu Yao, what is wrong with you? He only saved you once. You've already warned him. At worst, you can look after him when he enters your life in the future." Lu Lily gazed at Lu Yao, who had fled, and then glanced at Qin Jiang's position, a vague realization dawning within her. Her expression hardened. "No, I must not allow Qin Jiang any opportunity to associate with Yao Yao. Otherwise, my brother will be doomed. I am counting on Lu Yao's connections to elevate my own standing, and I cannot let this ruffian Qin Jiang snatch that away. Damn it, how could Yao Yao possibly be interested in him? Is this the allure of the yellow-haired boy? Yet, Qin Jiang has already shaved that hair off." At the school gate, Qin Jiang watched as people departed, then turned to Su Dong and said, "Thank you." Su Dong waved his hand dismissively. "It's nothing. Regardless of what they do outside, it's unacceptable for them to cause trouble at school." After that, he ceased the small talk. Some matters are best left unspoken. The dozens of Black Dragon brothers regarded Qin Jiang with profound admiration, initially believing that the arrival of the security team would inevitably land them in trouble, with even Tao planning to take full responsibility in order to extricate Qin Jiang. However, the outcome was that Brother Jiang swiftly redefined their actions as noble acts of defending the campus, portraying them as exemplary students. At this moment, under the dim light, Qin Jiang's shadow elongated as he was illuminated by a street lamp, growing increasingly larger in the minds of Tao and the others. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Brother Jiang is mighty." Following that, a chorus of voices erupted. "Brother Jiang is mighty. Brother Jiang is mighty." Chapter 20. The Scar-Faced Man's Invitation. Contract finalized. The second bucket of gold begins. In the security room, the young guard observed the situation outside. This time, he chose not to confront Qin Jiang, acknowledging that while these students were troublemakers, those they were fighting were far worse. He muttered to himself, "Today, I'll pretend I saw nothing. But if I catch you bullying others or demanding protection fees in the future, no one will be able to save you. You'll definitely be taken to the security office." That night, upon learning that his underlings had been apprehended, the Scar-Faced Man was infuriated and immediately dispatched someone to investigate the situation. The following day, as Qin Jiang finished breakfast in the cafeteria, he saw Lu Yao standing before him with a tray. "You haven't attended class in a long time. You must consider not only yourself, but also those under your command. Even if they don't get into university, they still need to learn skills to support themselves in the future. If this continues, their survival after leaving school will be problematic. Life in society can be truly harsh," she earnestly advised. Lu Lily, witnessing this, rushed forward to intervene. She did not wish for Qin Jiang to have too much interaction with Lu Yao. However, before she could reach them, she saw Qin Jiang looking at Lu Yao as if she were a simpleton. "Do you even know where Chuanfu is located?" Lu Yao, puzzled by Qin Jiang's abrupt change of topic, instinctively replied, "Yes." Qin Jiang continued, "You should buy a ticket and take the train to Chuanfu, where there's a giant Buddha. You can ask him to rise and take a seat. Whether they study or not has nothing to do with you. You live by the sea and meddle too much." "Ha ha." Nearby, Wang Tao and others could not help but burst into laughter. A joke that had become cliché in later years was amusingly fresh when uttered by Qin Jiang. Realizing this, Lu Yao became so incensed that she stomped her feet and fled with her tray. Lu Lily felt a surge of delight, inwardly scolding, "This Qin Jiang is utterly foolish." He cannot see that Lu Yao has a liking for him. If he seizes the opportunity, it could change his life. Such a pity he does not cherish it. With that thought, as she passed Qin Jiang, she raised her hand to scold him and seek Lu Yao as gratitude. Yet, just as her finger was lifted, smack, Qin Jiang struck her hand with his chopsticks. Ouch! Lu Lily exclaimed, examining her now swollen finger. Qin Jiang tossed the chopsticks into the trash and glared at Lu Lily. If you dare to point at me again, I'll break your finger. You! Lu Lily's eyes blazed with fury. If you glare at me again, be careful on your way home. Qin Jiang spoke once more, and with a gulp, Lu Lily stepped back 2 paces, swallowing hard. Noticing Wang Tao and the others glaring coldly at her, she felt too intimidated to retort and scurried off to chase after Lu Yao. As for Qin Jiang, he could not be bothered to pay her any more attention. Lu Yao was kind-hearted and beautiful. He had no intention of being lenient towards someone as trivial as Lu Lily. Moreover, his brothers were not entirely neglectful of their studies. They merely skipped classes that were deemed unproductive or incomprehensible. After all, they were all in college, who still attended evening classes. At this moment, Zhu Zheng approached Qin Jiang and whispered, "Brother Jiang, the deal with Yizhe has been finalized at 350,000 a year, with a maximum contract of 10 years. If it's acceptable, we can sign tonight." Qin Jiang nodded. 350,000 is agreeable. Have him come to Black Dragon Company tonight. You go to Yinhua Law Firm to collect the contract, then take it to the hospital for the legal representative to sign and stamp before bringing it back. Understood. Zhu Zheng turned to leave. Though he was unclear as to why Qin Jiang would spend such a substantial sum to rent an abandoned chemical factory, Qin Jiang's series of maneuvers had earned his respect, and he would not dare to argue against it. Instead, he felt a flicker of anticipation. Even if it turned out to be a loss, one could always rise again, as long as there is a goal to strive for and brothers by one's side. In the distance, Lu Lily caught up with Lu Yao, continuously disparaging Qin Jiang. Lu Yao responded absently until Lu Lily remarked, "Lu Yao, that Qin Jiang is a scoundrel. You really don't need to invest any effort in him. By the way, my brother is hosting a gathering soon. You should come with me. My brother is quite handsome." Lu Yao frowned, but did not voice her objections for Lu Lily's sake. At the mahjong parlor, the scar-faced man sat in his chair, his expression icy and furious. Below, one of his underlings bowed his head and reported, "Brother Scar, I have confirmed that Xue Si and over a dozen of his brothers were beaten by Qin Jiang's men at the vocational school gate. The attack was quite severe, and subsequently, the security team arrived, arresting Xue Si and the others for provoking trouble and engaging in a brawl." I inquired further. It seems Qin Jiang wields considerable influence on Xue Si at College Road. Despite being a student, he can summon hundreds of people with a word. He has dozens of capable fighters, and one of his underlings, known as Egio, is said to be nearly 2 meters tall and as strong as a bear. It's no wonder that Xue Si, leading just 10 men, was caught off guard. Bang! The scar-faced man slammed his hand on the table. "Shut up." The underling, frightened, dared not speak further, knowing full well that Xue Si's decision to bring a dozen men had been ordered by the scar-faced man himself. "Get ready." Before the scar-faced man could finish, a small leader hurriedly interrupted, advising lowly, "Brother Scar, don't act impulsively. College Road is unique, being predominantly students. Qin Jiang is a major thug with numerous students under him. If we truly engage him, we might need at least 100 men. Not to mention, can we even enter under the watchful eyes of the security team? Even if we could, do we really want to storm the campus and deal with Qin Jiang's people there? If we do, we'll be finished." Upon hearing this, the scar-faced man calmed down. Indeed, leading 100 thugs into the school to brawl was something even the most formidable bosses would hesitate to do. After a moment of contemplation, he said, "You all go and contact Qin Jiang. Tell him I want to speak with him at College Road. If he agrees to meet, there's room for discussion. If he refuses, let him know he'll never be able to leave College Road." Understood. The younger brother nodded and stepped outside to deliver the message. Bang! Scarface, seated, pointed at several younger brothers and commanded, "You all go out as well. Let that fellow in. I need to vent my frustrations." Understood. The younger brothers, sensing Scarface's anger, dared not utter a word and hastily departed like frightened mice. At the vocational school, Black Dragon Company, Qin Jiang affixed his signature and seal to the contract, producing 2 copies, one of which he handed to Yizhe. Yizhe packed the contract away, then lifted his backpack filled with 350,000 yuan in cash, declaring, "Pleasure doing business. I'm off." With that, he turned on his heel and left without a backward glance. He had no intention of engaging with someone as fanciful as Qin Jiang. After all, he believed it was only a matter of time before the latter ended up behind bars. In fact, he privately contemplated the possibility of reporting Qin Jiang when the time was right. Qin Jiang watched Yizhe depart, his expression turning icy. Bang! He handed the contract to Zhu Zheng, instructing, "Lock this in the safe. Our initial capital depends entirely on it." Chapter 21. The Investigation Team versus the Thugs. Qin Jiang attends the meeting. Zhu Zheng solemnly accepted the contract, tucking it away. Outside, a cacophony of shouts, cries, and pleas for mercy erupted. "Please. I'm not here to cause trouble. I'm just delivering a message. Oh, it hurts. I was wrong." In walked Sijio, dragging a man like a chick, despite the latter's futile struggles to break free. "Brother Jiang, we've caught another troublemaker," he said, unceremoniously tossing the man onto the ground. Bang! The man hit the floor hard, the pain radiating through his body, rendering him unable to rise. However, the next moment, he felt as though he were being scrutinized by some legendary beast. As he looked up, he locked eyes with Qin Jiang. His gaze was profound, cold, and indifferent, a look that belied his youth and sent shivers down the man's spine. Sijio continued. "This guy was outside clamoring to see Brother Jiang, claiming to be Xue Xi's messenger. I brought him in, coming to confront me. Black Dragon?" Qin Jiang asked, eyeing the thug on the floor. No. The youth hastily shook his head. "I'm just here to deliver a message from my boss, Scarface. He wants you to know that he is having lunch at the Yunlai Hotel on Qilin Street tomorrow. If you don't show up, there will be consequences." As he spoke, the youth trembled, overwhelmed by Qin Jiang's intimidating presence and Sijio's earlier forceful display. He regretted not having thought of a more discreet means of communication, like making a phone call instead. "Scarface, Yunlai Hotel." Zhu Zheng whispered, "I've heard of that place. It's outside the Academy Road area," which could mean Qin Jiang nodded silently, fully aware of Scarface's intentions. Clearly, Scarface was too afraid to stir up trouble on Academy Road, but unwilling to lose face. So he sought to lure Qin Jiang outside, where he could exert control. If Qin Jiang chose not to attend, Scarface could still claim he had kept his word about not letting him out of Academy Road. Simultaneously, it spared Scarface from losing face. "Knock, knock." Qin Jiang tapped his fingers thoughtfully, murmuring, "Interesting." "Scarface." Bang. He set down his wine glass and looked at the youth, commanding, "Go back and inform Scarface that I will attend the banquet tomorrow." "Ah, okay." The youth was momentarily taken aback. He had expected a refusal, but was astonished by the prompt agreement. He wasted no time and hurriedly exited, fearing a change of heart from Qin Jiang. "Brother Jiang, this might be a trap." Zhu Zheng inquired, "Do you have a plan?" "Indeed," Qin Jiang replied with a smile, fixing his gaze on Zhu Zheng. "I will take care of it." Zhu Zheng's eyes widened in surprise. He had suspected something when Qin Jiang readily agreed to the banquet, and now, with Qin Jiang's confirmation, he could only feel admiration. He even speculated that Qin Jiang's previous refusal to meet Bai Meng was all part of a grander scheme for this very moment. If that were true, it would be utterly terrifying. As Qin Jiang watched Zhu Zheng depart, he felt a sense of satisfaction. Having a clever ally was invaluable. He needn't articulate his intentions for them to be understood. In his past life, his disillusionment and change of heart were closely tied to Zhu Zheng and Sijio's experiences. Ultimately, one could feel lonely. A man needed brothers to achieve great things. The next day at the Yunlai Hotel, on the second floor, within a private room, Bai Meng and the youth from the investigation team, dressed in casual attire, sat anxiously. Bai Meng, growing impatient, murmured, "Are you certain this is the place where that kid arranged to meet us?" The youth nodded. It was Zhu Zheng who called personally. He asked the second-in-command of Qin Jiang's team. "Besides, he has no reason to deceive us. I've already hinted at some information, and he has not one to erase the presence of others." Bai Meng exhaled sharply. His impatience stemmed not from a lack of composure, but rather from concern over his younger sister's safety. Just as his patience was wearing thin, bang, the door to the private room swung open, and 3 figures entered: Qin Jiang, Zhu Zheng, and Sijio. Bai Meng instinctively glanced at Sijio, unable to help himself. Sijio's imposing physique was undeniably captivating, especially to those in the physically demanding investigation team. The youth from the investigation team even swallowed nervously at the sight. Bai Meng turned his attention to Sijio and blurted out, "Have you ever considered becoming an investigator? There are special recruitment slots available, and with your physique and strength, you might just qualify." Sijio didn't even spare him a glance. Only then did Bai Meng realize he had lost his composure and redirected his gaze to Qin Jiang, whose expression appeared slightly dazed. Bai Meng had seen photographs of Qin Jiang, who is often depicted with wild, dyed hair and a rebellious demeanor. Yet now, he presented a regal and composed countenance. Dressed impeccably, his deep-set eyes were unforgettable, evoking an extraordinary presence. "Qin Jiang." Bai Meng rose to greet him. "Seat," Qin Jiang replied calmly, gesturing for Bai Meng to take a seat. Yes." Bai Meng nodded, instinctively complying. However, he soon realized something was amiss. "Wait, I'm the team leader, and you're just a student. Why should I take orders from you? And why on earth am I actually listening to you?" Bai Meng felt uneasy, having sensed a commanding aura emanating from Qin Jiang. Qin Jiang, unperturbed, took a seat before Bai Meng, flanked by Sijio and Zhu Zheng, creating an oddly tense atmosphere until the waiter entered to serve the dishes. "Come, try this." Qin Jiang pointed at the array of dishes on the table. "These are the restaurant's specialties. The spicy shrimp balls are particularly delightful." With that, he began to eat heartily. Zhu Zheng and Sijio followed suit, with Sijio devouring his food at an impressive pace. Bai Meng was utterly bewildered. The scene before him was nothing like he had envisioned. He had anticipated a confrontation, wherein the brash, dyed-haired thug would either be intimidated into submission or audaciously challenge him. Yet what was happening now? The youth from the investigation team licked his lips, both enticed by the delicious food and captivated by Sijio's enthusiastic eating. His stomach growled audibly. "Eat," Qin Jiang said calmly. "We'll discuss matters after our meal. Nothing is more important than having a timely meal." The youth glanced at Bai Meng. "Eat." Bai Meng nodded, deciding not to dwell on the matter any longer. What did it matter? He would eat first and leave the rest for later. He refused to believe that Qin Jiang could turn the tides. As a scout, he possessed a certain decisiveness. At that moment, beneath the Yunlai Hotel, an old-model Mercedes-Benz came to a halt. A subordinate eagerly opened the car door, and Scarface emerged slowly. His expression frigid as he glared at the hotel, coldly commanding, blocked the entrance of the hotel. Today, that brat Qin Jiang must not escape. Chapter 22. Qin Jiang remained unperturbed, firmly seated at the fish table amid the tumult. As Scarface and his men entered the restaurant, in a corner, Wang Tao picked up his phone and made a call. "Hello, I want to report something happening at the Yunlai Hotel." With a click, he hung up, removed the SIM card, and tossed it into the sewer. Numerous individuals gathered around him, one inquiring, "Brother Tao, what shall we do next?" Wang Tao gestured toward the hotel. "Keep an eye on it. If those guarding the entrance rush inside, we'll follow. The rest is none of our concern. As Zhengge would say, we're merely the backup in case of emergencies. Don't cluster together. Spread out, lest the security team arrives and focuses on us first." Inside the private room, Qin Jiang and his companions were enjoying their meal. Suddenly, the door was kicked open with a resounding crash. The abrupt noise startled Bai Meng, causing him to jump up reflexively. A young team member instinctively reached for his waist, only to remember that he had come out without a weapon, as he was merely accompanying the captain on personal business. Over a dozen individuals surged in, led by Scarface, who barked without preamble, "Who is Qin Jiang? Get the hell out here. I want to see who has the audacity to steal my business and oppose me. If I don't break your legs today, I, Scarface, might as well not live." Upon entering the room and surveying the surroundings, he was momentarily taken aback. There stood 2 individuals leaning against each other, their expressions vigilant, fists raised defensively. In stark contrast, 3 others sat calmly at the table, continuing to eat as if the commotion had not disturbed them in the slightest. This scene left Bai Meng momentarily speechless. He gazed at the composed Qin Jiang, then at the furious and tense Scarface, feeling an absurdity wash over him. Who exactly was the scout here? Who had weathered more storms? His gaze flickered towards Scarface, pondering the nature of the trouble he was bringing to Qin Jiang. Clearly, Scarface was from the underworld. What grudge did he hold against Qin Jiang? Territory disputes? No. Scarface had mentioned that Qin Jiang had taken his business and harmed him, suggesting a much deeper enmity. Bai Meng took a moment to observe the group of thugs that had entered, noting their lack of lethal weapons, which allowed him to calm down. So you're the brat Qin Jiang, Scarface sneered after a brief pause, directing his ire at the calm figure seated in the center. However, before he could finish, a plate filled with soup was hurled at him by Cgio. The plate sliced through the air with a whistle, and thankfully, Scarface reacted quickly, tilting his head just in time for the plate to smash against the wall behind him, shattering into pieces. Though it did not hit him, the soup splattered all over him, producing an odd odor that assaulted his nostrils. Damn it, my clothes. These are designer, Benny Road. Scarface seethed, pointing at Qin Jiang. You're really pushing your luck. I was going to make you kneel and sing your submission, break one of your legs. But now I've decided to break all 5 of them. Get him. His followers, eager to draw their weapons, were suddenly interrupted by the blaring of police sirens from below. You called the security team. Scarface's expression shifted as he looked at Qin Jiang. Don't you understand the rules of the underworld? Qin Jiang, finishing his meal, took a sip of tea, then smiled at the furious Scarface. Firstly, I'm not part of the underworld. Secondly, I didn't call the security team. Scarface, suspicious, regarded Qin Jiang, realizing that the latter was not the one to have reported to the authorities. This confrontation could only lead to a complete breakdown of relations, resulting in mutual destruction. Would it not be better to settle this at Shuyuan Road? Go. Scarface signaled to his subordinates. Soon, they gathered their belongings and prepared to leave. Scarface, regaining his composure, thought that without casualties and weapons, he could simply claim he was there to dine. Moments later, Lu Yong, leading several security personnel, arrived and spotted Scarface's icy demeanor. Scarface, it's you causing trouble again. What's the matter? Haven't you had enough of prison food? Scarface forced a smile. Lu, you're joking. How could I cause trouble on your turf? I just brought a few brothers to eat. Lu added, someone reported it. He glanced at Qin Jiang with a pointed look. Humph. Lu scoffed, clearly unconvinced that Scarface had brought so many people merely to dine, especially given the recent accurate reports of a brawl. He waved his hand, clear out. You lot, check for any injuries and identify everyone here. Move aside. Scarface dared not hinder him, gesturing for his subordinates to step aside. Then, several security personnel rushed into the private room, while Lu Yong followed their lead, scanning the interior, expecting to find chaos but instead discovering a relatively normal scene. With only a few broken porcelain shards on the floor, Lu Yong let out a breath, relieved. It's best that nothing happened. There have been too many incidents lately. However, the next moment his eyes narrowed as he recognized a familiar figure sitting at the center of the table. Qin Jiang. Alongside him were his 2 subordinates. Not only Qin Jiang, but even Zhu Zheng and Wei Biao left a profound impression on him. They were too distinctive. His gaze rapidly scanned between Qin Jiang and Scarface, quickly deducing the situation. Qin Jiang had a grudge against Scarface. Scarface had sent Xue Si for revenge, but had been beaten and imprisoned. Today, he had come for retribution. The chain of events unfolded rapidly in his mind. He was one of the key players, having captured Xue Si, and Scarface would not dare to trouble him, but would seek out the true instigator, Qin Jiang. Lu Yong looked at Scarface coldly. This is a society governed by law. I advise you to consider the consequences of any outrageous actions. Don't think your connections will let you escape legal repercussions. Scarface inwardly scoffed, but maintained a cheerful facade. Lu, you're quite the jokester. What forbidden items could we possibly bring to a meal? Don't resist. Let the security brothers search us. Before the security team could proceed, derisive laughter erupted from the private room. Even if you bring the police sirens, any weapons would have been moved long ago. Lu Yong turned toward the source of the voice, initially annoyed, but his expression shifted to astonishment as he blurted out, Bai, what are you doing here? At this utterance, the room fell silent. The security personnel also turned their attention to the private room. only to realize that besides Qin Jiang and his companions, there were indeed two others present. Earlier, due to the imposing presence of Qin Jiang and his companions, they had unconsciously focused on them, mistaking the two others for mere subordinates. Now, as their attention shifted, they recognized the extraordinary nature of the two, particularly the robust figure with a stern countenance and piercing gaze, radiating a familiar aura. When Lu called out by, they understood this individual was one of their own and held a significant position. Scarface's expression faltered in shock. Wait, could it be Chapter 23? I demand fairness. Scarface was taken aback. Indeed. In the next moment, Lu Yong stepped forward to address the burly young man. Hello, by DUI. I am Lu Yong. Greetings. Bai Meng refrained from continuing with harsh words. He was aware that activating the police siren instilled a sense of dread, deterring further aggression. Noticing that Bai Meng had chosen not to pursue the matter further, Lu Yong couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Although their respective police units differed, he acknowledged that the other's rank and background were far beyond his own, making flattery unnecessary but fostering goodwill essential. Bai Meng then pointed at the scarred man, stating, "This individual just led a group armed with weapons, threatening to sever Qin Jiang's tendons. It was only upon hearing the siren that he hastily concealed his weapon. I can attest to this." A young officer nodded in agreement. As a member of the North District Investigation Team, I can confirm this. Few who serve in the investigative unit lack a righteous disdain for wrongdoing. Lu Yong responded decisively, "Rest assured, I will personally oversee this matter and ensure it is handled within the bounds of the law." Bai Meng nodded, understanding the implications of his words. Setting aside whether there was evidence to compel the scarred man to confess, even if he did admit to his actions, there had been no casualties today, which meant that the most severe consequence would likely be detention. Such ruffians understood the law well. Once arrested, they would have lawyers ready to assist them. "Take them all away," Lu Yong commanded. Faced with this turn of events, the scarred man dared not resist and allowed his subordinates to follow suit, considering the situation to be of little consequence. At this moment, seated at the head of the table, Qin Jiang observed the attempt to escort the scarred man away, calmly stating, "Heilong, Qin Jiang, the river that runs fierce like a dragon." The scarred man paused momentarily before bursting into laughter. "Ha, Scar, woohoo." After Lu Yong and the others escorted the scarred man away, only Qin Jiang, Bai Meng, and a few others remained in the private room. Bam! Bam! Bai Meng leaned forward, resting his hands on the table, and stared intently into Qin Jiang's eyes, speaking in a hostile tone. "You summoned me here today for this, to shield you from harm and protect that scar man." Qin Jiang faced the situation with remarkable composure, retorting, "Sometimes, not owing anyone a favor is a blessing. Wouldn't you agree?" Bai Meng was taken aback, gazing deeply at Qin Jiang. "So, what is it that you wish to discuss with me?" Bai Meng exhaled sharply. "I want my sister to leave your team and return to school to focus on her studies." Qin Jiang replied, "You expect me to accomplish what you, her brother, cannot? Besides, we have no ties. On what basis should I comply?" A young officer interjected. "Who gave you the audacity? Do you even know who Bai DUI is?" "The head of the investigation team," the young officer affirmed. "Knowing that, do you still dare to defy me?" Qin Jiang countered, "Have I committed a crime? If I haven't tea, why should I feel intimidated?" The young officer retorted, "You're just a young man." Qin Jiang responded, "If there's nothing left to discuss, then let us cease the conversation." At this, Sijio, who had been eating, abruptly stood up, ready to overturn the table. The once heavy table groaned under the strain of his immense strength, and the dishes clattered. Meanwhile, Zhu Zheng smiled, fanning himself. "This is how it's done in this world. A crow never eats for free. Overturning tables demonstrates true spirit." Qin Jiang's eye twitched, suspecting that Sijio had likely watched too many gangster films with Zhu Zheng. Bai Meng quickly pressed down on the table. "Qin Jiang, what do you intend to do? If you have any demands, speak up." Qin Jiang replied, "I can't ensure your sister returns to her studies, but for her to leave Heilong Company, she must submit a formal request herself. My company doesn't operate on a whim. Besides, your sister's performance has been commendable. What is wrong with working at a legitimate company? Wouldn't you agree? Is that even a real company?" The young officer exclaimed in anger. Bai Meng intervened, asking, "What do you need from me?" Qin Jiang stated, "I want you to stand up for me when I face injustice. I seek fairness." Bai Meng was astonished. He had anticipated unreasonable demand from Qin Jiang, perhaps even being asked to serve as a shield. However, Qin Jiang's request was surprisingly modest. "Fairness?" Bai Meng replied, "Absolutely. It is my duty to uphold fairness and justice. A pleasure to cooperate." With that, Qin Jiang ceased the conversation and departed with Sijio and Zhuzheng. Inside the private room, the young officers looked at the departing trio. "By DUI, are we just going to let ourselves be used as pawns today?" Bai Meng shook his head, choosing not to elaborate. While it appeared that Qin Jiang had leveraged his influence to suppress the scarred man, he had actually managed to offload a debt of gratitude with ease. The burden of human debt is historically the most challenging to navigate. This favor could pose a dilemma in the future if Qin Jiang were to request something morally questionable of him. Some may be indifferent to such matters, but Bai Meng adhered strictly to the principle of repaying kindness. At that time, it would undoubtedly be quite a predicament. Thus, he felt extraordinarily satisfied with Qin Jiang's actions today, even harboring a fleeting notion that perhaps this Qin Jiang could indeed achieve something substantial, and that his sister following him might not be a poor choice. He quickly chastised himself for such thoughts. Outside the hotel, Qin Jiang gazed at the sun, his expression one of contentment. Everything was progressing steadily according to his plans. Yet, he couldn't help but feel a sense of frustration. Compared to those who could effortlessly amass millions after being reborn, striking down rivals like Huateng and Ma Yun, his own situation felt starkly different. Damn it! If one is reborn, why is it still so difficult to earn money? Zhu Zheng inquired, "Brother Jiang, were you pondering?" Qin Jiang waved his hand. "We are about to embark on some rather challenging ventures." Zhu Zheng asked, "What kind of ventures?" Qin Jiang replied, "Nail households." In the police vehicle, the scar man looked ahead at Lu Yong driving and asked, "Lu DUI, who was at by DUI just now?" Lu Yong did not conceal the truth, as it was hardly a secret. The district's investigation team leader, the scarred man, nodded to himself, murmuring, "I never expected a mere student from a small academy on a certain street could have such a powerful network of connections, even knowing members of the investigation team." Most importantly, he distinctly remembered that Qin Jiang had been seated at the head of the table when he entered the private room, while Bai Meng and the young officer were merely to one side, indicating a rather delicate balance of power. Furthermore, Qin Jiang had exhibited remarkable composure throughout the encounter, leading the scarred man to speculate about the underlying circumstances. Such demeanor, coupled with an extensive network of connections, suggested that there was likely a substantial background behind him. Therefore, it became clear to the scarred man, Qin Jiang was not someone to provoke. He muttered to himself, perhaps this grudge should be let go. It's evident from his demeanor that he intends to let bygones be bygones, regardless of the depth of his connections. Even just by DUI was not someone he could afford to cross. The meager profit from a card reader was hardly worth the risk. He even contemplated whether he should cultivate a favorable relationship with Qin Jiang, potentially leveraging by DUI's connections. At the Academy Road, a serene calm enveloped the area. However, as time passed, the name of Heilong Company spread further, becoming synonymous with Qin Jiang. Yet, there were still others experiencing misfortune. Chapter 24. The Guardianship Enhancement Preparing for Demolition. Yize arrives to discuss buyback. Within Ye's trading company, Yize sat in his boss's chair, brimming with enthusiasm. Having received over 300,000 from Qin Jiang to swiftly establish his company, he had rapidly expanded his business in a short span of time. Given the current scale of his operations, he could easily earn tens of thousands. Yize mused, moreover, I could continue to scale up, introducing new industries to form a synergistic industrial chain, potentially leading to a monopolistic situation. Thus, my entrepreneurial venture will stand out not just on Academy Road, but even within Song City. The title of a young entrepreneur is likely to become a coveted asset, propelling him to greater heights. At this moment, he is consumed by visions of the future, while his heart brims with gratitude towards Qin Jiang for providing the initial funding. Without his timely financial assistance, he would not have been able to seize the opportunity so swiftly, nor would he have any inkling of how that foolish individual has managed the chemical factory. Just as he reaches the zenith of his excitement, a voice resonates. I will send you away 1,000 miles distant. The ringing of a phone interrupts his thoughts. Yi Zhe answers the call, his expression shifting from elation to disbelief. What? Uncle, what did you say? The higher-ups have approved the upgrade of a nursing school to a third-tier institution, and they want to expand the campus immediately to begin enrollment in the shortest time possible. I just received this news. It seems hospitals everywhere are in dire need of nurses, and they are uniting to submit applications. Additionally, I have reported your entrepreneurial venture, and we are selecting nursing colleges from the options presented. The voice on the other end is unmistakably filled with enthusiasm. Indeed, upgrading from vocational college to a third-tier institution is a colossal boon, one that could elevate his position as principal. After all, he is at a private institution. Otherwise, such an upgrade alone would significantly elevate his administrative rank. To say he could soar to great heights would not be an exaggeration. Yes, response. While this is certainly good news, if we're to upgrade to a third-tier institution, we will need to expand the campus and recruit new teachers, which will require a substantial amount of money. The cheerful voice of Yi Jikai replies, no worries. The shareholders of the school have heard about the upgrade to a third-tier institution. They are willing to drain their coffers for this opportunity. Moreover, the higher-ups will provide subsidies, and we can also apply for loans. Thus, you should promptly expand the scope of your company's business. This scale will undoubtedly allow your startup to reap significant benefits and rise to prominence, especially as the higher-ups currently place great importance on university students' entrepreneurial projects. Yesha, filled with excitement, envisions the immense benefits he could derive from this, far exceeding mere hundreds of thousands. Suddenly, a thought strikes him. The hardware chemical factory. Oh no, Uncle. The campus expansion will necessarily involve the chemical factory, but we have leased it out. Upon hearing this, Yi Jikai calmly replies, that is precisely why I called you. That location is crucial for the expansion. Go find Qin Jiang and inform him that the school has new plans for that land. Return the funds to him. Then, draft a new contract to lease the chemical factory to you. This way, all the profits will be yours. Splendid. Yi Zhe eagerly nods in agreement. He does not perceive this task as particularly challenging. After all, he believes Qin Jiang needs the chemical factory as a foundational site. And as long as he returns the funds, he can easily reclaim the land with a minimal compensation. With this thought in mind, he exchanges a few brief words with Yi Jikai before hanging up and promptly dialing Zhu Zhang's number. The vocational college, the Black Dragon Company. The place remains brightly lit, akin to daylight. Inside, dozens of subordinates occupy various positions, engaging in lively conversation while occasionally glancing toward the center. There, a young man dressed in a suit sits on a cold bench. It is Yi Zhe. To one side, Wang Tao leans casually against the armrest of a sofa, silently peeling an apple with a fruit knife while observing Yi Zhe. The atmosphere is suffocatingly tense. In a corner, a girl with green-dyed hair and wearing bean-shaped shoes stands. Her name is Bai Lu. She gazes curiously at everything in the room. This is her first time stepping into the interior of the Black Dragon Company. Although she had joined previously, she had never been inside. Now that she truly enters, her heart races with exhilaration, believing she has entered the core circle of the Black Dragon. It should be noted that the Black Dragon currently has hundreds of peripheral members, and only about 30 to 40 individuals can enter this room. Each one could be considered a brother in their own right. It is not long before she, too, will be addressed as sister. Bai Lu murmurs to herself, Sister Lu sounds so powerful. It won't be long now. Just as she is lost in thought, the door swings open with a loud bang. A young man with braids and a folding fan strides in slowly. Feng Yi, Feng Yi. Several brothers call out in unison. Zhu Zheng merely smiles and nods before making his way to the central position, sitting to the left of the three chairs. As Yi Zhe prepares to speak, outside, Qin Jiang enters with Si Jiao. Upon seeing them, the younger subordinates greet him in unison. Jiang Ge, Yang Yi. This time, their voices resonate with impressive vigor, and no one addresses Si Jiao as Ge. According to the unspoken rules of Qin Jiang's team, whenever he is present, he is to be addressed alone. This is a protocol established by Zhu Zheng to emphasize Qin Jiang's extraordinary status. Thus, Qin Jiang and Jiao take their seats in the central position under the watchful eyes of all. Jiao sits to the right. In the corner, Bai Lu's breath quickens with excitement upon Zhu Zhang's arrival, and when she sees Qin Jiang and Jiao enter, she feels an awakening within her. This is the scene. This is how a gang operates. No, it feels even more exhilarating than what is portrayed on screen. Television can only provide a glimpse. Experiencing it firsthand as an integral part of the inner circle allows her to truly grasp the allure of the moment. At this instant, she feels a surge of adrenaline. And fortunately, the attention of the entire room is focused on the center, leaving her unnoticed. Meanwhile, Yizhe nods at the three seated individuals. He has some understanding of Qin Jiang's team. The one who calls the shots is none other than the infamous Black Dragon, Qin Jiang. Beside him sits Zhu Zhang, known as Little Zhuge, and Jiao, who is referred to as War God. Together, these three are the leaders of the Black Dragon team. Below them, there are reportedly dozens of core members, along with many more peripheral students. Yizhe cannot help but feel astonished upon realizing the vast scale of Qin Jiang's team. He shakes his head inwardly. What a pity to have been born in the wrong era. Had he possessed such leadership skills in ancient times, he would not have been without achievements at a young age. In today's world, engaging in such antics would surely land him in trouble with law enforcement. Upon graduation, it would only be a matter of time before he finds himself in a government job. With this thought, he refrains from dwelling further and looks at Qin Jiang, stating directly, "I have come to discuss a business proposition." Chapter 25, Double the Penalty, 700,000? Too little. Business? What business? Qin Jiang inquires indifferently. It concerns the lease of the chemical factory. Frankly, it's just a dilapidated place, Yizhe articulates. However, some shareholders are dissatisfied with the school's assets being drained and plan to reclaim the land of the chemical factory. Those old fogies are out of their minds. I didn't want to come, but they insisted I relay their message. The contract is canceled, and I will strive to negotiate some compensation on behalf of the shareholders. At least a few tens of thousands. He presents himself with an air of superiority, as if he is delivering a lucrative opportunity. Yet, Qin Jiang's expression remains cold, accompanied by a smirk. A few tens of thousands? You think you can bribe a beggar with that? Though taken aback momentarily, Yizhe is not overly surprised. Given that Qin Jiang could afford to lease the chemical factory for hundreds of thousands, it is not unexpected that he would dismiss a few tens of thousands. He smiles and responds, "So, how much do you intend to ask for? I can consult with the shareholders. Perhaps if they hear of a high penalty for breach of contract, they might reconsider, making it easier for both of us." His words are evidently deliberate, aimed at advising Qin Jiang not to be overly greedy, as he does not wish to pay an exorbitant price. Qin Jiang calmly sips his tea. The Black Dragon Company is a legitimate enterprise. Everything must proceed according to the contract. Allow him to take a look at the contract. On one side, Zhu Zhang produced the contract and handed it to Yizhe. The breach of contract clause was clearly outlined when the contract was signed. Yizhe picked up the contract for inspection. He had scarcely glanced over it during the signing, as he had little regard for Qin Jiang and others, and even less for the chemical factory's land. Who could have anticipated the school's sudden elevation? Now, upon scrutinizing the contents, he discovered that the contract was exceedingly detailed. On the final page, he noted the breach of contract clause. In the event of a breach, a penalty of double the contract amount shall be incurred. Double. Yizhe's voice rose several decibels. What kind of joke is this? Double penalty? Are you aiming for the heavens? After all, double would amount to several 100,000. This was completely outside his plans. He had envisioned settling Qin Jiang for a maximum of 80 to 100,000. Impossible. Yesha declared emphatically. My shareholders would never consent to such an exorbitant penalty. Qin Jiang, uninterested in further discussion, waved his hand dismissively. Zhu Zhang barked, "Show him out." Immediately, Wang Tao and the other underlings closed in on Yizhe, as if prepared to throw him out should he refuse to leave. Yizhe's face flushed with anger. No one has ever asked for money like this. Have you lost your minds? Qin Jiang remained silent, thinking it futile to engage further. Was this truly an outrageous demand? One could only say that Yizhe had never encountered true adversity. Bang! Wang Tao's hand landed on Yizhe's shoulder. Let go, I can leave on my own. But Wang Tao paid him no heed, gripping his shoulder and dragging him toward the exit. With a swish, Yi Zhe was nearly sent tumbling. And though he wished to curse, the sight of dozens of underlings glaring at him caused him to swallow his words. His instincts told him that saying anything further could lead to a beating. As the saying goes, under the eaves, one must bow their head. Yi Zhe had no choice but to return to the school to discuss matters with his uncle. Meanwhile, Qin Jiang and his two companions remained seated in their positions, utterly calm, as if the previous encounter had been nothing of consequence. The remaining underlings were in a state of exhilaration, having just witnessed the events unfold. Subduing Yi Zhe was trivial. What excited them was the mention of a breach penalty, double. Did this not mean that should Yi Zhe attempt to breach the contract, the Black Dragon Company would receive a penalty of 700,000? Moreover, the cost of the chemical factory contract was merely in the millions. A million. Even in 2010, that was no small sum, especially for students. Not to mention how quickly things had escalated, from Qin Jiang merely running a card reader business to this in just a month. Huff, huff. Many underlings were even panting with excitement. Money, the cornerstone of all endeavors. For a group to thrive, money plays an irreplaceable role. And now they were on the cusp of acquiring wealth. At this moment, Qin Jiang understood precisely what these individuals were thinking and recognized their loyalty and courage. The only thing lacking was experience. All of this could be cultivated. He spoke, I know what you are all pondering, but let me assure you, a mere million is insignificant. Not only is it unworthy of the future Black Dragon, but even the current Black Dragon finds it lacking. I can only say that within a month, Black Dragon will undergo a metamorphosis, and you will ascend to a new echelon. A promising echelon. Gulp, gulp. The underlings could not help but swallow hard. Although they struggled to grasp the full meaning of Qin Jiang's words, the uncertainty invigorated them. Qin Jiang offered no further explanation. In due time, they would come to understand. Some pretenses must be maintained for the thrill of it. This would leave a profound impression on his subordinates, thereby strengthening their unwavering trust in him. During this period, all employees officially registered with the Black Dragon Company were to remain at the school, prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. A significant operation was imminent. Qin Jiang issued the command without any dissent, and instead his followers buzzed with eager anticipation, knowing that their brother Jiang would not promise anything trivial. With a wave of his hand, Qin Jiang instructed, everyone may leave, except for Bai Lu. The underlings exchanged puzzled glances at Bai Lu before departing, leaving only her standing there in confusion. She gazed at the remaining 3 individuals in the room, primarily focusing on Qin Jiang. She had 2 main reasons for joining the Black Dragon. First, Qin Jiang had saved her, instilling a sense of special connection. Second, she held a great yearning for the world of the underbelly. However, since joining Black Dragon, she had refrained from approaching Qin Jiang too closely, fearing expulsion. Now that she was left alone, she felt anxious. Could it be that they truly intend to expel me? That would shatter my dreams. No, absolutely not. Even if it meant clinging stubbornly, she would not be driven away. Resolving this in her mind, she approached Qin Jiang and declared, I won't leave. I want to stick with you. With a hint of a tear in her eye, she added, is someone like me even fit for this world? Qin Jiang teased her lightly before saying, fear not, no one will cast you away. Once you enter the company, it's as deep as the ocean. Since you have joined the Black Dragon Company, one cannot simply walk away. You won't let me go? Bai Lu asked, astonished. Then why keep me here? Qin Jiang replied, once you're in the Black Dragon, you must understand the rules. What rules? Bai Lu inquired. Every individual must contribute to the team. What can you contribute? She stammered. I can pay. Is that acceptable? Chapter 26. Persuading Bai Lu. Penalty. 700,000. Money? Qin Jiang shook his head. Do you think the Black Dragon Company lacks funds? Besides, merely paying to become a core member is hardly substantial. Bai Lu's face paled. She genuinely did not know what she could offer to the Black Dragon Company. Fighting? She was utterly incapable of that. Her presence would only complicate matters. Strategizing? She was even less suited for that. She simply lacked the cleverness. Throughout her life, apart from studying, she had no notable skills to speak of. Wait, She was adept at playing the rogue in dungeons. Just as she was about to mention this talent, she fell silent, realizing that it was better left unsaid. In that moment, she felt a wave of despair. She could not find a reason to stay and felt unwilling to surrender. Just as she was on the brink of hopelessness, Qin Jiang asked, "What is your major in college?" "Accounting," she responded. "How well did you study?" "It was decent," she answered. Qin Jiang tapped his fingers on the table for a moment before saying, "I see potential in you and can tell you genuinely want to make something of yourself. I have a task for you. If you succeed, there may very well be a chair for you in this room from now on." "What?" Bailu's eyes widened in disbelief. The temptation Qin Jiang offered was immense. Having a seat in this room signified something profound. To date, there were only 3 individuals in the entire team who had chairs, and even someone as renowned as Wang Tao could only occasionally lean against the backrest. A chair. This meant she would be part of the true leadership. Sister Lu. Just the thought of being addressed as Sister Lu by hundreds made her heart race with anticipation. She turned to Qin Jiang, resolutely stating, "Whatever the task is, Brother Jiang, just say the word. I will face any challenge, even if it means climbing mountains or crossing seas." Qin Jiang calmly outlined the task. "Return to school, study diligently, and obtain your accountant qualification certificate." What? Bailu even believed she had misheard. Study. The task was to focus on her studies. Yes, it was indeed about learning. Qin Jiang stated directly, "For a team to thrive completely, merely having a large number of brothers is insufficient. Money is the true path to success. Without it, all is mere talk. Money and brotherhood are the lifeblood of the Black Dragon. While we are not short on loyal brothers, those who understand finance and are wholeheartedly devoted to the Black Dragon are scarce. I am determined to entrust the second lifeline of the Black Dragon to you. Once you have mastered your studies, you shall wield the financial power of the Black Dragon. At that time, a seat at the Black Dragon will naturally be yours. I hope you will not disappoint me." Bailu stood frozen in place, although she sensed something was amiss. Her mind was entirely consumed by the grand vision Qin Jiang had painted. To oversee the finances of the Black Dragon, to sit in the esteemed position of the Black Dragon, she, Sister Lu, would become an indispensable presence in the Black Dragon. Bailu felt as though her years of dreams were on the verge of realization. How could she not be elated? "Sister, I will also become a sister." Bailu nodded. "I will return to school and study diligently, aiming to obtain my accounting qualification as soon as possible. I will surely manage the finances of the Black Dragon well. Brother Jiang, I am immensely grateful for this opportunity. From this moment on, I am your little brother, ready to heed your commands and brave any challenges. Indeed, I have faith in you." Qin Jiang nodded in encouragement. Bailu departed. She left with a sense of purpose. Her heart set on returning to school swiftly, completing her studies, and obtaining her certification to become the sister. Before leaving, she inquired if she could return during her studies, to which Qin Jiang readily assured her that she could come back anytime. She would forever remain a part of the Black Dragon Company. Moreover, during her academic tenure, the Black Dragon Company would continue to pay her salary, signifying that she was learning for the company. Upon hearing this, Bailu felt no lingering worries as she left. Outside, as Bailu stepped out, several peripheral members of the Black Dragon passed by and called out to her, "Sister Lu, Sister Lu," though their voices were sparse. They brought a radiant smile to Bailu's face, and she joyfully sprinted toward school, even removing the colorful wig atop her head midway. "Brother Jiang, are you merely spinning tales for her?" Zhu Zheng inquired, watching Bailu depart. "Look at her. If she truly learns something and possesses a flair for finance, entrusting her with the Black Dragon's finances is not out of the question." Qin Jiang replied nonchalantly, "If she cannot manage, then consider it just a transaction with her brother." Zhu Zheng nodded, then shifted the topic. "Brother Jiang, are you certain the guardhouse is about to upgrade to a tertiary institution and expand its campus?" "Absolutely," Qin Jiang affirmed. Zhu Zheng was taken aback. No wonder his older brother insisted on contracting the chemical factory. It turned out he had received insider information and was ahead of the guardhouse in this regard. He refrained from probing deeper into the source of the information, for a wise person knows what to ask and what to leave be. Instead, he stated, as long as the guardhouse is expanding, it must involve the chemical factory. It's no surprise that Yi Zhe came to gather information today. Brother Jiang, what is your intent with this? Qin Jiang responded calmly. The Black Dragon is a legitimate company. Understood. Zhu Zheng nodded, comprehending that Qin Jiang's intention was to conduct all matters according to regulations and contracts, even if it meant imposing double penalties for breach of contract on the guardhouse. Of course, this did not refer to merely doubling the annual contracted amount, but rather the total penalty for a decade's worth of fees. After all, the contract was signed for 10 years. This amounted to a whopping 7 million in penalties. Even with Zhu Zheng's mature mindset, it was hard for him to remain composed. 7 million. Such a colossal figure. Moreover, the initial investment in the chemical factory was merely 350,000, resulting in a staggering 20-fold profit in a mere fortnight. Who could remain calm in such circumstances? Qin Jiang, however, remained unfazed. 7 million is merely a number. Furthermore, such exorbitant profits are a one-time affair. Once this opportunity passes, there will be no more. Yet, with this capital, other plans can be set into motion. Zhu Zheng pondered, the guardhouse will certainly not take this sitting down. A few million in profits is sufficient to incite some chaos. We must prepare in advance. I will arrange for people to rotate shifts at the chemical factory to prevent the guardhouse from resorting to desperate measures. Qin Jiang nodded in agreement. Zhu Zheng was quick-witted. He grasped concepts instantaneously. He could even extrapolate, showcasing skills that could thrive in any industry. Alas, he was naturally drawn to the underworld and its intricacies. Qin Jiang did not disclose to him his future plans for a business model, as some transformations must occur subtly. Nearby, Wei Biao remained calm, spinning 2 iron balls in his hands, producing a creaking sound now and then. Qin Jiang could not help but chuckle softly. Although Jiao appeared imposing and fierce, resembling a fearsome enforcer of law and order, he still possessed a childlike heart and kindness. In his youth, he was often bullied and referred to as a big oaf. Had it not been for Qin Jiang's protection, one could only imagine how things would have turned out. His current demeanor was a deliberate manifestation orchestrated by Qin Jiang. Noticing Qin Jiang's gaze, the stoic Jiao broke into a simple smile and said, Brother Jiang, I want to go to a cat CAF and play with cats. Indeed, Jiao had a fondness for cats, a profound affection for them. Let us go. We're going now. Chapter 27. The legal letter arrives. Lu Ruyan is bewildered. Guardhouse. Yi Jikai sipped his tea, muttering, I never expected that kid to have such an insatiable appetite. Did you let anything slip? Yi Zhe shook his head, no. I merely mentioned that the shareholders of the school opposed the plan to reclaim the chemical factory, offering a few tens of thousands as compensation. Who would have thought he would demand double the penalty, amounting to hundreds of thousands? He must be out of his mind, thinking money is that easy to earn. Yi Jikai fell into deep thought once more. After a moment, he said, continue discussions with him, and try to persuade him to lower the penalty so we can retrieve the contract promptly. If absolutely necessary, we will pay him the double penalty. But there's no room for buts. Yi Jikai interrupted Yi Zhe. The documents for the guardhouse's upgrade to a tertiary institution will be issued soon. Once that kid catches wind of it, double penalties will be the least of our concerns. It may well lead to some trouble. As he spoke, he retrieved a contract from the drawer below. This is the newly drafted contract, transferring the chemical factory to you, dated half a month ago. Yi Jikai added, this way, I can secure the maximum benefit for you, and those shareholders will not refuse. The school's upgrade is too significant for them to nitpick over these details. How much can we earn? Yi Zhe asked greedily, eyeing the contract. 2 to 3 million should not pose a problem. 2 to 3 million. Yi Zhe felt his breath quicken. Although he came from a well-off family and was not short of money, the prospect of earning 2 to 3 million during his venture was exhilarating. With such funds, his business empire would expand exponentially. Moreover, his status within the family would rise. Perhaps it would even earn him the respect of his father. With this thought in mind, he did not hesitate to head out. Qin Jiang, consider this a small investment from you. I'll let you taste some of the soup. However, he had no idea that Qin Jiang sought not just soup, but also meat, leaving no bone or sinew untouched. At the University of Science and Technology, In the girls' dormitory, Lu Rian sat by the window, applying her eyebrow makeup. While several female classmates chattered excitedly, "Rian, I heard a wealthy second-generation student from off-campus asked you out, and he drives a luxury car. Is that true?" Needless to say, it must be true. Can't you see Ruyin is in the midst of her makeup? Perhaps she is already giggling. Alas, our campus belle has been whisked away. And if those boys were to find out, they would surely spend their days in tears. In an instant, several female classmates grew increasingly animated as they spoke. Up ahead, Lu Ruyin listened to their inquiries without responding, her focus solely on applying a delicate touch of makeup. After a few minutes, she finally spoke calmly. "Do not spread baseless rumors. That boy and I are merely friends, having shared only a few meals together." Her eyes flickered with indignation. Yes, indignation. Ever since Qin Jiang had refused to send her money, compelling her to resort to borrowing from her admirers, her reputation had suffered. Some astute boys had awakened to the reality and ceased their sycophantic ways, a development Lu Ruyin found intolerable. Moreover, losing her financial benefactor, Qin Jiang, left her, accustomed as she was to extravagance, in a precarious financial situation. In order to maintain her aloof, high-status image at school, she had to seek out a new target. The individual she was about to meet was indeed a new prospect. However, she found him unsatisfactory. He was a troublesome and rather stingy character, and after several dates, all she garnered were minimal benefits at the cost of her dignity, which sickened her. This made her yearn for the obedient Qin Jiang, who was easily pleased with just a smile. Lu Ruyin thought to herself, "Qin Jiang, you truly have done well. It has been nearly a month since you last acknowledged me. Fine, let us see how long you can maintain this silence. If you think you can ignore me indefinitely, I'll give you credit for that." Just as she was lost in thought, her roommate's voice broke through. "Ruyin, I have a package for you." At the sound, both Lu Ruyin and her roommates turned to look. It had been quite some time since Lu Ruyin had received a package. In 2010, deliveries were not yet commonplace. Items were primarily hand-delivered, and courier services were scarce, with packages typically left at the school gate. Lu Ruyin was the only one in the dorm known for frequently receiving packages, and everyone was aware of the sender, her most devoted admirer, Qin Jiang. However, since a month prior, the flow of packages had ceased, leading the other girls to speculate about the sender. Lu Ruyin, appearing composed, inquired, "Who is it from?" "Qin Jiang," came the reply. Upon hearing his name, the expressions of several girls shifted to one of knowing surprise. Lu Ruyin's face lit up momentarily before she quickly composed herself, turning back to continue her makeup application, saying, "Open it." Internally, she scoffed, Qin Jiang still thinks he is impressive. In reality, he is dutifully sending me gifts. But does he think that a month of silence followed by a few gifts will earn my forgiveness? Not a chance. He better brace himself for a reckoning. Simultaneously, she was already calculating how to spend the money from her admirer. A handbag, a necklace, a bracelet, luxury cosmetics. Moreover, she insisted they open it publicly. Feeling her reputation in the dorm was somewhat tarnished, and seeking to restore her former standing. While she was lost in her fantasies, a sudden, startling scream jolted her, causing her to shudder. She turned to her reflection in the mirror, her brows furrowed in irritation. What with the commotion? Never seen a fine gift before? Yet, she soon sensed something was amiss. The girls clustered around the package wore peculiar expressions, a mix of astonishment and complexity in their gazes. An instinct told her something was off. Lu Ruyin rose and approached, demanding, "What is going on? What's in the package?" No one answered her. Only the roommate holding the package silently showed it to her. As she gazed at the thin parcel, Lu Ruyin's expression froze. The package was exceedingly thin, resembling a mere sheet of paper. What kind of gift could possibly fit in such a package? Could it be cash? Yet, how much cash could it possibly hold? With a heart full of confusion, Lu Ruyin took the package and opened it, revealing nothing but a single sheet of paper. The three bold characters at the top rendered her motionless. Legal notice. Addressed to Ms. Lu Ruyin, the Songjiang Jinhua law firm, on behalf of Qin Jiang, issues this legal notice regarding your overdue debt. Based on the statements and materials provided by the client, she could no longer bear to read further. feeling as though a colossal hammer had struck her, nearly causing her to collapse. She had never anticipated that rather than receiving a gift or an apology, Qin Jiang would send her a legal notice demanding repayment of a staggering sum, 50,000. The eyebrow pencil slipped from her grasp and fell to the ground. But she paid it no mind, her lips repeatedly murmuring, "Why is this happening? What does Qin Jiang truly want?" Chapter 28. Lu Ruyan was blocked outside the vocational school. Immediately, her dorm mates regarded her with peculiar expressions. As her roommates, they had spent countless hours with Lu Ruyan and were privy to certain details. They understood that her high spending was not derived from writing fees, as she had never written in the dorm, so where could the money come from? It was clear, Qin Jiang. They also recalled the last time Lu Ruyan had purchased a phone. It had seemingly caused a rift between her and Qin Jiang. Since then, her spending had markedly diminished. She had started to conserve her cosmetics and began accepting invitations from some boys to dine out or even watch movies. Now, seeing the legal notice from Qin Jiang, there was no need for further discussion. Yet in this era, university students tended to be naive, often believing that Qin Jiang and Lu Ruyan were merely experiencing relationship troubles. Thus, they could not help but offer words of comfort. "Ruyan, don't be too disheartened. Qin Jiang is just trying to scare you. How could someone who likes you so much truly demand repayment? Rest assured, the money you spent was given by Qin Jiang, not earned from writing fees. We'll keep this under wraps." However, they added, "But Ruyan, you have indeed spent too much of his money. 50,000 is an astronomical figure. To these students, that amount was indeed considerable. Many of their parents worked an entire year without earning such a sum. Yet Lu Ruyan had spent it so easily, and the legal notice merely reflected the transferred amount, not accounting for the various gifts Qin Jiang had sent her. This led to a sense of discomfort among them. Upon hearing these words of consolation, Lu Ruyan reacted like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, snapping back, "Shut up, Wang Yun. You wouldn't dare speak up if a third party intruded upon your relationship. What gives you the right to talk here? Anle, I know you have a crush on the PE teacher, so don't think I'm oblivious. And you, Sun Zhu, looking as plump as a pig, struggling to climb a flight of stairs, yet you fantasize about romance every day." A barrage of insults left her roommates pale-faced. Some even began to sob quietly. Soon, the girls turned and exited the dormitory. Within the room, only Lu Ruyan and the roommate who had brought back the package remained. Her name was Wang Qi, one of Lu Ruyan's closer friends. Lu Ruyan gazed at her, opening her mouth but failing to articulate anything, her grip tightening around the legal notice. Wang Qi spoke gently. "They were just concerned about you, and they wanted to gossip about today's events." Lu Ruyan remained silent. Her prideful nature would not allow her to endure such humiliation, nor would she permit others to revel in her misfortune, which was why she had lashed out at her roommates earlier. It was her defense mechanism. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Qi added, "Have you been too distant with Qin Jiang lately? Or is there something going on with him over in the North District? Songjiang is the provincial capital, and there are many beautiful women. Though Qin Jiang's academic performance may leave much to be desired, his appearance was rather pleasing, and he once garnered the affection of several female admirers at our school. Moreover, with you absent from her line of sight, it was only a matter of time before complications arose. Perhaps, as Wang Qi suggested, it was inevitable." Lu Ruyan's eyes narrowed slightly, as if she had begun to perceive the underlying truth. Ever since Qin Jiang enrolled in a vocational college, the two had met only once during the summer break, when he insisted on seeing her before returning home. Subsequently, their interactions had dwindled to sporadic communications initiated by one party or the other. Initially, she thought little of it, having grown accustomed to Qin Jiang's unwavering devotion. However, Wang Qi's words jolted her into realizing that they were no longer classmates, thus unable to meet daily. Naturally, over time, this could lead to misunderstandings, and it was highly probable that Qin Jiang had succumbed to the charms of some other flirtatious woman. "No way." Lu Ruyan shook her head vehemently. "Qin Jiang is my devoted admirer. I cannot allow anyone else to encroach upon what is mine." She even suspected that the lawyer's letter was a deliberate ploy from Qin Jiang, intended to provoke her for not reaching out. It seemed that he had learned the art of manipulation during his time away. Oomph. although Lu Ruyan held a hint of disdain. She understood that failing to offer him some sweetness might result in losing Qin Jiang for good. Losing him was not the true concern. The real fear lay in the absence of someone who would unconditionally adore her. Moreover, in her pride, she had long regarded Qin Jiang as her trophy. She could not tolerate anyone attempting to seize him away. With this thought in mind, she picked up her eyebrow pencil once more and approached the window to correct her previously skewed makeup. Rising to her feet, she declared, "I shall go find him." She resolved to immediately head to Songjiang to reclaim her devoted admirer, leaving any thoughts of that miserly second-generation heir for another time. Wang Qi, initially astonished, soon came to understand her determination. Lu Ruyan instructed, "Please help me request a leave of absence from the teacher, stating that my pet dog has passed away, and I must return to attend its funeral." Wang Qi replied, "What an impressive excuse. A vocational college." Upon alighting from the taxi, Lu Ruyan surveyed the modestly sized institution before her, an expression of disdain crossing her features. Her own academic performance was commendable. She was enrolled in a 211 university. She held the vocational college, a place for those who had faltered in the Gaokao, in utter contempt. Naturally, Qin Jiang, also studying at a vocational institution, was even less worthy of her consideration. Had it not been for his attentive adoration and generous spending, she would have long ceased all contact with him. Frowning, she pondered how to locate Qin Jiang, only to discover that he had blocked her number. Frustrated, she attempted to call Wei Biao, only to find him similarly unavailable. Ultimately, she approached the school gates and inquired, "Excuse me, where's the classroom?" The security guard, Old Wang, asked, "Are you the new intern teacher?" It was understandable that Old Wang would question her, as Lu Ruyan's attire did not resemble that of a student. Her makeup and designer handbag presented a more sophisticated image. Lu Ruyan's presence quickly drew the attention of the male students at the vocational college, their gazes filled with fervor. With her exquisite features enhanced by makeup and her elegant long dress paired with high heels, she resembled a city belle, an irresistible allure to the young men at the vocational school. Even a few young security guards found themselves stealing glances at Lu Ruyan, some blushing when she caught their eyes. Lu Ruyan, accustomed to such attention, relished being the center of admiration. She tossed her hair and stated, "I am here to find someone." Old Wang replied, "Who are you looking for? A teacher from his class?" Lu Ruyan clarified, "I am looking for a student." Old Wang suggested, "Why not call him and have him come out? The school does not allow outsiders to enter freely." Lu Ruyan's expression faltered. Another phone call, but she needed to be able to reach him. As she contemplated her next move, she noticed a young man in formal attire, carrying a briefcase, approaching slowly, prompting her to take a second look. Though not conventionally handsome, he possessed an aura of professionalism that she found appealing. The newcomer was none other than Yi Zhe. He also noticed Lu Ruyan, captivated by her beauty, stealing an extra glance and involuntarily smiling. However, he stifled the urge to greet her. His priority was to finalize the contract. After all, a few million was far more significant than a mere woman. Old Wang did not impede Yi Zhe's entry, and Lu Ruyan pointed at him, asking, "Is he a student at your school?" Old Wang responded, "No, he is from the school next door." Lu Ruyan queried, "Then why is he allowed inside?" Old Wang explained, "Because he is here to see Qin Jiang." Lu Ruyan was taken aback. "What? He is here to see Qin Jiang? So he could just waltz in?" A wave of confusion washed over her. Instinctively, she sensed that something was amiss, but she brushed it aside and declared, "I'm also here to find Qin Jiang." Old Wang inquired, "And you are?" Lu Ruyan retorted, "Guess who I am?" Old Wang replied, "I won't waste my time guessing." Though he acknowledged Lu Ruyan's beauty, at nearly 60, he lacked the youthful impulse to be swayed by it. After a moment's hesitation, he waved his hand, saying, "Go on in." Lu Ruyan dashed into the campus, following Yi Zhe's retreating figure as he entered a building on the left. She glanced up at the sign above. Below it, a vertical sign affixed to the wall read, "Heilong Liability Company, Limited Heilong Company?" How could there be a company within the school? Lu Ruyan murmured. And that person mentioned looking for Qin Jiang yet arrived at Heilong Company. Could it be that Qin Jiang is working there? As she continued to speculate, she witnessed Yi Zhe being forcibly ejected from the building, his demeanor one of indignation as he protested. "I came here to conduct business. What is this about?" He sounded aggrieved. 50,000 in compensation isn't enough? Aren't you afraid of greed, leading to your downfall? Get lost. Qin Jiang exclaimed, fanning himself impatiently. A mere 50,000? Do you take Heilong for beggars? Everything must adhere to the contract. This time, Brother Jiang is showing you some leniency. Leave on your own accord. Or don't blame us for throwing you out. As a couple of henchmen rolled up their sleeves, ready to intervene, Yi Zai's face turned pale. Although he held the title of captain of the security team, he commanded only a handful of students. The majority of the security personnel were female, and their sole duty was to patrol the campus and ensure student safety. Though the group seemed substantial, when faced with Qin Jiang, the infamous bully of the school, they would not dare act. Thus, he found himself powerless in this situation. Should they throw him out, he would be utterly humiliated. With a cold snort, Yi Zai turned on his heel and left. As he passed by Lu Ruyan, he did not spare her a glance. His mind was consumed with anger and thoughts on his next steps. Similarly, Lu Ruyan did not look at him. Her mind was racing, processing the myriad of information. Business dealings? 50,000? Treating it like a beggar's pittance? With her keen intellect, she gleaned from those few fragmented exchanges that Heilong Company was far from ordinary. They regarded tens of thousands with disdain. At that moment, Heilong Company stirred considerable intrigue within her, prompting her to ponder what Qin Jiang could possibly be doing there. Just moments ago, Yi Zai had clearly come to find Qin Jiang. Why was he at this company? Qin Jiang. Heilong. Could there be a connection? Was it possible that Qin Jiang was working for Heilong Company? As these thoughts swirled in her mind, her footsteps remained unhalted as she moved closer to Heilong Company, catching the attention of many onlookers. At the entrance, Wang Tao, who was smoking, caught sight of Lu Ruyan and paused, feeling an odd sense of familiarity, as if he had seen her somewhere before, until Lu Ruyan approached and spoke. "Hello, may I ask if Qin Jiang is here? I am his high school classmate here to see him." High school classmate? Wait a moment. Wang Tao suddenly recalled who this person was. Lu Ruyan, his former sister-in-law. He had seen her photograph before. Qin Jiang often asked him to buy gifts to send to her. It had only been a month since he stopped making those purchases. Upon hearing that Lu Ruyan was looking for Qin Jiang, the underlings who had been fixated on her immediately averted their gaze, forcibly redirecting their attention. "Looking for Brother Jiang." Wang Tao said, "Brother Jiang is not here. Please have a seat in the office for now." "All right." Lu Ruyan hesitated before nodding. Wang Tao led Lu Ruyan into the office, where 2 or 3 dozen underlings were gathered. Upon seeing Wang Tao enter with a beautiful woman, their gazes shifted toward them. Wang Tao waved his hand. "What are you staring at? Get out." The group of underlings, not daring to hesitate, turned and exited. This scene left Lu Ruyan in a state of confusion. Judging from Wang Tao's authoritative demeanor, it was evident he held a significant position, yet he still referred to Qin Jiang as Brother Jiang. Could it be that he was also one of Qin Jiang's subordinates? Then those dozens of people must also be Qin Jiang's underlings. How had he managed to gather so many at the vocational school? What was he doing within the Black Dragon Company? Surely, he must be keeping watch over something. Perhaps that was indeed the case. She rapidly speculated the unfolding drama. Wang Tao, oblivious to her thoughts, pointed to the central sofa across from him. "Please sit. Brother Jiang should be back soon." Lu Ruyan sat down, her mind beginning to strategize. She cared not whether Qin Jiang was involved in underworld activities or was merely serving as muscle. What mattered was that he seemed to be doing quite well. This implied that he was not lacking in financial resources. If she could just bring this devoted admirer back in her life, she could once again enjoy a good standard of living. As time slowly passed, just as Lu Ruyan began to grow impatient, a sudden commotion from outside broke her reverie. Startled, she rose and peered out the window, her gaze frozen. 3 figures were approaching. On the left was a tall, intimidating bald man, over 6 feet tall, Wei Biao. Lu Ruyan immediately recognized him. He had been inseparable from Qin Jiang during high school, and after Qin Jiang got into a fight and was forced to leave, Wei Biao had followed suit. On the right stood a youthful girl clad in a white shirt and jeans, exuding vitality. It was Bai Lu. She had returned to school and, under Qin Jiang's guidance, had shed her previous delinquent attire. Bai Lu had not resisted this change. As long as someone called her sister, she was indifferent to what she wore. Ultimately, Lu Ruoyan's gaze landed on the man in the center, dressed in a sharp suit, with a chiseled face, neatly styled hair, and deep-set eyes that exuded an indescribable sense of authority. Everyone around him bowed their heads in deference. Brother Jiang. Brother Jiang. This was Qin Jiang. Lu Ruoyan could hardly believe her eyes. She struggled to reconcile this figure before her with the once scruffy, single-eyed Qin Jiang she had known. They appeared to be entirely different individuals. Yet the unwavering presence of Wei Biao and the respectful addresses from those around confirmed the truth. After a long pause, she finally exclaimed, "Has time truly changed a person so much?" Her gaze then shifted to Bai Lu. "It seems this woman has enticed Qin Jiang away. And they're close." Surely not. She quickly dismissed the thought. Even with her pride, she had to acknowledge that Bai Lu was quite attractive and radiated youthful vigor. Thus, she found it hard to believe that Bai Lu could genuinely be interested in Qin Jiang. She likely viewed him merely as a cash dispenser. A cash dispenser? How could two people share one? In a flash, she grabbed her bag and rushed out to confront Qin Jiang. Disappointment etched on her face as she gazed at him and Bai Lu. "Qin Jiang, I came all this way to the vocational university to see you, hoping to offer you an opportunity, yet you have utterly disappointed me." At that moment, Lu Ruoyan's expression mirrored that of a jilted lover. Angry, wronged, sad, frustrated by his lack of ambition. With that, she picked up her bag and, without looking back, ran off, determined to leave. However, no one noticed that as she turned. A smile crept onto her lips. "Ah, my dear, you will regret this." Based on her past experiences with Qin Jiang, she knew that if she acted a bit petulant, he would be quick to apologize and beg for forgiveness. Now, she had made it clear she had come to give him a chance, only to find him with another woman, a crushing disappointment. Following the normal course of events, she anticipated that Qin Jiang would chase after her, stopping her to explain that there was nothing between him and that woman, imploring her to give him another chance. Thus, she could indulge her little whims to reclaim the devoted admirer and take advantage of the situation to extract a sincere apology from him. As for Bai Lu, she hardly regarded her as a threat. She was clearly a Na'vi girl, incapable of competing with her cunning. Yet, after running a few steps, she suddenly froze. For no shouts or pleas followed her. Silence. An eerie silence. She turned back to look. To her surprise, Qin Jiang was watching her with a playful expression. What was going on? Why hadn't he chased after her? Instead, he regarded her with that bemused look. Did he not understand the implication of her words? What should she do? She felt caught between running or staying, ultimately yielding to the importance of her devoted admirer, turning back to face Qin Jiang, pointing at Bai Lu, and demanding, "Who is she?" Qin Jiang's expression turned cold. "What does it matter to you?" Lu Ruoyan was taken aback. What was happening? When had he dared to speak to her in such a manner? Was he still the Qin Jiang who once trembled at her presence? "Qin Jiang." Lu Ruoyan's body trembled slightly with anger. "I am giving you one last chance. Make her disappear from my sight immediately, and you will apologize to me. Otherwise, I will sever all ties with you and never speak to you again." Qin Jiang laughed artily. "Ah, double happiness. I hope you mean what you say. By the way, why are you here? To return money? Just give it to her." He gestured toward Bai Lu. Lu Ruoyan was astounded. She even doubted her own ears. After saying such harsh words, Qin Jiang remained completely unfazed, as if she were speaking to a wall. Furthermore, the way he looked at Bai Lu, instructing her to receive the money, was nothing short of utter humiliation. She genuinely wanted to retort and storm off. Yet, her instincts warned her that if she acted on that impulse, she might completely lose Qin Jiang and never regain his favor. Lu Ruoyan murmured to herself, "Could it be that I have truly neglected Qin Jiang during this time, causing him to harbor resentment and seek solace in Bai Lu? Or perhaps, having received no comfort from me, he had lost patience and been lured away by another?" She recalled the words of her former roommate before leaving. Qin Jiang is a man. Men have dignity and desires, especially since he is no longer in the county. Out there, he can easily obtain things that he cannot find with you, which will surely create a rebellious mindset. In such circumstances, It was vital to soften her stance. Softening. This option had never crossed Lu Ruoyan's mind before. Yet, seeing Qin Jiang's cold demeanor, completely disregarding her, she gritted her teeth and made her decision. She, Lu Ruoyan, could not tolerate losing her devoted admirer to another. Thus, her expression transformed from anger to a semblance of contrition. Qin Jiang, I know that neglecting you during this time was my fault, but I've been busy preparing for the competition. Whenever I have a moment, I come see you. I heard that a new movie has recently been released. Shall we go watch it together? Together? Watch a movie? Qin Jiang gazed at Lu Ruoyan, slightly leaning forward. What is our relationship? You wish to invite me to a movie? What relationship? Lu Ruoyan was momentarily taken aback and instinctively replied, friends. Ah! Qin Jiang couldn't help but laugh out loud. He was laughing at how foolish he had been to be beguiled by a girl like Lu Ruoyan. Just how much disdain did she hold for him, that even at this point, she could merely utter, friends? She truly was unwilling to offer even a hint of sweetness. It could be said that among Lu Ruoyan's numerous admirers, Qin Jiang had invested the most while reaping the least. She had truly played him like a fiddle. Shaking his head, Qin Jiang turned his gaze away from Lu Ruoyan, no longer willing to engage with her, not even uttering another word. His return to life was not for the sake of salvaging romance or sentimental ties, but rather to lead his brothers in the pursuit of wealth. With a swift motion, he turned away, dismissively waving his hand. Let her go. Remember, she owes money and must repay every last cent. If she refuses, let the consequences be what they may. Having said that, he paid no heed to Lu Ruoyan's astonished expression and turned to leave. Lu Ruoyan, realizing the gravity of the situation, hurriedly tried to stop him. Qin Jiang, what do you mean? Qin Jiang. However, her path was obstructed by Wang Tao, who stood in front of her, his previous smile now replaced with a stern expression. It was clear that he had initially believed Lu Ruoyan still had ties to his elder brother. Perhaps she would once again become his sister-in-law. Therefore, he had spoken kindly, now that it was evident Lu Ruoyan would no longer be his sister-in-law. And given Qin Jiang's evident disdain for her, he naturally wore a displeased countenance. Lu Ruoyan, why are you blocking me? Wang Tao, you owe brother Jiang 50,000 yuan. When will you repay it? You must provide an explanation today. Lu Ruoyan, explanation? What explanation? That money was given to me voluntarily by Qin Jiang. Repay? She shouted. Qin Jiang, are you still a man? Is this how you bully a woman? Demanding repayment. Have you no shame? Qin Jiang, come out. Little Qin, you bastard. In her fury, she began to curse loudly. Lu Ruoyan not only did not cease her outburst, but raised her voice even further, as if Qin Jiang were an ungrateful wretch, akin to a modern-day chinshimi. Suddenly, a cold voice emanated from within the room. Slap her. Slap. Slap. The sound of two crisp slaps echoed in everyone's ears. Ouch. Lu Ruoyan let out a wail, stumbling back 2 steps, nearly falling, covering her face in disbelief as she looked at Bai Lu. Indeed, it was Bai Lu who had struck, causing Wang Tao, who had already raised his hand, to slowly retract it. You dare to hit me? My mother has never hit me. Lu Ruoyan was on the verge of madness. Having been adored and pursued by countless individuals since childhood, she had never been slapped, especially in public. Bai Lu disdainfully remarked, You think you deserve to call brother Jiang Lil Qin? I'll deal with you. Lu Ruoyan, nearly insane, charged at Bai Lu. Wang Tao waved his hand, and a few of his subordinates stepped forward to restrain Lu Ruoyan, disregarding her struggles and throwing her out of the school. Bang! Lu Ruoyan fell to the ground, covered in dirt and dust. Simultaneously, Wang Tao's voice rang out. Just 3 days. If you do not repay your debt in 3 days, you shall bear the consequences. Chapter 31, Qin Jiang. Eat the contract. And it's yours to keep. Lu Ruoyan looked at Wang Tao. I want to see Qin Jiang. Let me see him. I have something to say to him. Having reached this point, Lu Ruoyan also realized that her previous conversation with Qin Jiang had gone awry. Not only had it failed to rekindle his affection, but it had also awakened his rebellious spirit. Thus, she planned to meet Qin Jiang and utter some words of submission. Wang Tao, uninterested, turned to leave, casually instructing the security guard, Don't let her back in. Don't go. I want to see Qin Jiang. Lu Ruoyan sprang up. attempting to rush back into the campus. This time, she was stopped by the security guard. This is a place of education. You cannot enter freely, so please leave. No matter what Lu Ruyin said, the guard shook his head, refusing her entry. Taking a deep breath, Lu Ruyin forced herself to calm down, her expression settling as she declared, Qin Jiang, you are ruthless. If you want tea, let me have it easy. Then don't expect to have it easy either. Do you think showing off in front of others makes you impressive? She turned to the security guard. May I ask, who owns that Black Dragon company? Is it the school's leadership? I want to report that Qin Jiang has always loved to fight and steal. I want to inform the authorities and have them investigate. Perhaps Qin Jiang has embezzled company funds. She recalled Qin Jiang's attire, which was evidently expensive, suggesting he was not lacking in wealth. In her understanding, someone who manages a venue cannot amass such riches in a short time. Therefore, he was likely misappropriating company assets. She aimed to report him. Even if she could not ruin him, she would ensure he suffered greatly. Security guard Lao Wang looked at Lu Ruyin as if she were a fool, pointing towards the Black Dragon Company. The Black Dragon Company is owned by Qin Jiang. Go ahead and report him. Huh, little girl, you should really leave. In this day and age, why do anything foolish? You're so beautiful. Why waste your youth? Clearly, he had witnessed everything that transpired in front of the Black Dragon Company and discerned that Lu Ruyin likely had some past with Qin Jiang. Yet, upon hearing her call him a friend, even the security guard was left speechless. In a friendship, one does not demand apologies or compensation. How could she be so arrogant and presumptuous? What, just because you're pretty, does that mean others should cater to you? Go on, get lost. Security guard Lao Wang impatiently urged her to leave. Lu Ruyin, driven away, wore a dazed expression, shock etched on her face. Qin Jiang. This is the owner of the Black Dragon Company, who disregards hundreds of thousands in business. What a joke. How could he have risen so high in such a short time? In that instant, a wave of regret washed over her. An instinct told her that she had seemingly lost something significant, particularly recalling Qin Jiang's indifferent gaze, which led her to surmise that he likely would not return to being her devoted admirer. Moreover, he truly would demand money from her. Regret, resentment, sadness, anger. These emotions surged within her. Ultimately, her pride prevented her from turning back. Even if she did, it would bear no fruit. Qin Jiang, don't think that losing you will cost me anything. I will make you regret it one day. With a swift motion, she picked up her phone and dialed a number. I want to see a movie. Oh, splendid. A lively voice responded on the other end. Where are you? I'll pick you up right away. Just wait for me. Click. She hung up the phone. In the midst of an enthusiastic endeavor, a wealthy heir had just tossed some money at a woman in his car, shooing her away. Wiping his face with a wet wipe as he drove off, the prey has taken the bait. Inside the Black Dragon Company, Qin Jiang sat calmly in his seat, his expression unperturbed. Initially, he had anticipated that encountering his former white moonlight upon his return would stir some emotions within him. However, he discovered that upon actually meeting, all he felt was disdain and repulsion. Simultaneously, he did not take the previous incident seriously. After all, the two would no longer intersect, and whether she sought out new admirers or sought to climb the social ladder was of no concern to him. He was not like certain protagonists in novels who, upon returning, continuously slapped their former infatuations in the face, only to remain entangled with them, ultimately transforming their once indifferent love interests into devoted admirers of the protagonist. Such foolish narratives had always repulsed him when he read those novels. In the present moment, immersed in the scene, thoughts elude him. The once cherished white moonlight now pales in comparison to mere refuse. Those willing to accept such degradation are truly desperate, indifferent to filth. Their rebirth has been squandered. Wang Tao remarked, just now, Yizhe came by again, offering 500,000, which I promptly dismissed. Qin Jiang nodded calmly, fully anticipating this development. He was deliberately stalling for time. He could afford to delay the nursing college, but not the impending confrontation. Surely, that individual would return tonight. As expected, Yizhe arrived once more at the Black Dragon Company that evening. With a thud, he flung a package before Qin Jiang. Inside is 1,500,000. Count it. The contract is hereby terminated. Hand it over. Yet, Qin Jiang did not even glance at the package. Instead, he lit a cigarette, the smoke obscuring his face. You think 1,500,000 is sufficient to terminate the contract? What a jest. Am I jesting? Yi felt an ominous premonition as he regarded Qin Jiang. Let me see. Qin Jiang waved his hand dismissively. Zhu Zheng produced the contract and handed it to Yi. Take a good look at the breach of contract clause. Yi furrowed his brow and read. The breaching party must compensate double the total contract fee for the duration of the contract. Indeed, double the contract fee amounts to 700,000, adding the return of the contract fee that totals 1,500,000. Suddenly, his eyes widened in disbelief as he muttered, double the total contract fee? The contract duration is 10 years, which means the total fee is 3,500,000, and the penalty for breach amounts to 7 million. He looked up at Qin Jiang incredulously. 7 million? You expect to receive 7 million? Qin Jiang exhaled slowly, releasing a cloud of smoke. It is not a matter of my desire for 7 million. It is simply adhering to the contract. Black Dragon is a legitimate company. You cannot be serious. Yi's fury reached its zenith. Even he had not intended to extract so much money, yet now Qin Jiang demanded an absurd sum. What kind of farce was this? In a moment of resolve, he tightened his grip on the contract, his eyes glinting with determination. Without hesitation, he tore the contract into shreds. He crammed the signed and sealed portions into his mouth, disregarding the choking sensation as he thought, compared to 7 million. Consuming a bit of paper was trivial. He would even consider eating dung if necessary. Gulping down the remnants, Yi felt a sense of triumph. But before he could bask in his cleverness, he noticed that both Qin Jiang and Zhu Zheng regarded him with calm expressions, as if watching a fool. Is it tasty? Zhu Zheng inquired, observing Yi with amusement. I never imagined you had a penchant for consuming photocopies. If you desire more. He casually retrieved 7 or 8 more copies of the contract from a drawer. Qin Jiang formed a smoke ring. Go ahead. Indulge yourself. Chapter 32. Forced Demolition, Stubborn Households, and the Bloody Prelude to a Commercial Empire. What? Yi gazed at the 7 or 8 contracts before him, feeling his stomach churn violently, nearly on the verge of vomiting. Qin Jiang, you actually made copies. Do you have no sense of integrity? Ha ha ha. Qin Jiang laughed, gesturing toward Zhu Zheng while pointing at Yi. He then coldly commanded, take him out. Understood. Wang Tao immediately led several men forward, unhesitatingly striking at Yi's abdomen. Ah, damn it. Yi reacted swiftly, sensing the danger as Qin Jiang issued the order. He turned and sprinted towards the exit, running with all his might, while Wang Tao and his gang pursued him. Don't chase me. After running a full lap around the playground, he summoned his strength, leaping over the wall. Even so, he endured several blows, pain coursing through him, causing him to grimace. Damn it. This Qin Jiang not only dared to play tricks with the contract, but also had the audacity to have someone attack me. Unbelievable. Just wait. I will not rest until I avenge this grievance. Suppressing his pain, he hurried toward the security office, fearing Wang Tao would catch up. Unbeknownst to him, Wang Tao would not pursue him outside the school. The Black Dragon Company had its own rules. Inside the school, they could manipulate the surveillance and have the security guards turn a blind eye, but outside, where cameras were plentiful, a group assault would be a legal violation. Criminal law. They would not bear the consequences lightly. Within the company, Qin Jiang was unconcerned about whether Yi would harbor resentment against him. After all, the two had long been at odds. In this world, one could not expect to profit without incurring enmity. The notion of mutual goodwill was sheer nonsense. Business was a realm of smiling facades concealing inner turmoil. Thus, he could not allow Yi to act brazenly in his presence. Eating contracts. Who gave him the audacity? Zhu Zheng remarked. He is quite decisive. He eats A4 paper without a second thought, unafraid of damaging his throat. Thankfully, we were prepared for him. Qin Jiang nodded. Neither he nor his uncle are easy opponents. They won't willingly pay 7 million in breach penalties. Increase personnel at the chemical plant, with round-the-clock shifts to prevent any outsiders from entering. Ensure our brothers within the school are always ready. Remember my previous instructions. Understood. I will make the necessary arrangements. Zhu Zheng nodded and left. In a security office, Principal Yi Jikai listened to Yi Zhe's account, his expression equally troubled. 180,000 was inconsequential to him. However, 7 million was no small sum, especially when it was being demanded by an outsider from whom he could gain nothing. This was utterly unacceptable. Yi Jikai shook his head. This figure, not just you or I, but even the other shareholders of the school would never agree to it. He is delusional, thinking he can demand such a sum. Who does he think he is? Yi Zhe insisted. His attitude is unwavering. I feel there is something amiss. Could it be that he knows something? Yi Jikai waved his hand dismissively. That seems unlikely. This news has not yet spread widely, and only a few in the city are aware. I learned through an old connection that coincidentally involved our school. So how could he know? But if he is unaware, why is he so resolute in his words? Yesha queried. Yi Jikai frowned. Regardless of his knowledge, 7 million cannot be given. We cannot allow him to take the security office lightly. Gather some people tonight and seal off the chemical plant. Lock all the facilities down and assign guards. I'll contact the demolition crew. We will tear it down tonight. When the time comes, we will see how much he demands. If he wants to drag this into court, let him try. A mere student thinks he can contend with me? All right, Yi Zhe replied without hesitation. Having been humiliated by Qin Jiang that day, he was seething with rage and welcomed the opportunity for revenge. He could already envision the scene tomorrow when Qin Jiang would behold the chemical plant reduced to ruins. He would be left bereft of tears. At that point, 7 million would be non-existent. Even 70,000 would be out of the question. Let that self-important fool wait. He promptly summoned the security team, a unique formation of a nursing school. Since the institution comprised predominantly female students, and given their youthful impulsiveness, boys from nearby schools often attempted to sneak in. Hence, schools like this would gather male students into a security team to prevent unauthorized entry. At vocational school, room 401, Qin Jiang went to bed on time. That night, he slept soundly and peacefully, while outside, chaos reigned at the chemical plant with arguments, curses, and the roar of machinery echoing, alarming the security personnel at several nearby schools, only calming down as dawn approached. In the morning, Qin Jiang awoke and glanced at the younger Qin Jiang. Youth is indeed a blessing. Boundless energy. Brother Jiang, you are awake. Wang Tao entered the dormitory only upon noticing that Qin Jiang had risen. Qin Jiang nodded, rising without a hint of embarrassment. Nonsense. What is there to be embarrassed about? His confidence stemmed from the fact that his capital would only render others uncomfortable. Wang Tao spoke directly. Yesterday, Yi Zhe from the guard team, accompanied by dozens of men, attempted to seize the chemical plant but was thwarted by our people. Following your instructions, we refrained from taking action as long as they did not breach the plant's premises, resulting in a prolonged stalemate. In the latter part of the night, another wave of demolition teams arrived, with Zheng Gu and his brothers standing resolutely in front of the vehicles, maintaining the standoff. Subsequently, our people discreetly sabotaged their vehicles, rendering them inoperative. He recounted the events of the previous night at the chemical plant. Qin Jiang was not the least bit surprised. 7 million. The guard team would never acquiesce willingly. He possessed the moral high ground and had formal contracts. Everything could proceed according to the contract, but that was merely an ideal scenario. His true trump card was not the contract, but rather the territory of the chemical plant, which provided him with the capability to contend against the guard team. This was precisely why the guard team was hastily seeking to demolish the plant. Once the demolition was completed, they could negotiate under entirely different terms. No longer would they have the initiative, and who would still heed them? A stubborn household. You must firmly anchor them to be considered a stubborn household. Replace the personnel overseeing the chemical plant, allowing those who were present last night to return and rest, while ensuring the plant remains under 24-hour vigilance. Qin Jiang washed his face, calmly issuing orders. Tonight is merely the first round. There will be a second and a third. Inform the brothers that within a few days to a fortnight, we can secure the 7 million profit. Those who participate in the defense during this period will receive triple wages, and those who achieve merit during the process will receive additional bonuses, along with opportunities for promotion. He understood that the guard team, having failed in their actions last night, would not back down, but rather intensify their efforts. The strategy to manage subordinates cannot rely solely on grand promises. Tangible benefits must be present. Additionally, for the organization to evolve, there must be a clear hierarchy to stimulate the enthusiasm of the members below. Brother Jiang, rest assured, Wang Tao declared, thumping his chest in assurance. As long as the brothers stand united, no one can dismantle the chemical plant. With that, he left in high spirits. After washing his face, Qin Jiang gazed out at the sky, murmuring, "The primitive accumulation is always accompanied by a tempest of blood and strife." Chapter 33. The guard team strikes back, preparing for forced demolition. In the following days, turmoil continued outside the chemical plant. Yizhe attempted various strategies, sneak attacks, forceful measures, and diversionary tactics, but none bore fruit, leaving him thoroughly embarrassed. Simultaneously, the impending demolition of the chemical plant could no longer be concealed, and news of the guard team's imminent escalation spread rapidly. Bang! Yi Jikai slammed his hand on the table, the first time he had lost his temper with Yizhe. "What are you doing? How could you not handle such a trivial matter? And you aspire to be a star entrepreneur? A youth leader? What a joke. You can't even manage a small chemical plant, let alone deal with local thugs." His vitriol was harsh and unrelenting. He had been preoccupied with discussions regarding the school's expansion and enrollment issues, leaving him no time to attend to the minor chemical plant. Assuming that Yizhe would have resolved everything by now, little did he know, not only had Yizhe failed, but he had also made a fool of himself. In fact, during the recent shareholders' meeting, there had been open mockery. Yi Jikai fumed. "If this matter gets out, other schools will surely laugh at us, and my authority before the shareholders will suffer severely." Yizhe, at a loss for words, merely lowered his head. After a long pause, he finally spoke when he saw Yi Jikai had exhausted his tirade. "Uncle, you don't understand how difficult those people are to deal with. They are nothing but thugs. Whenever the demolition team approaches the chemical plant, they simply lie under the vehicles. Furthermore, their numbers are overwhelming. I have tried to take a hardline approach, but before I could even charge into the plant, I was driven out." He grew increasingly aggrieved, clearly worn out by the situation. Previously, he had navigated business with ease, and even when faced with challenges, he could easily resolve them through connections. Yet now, he found himself contending with Qin Jiang and a band of rogue students who were undeterred by threats or his background. They would genuinely fight if provoked. "Enough." Yi Jikai gestured dismissively at Yizhe's pitiful expression. "You are still too young. You have not dealt with these unreasonable ruffians. The demolition team likely perceives you as inexperienced and thus puts in minimal effort, knowing they are paid by the day. You need to hone your skills and understand that the marketplace is a battlefield. A facade of harmony is merely superficial, while beneath lies only filth and darkness." With that, he picked up the phone and dialed. "Hello, Lao-san. What kind of demolition team have you sent me? There's been no progress for so many days. Are you trying to fool me? Bullying my nephew because he is young? Well, you are remarkable." He hung up before waiting for a response. Bang! His actions were swift and imposing. Soon, the phone rang incessantly, evidently from the other party trying to reach him, but Yi Jikai did not answer. Instead, he calmly lit a cigarette, taking slow puffs while Yizhe observed silently, understanding that Yi Jikai was imparting wisdom. After a while, the phone's ringing ceased, and only after several attempts did Yi Jikai leisurely answer. "Who is it?" "Lao-san, what is the matter? You were wrong?" "No, you were not wrong. I will have the finance department transfer the demolition team fees right away." "No need. Yi Jikai, am not short on money." The other party's voice pleaded. "Oh, my esteemed Principal Yi, this is all merely a misunderstanding. The fault lies with those incompetent underlings. I will have them dismissed upon their return. For now, let's disregard all wages from these past days. Please calm down." "Not enough," Yi Jikai stated calmly. 10 minutes later, after the other party conceded numerous benefits, Yi Jikai nodded in satisfaction and hung up. Yizhe felt a surge of adrenaline. The demolition team that had been so pompous was effortlessly subdued by his uncle's single phone call. Moreover, the subsequent discussions regarding the school's expansion yielded remarkably lucrative prospects. Compared to this, he realized that the chemical plant was merely child's play. No wonder his uncle seemed unconcerned. It turned out that he had never regarded this matter seriously, and he felt embarrassed for failing at such a minor task. Yi Jikai calmly remarked, "Remember, in this day and age, whoever can bring benefits to others is in a position of power. If you spend money, you cannot allow those who profit to bully you. One must possess a certain audacity in business. In this regard, Qin Jiang surpasses you. Of course, he has risen from the trenches and given his background as a thug. He is not to be underestimated. You are destined for a grand path, but never lack the necessary audacity. Do you understand?" "Yes." Yesha listened attentively. Yi Jikai continued, "I have arranged for them to dispatch a new demolition team. Today, we will resolve this matter once and for all." With that, he dialed another number. "Lao Yuan, find me some people from the streets. The more, the better. The location is at the Academy Road chemical plant." After hanging up, he gazed at the gathering storm clouds outside, murmuring, "The dark clouds press upon the city, threatening to destroy it. The armor glistens in the sun, the golden scales unfold." As the sun hung low in the sky, dark clouds had already claimed most of the horizon, and a few swallows flew low, while the frogs ceased their croaking. Inside the chemical plant, Wang Tao and the others were engaged in a game of cards. For nines, who else? Ignore him. The aircraft, adorned with wings, soared into the sky, reporting in. The brothers' faces radiated an unparalleled excitement, fueled not only by their recent string of victories, but also by the well-known prospect of immense rewards should they successfully defend the chemical plant. 7 million, a figure they had once deemed unimaginable. Upon learning of this news, their admiration for their leader, Jianggu, reached new heights. Initially, they had struggled to comprehend why he would take on the chemical plant, as they had not yet perceived its value. However, under Qin Jiang's formidable presence, no one dared to voice dissent, especially after Yi Zhe's relentless contract violations and escalating penalties made them realize Jianggu's foresight. Now, with the penalty set at 7 million, their excitement knew no bounds. One of the younger members stood up to gaze at the sky outside the plant and approached Wang Tao, saying, "Taoge, it looks like rain is imminent. It seems today might be calm. Should I go fetch some duck delicacies and beer for this evening?" "Duck delicacies are fine," Wang Tao replied while shuffling cards. "But let's skip the beer. We can't afford any mistakes at this critical juncture." "Understood." The younger brother nodded in agreement. Just as he was about to leave, Wang Tao suddenly froze, abandoning his cards as everyone else stood up in unison, for they all heard the same ominous sound. Boom, boom, boom. The thunderous roar of heavy machinery reverberated in the air, clearly indicating the presence of numerous large machines nearby. Wang Tao seized a baseball bat and led the group outside, shouting, "Grab your weapons, everyone. Take your positions. Defend all entrances and exits. Move quickly." Chapter 34. The Stubborn Black Dragon. No one can dismantle it. Upon stepping outside, they were met with an overwhelming sight. A multitude of heavy machinery had descended upon the chemical plant, with more than 10 excavators and bulldozers now present. A stark contrast to the mere 2 or 3 from previous encounters. It was evident this time they meant business. Wang Tao shouted, "Call Jianggu, hurry!" He was the first to charge out of the chemical plant, bat in hand, taking a stand at the forefront, while dozens of younger brothers followed, forming a straight line with their bats clearly visible against the darkening sky. Opposing them was a throng of workers, clad in construction uniforms, appearing to be in their 40s or 50s. At the back of their ranks, a luxury car stood quietly parked. Inside the vehicle, Yi Jikai sat calmly, while Yi Zhe leaned out to survey the situation ahead. Outside, a middle-aged man with a prominent belly approached the back seat, offering a cigarette. "Pirinji Palye, greetings. I am Chu Guohua from the demolition team. You can call me Old Chu." Yi Jikai nodded and accepted the cigarette. Chu Guohua quickly lit it, a smile plastered across his face, fully aware that he needed to cater to this principle today in order to secure the demolition contract for the expansion project, which would allow him to reap some benefits. "Do you have confidence in taking this down?" Yi Jikai pointed towards the chemical plant. "Absolutely." Chu Guohua zipped, glancing in the direction of the plant. Although he noticed dozens of young individuals brandishing baseball bats, He assumed they were merely hired hands who would not dare to engage if he were to intensify his approach. His greatest fear was the older individuals, who were far more challenging and fiercely protective of their interests in the demolition. As for the contracting firm, Black Dragon Company, he regarded it as inconsequential. "Just watch," Chu Guohua declared, grabbing his walkie-talkie. "Advance forward. Anyone who dares to obstruct us will be dealt with swiftly. The usual rules apply. Anyone who engages will receive a cash reward of 200 yuan. Once we finish demolishing the chemical plant, each worker will receive an additional 200, and a feast awaits us tonight. Push forward." With his command, the machines roared to life, creating a cacophony reminiscent of ferocious beasts advancing upon the chemical plant. Workers on both sides flexed their muscles, eagerly anticipating the confrontation, their expressions dripping with mockery as they regarded the young men wielding baseball bats. Is this the supposed Black Dragon? They should be wary of the winds, lest they trip over their own tongues. A bunch of misguided youths, abandoning their studies to engage in brawls. Was this how their parents raised them? I wonder who the real leader is among these miscreants. Wang Tao showed no signs of fear. Fighting was never about who had the most muscle or strength. He withdrew a piece of black cloth from his pocket, wrapping it around the baseball bat as he declared, "Brothers, someone seeks to trespass upon our chemical plant. There are those who dare to trample on Jiangji's dignity. Those who dismiss the Black Dragon. What shall we do? Fight! Fight! Fight!" The chorus of voices erupted in unison. The roar of the machines could not drown out their battle cry, startling the workers, who soon transformed their shock into wrath. Wang Tao signaled to a few younger brothers, who, lacking bats, charged forward, cursing under their breath. Though their voices were muted by the machinery, the already incensed workers could hardly tolerate the provocation. "Damn it! Get them!" one worker shouted. A dozen workers surged forward, launching an assault on the few advancing students, who soon cried out in pain. "Ouch! That hurts! Oh God, they're going to kill us! Help! Who are you? Which company dares to act so tyrannically? Stop hitting us!" The students, now sprawled on the ground, pleaded for mercy, tears streaming down their faces. Some even clinging to their legs, claiming their limbs had been broken. Seeing this, the workers erupted into laughter. "Indeed, these students are soft. They can't withstand a proper beating. I barely exerted any force. Listen up, you little brats. We are the demolition crew, and from now on, every time we meet, it will be the same." The workers looked disdainfully at Wang Tao and his companions. Initially, they had been somewhat taken aback by their united front, but now they perceived them as merely a facade, bluster without substance. However, in the next moment, they froze in disbelief. Wang Tao turned a glance at Sun Yuan, who was hiding behind the chemical plant sign, signaling him to keep quiet as he tucked his camera away. With a nod from Sun Yuan, Wang Tao raised his bat high. "Charge! Push forward!" With a roar, dozens of younger brothers surged forward, swinging their bats. The first wave of workers, caught off guard, fell to the ground, while chaos erupted as the remaining individuals clashed. "Calm down, you bunch of students. You can't stir up a storm. They're going to kill me. I think my arm is broken." The students, driven to madness, fought with relentless determination, their strikes unyielding and merciless. The workers, initially intent on pushing back, found themselves increasingly intimidated, realizing these students were formidable fighters who struck with precision and fearlessness. In mere moments, they began to retreat, overwhelmed by the unexpected ferocity of their opponents. This unfolding scene left Yi Jikai, Yi Zhe, and Chu Guohua, who were observing from a distance, utterly stunned. Just a moment before, Chu Guohua had been brimming with confidence. Yi Jikai had nodded in approval, and Yi Zhe had laughed heartily. Now, Chu Guohua was incredulous. Yi Jikai's expression had darkened, and Yi Zhe clenched his fists in frustration. "Retreat. Continue to retreat," they ordered, backing away until they found refuge behind the heavy machinery. Wang Tao, however, did not pursue them further, knowing that advancing would jeopardize their defense of the chemical plant. Upon witnessing that Wang Tao and his cohort refrained from pursuing the workers, a collective sigh of relief was breathed, albeit with lingering trepidation as they gazed ahead. Behind them, Chu Guohua bellowed furiously, "What are you all doing? Push forward, utilize the machinery." Yet no one dared to act. evidently intimidated by the ruthless display exhibited by Wang Tao and his companions moments prior. It was merely a few hundred yuan. Why gamble with one's life over such a trivial sum? Ultimately, under the pressure of Chu Guohua's wrath, a meager line of defense formed before the imposing machinery, establishing a standoff with Wang Tao and his group. The situation reached a complete impasse. After a prolonged silence, Yi Jikai, observing the lack of progress, cursed, "Useless fools." Chu Guohua, though visibly distressed, found himself powerless. Initially believing they were merely a group of students who cowered in the face of authority, he was taken aback by their fierce determination and unwillingness to be trifled with. Just as the standoff persisted, a commanding voice erupted from the rear. "Who dares to provoke Principal Yi? Do you not regard me, Scarface?" Chapter 35. The Moment of Crisis. The shock of Qin Jiang's arrival. This proclamation was jarringly abrupt, its resonance amplified by the ominous clouds overhead, prompting all eyes to shift towards a particular direction. There, several vans halted in front of the chemical plant. Bang, bang, bang. The doors of the vans swung open, unleashing a throng of unruly figures, each wielding machetes. At the forefront stood a bald man, his scarred head glistening ominously, adorned with a vividly tattooed scorpion. He was none other than the notorious thug of the Northern District, Scarface. Scarface approached the vans, a grin spreading across his face as he beheld Yi Jikai seated within. "Principal Yi," old Yuan called me. "I never imagined that the students would become so audacious, disregarding even you. Fear not, I shall handle the rest." Ye Vikai nodded. "Exercise caution. Despite their rowdy nature, they are still students. Should anything happen, it would be difficult to manage. As for your compensation, it will not be scant. Rest assured." Scarface, calm and composed, nodded in agreement. It was evident that even if Yi Jikai encouraged him to be ruthless, he would not do so. His presence was motivated by respect for old Yuan and financial gain, not a desire for self-destruction. If any harm befell a student, it would spell disaster for someone of his dubious background. Before he could contemplate his next move, a surge of youthful figures emerged in the distance. They were predominantly students, led by a burly man shouldering a baton. He was none other than the notorious figure of Academy Road, Qian He. Even before his arrival, his voice rang out, "I must see who dares to disrespect Principal Yi." Soon after, he too approached Yi Jikai's vehicle, stating, "Old Yuan called me to come and stand my ground." In response, Ye Vikai nodded. Although he believed the presence of Scarface and his crew was sufficient, having additional manpower was never a disadvantage, even if it meant spending a bit more. Compared to the 7 million he had demanded from Qin Jiang, this sum was trivial. Moreover, with his reputation at stake, allowing Qin Jiang to extort several million would render him a laughingstock. At that moment, Scarface glanced disdainfully at Qian He, his contempt evident. To him, who had truly made a name for himself in the underworld, these students appeared nothing more than children playing at gangsters. The likelihood of any of them continuing in this lifestyle after graduation was slim, and the probability of achieving true notoriety was even lower. Conversely, Qian He regarded Scarface with an impassive expression. He acknowledged that they were not on equal footing at present, yet he believed in the adage, 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Do not underestimate the youth. He was confident that he too would one day make a name for himself, surpassing even Scarface. With their gazes fixed on the chemical plant, darkness enveloped the scene, obscuring the faces of Wang Tao and his companions. All that could be discerned were a band of youths clutching baseball bats. Yet, it was these very youths that instilled fear in the hearts of the workers, causing them to retreat further. Scarface, unimpressed, raised his hand and barked, "Go, disperse them. Just ensure no one gets hurt." Qian He echoed the command, "You too move in. Remember, we are merely here to establish our presence. Do not be overly brutal." He had come to collect his fee, having been informed by old Yuan that all he needed to do was stand guard and disperse a few people for a payment of 10,000. 10,000. For students in the 2010s, that was a significant sum, and as someone in need of money, he was not about to let this opportunity slip away. He adhered to the principle of providing a service in exchange for payment and was not inclined to dawdle. With their commands issued, Both factions advanced towards the chemical plant, the dim light of the machinery casting a faint glimmer upon their weapons. The sound of their footsteps echoed ominously through the night. The workers, witnessing this, instinctively cleared a path, having recently suffered losses and eager for a resolution. At that moment, Wang Tao and the others gripped their baseball bats tightly, unyielding in the face of the armed horde. Those who remained to guard the chemical plant were not novices. They were seasoned fighters, having emerged victorious from countless skirmishes. They had never feared battle. What need had they to fear confrontation in their quest for survival? A single raindrop fell from the sky, soon followed by another, then a third. In an instant, a gentle rain began to fall, intensifying the already oppressive atmosphere. Gulp, gulp. Many workers found themselves subconsciously swallowing hard under the weight of the tension. Inside the vehicle, Yi Jikai closed the window, calmly observing. To him, the outcome was already determined. As a distinguished principal such as himself had personally descended to confront the schoolyard ruffians, failure was not an option. A bemused smile crept across his face as he mused. Qin Jiang, you should take pride in the fact that I have personally intervened. Subsequently, he ceased to monitor the unfolding situation. What was there to behold in a brawl among thugs? Instead, his thoughts turned to how the academy could expand its student body, pondering how he might elevate his status and whether it was feasible to transform the institution into a fully fledged university. Should that occur, he could truly ascend the ranks, becoming a prominent figure in Songjiang. Meanwhile, Yize braved the rain, leaning out to witness Qin Jiang's impending misfortune with his own eyes. He yearned to witness the demolition of the chemical plant and the fury etched upon Qin Jiang's face. Chu Guohua gestured, and the massive machinery was slowly ignited, several powerful lights piercing through the rain-soaked gloom. Just as they prepared to demolish the chemical plant, a sudden cacophony of footsteps echoed through the rain, louder than before. Simultaneously, a chilling voice rang out through the downpour. Let us see who dares to dismantle the chemical plant today. Who is so audacious? Scarface's expression turned icy as he turned to face the sound. Chenny furrowed his brow, recognizing the voice as somewhat familiar. In the next moment, both men stood frozen in place, along with the others, their gazes riveted towards a single direction. A dark tide of figures surged forth, a throng numbering no less than 200 to 300, swiftly arriving at the front of the chemical plant. Under the illumination of the machinery's lights, the newcomers could be discerned. Hundreds of defiant students, their expressions solemn, standing in silent solidarity. At the forefront, 3 figures stood out prominently. To the left was a young man with braided hair, one hand clutching a folding fan and the other supporting an umbrella. To the right loomed a nearly 2-meter-tall, muscular man, resembling a ferocious beast amidst the rain, a black bear standing sentinel. And in the center, the scene unfolds with a young man of cold demeanor, his sharp brows and starry eyes commanding attention. Behind him, a companion lingers a step back, holding an umbrella to shield him from the rain. He stands there like a focal point, irresistibly drawing the gaze of onlookers, yet instilling an overwhelming sense of trepidation, particularly when one considers the hundreds of silent youths standing in the rain behind him. His presence is further amplified, evoking a reverence that discourages direct eye contact. Witnessing this assembly, murmurs of astonishment ripple through the crowd. Who is this person? His entrance is so formidable. It feels as though he has emerged from the television screen. And he doesn't even hold his own umbrella. What a commanding presence. Comparatively, the appearances of Scar and Qian, he seem woefully inadequate, as they hardly belong to the same echelon. That's the big shot from Songjiang. Chapter 36. The imposing entrance of Qin Jiang sends Scar and Qian he retreating in haste. Qin Jiang? Yi's body quivers slightly at the sight. How could he arrive with so many followers? This situation seems insurmountable today, although the vocational college is not far away. It took them less than 10 minutes to rush to the chemical plant. Scar and Qian he must have prearranged the timing, yet they arrived late. How could Qin Jiang also arrive so swiftly with hundreds of people at his command? Was it so effortless to mobilize them? They weren't even dressed for the occasion. His speculation holds little variance from reality. Over the past 2 days, Qin Jiang anticipated significant movements regarding the protection of the premises, thus instructing his subordinates to remain on standby. Therefore, upon receiving Wang Tao's call, they managed to gather in mere minutes. Slap. Ye vikai patit ye zise shoulder. His expression calm as he advised, maintain your composure. How can one achieve greatness in turmoil? Remember to remain unflinching even if mountains were to crumble before you. Do not act rashly. It's merely one Qin Jiang and a few hundred students. Everything is within our expectations, so there is no need for concern. With that, he displayed an air of remarkable tranquility, though he was slightly surprised by Qin Jiang's ability to rally such a multitude in a short span. He had previously instructed Lao Yuan to prepare Scar and Qian He for this very situation. Money cannot be squandered. If they're to receive his funding, they must deliver results. Noticing his uncle's calmness, Yize felt somewhat embarrassed and lowered his head, murmuring, "Uncle, I was too impulsive." Yi Jikai waved his hand dismissively. "You are still young. It takes time to cultivate a mindset as steady as mine." He then picked up the intercom and commanded, "What are you all standing around for? Push these people out. The demolition team should be ready. Tonight, we will forcibly dismantle the chemical plant." Scar, Qianhe proceed. Yet, the ever-composed Yi Jikai soon found himself at a loss. Both Scar and Qianhe, after their initial shock at the appearance of the newcomers, chose not to engage and stood silently still. It was only when Qin Jiang approached them that he calmly uttered, "Long time no see." His voice resonated through the dark, rainy night, carrying a tone of indifference laced with an inexplicable emotion. What transpired next left everyone in disbelief. Step. Qianhe took a step forward and clasped his fists in a gesture of respect toward Qin Jiang, saying, "I apologize for the misunderstanding. Today, I was unaware of the circumstances. I take my leave." Upon seeing Qin Jiang, he had an inkling of the situation and recognized the identities of Wang Tao and others near the chemical plant, chastising himself for not recognizing them as vocational school students from the start. The dim, rain-soaked night had obscured his vision, and now, under the mechanical lights, it was clear. Knowing the chemical plant was under Qin Jiang's domain, he understood the appropriate course of action. Ignoring the debt of gratitude he owed Qin Jiang, it was evident that Qin Jiang's position in the school was not one to be trifled with. Fear was unnecessary. Respect must be accorded. Money could always be earned again. Seeing Qin Jiang nod and wave him off, Qianhe departed with his followers, quickly vanishing into the rain-soaked night. This moment left the remaining onlookers utterly stunned. What had they just witnessed? Mere moments ago, two factions of 1 to 200 strong had planned to forcibly take over the chemical plant. Yet in an instant, the situation had reversed. The once formidable Scar, renowned in the North District, and the influential Qianhe of College Road, had retreated in fear from this individual who now stood before them. Who was this person, exuding such an aura of authority? Chu Guohua inquired. Who is he? A demolition worker replied, Qin Jiang. Who is Qin Jiang? I'm not sure, but he certainly appears to be a significant figure, one of the elite. His presence is unparalleled. The spectacle of his entrance is beyond that of ordinary individuals. Is this chemical plant under his contract? No wonder the previous demolition team was at a loss for how to proceed. This is not something that could be easily dismantled. The other workers nodded in agreement. Chu Guohua admitted. His words may have sounded alarmist, yet I must concede that Qin Jiang's entrance was indeed impressive. Inside the vehicle, Yize clenched his fists in disbelief. Why? What's Scar and Qianhe doing? They took our money and walked away without delivering results. How does Qin Jiang possess such overwhelming influence? His feelings of discontent and anger bubbled beneath the surface. He fancied himself the true figure of renown on College Road, believing Qin Jiang could never compare. Witnessing Qin Jiang's might firsthand stirred within him an intense jealousy, mingled with a hint of admiration. What man has not harbored dreams of mingling in society during his youth? What man has not aspired to leave his mark on the world? What man has not envisioned such a scene? Qin Jiang's current aura, his state the rain, and the image of others holding an umbrella for him embodied an unparalleled display of dominance and intimidation. It was a striking moment of grandeur. Yi Jikai was equally astonished by the spectacle. Impossible. Could such a mere student wield this level of influence? Could such a student possess this kind of charisma? Without hesitation, he swiftly dialed his phone. Hello? Lao Zhao, I need to report something. At this moment, the most exhilarated were undoubtedly Wang Tao and his companions. Witnessing their leader's entrance, were momentarily transfixed. Soon, their excitement erupted, as the downpour could not dampen their fervor. Wang Tao raised his baseball bat and shouted, Brother Jiang is magnificent. Instantly, dozens of people behind him, and even the hundreds following Qin Jiang echoed in unison beneath the rain. Brother Jiang is magnificent. Brother Jiang is magnificent. Chapter 37. The arrival of the security team, false accusations, and Qin Jiang's tactics. At this moment, a series of howls pierced through the curtain of rain, accentuating the imposing figure of Qin Jiang, evoking the illusion that he had stepped out from the silver screen. Such pretentiousness. Yevika exclaimed indignantly. With measured steps, Qin Jiang advanced forward. Behind him, hundreds of individuals pressed forward in unison, creating a scene so striking that it sent dozens of workers retreating in trepidation. After all, if mere dozens could not contend with them, what hope did they have against a throng of hundreds? Moreover, these were the very individuals who had successfully intimidated two rival gangs into retreat. Hold your ground. Chu Guohua dared not bellow further. He feared that should he continue to provoke, his men would abandon him. Besides, these people were his fellow townsfolk, and he could not truly expect them to fight to the death. Thus, they found themselves being inexorably pushed back, retreating further until they were nearly pressed against the vehicle behind them. Gulping audibly, Yize trembled, Driver, hurry, start the car. Don't let those ruffians get any closer. Yet, Yi Jikai remained composed, responding coolly, just wait. However, if one were to scrutinize his clenched fists, it would be evident that he too felt a degree of anxiety. Having just boasted boldly, his pride would not allow him to flee. He understood that to escape today's demolition would signify utter failure and render him a laughingstock, an outcome he could not bear to accept. Wait, just wait, as the demolition crew continued to retreat under duress. And with Chu Guohua in a state of acute agitation, as Yize urged him on, a sharp series of sirens suddenly pierced the downpour. Several security vehicles swiftly arrived before the chemical plant, their doors flinging open to reveal numerous security personnel. Leading the charge were two middle-aged officers, one of whom was a familiar face, Liu Yong, while the other, standing prominently at the center, evidently held a superior position. Director Zhao. Chu Guohua instantly recognized the lead officer. As a construction contractor, it was essential for him to be acquainted not only with the common folk, but also with figures of authority. At that moment, Director Zhao surveyed the scene before him with astonishment. He had anticipated a mere brawl involving a handful of individuals, yet upon a cursory glance, he noted the presence of no less than several hundred people. Relieved that he did not witness any gruesome sights, he still understood that having a violent altercation with casualties erupt on his turf would be untenable. What's going on here? Director Zhao barked. Why are you all gathered here? Are you attempting to play the part of gang? Step forward, the one in charge. With a knowing glance, Yi Jikai signaled to Chu Guohua, who immediately rushed forward with utmost respect, murmuring, Greetings, Director Zhao. I am Chu Guohua from the engineering team. We have dined together before. Frowning, Director Zhao pressed, What is the situation? Chu Guohua, momentarily flustered, regained his composure and explained, We are the demolition team here for a legitimate purpose. This chemical plant is situated on the grounds of a nursing school, yet these students have inexplicably emerged to obstruct our work, even resorting to violence while brandishing weapons, declaring this to be their territory, asserting their right to assault anyone they please. As he continued embellishing the tale, he gestured to several of his battered workers, who limped over, each bearing visible injuries, bruised and battered, their plight a pitiful sight. Look at them. These individuals have suffered greatly at the hands of those ruffians. My team consists of several injured workers. We are a legitimate demolition crew, and these students are brazenly engaging in violence under the open sky. It is they who instigated the violence, led by that man, Qin Jiang. Director Zhao examined the injured workers before turning his gaze to the front of the chemical plant. Since his arrival, He had directed much of his attention towards Qin Jiang and his associates, whose formidable presence was unmistakable, resembling that of street thugs. Moreover, the individual who had made the call to the authorities had explicitly mentioned Qin Jiang. Without further ado, he raised his hand and commanded, dispersing a crowd and engaging in violence. Arrest them. However, just as several officers began to advance with handcuffs, Lu Yong interjected, hold on. The officers halted in their tracks, and Director Zhao turned to Lu Yong, inquiring, what is your opinion? Lu Yong replied, one cannot simply heed a single narrative. We must allow Qin Jiang the opportunity to speak. Director Zhao countered, it is raining. It would be more convenient to take them back to the station for questioning. Lu Yong argued, with such a crowd, taking them back would be troublesome. A few questions here would not take much time. After a penetrating look at Lu Yong, Director Zhao conceded, have the one in charge come forward. Soon, several security personnel beckoned Qin Jiang over. Composed, Qin Jiang had anticipated the arrival of the security team and strode confidently towards the vehicles, flanked by Zhu Zheng and Si Jiao, while Wang Tao sheltered him with an umbrella. The others stood a few meters away, their collective presence imposing and solemn, adding to the tension. Director Zhao couldn't help but furrow his brow. He sensed that forcibly detaining Qin Jiang could lead to complications. You are Qin Jiang. Director Zhao addressed him, scrutinizing the imposing figure before him, sensing an ineffable aura emanating from him. Such a presence he had only witnessed in individuals of great renown who loomed at the pinnacle of society. But who was Qin Jiang? A mere thug? Or a student among students? What right did he have to command such respect, even being sheltered by an umbrella? I am Qin Jiang, the head of Black Dragon Company. Qin Jiang replied calmly, meeting Director Zhao's gaze unwaveringly. You allowed your subordinates to commit violence, and to such an extent, Director Zhao pointed at the injured workers, remaining unfazed. Qin Jiang responded, firstly, this chemical plant is under contract with my Black Dragon Company. We possess the legal documentation to prove it. With a wave of his hand, Zhu Zheng produced a copy of the contract along with the business license of Black Dragon Company. Director Zhao took the documents, glancing them over briefly and recognizing their authenticity. There was nothing here that suggested forgery. Qin Jiang continued, legally, this chemical plant is the property of Black Dragon Company, and it is only reasonable for us to resist the forcible demolition attempt. Director Zhao instinctively nodded. That is reasonable. Yet, he quickly countered, but you cannot resort to violence. That is not violence. It is self-defense. Qin Jiang maintained his calm demeanor. They initiated the assault on my employees, acting with utmost arrogance. We were merely exercising our right to defend our property in a lawful manner. With another gesture, he signaled for Zhu Zheng, who handed Director Zhao a video recorder. Director Zhao, take a look. We are not merely speaking empty words. Upon reviewing the footage, Director Zhao's expression turned grave as he witnessed the scene in which workers were attacking several students, their taunts echoing as the cries of the students filled the air, leaving Director Zhao feeling profoundly uncomfortable. Chapter 38. The Threat of the Security Team. Qin Jiang. Let me speak to you on the phone. Chu Guohua's expression shifted dramatically. Disbelief etched across his features as he regarded Qin Jiang. He had never anticipated that the latter possessed such foresight, recording their actions beforehand. Who among the ruffians would think to do such a thing? As Qin Jiang's voice resonated once more, he declared, according to the laws of Huaxia, every citizen has the right to defend their property, and when faced with harm, they may engage in reasonable self-defense. Today, my employees acted within their rights. A considerable number of students approached the crowd, all of whom were wrapped in bandages, leaning on crutches, and stumbling with great difficulty, a pitiful sight indeed, being the very individuals who had been assaulted moments prior. Qin Jiang continued, this construction team has gathered to commit acts of violence, deliberately intending to damage private property. In accordance with the laws of Huaxia, each legal clause rolled off his tongue with precision, each reason articulated with clarity. Even Chu Guohua, let alone several security personnel, stood there in stunned silence, utterly astonished by Qin Jiang's words. It was over. A wave of despair washed over Chu Guohua's heart in an instant. Truly, it is not the audacity of thugs that is to be feared, but rather their intelligence. Damn it! Which societal big brother possesses such legal acumen? Director Zhao inhaled deeply. I have reviewed the evidence you provided, and indeed, the actions of the construction team are questionable. We will certainly take action. Whether this constitutes self-defense is a matter for another discussion. However, what is the purpose of your gathering here, especially with each of you wielding baseball bats? Are you aware of the implications? What implications? Qin Jiang pointed to the hundreds behind him. These individuals are members of the vocational school's baseball club. Is it not normal for them to be training here today? Training on a rainy day to play baseball? Director Zhao retorted. Is that against the law? Qin Jiang replied. No, it is not illegal, but gathering such a large crowd makes it difficult for others to disperse. Lu Yong interjected hastily in an attempt to smooth things over. Rest assured, private property is protected by law. We will resolve this matter fairly and justly today. Yet, neither Qin Jiang nor Director Zhao paid him any heed. Qin Jiang discerned that Director Zhao had come to him today with a predetermined agenda, and the identity of the instigator was not hard to guess. Director Zhao felt a headache coming on. Principal Yi had called him earlier to invoke a prior favor, but he had not anticipated such a troublesome situation would arise. Nevertheless, he knew he had to devise a way to navigate through this. He continued, according to your statement, they came to play baseball, so they can leave now, right? A gathering of this size might lead outsiders to believe that the security on Xuan Road is lacking. With a wave of his hand, Qin Jiang commanded the hundreds behind him to disperse, and they marched away in unison, leaving fewer than 100 standing before the chemical factory. Director Zhao inquired, why leave behind 100 or so? Qin Jiang replied, they are not merely members of the baseball club. They are also shareholders of the Heilong Company and must naturally protect its assets. I cannot arbitrarily order shareholders to leave. He instructed Zhu Zheng to produce a shareholder agreement once more, revealing dozens of names inscribed at the top. Director Zhao was utterly taken aback. He had never anticipated that a newly established company would have so many shareholders. This was essentially reaching the upper limit for small-scale shareholders. What a predicament! He felt as if Qin Jiang was a particularly thorny porcupine, impossible to handle. Forcing an arrest would yield no evidence, and with so many supporters backing him, any misstep could lead to unforeseen consequences. Yet, failing to detain anyone would leave him indebted, placing him in a dilemma, his mind a tumult of regret. Damn it! How'd I ever get involved with Yi Ji Kai? This favor is proving to be a heavy burden. No, as a member of the security team, he could not act against organizational principles. Without evidence, he could not make arrests. Just then, his phone buzzed with a text notification. He glanced down to read the message. Just take away the 3 leaders, and you'll be done in 2 hours. A wave of relief washed over him. Taking just 3 individuals was manageable and lawful. He looked at Qin Jiang and said, based on the evidence, it is indeed the construction team that has issues. We will take them in for questioning. We kindly ask for the 3 of you to assist in the investigation. Rest assured, it will merely be a matter of taking statements, and you'll be free to leave shortly after. He gestured towards the chemical factory's direction. Regardless of whether you're here to play baseball or as shareholders, please ensure that your group disperses and does not continue to congregate. Do not worry. I will take the construction team away. No one will forcibly demolish your factory. However, just as he believed he had reached a resolution, Qin Jiang promptly refused. I'm afraid I cannot accompany you back. If you wish to take statements, I can send someone to you. Tao, you will accompany the security team. Wang Tao stepped forward, stating, as an involved party, I have nothing to hide and will answer any inquiries you may have. That won't do. Director Zhao's expression hardened. You may go, but the 3 of you, being senior executives of Heilong Company, must comply with the statement procedure. It is protocol. Qin Jiang's expression also turned cold. And what if I refuse to accompany you for the investigation? Director Zhao retorted, every citizen of Huaxia has an obligation to cooperate with investigations. Qin Jiang countered, according to article of Huaxia law, a citizen has the right to choose the location for fulfilling this obligation, and I choose to do so here, or perhaps tomorrow at the Heilong Company. Director Zhao, seething with frustration, realized that Qin Jiang was as stubborn as a rock in a latrine, both foul and immovable. He could not fathom why Qin Jiang was so resolute in not returning with him. Could it be that he had some leverage? Indeed, these students might have committed unsavory acts and feared being investigated. Qin Jiang could not help but smirk inwardly. Although Director Zhao appeared reasonable in his actions by taking the construction team away, as long as the three of them were not present, Yi Jikai could easily summon a new demolition team at any moment. Before long, they could forcibly dismantle the chemical factory, and once he was out, it would be too late to voice any objections. As for Director Zhao's assurances, what assurances could he offer? Even Yi Jikai's actions were not criminal, but merely a commercial dispute. Ultimately, it would all devolve into a legal battle. It was evident that a student facing off against the school in court was a futile endeavor. Even if he won, what would it matter? Moreover, he had no time to engage in lawsuits. He was waiting to use the funds to build a business empire. There was no way he could walk away with the other party today. Director Zhao barked, "Qin Jiang, I am attempting to resolve this amicably. You know your own circumstances. Do not force my hand, or I will be compelled to investigate your affairs thoroughly." Qin Jiang replied coolly, "Investigating me is your prerogative. I, Qin Jiang, along with Heilun Company, am always available for such inquiries." Director Zhao, unable to contain his frustration any longer, pointed directly at Qin Jiang and ordered, "Arrest him." A few security personnel advanced. Lu Yong attempted to intervene, but as the saying goes, the higher the authority, the heavier the pressure. His words held no weight against Director Zhao's orders. With a decisive march, Wang Tao and the 100 or so followers stepped forward in unison. Director Zhao barked, "What are you doing?" Qin Jiang remained calm, picking up his phone to make a call, and, on the other end, it was quickly answered. After exchanging a few words, he extended the phone toward Zhao. "Take the call." Chapter 39, Yi Jikai. "What can you do to me?" Qin Jiang, "Wagering my life." While Qin Jiang was on the phone, several security personnel halted their advance, sensing that the atmosphere had shifted, perhaps due to Lu Yong's influence. It was evident that Lu Yong held a significant bias toward Qin Jiang. They were compelled to follow orders, yet they would certainly extend leniency where possible, as they were perceptive enough to notice. Seeing Qin Jiang hand over the phone, the security personnel exchanged glances and their advance came to a standstill. Director Zhao furrowed his brow, feeling an ominous premonition, but he also recognized that refusing to answer the phone would be unwise. With a swift motion, he took the phone. "Hello, this is Zhao Kailai from the Shuyuan Road Security Office." Immediately, he heard a voice on the other end that caused his expression to shift dramatically. "Understood. I will reflect on this." The conversation was brief, and the call ended abruptly, leaving Director Zhao holding the phone with a complex expression. The call had come from his superior. The message conveyed was simply, everything must be fair and just. Let his heart tremble uncontrollably, for he had just witnessed what appeared to be a lawful attempt to escort Qin Jiang away, a motion that was indeed legal and compliant. However, it was hardly fair, and he was acutely aware of the inevitable outcome. Once Qin Jiang was taken away, the chemical factory would face forced demolition, rendering any subsequent attempts to stir trouble or secure benefits utterly futile. The loss incurred in merely 2 hours could amount to millions. This was the price of repaying a debt of gratitude. Naturally, such matters were not particularly significant in this era and would not impact him, provided that Qin Jiang lacked formidable backing. Yet now, a single phone call had compelled his superior to personally discuss fairness, indicating the extraordinary nature of the opposing party's influence. He cast a slight glare at Lu Yong, realizing that the latter's recent assistance to Qin Jiang implied an awareness of the latter's background. Damn it! Not a word was spoken to him. He had assumed that Lu Yong was involved in some monetary dealings with Qin Jiang. How foolish. He should have recognized that Lu Yong was not driven by wealth, but rather by avenues for advancement. He inhaled deeply, striving to regain his composure. Calm. What he needed now was tranquility. On one hand, there was the debt of gratitude owed, and on the other, a command from his superior. With Qin Jiang firmly occupying the moral high ground, the choice was not difficult. Today could very well jeopardize his standing, obstructing his career path. And should he persist in his obstinacy, he might even find himself unable to remain with the security team. Suddenly, he burst into hearty laughter, Since President Qin is quite busy, there's no need for him to come in today for the record. Just send someone. Xiao Zhang, are you all just sitting around? Those who assaulted the students should be apprehended immediately. Several security personnel stepped forward to restrain the construction workers. In response, Chu Guohua's face turned ashen. He realized that this ruffian, Qin Jiang, not only understood the law, but possessed formidable connections. A single call had summoned Zhao Kailai to relent. Let us go. Zhao Kailai, without wasting words, simply stated that there should be no disturbances and departed with the demolition team. Wang Tao led a few of the assaulted students to record their statements, as rules must be adhered to. Inside the vehicle, Yi Jikai called Zhao Kailai, demanding, "What are you doing, old Zhao? Why did you leave? You even let the demolition team get apprehended." Zhao Kailai replied, "Old Yi, we've known each other for many years. You know my principles. I did not engage in favoritism or corruption." Yi Jikai grew more furious. "I told you to take him away for 2 hours. That's not illegal." Zhao Kailai countered, "But it's unjust. Old Yi, I'll be frank. The higher-ups insist on fairness. Spending a bit of money isn't necessarily a bad thing. Why lock horns with others? More friends mean more paths." With that, he concluded the conversation, not waiting for Yi Jikai to respond before hanging up. Listening to the dial tone, Yi Jikai was momentarily stunned. He had seen Qin Jiang passing a phone to Zhao Kailai, but hadn't dared to consider that angle until now. Hearing the admission confirmed his suspicions. Qin Jiang had backing. Moreover, he was occupying the moral high ground today. Who would dare to touch him? Fearing their own positions would be unstable. He has connections? Yi Jikai gazed at Yi Zhe, full of inquiry. Yi Zhe, bewildered, replied, "I haven't heard anything. He's just a poor student from the county attending vocational school. Right? What connections could he possibly have?" "Nonsense." Yi Jikai scolded. If he had no connections, how could a single call scare Zhao Kailai away? If he had no connections, how could he have anticipated the security upgrade and secured the chemical factory contract in advance? You know nothing and just charge him like a fool. Yi Jikai pondered many things. Previously, he had been too busy to consider this angle. Now, connecting the dots led him to a conclusion. Qin Jiang had connections, and they were undoubtedly significant. Everything he had done was premeditated. "Uncle, what should we do now?" Yi Zhe's words were abruptly cut off as he gasped, for he realized that the vehicle was surrounded by a throng of figures from the Black Dragon gang. Bang! The car door was yanked open. With a swift motion, a large hand seized Yi Zhe as if he were a mere chick, regardless of his struggles. "What are you doing? Let me go. You can't do this in broad daylight. The security team is killing people. Call for help." Silence. A member of the gang tossed him violently into the crowd. Bang! He crashed onto the cement ground, his body covered in dirt, but the sound ceased abruptly as a lackey stifled his cries. He even noticed someone beginning to remove their shoes and socks. "No!" Yesha screamed in despair. Even as the rain soaked him, he could faintly detect the scent of chemicals, fearing further retaliation. Meanwhile, the driver was forcibly pulled from the car. Inside, only Yi Jikai remained in the back seat. Bang! The rear door swung open. Qin Jiang, sheltered by several lackeys holding umbrellas, slowly entered the vehicle, and the door was quietly closed by Zhu Zhang. In a confined space, Qin Jiang and Yi Jikai sat in silence, neither uttering a word. After a long pause, Yi Jikai was the first to break the silence. "I truly underestimated you." Qin Jiang replied, "I have never underestimated you." Yi Jikai pressed, "What do you intend to do?" Qin Jiang responded, "The Black Dragon is a legitimate company. Everything is conducted according to the rules." Yi Jikai shot back, 7 million. "Are you not afraid of choking on it?" Qin Jiang countered, 7 million. "Are you not afraid of the dragon crossing the river?" Yi Jikai asked, "Are you aware of my power? Do you know how vast the world is? Do you understand the treachery of human nature?" Yi Jikai turned to meet Qin Jiang's gaze. "With a single word, I could place you in a predicament. How many connections could I muster for 7 million? From every angle, I could make your life exceedingly difficult. What could you do about it?" Qin Jiang returned the gaze. "Then shall I gamble with your life?" Chapter 40. Yi Jikai's fear of Qin Jiang's dominance. "You and I." Yi Jikai was rendered speechless by the retort. A chilling dread surged from his heels to the crown of his head. He truly sensed the murderous intent emanating from Qin Jiang. All the previously cultivated momentum and intimidation dissipated, leaving only trepidation. He was momentarily at a loss for words. Fortunately, he had some composure. Upon realizing his own lapse, he quickly regained his calm and stated, "Qin Jiang, I remind you that we live in a society governed by law." Qin Jiang chuckled. "Have you ever heard of drawing lots?" Gulp. Yi Jikai involuntarily swallowed hard. Drawing lots. He recalled that he had once mentioned to some ruffians in Songjiang that whenever faced with a particularly challenging situation, they would resort to drawing lots. Whoever drew the short straw would be tasked with resolving the issue, and the others must extend ample courtesy to the lot drawer, attending to their families. This was a common occurrence in various places, the most notable example being in Hong Kong, where a subordinate would bear the burden for their leader and subsequently be promoted to higher ranks. Similar practices existed within some families in the South. For instance, beating the drum or life-and-death lots. Regardless of the meaning, none of it was something Yi Jikai could withstand. His earlier threats now seemed laughable. He must be eliminated. Even if he could activate his trump card and turn the world upside down, he was but one person. 7 million. How does that compare to his own safety? Moreover, he need not bear the entire cost. Yi Jikai was evidently wavering, yet his long-standing pride and composure forbade him from yielding. "Do you intend to take action against me?" Swipe. Qin Jiang, drawing closer to Yi Jikai, startled the latter, causing him to instinctively retreat. Qin Jiang patted him on the shoulder, stating, "Hei Lung is a legitimate enterprise. Do not engage in reckless battles that could lead to your own demise." With that, he disregarded Yi Jikai's presence and exited the vehicle. Immediately, a subordinate arrived to hold an umbrella for him. Qin Jiang departed with a dozen followers, leaving Sijio to remain with several dozen others to secure the chemical plant. Zhu Zhang inquired, "Will he be frightened?" Qin Jiang replied, "Yes, but he will not submit easily." Zhu Zhang remarked, "He dares not continue his illicit dealings. It is likely he will turn to legitimate ventures. Although our paperwork is in order, an investigation could prove troublesome. The connections of a prominent principal should not be underestimated." Qin Jiang countered, "Hei Lung is not without its own backing. The principal of the vocational school cannot afford to take advantage of the situation." Zhu Zhang mused, "Are you suggesting this could be feasible?" Inside the vehicle, Yi Zhe, drenched in mud, approached angrily. "Uncle, they are too arrogant. We must report this." "What for?" Yi Vikai scoffed. "Look at your hasty demeanor. Do you even have any injuries to report? Such childish games are simply beneath you. I never expected someone from that rundown vocational school on Shuyuan Road to be a force to contend with." "A force? He is merely a thug." Yeshe retorted, growing more irate. Yi Jikai asserted firmly, "Just him. Even if he does not pursue the right path, he possesses the potential to carve out his own space in the world. Such individuals, while unlikely to reach the pinnacle of success in the future, often prove to be more challenging than those who abide by the rules because they disregard them altogether." Yi Jikai felt a twinge of helplessness. The rules, which had once been his invincible weapon, now seemed ineffective, filling him with concern. Yize wished to speak further, but, sensing the severity in Yi Jikai's expression, fell silent and quietly asked, "What shall we do next?" Yi Jikai replied, "Continue our search for allies, regardless of whether he adheres to the rules. We must first apply pressure through them. It is best if we can persuade him, but if not, he must understand that we are not ordinary individuals, and he cannot afford to flout the rules without consequence. However, compensating him hundreds of thousands for the demolition of the chemical plant is out of the question. We can only offer him 3 to 4 million. This notion pained Yize deeply, as the money was originally meant for him, and the thought of it enriching Qin Jiang was intolerable, yet reality left him with no choice. Later that night, several workers were released to retrieve the large machinery only to discover it had all been damaged. The culprit was obvious, yet with no evidence or surveillance. There was little they could do. The heavy rain had washed away all traces of the crime, and ultimately, they could only summon a few tow trucks to remove the machinery. The commotion outside the chemical plant that night was substantial, causing shockwaves throughout Shuyuan Road. as it became known that a student had compelled the principal of the security academy to intervene without resolution. Backgrounds, identities, and circumstances were relentlessly investigated by various parties. Meanwhile, Qin Jiang and Heilong Company had firmly established their reputation on Shuiyuan Road. The following day, in the principal's office, Qin Jiang sat across from Principal Wu Yu. This time, Wu Yu displayed no signs of disdain or dismissal. Instead, he smiled as he poured Qin Jiang a cup of tea. "Try this. It's a new blend sent by a friend. Dedicho usted, Qin Jiang, price et sincerity." Wu Yu, while sipping his tea, cast a peculiar glance at Qin Jiang. Truth be told, 2 weeks prior, he had dismissed Qin Jiang entirely, viewing him as nothing more than a child playing pretend despite the formation of Heilong Company and its hundreds of followers. Had it not been for the need to maintain stability within the school, he could have easily suppressed him. However, after the confrontation at the chemical plant, Qin Jiang's name had become known far and wide across Shuiyuan Road. Yi Jikai's establishment of the security academy was on the verge of being upgraded to a third-tier institution, marking a significant achievement. In the eyes of many on Shuiyuan Road, he was the one to be reckoned with. Yet he had suffered a significant loss at the hands of Qin Jiang, and even leveraging connections proved futile. Qin Jiang appeared remarkably exceptional. Not only would he soon receive demolition funds to expand his company, but the question of what background allowed him to command such respect from director Zhao lingered in the air. Intrigued, Wu Yu's eyes flickered as he quickly speculated the purpose of Qin Jiang's visit. Qin Jiang, however, did not keep him in suspense and stated plainly, Heilong Company is a supported enterprise of the vocational school and has pledged to offer assistance to the school when the prospect for development are promising. Surely the school will not turn a blind eye to the difficulties Heilong Company is currently facing, will it? The audacity of the security academy to disregard Heilong Company was not merely a slight against them. It was a direct affront to Wu Yu himself. Wu Yu interjected, "Good grief, is that how you would characterize it?" Yet he maintained, "I see you all are thriving. Surely the security academy will not skimp on compensation." He was well aware that following the previous day's battle, the remaining course of action would likely involve the security academy negotiating with Qin Jiang. And while a 7 million compensation might be unlikely, 3 to 5 million was plausible. Could it be that Qin Jiang remained unsatisfied? Did he seek to bring Wu Yu into his dealings? What gave him the right? With a forceful gesture, Qin Jiang overturned his teacup onto the table, splattering tea everywhere and startling Wu Yu. Rising abruptly, his expression icy, he declared, "I had thought Principal Wu to be a person of substance. But today it is clear you are short-sighted. You are merely suited to be the vice principal of a vocational school. Compared to Yi Jikai, you do not measure up." In that moment, Wu Yu's countenance turned exceedingly grim. He had come to this vocational school for particular reasons, and in his eyes, Yi Jikai was nothing more than a businessman, unworthy of comparison. The notion that Qin Jiang deemed him inferior to Yi Jikai was intolerable. Yet there was a kernel of truth in Qin Jiang's words. After all, Yi Jikai had successfully elevated the school to a third-tier institution, while Wu Yu remained with a mere vocational school. With a resounding thud, Wu Yu slammed his hand on the table. "Angry are we?" Qin Jiang leaned on the table, locking eyes with Wu Yu. "Your anger is inconsequential. History judges heroes by their successes and failures. Even if you look down upon Yi Jikai, he is the principal of a third-tier institution, while you are merely the vice principal of a vocational school." Wu Yu stammered you. Qin Jiang continued, "Listen well. Tomorrow I will relocate Heilong Company from the vocational school. From now on, there will be no association between Heilong Company and the vocational school, and I will not participate in any future entrepreneurial awards as a representative of the school, including the upcoming Young Entrepreneur Award." Wu Yu was taken aback. "How do you know about that?" The Young Entrepreneur Award was a competition being organized to showcase emerging talents from certain provinces in the South, reputed for its prestige and the opportunity it provided to student entrepreneurs. Many star students were preparing to participate, with the preliminary round set for the end of the year. For prestigious universities, the award merely represented an enhancement of reputation and a chance to compete with top institutions in the South. However, for ordinary schools, it was a monumental achievement, a golden opportunity that could significantly ease future recruitment efforts, with greater support expected from higher authorities. In that moment, Wu Yu's mind raced with possibilities, and he felt a surge of excitement, only to quickly regain his composure. The Young Entrepreneur Award had only 10 slots available, and with some members of society also entering the fray, students faced fierce competition for just 5 spots against renowned universities. In that place, students have the opportunity to establish their own online companies. According to his understanding, many entrepreneurial ventures initiated by students have already gained substantial traction, with annual revenues reaching millions, or even more. Their names exude grandeur. Future Technology Company Limited, Dream Plan Company Limited, New Life Investment Company Limited. The mere mention of such titles carries significant weight. He recalled having seen a business card from one of these individuals, adorned with an impressive array of titles: CEO, Executive President, and more. The English descriptions were plentiful, presenting an image of elite professionals. In stark contrast, he considered his own company, Black Dragon Company. It certainly did not evoke the impression of a reputable business. Rather, it sounded more akin to a gang name from a film. The owner, Qin Jiang. With the nickname Black Dragon, his subordinates referred to him as Big Brother, which suggests a lack of seriousness in his leadership. How could he possibly compete with those illustrious figures? He shook his head, realizing he had been swayed by their provocations. Clearly, he lacked the cunning required in the political arena. He remarked, "There is no need to provoke me. It's futile." To which Qin Jiang contemptuously responded, "Do you truly believe yourself worthy of such provocation? Yi Kai is fully aware of my tenacity, and he knows that squabbling over mere millions is not worth it. Yet, for the sake of ethereal face and a sliver of pride, he still chooses to utilize his capabilities to take a shot. And what about you? You, who have nothing to lose, refuse to even attempt it. What do you fear losing? If you are so sure of your invulnerability, what gratitude can you expect from others? You fancy yourself in control, yet individuals like you are destined to achieve nothing significant. I say this. Do you genuinely believe that Black Dragon Company relies solely on you?" With that, he turned away, showing a lack of interest in Wu Yu. At this moment, Wu Yu stood frozen, recalling the words of his defeated father-in-law. "You are simply too hesitant to take risks. You wait until the dust settles before placing your bets." While this approach ensures you won't make a wrong move, it also guarantees you will never achieve significant progress. I have stepped back. If you continue on this path, you will likely reach a dead end. For reasons unknown, he found himself connecting his father-in-law's advice with Qin Jiang's recent remarks. It seemed he was indeed overly cautious. Despite the fact that aiding Black Dragon Company through its difficulties posed no challenge for him. Why not take a chance? Even if he were to lose, what difference would it make? Perhaps he could use this opportunity to connect with some mysterious backing behind Qin Jiang. If he couldn't muster the courage to gamble on something that wouldn't result in loss, how would he fare when faced with genuine choices in the future? Would he truly resign himself to remain in his current position for the rest of his life? How would he realize the grand ambitions of his youth? With a firm slap on the table, he called out to the departing Qin Jiang, "Wait." Qin Jiang halted and turned to face Wu Yu, remaining silent. Without further ado, Wu Yu picked up his phone and made a call. "Hello, old classmate, it's Wu Yu. It's been ages since we last met. I have a student named Qin Jiang." "Exactly, that's the one. I'm not asking for much, just fairness. Let us get together for a meal sometime." With a click, he hung up and continued, "Tell the old leader I send my regards. Hello, little brother." After making several calls, Wu Yu turned to Qin Jiang. "The fairness you seek is now yours. I hope you won't disappoint me. Furthermore, starting today, the abandoned experimental base on the east side of the school will be at your disposal free of charge." Qin Jiang nodded, his expression calm. "Not bad. You're acting like a man." With that, he exited the principal's office. This time, Wu Yu did not feel as if he was merely sending off a nuisance. Rather, his gaze was imbued with complexity. Ultimately, he chuckled softly, "Ha, a man? Indeed, I am a man. From this day forth, I will no longer hesitate. So what if I've been in a junior college without making a name for myself? Reform. The junior college must undergo reform. What with automotive repair and nursing departments? They sound so lowly. Let us directly revamp them into modern automotive and healthcare departments. I refuse to believe that a proper vocational school cannot compete with a women-s college, nor will I allow myself to be bullied." He was not lying. Logically, the vocational school was quite substantial, with 2 campuses and an array of departments. However, due to its comprehensive nature, it lacked any distinctive features, allowing the nursing school to advance to a 3-year program ahead of it. Without further ado, Wu Yu immediately opened his computer to draft a proposal. Little did he know that the gamble he inadvertently placed on Qin Jiang would prove to be immensely beneficial. 3 days later, at the Nursing Institute, Yi Jikai felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment as he hung up the phone. Yi Zhe dared not breathe a word after several consecutive calls. Yi Jikai's face grew increasingly dark. After a prolonged silence, Yi Zhe finally blurted out, "Uncle, what is going on?" With a swift motion, Yi Jikai splashed tea across Yi Zhe's face in anger, rising to his feet to scold him. "Useless. Have you even considered that the chemical plant has been abandoned for so many years? Qin Jiang suddenly wants to take over. Do you think that's without issue? And you're so eager to hand it over to him, signing a 10-year contract? Why not sign it for life? You've been played for a fool. And what can you do about it? Apart from your grandfather, your father, and your mother, what else are you? Yesh stammert. Aren't you excluding yourself from that list? What's left for me? It's not my fault I was born into a good family, nor that the Yi family values the firstborn. It's not my fault my father is doing better than you." He continued, recalling that when he first mentioned the contract, Yi Jikai seemed agreeable. Now, however, he was placing all the blame on him. Sensing Yi Jikai's fury, he nodded repeatedly in agreement. "Oomph." After a few moments of scolding, Yi Jikai finally sat down, stating, "Forget about the chemical plant. Let us proceed according to the contract. Call him and offer 7 million. Pay him. 7 million? All of it?" Yi Zhe's voice rose incredulously. "Yes," Yi Jikai affirmed with a fierce nod. The recent calls had been from individuals he sought to pressure Black Dragon, who informed him that someone was backing Qin Jiang, urging him not to let a small loss become a major issue, as we live in a society governed by law. He understood. There were indeed people behind Qin Jiang applying pressure. Moreover, Qin Jiang was in the right, and his connections did not intend to assist him for fear of causing trouble. That was why he had been so furious. 7 million was nothing to him. Rather, it was his pride that was at stake. He feared that henceforth he would be subjected to ridicule, unless one day Qin Jiang's status far surpassed his, at which point the teasing would cease. However, such a possibility seemed implausible to Yi Jikai. He felt humiliated, as if a prominent principal was being bullied by a ruffian from school. After a moment, Yi Zhe grasped the situation. He had not anticipated that someone would truly support Qin Jiang. Who could it be that could make his uncle feel so defeated? "Uncle, should I ask my father?" Yi Jikai's expression grew serious. "No. Your father is in a critical position and cannot be approached. Too many eyes are watching. Furthermore, a few million is something the Nursing Institute can afford. Remember, in the future, do not let your father know if you are in the wrong. This is the foundation of the Yi family's survival." "Oh," Yi Zhe nodded, somewhat understanding. "Yi Jikai, go. I don't want to go. Let us wait a bit longer." Waiting is no longer an option. The official documents have arrived, and the construction team is about to begin work. The shareholders have also expressed their opinions. If this drags on, it will affect our upward momentum, resulting in a loss of fortune. A final ultimatum has been issued. Resolution within 3 days. Yi Zhe, in a fit of anger, declared it superstitious but understood that no alternative remained and stormed off. The vocational school. Nightfall has descended. Qin Jiang sat within the confines of the Black Dragon Company alongside Zhu Zheng and Si Jiao, with the rest absent. At the entrance, 7 or 8 lackeys lounged on rattan chairs, engaging in idle chatter, their watchful gazes fixed upon any student daring to approach the vicinity of the company. According to Zhu Zheng's edict, regardless of whether Black Dragon was a legitimate corporation or a gang, the headquarters must be guarded to maintain an air of authority. This intimidation effectively deterred students from passing by. Even those who had no choice but to traverse this route hurried along, whispering tales that almost mythologized both Qin Jiang and Black Dragon. Classes went unattended without reproach from teachers. Students strolled freely across campus. They brazenly walked down Academy Road. Rumors circulated that Black Dragon commanded thousands of lackeys. Recently, on a stormy night, Under Qin Jiang's command, over 1,000 lackeys encircled the security office, overpowering even the principal, leaving the security team utterly ineffective. A few students who had wandered further whispered amongst themselves, "Do you think that incident was real? Who knows?" But my cousin claims he saw it with his own eyes. Thousands gathered near the security office, and the security team was called in to apprehend several. So why wasn't he caught? Who knows, perhaps someone up the chain intervened. After all, look at how the school administration turns a blind eye, allowing him to post gang signs on campus. I heard that's their company name. Do you believe that? What kind of company adopts such a name? True. Qin Jiang, of course, remained oblivious to their discussions, and even if he were aware, he would find no need to explain certain matters. In this era, having a layer of protection made it easier to navigate. Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside. "Let us break up. I think we're not suited for each other." The voice was loud and close. Instinctively, Qin Jiang, Zhu Zheng, and CGO turned their gazes toward the source. Not far from the Black Dragon Company stood three figures. To the left was a rather thin man, Sun Yuan, a key figure in the Black Dragon Company. To his right was a somewhat plump young woman, whose discomfort was palpable as she avoided eye contact with Sun Yuan. Beside her stood a sharp-tongued woman, hands on her hips, confronting Sun Yuan. Sun Yuan's expression was one of exaggerated disbelief. "Xiaoro, what are you saying?" The plump girl stammered, I, unable to articulate her thoughts. The sharp-tongued woman interjected, "What is the matter? Can't you understand? She wants to break up with you. Do you comprehend what that means?" She gestured dismissively at Sun Yuan. "Look at you. My Xiaoro is a top student, destined for a prestigious company after graduation, while you, off to be an apprentice at some auto repair shop. You two are worlds apart. If it weren't for Xiaoro feeling sorry for you, you would have broken up ages ago. Do you understand?" Sun Yuan found himself momentarily speechless. He and Xiaoro had been high school sweethearts, their bond enduring for nearly 4 years despite his average grades, leading to a failed college entrance exam and a subsequent year of retaking exams, ultimately relegating him to a junior college, while Xiaoro excelled into a key university. Recently, he had sensed a shift, yet found it difficult to accept. "What do you mean, what?" The sharp-tongued woman scoffed. "You can't even get into a decent university, and I hear you're mingling with unsavory crowds. Is there any future in that? Constantly babbling about Black Dragon. What a juvenile fantasy. How could you ever compare to my Xiaoro?" She continued from now on. "Don't contact her again." With that, she yanked Xiaoro away. "Come on, Xiaoro. What is there to discuss with a petty thug like him? You'll probably be struggling to eat in the future, and who knows, you might end up getting killed. Your future is as a white-collar worker, sitting in an office earning a respectable salary." Xiaoro glanced back at Sun Yuan, but did not stop, following her friend out of the campus. Outside, Black Dragon's lackeys, having overheard the commotion, began to gather. "What's going on?" The sharp-tongued woman screeched like an enraged hen. "Are you planning to attack someone in broad daylight?" Sun Yuan yelled, "Let them go." Inside the Black Dragon Company, Qin Jiang and the others bore witness to this scene. Suddenly, the phone rang. Zhu Zheng answered, recognizing it was Yi Zhe agreeing to the 7 million breach of contract penalty. Just as Zhu Zheng was about to nod in approval, he saw Qin Jiang slowly utter 2 words, "Cash." Chapter 43. Cash received, all hands on deck. In an instant, Zhu Zheng understood, saying, "Remember, we only require cash, 7 million in cash. I hope you deliver it punctually." "What?" Yi Zhe's incredulous voice came through the phone. 7 million in cash. Are you joking? Where am I supposed to procure that amount in such a short time? Transferring is easy enough. Just provide me with the company's bank account, and I'll have the finance department send the funds directly to you. We want cash. Zhu Zheng reiterated. I'll get it for you. Zhu Zheng concluded, all right, it's settled. When the cash arrives, we'll allow the demolition of the chemical plant. With that, he abruptly hung up the call. On the other end, Yi Zhe was left fuming, yet had no choice but to report to Yi Ji Kai. The security office could no longer wait to commence work. And under pressure from the shareholders, even Yi Ji Kai had to reluctantly comply. He promptly contacted the bank to arrange for the cash. In the year 2010, 7 million in cash was no trifling matter. Several banks needed to prepare in advance. One must acknowledge Yi Ji Kai's influence. as he managed to gather the requisite cash in just a few hours. That very evening, Yi personally drove over to deliver the cash, and the contract was officially nullified. Everything was settled. This also marked the completion of Qin Jiang's second financial venture, signaling the launch of his commercial empire. Qin Jiang gazed at the 7 million in cash before him, remaining composed, while Zhu Zhang was considerably more anxious. As for Sijio, he was indifferent to money. To him, it was merely paper. Whether it was 10,000 or 100,000 made no difference. His only concern was his friends, or rather, whether Qin Jiang stood by his side. After a moment, Zhu Zhang gradually regained his composure. Brother Jiang, your insistence on having Yi provide cash, was it necessary? Indeed, Qin Jiang nodded. Zhu Zhang understood. I see. He then turned to Wang Tao, who stood nearby, his mouth agape, eyes glazed over. Fixated on the 7 million in cash, go. Summon all the core members of Black Dragon immediately. Huh? Wang Tao responded absent-mindedly. Zhu Zhang raised his voice slightly, go. Wang Tao snapped back to reality. Where to? Zhu Zhang insisted. I told you to gather all the core members. Hurry up. What's the matter? Did you lose your mind? Wang Tao paused, shaking his head vigorously. No, I'm just overwhelmed. My goodness, when have I ever seen this much money? This is enough for my father to toil for generations. With that, he dashed outside. Outside, the 7 or 8 Black Dragon brothers lounged on their wrought-tan chairs, unable to see the commotion inside due to their angle. Thus, they displayed no excessive excitement until they noticed Wang Tao burst out, his face flushed with exhilaration, exclaiming, Quick, spread the word and have the core members report to the company immediately. Hurry up, Run. Wang Tao kept urging. However, he soon realized that several of them remained stationary, not moving an inch, causing him to furrow his brow. What's going on? Am I not being heard? Before he could express his frustration, one of the lackeys piped up. Hey, Taoge, do you think it might be faster to just send a message on QQ? Wang Tao, oh. What the hell? How could I have forgotten this? Foolishly, I allowed someone to run out to deliver a message. How embarrassing. After a brief moment of awkwardness, he regained his composure. Without hesitation, he quickly took out his phone and opened the group chat. Black Dragon Source Group. Group Leader, Qin Jiang. Administrators, Su Zing, Siju. Wang Tao. Group Members, dozens. Only the elite personnel of the Black Dragon Company are permitted to join this group, which started with just over 10 members and has gradually expanded to its current size. Typically, Qin Jiang, Zhu Zhang, and Sijio refrain from making any statements. Even when there is something to address, it is Wang Tao who speaks, thereby highlighting the status of the three. It may seem pretentious, yet contemporary youth are drawn to this tactic. This very strategy has fostered a cohesion within the Black Dragon team that far surpasses that of other student groups, simultaneously elevating the trio to a near-mythical status. Particularly, in the eyes of the Black Dragon brothers, Qin Jiang is perceived as an omnipotent figure, a natural leader. Charisma, authority, and capability are embodied within him. Talp. Wang Tao swiftly edited the message. Brother Jiang commands. All core members of Black Dragon must report to the base immediately. This is a rule established by Zhu Zhang. Whenever Qin Jiang is present, regardless of who issues the command among the three, it must be stated as a directive from Qin Jiang. This serves to emphasize his uniqueness and reinforce his position as the leader, indicating that he has no intention of contesting authority with Qin Jiang. As soon as the message was sent, notifications flooded in. Beep, beep. Countless messages appeared. Oh wow. The core members of Black Dragon were all on campus, and coincidentally, Bai Lu was dining nearby the vocational school. Thus, within merely half an hour, they gathered in front of the Black Dragon Company. This scene, the security guards displayed no surprise. The gathering of the Black Dragon Company seemed perfectly normal to them. Not to mention that the school leadership provided support for this company. But since the establishment of the Black Dragon Company, the atmosphere within the school had improved significantly. Incidents of fighting had become non-existent. This was all due to Qin Jiang's edict. Anyone daring to engage in fighting at school would face the wrath of Black Dragon. Just that single proclamation had instilled such fear that many students would argue vehemently, their faces flushed, yet none would dare to resort to actual violence. The guards were naturally pleased with their leisurely duties, as a simple stroll around the campus sufficed to fulfill their responsibilities. At this moment, Security Captain Su Dong observed the Black Dragon Company with a complex expression. He had some connections within the school and was aware of the situation outside the chemical factory not long ago. Knowing that Qin Jiang had caused Principal Yi Jikai to face humiliation, along with the fact that the chemical factory owed a compensation of 7 million. 7 million. Upon hearing this figure, he nearly choked. It was unimaginable that the school delinquents would dare to harbor such grand ambitions. It appeared they were on the verge of succeeding. Furthermore, he had just received news that the school had decided to allocate the experimental building to Black Dragon. A whole building. Even if it was only 3 stories, it was still vastly larger than the security station. This revelation made him realize Qin Jiang's connections were undoubtedly extraordinary. It seemed he had more than just Vice Principal Wu Yu backing him. With this thought, he shifted from a mindset of avoiding conflict with Qin Jiang to one of seeking to cultivate a good relationship with him. Who knows? It might prove advantageous in the future. But how exactly could he forge such a connection? Merely opening a door for the other party would likely yield no significant goodwill. Within the security booth, Guard Feng Zhao gazed at the brightly lit Black Dragon Company and the gathering of delinquent students with a complex expression. He harbored a deep disdain for such scenes. To him, gatherings of delinquents, posturing as tough guys, and the entourage surrounding Qin Jiang evoked nothing but contempt. He believed that these detrimental societal behaviors must be curbed. Yet, paradoxically, these students adhered to school rules and even contributed to maintaining student stability, making it impossible for him to intervene. He could only watch helplessly. After a long while, he sighed. If students insist on mingling with society, their lives will be ruined. How tragic. It seems I must seek an opportunity to have a serious conversation with these students. If I could dissuade even one of them, it would be worthwhile. Chapter 44. Qin Jiang spends money bolstering his brother's courage. At this moment, in front of the Black Dragon Company, dozens of core members, oblivious to the guard's thoughts, streamed into the company. Suddenly, the line came to an abrupt halt. What is going on? Why have the people in front stopped? Let us move in. Speak up. Where is Brother Jiang? After a moment, the front line slowly advanced, and as all the key figures stepped inside, they collectively stood in stunned silence. Those at the back understood why the earlier halt had occurred. All eyes were fixed on the central position, and the scene before them was one they would never forget. In the center, 3 chairs were arranged. On the left, Zhu Zheng waved a folding fan and held a cigar. On the right, Si Jiu spun a metal ball. His eyes slightly narrowed. In the center, Qin Jiang reclined in his chair, holding a wine glass in his left hand while rhythmically tapping the armrest with his right. Thud, thud, thud. This tableau was undeniably impactful. Of course, the brothers of Black Dragon were somewhat immune to it. Yet what truly astonished them was the sight of piles of 100 yuan bills stacked on the table in front of the 3, resembling a mountainous peak. Money, an impressive mountain of cash. Moreover, it was in 100 yuan bills. These students were accustomed to having only 1,000 or 800 in their pockets. After all, who among the affluent would allow their children to attend vocational school? The sheer sight of 7 million in cash was beyond description for them. Bang, bang, bang. Many could hear the pounding of their own hearts. Silence. The entire room was terrifyingly quiet. Only the sounds of Qin Jiang tapping his fingers, Zhu Zheng puffing on a cigar, and Si Jiu spinning the metal ball echoed. After a long pause, the assembled group managed to regain their composure. All eyes turning toward Qin Jiang and the others, their understanding of the source of the money becoming clearer. Indeed, Zhu Zheng calmly stated, under Brother Jiang's leadership and with our collective effort, Black Dragon Company has officially completed its first deal, securing the relocation compensation from the Principal S office, 7 million. The cash is all here. He gestured towards the money before them. His words transformed the speculative murmurs among the Black Dragon brothers into palpable excitement. Although they were already aware of Qin Jiang's demand for 7 million in compensation, no one had dared to confront the reality of it until now. 7 million. Such a figure exceeded comprehension. Moreover, the tangible sight of 7 million, cash they had collectively earned, brought an indescribable thrill that coursed through them from head to toe. In the presence of 7 million, they felt an overwhelming sense of pride. They had often been told that mingling in the underworld was a path to nowhere, that they, as small-time delinquents, could achieve nothing beyond petty theft. But now, was 7 million not a monumental achievement? Was it not the result of their united efforts? Many of the Black Dragon brothers instinctively straightened their spines. Among them, Sun Yuan stood the tallest, chest puffed out, his eyes gleaming with excitement, completely shedding the dejection he felt after being dumped by his girlfriend earlier that day. In this moment, everyone looked at Qin Jiang with a mixture of admiration and reverence, as if gazing upon a deity capable of anything. Witnessing this scene, Qin Jiang quietly nodded to himself. He had sought cash precisely to achieve this effect. The loyalty and willingness to fight of those under his command were evident, yet their vision remained limited, often confined to a mindset typical of small-time delinquents. To put it accurately, many harbored feelings of inferiority. It was only natural. They had struggled academically, resorted to fighting, and had likely faced ostracism from classmates, teachers, and even relatives throughout their lives, leading them to subconsciously believe they were inferior. Such a mindset is challenging to alter. Even Qin Jiang must proceed step by step, and his initial choice is money. Throughout history, wealth has emboldened the spirit, regardless of the circumstances. As long as those beneath him understand that following the Black Dragon leads to financial gain, substantial, tangible, and clean money, they can truly hold their heads high. Upon contemplating this, Qin Jiang did not hesitate to seize a bundle from the mountain of cash and, with practiced ease, he scattered it generously among the dozens of brothers present. Take this as yours. The crisp sound of hundreds of yuan bills fluttered through the air, many landing directly on the faces of the Black Dragon brothers, prompting instinctive grabs for the tangible sensation of currency. There was no need for further words. All the brothers instinctively clutched the drifting notes in midair. Qin Jiang continued. The second bundle, the third bundle, and only after distributing 5 bundles did he cease. It took over 10 minutes for the brothers to finalize the distribution, with some receiving over 10,000 yuan, while others still garnered several thousand. There was no sign of chaos or competition. Instead, they exhibited a remarkable understanding, ensuring that disparities were minimal. Excellent. Qin Jiang felt even more satisfied and glanced at Zhu Zhang. The presence of such order within the Black Dragon, starkly contrasting with the unruliness often found among outsiders, was entirely due to Zhu Zhang's established rules. One cannot help but acknowledge that Zhu Zhang is indeed a natural in the underworld. At this moment, the brothers gazed at the substantial stacks of 100 yuan notes in their hands, speechless. This amount surpassed their family's annual living expenses. It was casually tossed to them by their own Jiangge, who could remain composed. Moreover, the spectacle of money raining down was simply too impactful to forget. Even the worldly wise Bai Lu was momentarily taken aback, realizing that Qin Jiang had indeed amassed 7 million in cash. The Black Dragon now possessed 7 million? No wonder Jiangge insisted she learn accounting. Without some management skills, it would be utterly unfeasible. With a swift motion, Qin Jiang grabbed 2 more stacks and tossed them to Wang Tao. Distribute these to the remaining brothers below. Allocate according to their contributions, but ensure that each person receives at least 500. If it's insufficient, they can come to me for more. Let them know that following the Black Dragon guarantees ample financial rewards. I, Qin Jiang, am not one to be stingy. His previous experiences in the underworld had taught him that a miserly boss would inevitably face ruin. Only those who are generous can cultivate loyal followers. One cannot rely solely on camaraderie. Sufficient benefits must accompany efforts to secure loyalty, for those who hoard wealth shall not endure. As the saying goes, fleeting glory is not everlasting. Throughout history, profit remains eternal. Indeed, this scene sent a renewed tremor through all the brothers. Outside, Su Dong had intended to converse with Qin Jiang, hoping to foster camaraderie, but unexpectedly stumbled upon the sight of Qin Jiang showering money. He was left in shock, nearly collapsing to the ground. Money. So much money? How much is this? Several million? Wait, could this be the 7 million given by the protective courtyard? Did they genuinely hand it over? What a remarkable background he possesses. The protective courtyard has completely capitulated, and his earlier display of tossing cash was simply too cool. Tens of thousands just thrown away. Hey! Zhu Zheng snapped his folding fan and exclaimed, "What are you all standing there for? Are you dissatisfied with Jiang Ji's generosity?" The dozens of younger brothers snapped back to reality, promptly shouting in unison, "Thank you, Yang Yi. Thank you, Jiangge." Chapter 45, Songjiang's Nightless City, Prosperity Through Industry. At this moment, a chorus of cheers resonated throughout the room, drawing the attention of many nearby. However, due to the crowding within, they could not discern the situation clearly, only whispering among themselves. "We can't quite understand what they're shouting about. It sounds rather intimidating. Keep it down. They're quite formidable now." Not even the principal of the protective courtyard dares to challenge them. One must admit, ever since the Black Dragon made its presence known, our school has been much quieter. Few dare to engage in fights, and I felt much safer walking out at night with my partner. As they spoke, they swiftly departed the vicinity of the Black Dragon Company, considering it merely a side note to their day. Qin Jiang observed the brothers regaining their composure and continued, "From today onward, all of you will be officially registered under the Black Dragon, becoming legitimate employees of the Black Dragon Company. Remember, from this day forth, your salaries will be raised to a minimum of 3,000, with no upper limit. We will ensure timely contributions to your 5 insurances and 1 fund. You will be white-collar workers, the elite of society. From this day forward, the Black Dragon Company will also undergo expansion, establishing several legitimate departments." Phew, phew. The sound of rapid breaths filled the room. Qin Jiang's declarations were akin to a continuous surge of motivation for the Black Dragon brothers. Not to mention, a 3,000 yuan monthly salary in 2010 was by no means insignificant. It surpassed the earnings of the vast majority of university graduates, especially considering the added benefits of 5 insurances and 1 fund. It is crucial to understand that in Songjiang, even 10 years later, the ability to provide such benefits would still be exceedingly rare. In fact, some college students lamented, "Is it illegal to provide 5 insurances and 1 fund in Songjiang? A 3,000 yuan monthly salary?" Sun Yuan muttered repeatedly, "That is more than Xiao Rou's monthly salary. This high achiever only earns 2,000. Moreover, unlike the few thousand they now held, this was not idle money. It was a consistent monthly income. This way, he could also send home a reasonable sum, alleviating his parents' concerns that he was not academically inclined." In this moment, Sun Yuan experienced a profound shift in mindset, feeling an unprecedented sense of belonging to the Black Dragon, daring to compare himself to those white-collar workers. Not just Sun Yuan, but others shared similar sentiments. If their initial attraction to the Black Dragon stemmed from Qin Jiang's charisma, now they felt a genuine team spirit, a true allegiance to the Black Dragon, and boundless admiration for Qin Jiang. Details could be discussed later. Qin Jiang waved his hand, prompting Wang Tao and the others to take their leave, understanding that Jiangge and the others had matters to discuss. After their departure, 10 younger brothers remained to guard the entrance. They no longer engaged in idle chatter or card games. Instead, they sat upright, attentively observing everyone passing by, serious and focused. Their presence alone created an inexplicable sense of pressure. Zhu Zheng inquired, "Jiangge, do you have plans for the Black Dragon's future development?" Qin Jiang nodded. "Indeed, we have decided on the next steps for the Black Dragon, and it lies over there." He pointed toward an empty lot across from the vocational school. This area, akin to the chemical factory, had remained vacant, devoid of any structures, leaving Zhu Zheng somewhat perplexed. "Is it going to be demolished?" "No, that's impossible. Besides, even if it were to be demolished, it would not be contracted to us." Zhu Zheng began to deny his own thoughts halfway through. "Of course, it is not a demolition." Qin Jiang shook his head. "Such lucrative businesses cannot persist indefinitely, and the Black Dragon cannot always pursue this route. What we lack now is a business that can yield sustainable profits." Thus, Qin Jiang pointed to a panoramic map of Songjiang behind him, indicating a specific location in the northern district. Is this the location of several night markets in the northern district? Zhu Zheng asked, glancing at the site. Yang Yi, are you planning to establish a night market? Qin Jiang tapped his fingers, stating, to be precise, a large-scale, comprehensive nighttime entertainment venue. The night market is merely the nascent form. It is just the most fundamental aspect. The true future is Songjiang's nightless city. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zheng's expression suddenly changed, and he could not help but repeatedly murmur the name. Qin Jiang nodded and remarked, indeed, the Songjiang nightless city possesses the potential to meld with the unique characteristics of Songjiang's ice and snow, thus creating a genuine ice and snow nightless city. As long as we control the various revenue streams within, it would be sufficient for the Black Dragon to flourish and even soar directly to new heights. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zheng was inevitably swayed by his words. He possessed a sharp business acumen, though his previous ventures had been predominantly in the shadows. This did not imply that he lacked knowledge on how to generate profit. Qin Jiang recalled that in his past life, Zhu Zheng had proposed numerous lucrative plans for internet companies, yet due to various hindrances, they had not come to fruition. Just a couple of investments had left a lasting impression on Qin Jiang. Money, earning it was as effortless as acquiring mere scraps of paper. Qin Jiang continued, of course. The Songjiang nightless city is a vision for the future. Our immediate focus should be on planning a prototype night market, a grand collective night market infused with unique elements. Indeed, this was Qin Jiang's strategy for his third fortune. By 2010, many internet companies had already risen to prominence, such as Taomao and Weiliao, which had firmly established their foothold. Emerging software platforms had also begun to make their mark, and entering the arena now would mean competing with them. Even though Qin Jiang was confident in his ability to secure a position within, there was simply no necessity for it. Furthermore, one significant drawback of internet companies was their reliance on high-caliber talent. Once adopting this model, it would necessitate the recruitment of numerous elite programmers. Setting aside the financial expenditure, how would he manage his current brothers? Even if future profits from internet companies could provide sustenance for his men, this was not what Qin Jiang wished to witness. If he proceeded down this path, it was certain that his brothers would gradually become marginalized or even voluntarily depart. The Black Dragon's authority would then rest in the hands of those programmers and professional managers. Qin Jiang resolutely shook his head, declaring, absolutely not. If I were to develop along these lines, what meaning would my rebirth hold? My true foundation is not wealth or foresight of the future, but rather the dozens, if not hundreds of brothers I have. As long as they are with me, I can remain invincible and always possess the ability to rise again. This conviction had been formed shortly after his rebirth. His commercial empire would be primarily based on real industries. It was destined to be a challenging path, one that diverged entirely from the experiences of past reborn individuals. This was a journey uniquely his own, Qin Jiang's. Rising slowly, he walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing up at the starry sky as if envisioning a magnificent networked world flowing forward with unyielding momentum, while he stood at the forefront, choosing to swim against the current. This path was destined to be fraught with difficulties and dangers, akin to walking on thin ice. Could he succeed? Why not take a more effortless approach in line with the tides of the world? Just as this thought crossed his mind, he glanced outside where his brothers were gradually dispersing, and he felt an exhilarating surge of ambition, exclaiming, in this second life, even if I must swim against the current, what does it matter? In this life, I, Qin Jiang, shall advocate for the prosperity of our nation through industry. Chapter 46. Preparing for the banquet. Let us go. We need to buy a car. Shaking his head, Qin Jiang chose not to dwell further on the matter. The route of advocating for national prosperity through industry could not be accomplished overnight. His immediate priority lay in the pressing matters at hand. Brother Jiang. Zhu Zheng approached Qin Jiang, standing upright. How many branches should the Black Dragon establish? Qin Jiang corrected him, departments. Zhu Zheng responded, yes, departments. However, his expression revealed skepticism. To him, what departments meant was merely a rebranding of the term branches. In his understanding, Qin Jiang's concept of a registration for the Black Dragon was entirely based on a gang model. To this, Qin Jiang found himself unable to elaborate further. in this life. As he was tasked with leading numerous brothers, the Black Dragon Company was destined to differ from others, and adaptation would take time. Subsequently, the two discussed the several departments that the Black Dragon was soon to establish, which primarily included commerce, finance, and so forth. Zhu Zheng suggested, "Brother Jiang, should we establish a department for?" Mimicking a throat-cutting gesture. Qin Jiang promptly dismissed the idea. No need. He was acutely aware that Zhu Zheng was referring to a department dedicated to illicit activities, specializing in rather obscure dealings. In his previous life, the team had indeed set up such a department, which had played a significant role. However, it was this very department that had led them to perdition. Engaging in too many illicit activities always came at a cost. In this rebirth, how could he bear to allow his brothers to partake in endeavors that were fated to lead nowhere, inevitably culminating in tears behind bars? Seeing Qin Jiang's firm stance, Zhu Zheng refrained from pressing further. He believed that whether or not such a department existed was inconsequential. Should any issues arise, his brothers would naturally handle it, and he himself would be involved as well. Qin Jiang continued, "Have someone tailor some formal wear. Each core brother should receive 2 sets of clothing. Ensure they're made swiftly within 3 days. Also, reserve the top floor of the Yunding Hotel for 1 day. We will host a banquet for the core members of the Black Dragon, and those with potential from the periphery, including brothers who contributed during the chemical plant incident, should also be invited." In this life, the Black Dragon's growth was outpacing that of the previous, its core members numbered in the dozens, with peripheral members reaching into the hundreds. Rumors circulated along School Road that the Black Dragon boasted thousands of brothers, becoming a significant force in the Northern District. The core members were all brothers whom Qin Jiang had recognized in his past life, each of whom had fought and bled for him. Undoubtedly, Qin Jiang would not replicate the exact structure of his previous life. For a collective to achieve substantial growth, it was paramount to have channels for advancement. Stagnation must be avoided. Thus, he instructed Zhu Zheng to select promising individuals for gradual promotion, sending a clear signal to those below. As long as they followed him, Qin Jiang, they would have opportunities for advancement. They could achieve prominence. They could lead illustrious lives. Zhu Zheng nodded, "I will take care of it. I fear that this group of youngsters might be intimidated by the Yunding Hotel." Yunding. It was the only 5-star hotel in the Northern District. Not to mention these students. Even business banquets rarely chose to convene there, especially not on the top floor. Qin Jiang stated calmly, "Once they see the world, they'll become accustomed to it. My brothers, Qin Jiang, can go anywhere. Not only the top hotel in the Northern District, but even the premier hotel in Songjiang holds no significance. Our path lies ahead." As he spoke, he gazed up at the clouds. At the pinnacle of the clouds, suddenly, Si Jiu joined Qin Jiang and Zhu Zheng at the window. The 3 of them standing together, gazing into the vast sky, feeling an overwhelming surge of ambition. Thus, the trio stood in silence for several minutes. Finally, Qin Jiang slowly remarked, "Let us go." Si Jiu inquired, "Where to?" Zhu Zheng, guessing the intention, replied directly, "To buy a car. Airport Road." It was the route leading from Songjiang to the airport, also the location where all the major 4S dealerships in Songjiang were situated. Inside the Mercedes-Benz 4S dealership, several saleswomen were engaged in quiet conversation. In this era, there were not many who possessed the means to purchase a Mercedes, and it was currently unfashionable to merely browse without buying. Hence, the foot traffic was sparse, with only 2 or 3 individuals examining cars. Among them, a young woman was quietly memorizing the specifications of various Mercedes models, evidently a new sales associate. Just then, the automatic front door slid open, and several figures leisurely entered. Qin Jiang, Zhu Zheng, Si Jiu, and Wang Tao, leading 20 meticulously selected subordinates, all dressed in formal attire. Upon seeing this, the saleswomen were momentarily taken aback. The trio was distinctly remarkable. Si Jiu's imposing physique and fierce countenance instilled a sense of trepidation, while Zhu Zheng, with a small braid and fan in hand, exuded an air of elegance that nonetheless conveyed an inexplicable pressure. At the center, Qin Jiang was even more exceptional. He emanated a unique aura that drew all eyes, despite the unusual circumstances of those flanking him. This aura, an incredibly formidable presence. It could be described as an essence of confidence. At that moment, a group of saleswomen exchanged glances, their eyes meeting momentarily. Before one of them whispered into the microphone, "Manager, it seems there are some individuals from the underworld here to collect protection fees, about 20 of them." Shortly after, a middle-aged man in a suit hurried down from the upper floors. Upon seeing Qin Jiang and his companions, he paused momentarily, then quickly composed himself and approached with a smile, extending his hand. "Hello, I am the manager of this establishment. May I inquire what brings you esteemed gentlemen here? Are you interested in purchasing a vehicle?" Zhu Zheng, folding his fan with a wry smile, replied, "What else could we be here for? To pay protection fees, perhaps?" The manager chuckled, attempting to ease the tension. You gentlemen truly jest. It is an honor to have you here considering a vehicle purchase." His gaze shifted to the saleswomen behind him. "Who will attend to these esteemed clients?" "I will." A young woman, who had been nervously reciting automotive knowledge, stepped forward, her trepidation evident as she looked at Qin Jiang. Mustering her courage, she introduced herself. "Welcome to Wansher-Ben's 4S dealership. I'm the sales consultant, Shui Na, but you may call me Xiao Na. May I ask what price range you gentlemen are considering for your vehicle? I can assist you with some recommendations." It was clear she was exceedingly anxious. Just as the manager was about to speak, Qin Jiang cut to the chase. "Is a Mercedes-Benz 400 available for immediate purchase?" Yes." Shui Na momentarily froze, instinctively nodding her head. Qin Jiang continued, "Let us sign the contract now. I intend to drive the car away today. Can that be arranged?" Shui Na stood there, utterly stunned, as if she hadn't comprehended Qin Jiang's words. Not only she, but several nearby saleswomen were equally astonished, clearly taken aback by Qin Jiang's assertiveness. Only the manager regained his composure, smiling as he remarked, "You certainly have an eye for quality. The Mercedes-Benz 400 is a model designed primarily for affluent individuals. Its internal structure is impeccable, and the current price is approximately $1.35 million. Moreover, our dealership guarantees that any purchaser will automatically receive a premium license plate, ensuring satisfactory service. We do have the vehicle in stock. It is available for immediate viewing." Throughout this exchange, he maintained a pleasant demeanor, subtly probing Qin Jiang's intentions regarding the purchase. Qin Jiang, understanding the implications, dismissed the banter with a wave of his hand. At this moment, Wang Tao and several of his associates approached, carrying 2 large packages. In front of everyone's astonished gaze, they opened the packages to reveal them filled with bundles of cash, an astounding sight that even seasoned sales consultants found shocking. It was rare for a Mercedes-Benz 4S dealership to sell an S-Class vehicle, let alone for someone to pay in cash. Who would carry millions in cash in this day and age? Did they not fear being robbed? It appeared they truly did not. Observers noted how Qin Jiang and his associates seemed unconcerned about theft, prompting a shared thought among them. Is this money honestly obtained? Of course, none dared to voice such suspicions aloud. In these times, who would provoke individuals linked to the underworld? The manager, accustomed to high-stakes dealings, quickly regained his composure and instructed the saleswomen, contact the finance department to send someone over to count the cash and open the VIP room, bringing out our finest tea. We have esteemed guests in our midst. He turned to Qin Jiang with a broad smile, his discerning eye recognizing Qin Jiang as the true decision-maker among the group. May I inquire your esteemed surname, sir? Qin Jiang. Qin Jiang? The manager mentally rifled through his recollections, but could not place the name. Nevertheless, he remained cautious. Despite their youth, this group radiated an extraordinary presence. As for the source of the money, he cared little. Who among those running a 4S dealership lacked connections? As long as the funds were legitimate, they were willing to accept them, trusting that the owner would handle any subsequent issues. Qin Jiang, however, was not interested in lingering in the VIP room. Let us sign the contract first. I have no time to waste here. Very well. The manager nodded. I will fetch the contract. Moments later, the finance team delivered the contract. Qin Jiang signed it, and after the manager affixed the company's seal, he instructed, Xiao Na, please enter your name in the consultant section. Shui Na, still somewhat dazed, signed her name. The other saleswomen looked on with envy. Qin Jiang internally mused. Indeed, one's life cannot be navigated as if following a rebirth novel script. In such stories, a rookie like her would typically face exclusion, with others vying for her sales and the manager neglecting her. Yet, here, everything unfolded smoothly. Of course, this was the rationality of the situation. A reputable 4S dealership had its protocols, and whoever attended to the clients was entitled to the sale. Any competition for clients would likely lead to chaos. The notion of the manager promoting the sales staff was largely exaggerated. Their income relied on overall sales commissions, and securing a sale under one's name would not substantially increase their share. Shaking his head, Qin Jiang dismissed these thoughts and stood up. You can check the money. I'll visit other 4S dealerships and return in 2 hours to collect the car. Is that acceptable? The manager, taken aback, glanced at the finance staff, who nodded affirmatively, then smiled. Of course, that will be no problem. Thereafter, Qin Jiang and his entourage departed, with Wang Tao discreetly retrieving 4 bundles of cash as they left. After a moment, the remaining staff snapped back to reality. The manager inquired, "Is the money all accounted for?" The finance staff replied, "So far, it appears to be legitimate, and there are no consecutive serial numbers. The total is 1.6 million. We will have a precise count once it is finished." The manager cautioned, when counting, ensure you do not obstruct the cameras. Stay calm and collected, regardless of the situation. His instincts told him everything was fine, yet he knew to remain vigilant. At this juncture, the saleswomen were astonished, discussing amongst themselves. A car worth over $1 million was just sold in a mere 10 minutes? He spent that amount with just a few words. Today has certainly opened our eyes. However, those individuals do not seem reputable. The source of their funds could be questionable. Does it really concern us? I truly envy Xuan. She just joined 2 days ago and has already closed such a large deal. She must treat us tonight. The other saleswomen looked at Xuan with admiration. To think, just a few words got a man to spend over $1 million on a car. The commission from luxury vehicles far exceeds that of ordinary cars. While feelings of envy and jealousy simmered, no one would harbor resentment over a few thousand miscommissions. Furthermore, any rivalry with Xuan wouldn't affect their own circumstances. Among them, Xuan was the most bewildered. She stood rooted in place, watching Qin Jiang and his group depart, unable to believe her fortune. Had she truly sold her first car? A luxury vehicle, no less. Was selling cars truly this simple? Hadn't the senior consultants warned her about the high turnover in the industry, that fewer than 1 in 10 newcomers ever made a sale? Why had it been so effortless for her? Moreover, the workplace was not as daunting as she had imagined. Several saleswomen gathered around her, exclaiming, "Congratulations, Xiaona, on your successful sale. You must treat us tonight." Xiaona, you don't know him, do you? He didn't even say anything before spending over $1 million on a car. Could it be? As those words left her lips, the other saleswomen turned to Xuan, their eyes glimmering with curiosity. In this day and age, affluent and capable individuals often favored ambitious, youthful college students. Just moments ago, Qin Jiang had certainly not struck them as a virtuous man. His decisiveness in placing an order could suggest ulterior motives. Xuan's complexion paled slightly at the thought. She couldn't help but envision potential intentions behind his actions, contemplating whether he might leverage the sale to coerce her into compliance. Should she agree to such terms? Certainly not. She was Xuan, a distinguished student from a prestigious engineering university, preparing for graduate school. How could she compromise her integrity for a mere commission? The scene of Qin Jiang's entrance was unmistakably that of a man of dubious character. One could not help but fear that he might forcibly drag her away once her shift ended. This thought intensified Xuan's anxiety, causing her body to tremble slightly. To her sides, several other women stepped forward to offer her comfort. The manager, noticing the commotion, approached to assess the situation. Upon hearing their explanations, his brow furrowed slightly. This possibility was not entirely unfounded. In fact, it was not uncommon, particularly in the realm of luxury car sales, where it had become a routine practice. One particular brand required the recruitment of new saleswomen with each vehicle sold. After a moment of contemplation, the manager advised, "Xuan, You should head upstairs and find a place to hide. I will handle the rest. Your commission will remain intact, all in accordance with the rules. Xuena nodded eagerly, expressing her gratitude before hastily retreating upstairs. The manager turned to the remaining saleswomen. If you're worried, you may also find a place to hide. The saleswomen exchanged knowing smiles but did not leave. For some, what was utterly unacceptable was a dream come true for others. A luxury vehicle worth over $1 million was a coveted opportunity that they were unwilling to miss. Acquiring a car might not disrupt the status quo, but seizing the chance to alter one's fate through association with the affluent certainly could. Several saleswomen began to touch up their makeup in public, loosening the buttons of their already ample collars. Witnessing this, the manager sighed in resignation. Everyone has the right to pursue happiness. Yet he couldn't help but remark, being a mistress is not as easy as it seems. One must fight for their own life. Why pursue such a path? Chapter 48. The Purchase of Luxury Cars. Upon exiting the Mercedes dealership, Qin Jiang, accompanied by Zhu Zheng and others, continued their shopping spree at several other 4S dealerships. His purpose for the day was to acquire a sufficient number of vehicles. In this era, one's status is often measured by the luxury of their transportation, particularly in the city of Songjiang, where being low-key is tantamount to self-sabotage. Driving a van to conduct business would likely get one barred from entry, while arriving in a Maybach or a high-end Mercedes S-Class would compel even the most reluctant business partners to engage in conversation. The logic of commerce in Songjiang differed entirely from that of other southern cities. Here, the emphasis was not merely on quality, but also on the FAAD. This is why Qin Jiang unhesitatingly produced $2 million to bolster his image, which would serve him well in his forthcoming endeavors. Indeed, it was not merely a habit carried over from a past life to impress others. Zhu Zheng harbored no grievances over Qin Jiang's extravagant spending. Rather, he wholeheartedly endorsed it, believing that money is meant to be spent, not hoarded. Investing all earned wealth into the next venture without enjoying it would be utterly meaningless. Moreover, the leader of the prestigious Black Dragon Company ought to possess a luxurious vehicle befitting his status. Before long, Qin Jiang led the group to purchase several ordinary sedans, designating them as the Black Dragon's official vehicles. He also allocated funds to acquire 20 motorcycles for his brothers. Excellent. Zhu Zheng nodded in approval, while Wang Tao and the others displayed an exuberance that was palpable, in contrast to other groups on Academy Road, who relied on violence for protection fees. They had established a company. While others were limited to public transportation or the occasional motorcycle, they were now driving cars. The motorcycles were in ample supply. Who could remain calm in such exhilarating circumstances? Qin Jiang, however, remained composed, accustomed to luxury vehicles from his previous life. He would have opted for a Rolls-Royce were it not for current constraints, ensuring that each of his subordinates had their own vehicle. But that was a matter for another time. 2 hours later, Qin Jiang returned to the Mercedes dealership. The manager greeted him with a hearty laugh. "Ah, Boss Qin. Welcome back." He also noticed several cars parked outside. While they were ordinary sedans, they appeared to be brand new, and given Qin Jiang's earlier remarks, it was clear he was there to continue his purchasing spree. It was as if he were buying cars as one would buy cabbages. The manager quickly regained his composure, informing Qin Jiang that his vehicles had been registered and insured, with a total expenditure of $55 million. Leaving a remainder of 50,000. As he spoke, he handed the remaining amount to Qin Jiang, who handed it to Wang Tao. "The cars are right here," the manager said, leading Qin Jiang and the others to the central area of the showroom. There a luxurious Mercedes stood proudly, surrounded by several exquisitely dressed saleswomen who greeted Qin Jiang with radiant smiles, bowing respectfully as he approached. In the showroom, several male sales consultants and new male customers were captivated, their attention riveted on the vehicle. "This car is truly stunning," one remarked absent-mindedly. "Just look at the smooth, rounded design of the headlights." The saleswomen, sensing the heat of their gazes, subtly angled their bodies, both eager to be noticed and apprehensive of Qin Jiang's indifference. Unfortunately, throughout it all, Qin Jiang remained unperturbed, merely casting a casual glance at the cars, his demeanor unchanged from his previous life. Luxury car brands are notoriously proud, seldom altering their designs until the advent of electric vehicles necessitated updates. The license plate read, Bay A 33,888. The manager smiled, stating, "It just so happens that we had an available number, and I thought it auspicious to apply for it. Does it meet your satisfaction, Boss Qin?" Yes, Qin Jiang nodded. While this number might be impressive to others, he remained unfazed, having encountered far more extravagant plates in his previous life, where his final vehicle bore a series of 5 consecutive numbers. With a swift motion, Qin Jiang tossed the keys to Wang Tao, who expertly unlocked the door and started the engine. The Black Dragon team had previously used a van driven by him, making him one of the more competent drivers in the group. Sun Yuan opened the back door, and Qin Jiang settled into the plush interior, with Zhu Zheng following suit. However, 49 could not join them due to his unique physique. A standard sedan would not accommodate him, prompting the purchase of a spacious SUV specifically for him. "Let us go," Qin Jiang stated calmly. Right away, Wang Tao replied, smoothly maneuvering the vehicle out of the 4S dealership. Behind them, 49 and the remaining brothers followed, while Qin Jiang's gaze lingered on the saleswomen. He had no intention of entangling himself in romantic affairs this time, and even if he did, he would not settle for anything less than extraordinary. Inside the Mercedes dealership, the saleswomen wore expressions of utter dismay, as if they had suffered a grave insult. Frustrated, they muttered, "Who does he think he is? Does he truly believe we would be interested in him? In this line of work, he could very well meet his end any day, beaten to death in the streets. Wealth and capability have nothing to do with us. All right, let's resume attending to customers. Who cares about him?" After exchanging a few half-hearted comments, they fell silent, clearly wary of being overheard by Qin Jiang. In these times, navigating the social underworld is fraught with peril. Xuena descended from her perch, her expression one of confusion. Everything seemed different from what she had anticipated, as if the man in question had no regard for her at all. On the way back, Qin Jiang's convoy made a stop at the motorcycle market, where they procured another 20 motorcycles. They arrived empty-handed, but returned in a convoy of luxury, with 5 sedans and 20 motorcycles escorting them. An hour later, at the vocational school entrance, several security guards were engaged in idle chatter and card games, increasingly finding themselves with little to do. "Have you heard? The Black Dragon has distributed funds." "Really? What is the scoop?" One replied, "I heard that each of the hundreds of brothers received at least 500, with some getting 1,000 or more. The core members even received upwards of 10,000. A gang-affiliated company astonishingly manages to distribute such substantial sums of money, surpassing even our salaries. TSK, TSK. In an instant, the security guards were filled with envy. Most of them were in their 30s or 40s, toiling away for a meager 2,000 or so each month, far less than what those students received. Naturally, this disparity was hard to reconcile, leading to deeper reflections on Qin Jiang's establishment of the Black Dragon Company. Security team leader Su Dong felt this more acutely. He had personally witnessed the generous payouts from Qin Jiang, knowing full well that the sums involved were no less than several hundred thousand. Several hundred thousand. Even if he were to exhaust his life savings, it wouldn't amount to anything close. Now, Qin Jiang was distributing such wealth among his subordinates. How could this not evoke feelings of awe? It was clear to him that the Black Dragon Company was not a trivial entity. At the very least, it was something to be looked up to. His only desire now was to cultivate a good relationship with Qin Jiang and deepen their connection. At that moment, a security guard suddenly froze, pointing into the distance and exclaiming, "What the hell is that?" Chapter 49. The security guard's enthusiasm, Lu Lily's cousin. The guard voice was loud enough to draw everyone's attention, and soon their mouths gaped in astonishment. Before them, a convoy was slowly making its way down the expansive road, led by a luxurious Mercedes-Benz with a license plate, Bay A333888. Following closely were several brand-new vehicles, flanked by dozens of motorcycles providing escort. This spectacle was nothing short of breathtaking. "Isn't there a leader coming for an inspection today? Why wasn't there any prior notice?" One guard remarked incredulously. "Nonsense. How could it be an inspection? Leaders don't drive such cars. This must be some big boss. But what could he possibly want on Academy Road? Who knows? In any case, it has nothing to do with us. Stand straight. If they see us, we might have to report it." In that instant, several guards stood erect, gazing enviously at the leading vehicle of the convoy. One guard murmured, "If only I could drive a car like that in my lifetime." Another guard retorted mockingly, You would even qualify to know someone who owns such a car. Why am I not in that convoy? How did it even come here?" As a few guards began to argue quietly, they quickly fell silent upon realizing that the convoy was indeed heading towards the vocational school. Su Dong was momentarily taken aback, muttering, "No one mentioned a big shot was coming today." Yet, he dared not delay and made to approach. The next moment, he was rooted to the spot as the convoy arrived at the school entrance. To his astonishment, he recognized several individuals flanking the convoy. They were students from the vocational school. Of course, these guards couldn't remember every ordinary student, but they could easily identify the core members of the Black Dragon. As the window of the luxurious Mercedes slid down, Wang Tao leaned out and shouted, "Old Wang, open the gate. This is Brother Zhang's car. Remember the license plate." He gestured towards the convoy behind him, adding, "These are all Black Dragon vehicles as well." At this revelation, the guards were utterly dumbfounded. They had never imagined such an opulent convoy belonged to Black Dragon, with the Mercedes as Qin Jiang's chariot. It all felt surreal. Only when the window of the luxury car at the back slowly descended did Qin Jiang's signature resolute and profound visage appear before the guards, finally convincing them of the reality. Yet, no one dared to open the school gate. Given the nature of their relationship with Black Dragon, they typically overlooked the irregular entrance and exit of vehicles. However, the sheer scale of this convoy was too immense to conceal, and they could not risk opening the gate recklessly. As they grappled with this dilemma, Su Dong dashed out from the school, shouting, "What are you all staring at? Open the school gate. Black Dragon is an enterprise supported by our school. Their vehicles entering the campus is a straightforward matter. Quickly, open the gate and record all the license plates in the system for future access." Heeding his command, the guards wasted no time and quickly opened the school gates. With a roar, Wang Tao pressed the accelerator, driving the luxurious Mercedes into the school. The convoy followed swiftly behind. Su Dong, leading the way, was unusually proactive this time. Several matters had coincidentally converged, and his desire to ingratiate himself with Qin Jiang fueled his urgency. In front of the Black Dragon Company, another Mercedes was parked. In front of it stood three figures, two women and one man: Lu Yao, her close friend Lu Lily, and Lu Lily's cousin, who was impeccably dressed in a suit. Though not exceptionally handsome, he exuded an air of professionalism, though his gloomy gaze made him appear somewhat unapproachable. Lu Lily remarked, "Lu Yao, let me tell you, my cousin is an executive at a major corporation, earning $500,000 a year, and he is only 30. His future is incredibly bright. Plus, he graduated from a prestigious engineering university. Since you're planning to apply there, it would be perfect for you to connect with him." Lubo smiled and replied, "Absolutely." Lu Yao merely smiled in response, saying nothing. Observing this, Lu Lily's expression subtly shifted as she began to suspect something. After all, she knew Lu Yao well enough to understand that she remained quite concerned about news regarding Black Dragon, likely still preoccupied with thoughts of Qin Jiang. Lu Lily murmured, "I wonder what it is about Qin Jiang that captivates Lu Yao so much. Could it be they have a history together?" She found it hard to believe that their current situation could arise without any prior connection. Lu Yao was not lacking in admirers at university, and many prominent figures from other schools had failed to capture her interest, yet she seemed drawn to Qin Jiang. Lu Lily shook her head. "I must ensure she doesn't waste too much time on Qin Jiang. I need to facilitate a connection between her and my cousin. This way, I can leverage the influence of the Lu family, especially since my cousin has promised to reward me handsomely if this endeavor succeeds." As she contemplated this, her gaze fell upon the plaque of the Black Dragon Company, and she remarked, "Some people are just so ambitious, neglecting their studies in their youth to mingle in society. Not only that, but they even try to name their companies in such an unorthodox manner. Black Dragon, huh? Do they really believe anyone can be a boss?" As she spoke, her gaze landed on the Mercedes ahead. "Cousin, is this your new car? It must be quite expensive." Lubo replied proudly, "It's newly purchased. Not too pricey, just over 400,000 bought outright." Lu Lili praised him. Cousin, you're amazing. To earn enough to buy such an expensive car without relying on family, especially being a senior executive at a major corporation, is far superior to those who think they can start a company yet can only walk out of their homes. Those people wouldn't even be fit to carry my cousin's shoes. Her every word dripped with sarcasm, though she did not name names. How could Lu Yao not discern whom she was disparaging? Though Lu Yao was reluctant to listen, she remained silent. Lu Lili's status as her close friend and the truth of her words left her unable to refute them. Even though she harbored a strong dislike for Lu Bo, she acknowledged that he was indeed an elite in society, someone far beyond Qin Jiang's reach. Her family would undoubtedly prefer Lu Bo over him. Bah! Lu Yao silently scoffed at herself. What am I even thinking? This is getting ridiculous. Even if Qin Jiang isn't the best, he certainly isn't as unworthy as this person. She found Lu Bo to be quite uncomfortable in her presence. Seeing Lu Yao's expression shift, Lu Lili knew that the time was ripe. It was time to go eat. She aimed to have her cousin engage with Lu Yao, believing that once Lu Yao realized Qin Jiang was merely a small-time thug with no future, she would understand that her cousin was the better match. In that moment, Lu Lili even considered that Qin Jiang's existence might not be entirely unwelcome. After all, the presence of Qin Jiang serves as a stark contrast, accentuating the excellence of one's cousin. When juxtaposed with the elite students within the university, the advantages of one's cousin appear significantly diminished. Everything unfolds as it is meant to. Just as the trio approaches the luxurious Mercedes-Benz, ready to embark, a sudden commotion ensues. Chapter 50. The trio is stunned. The entire school is astonished. The blaring of horns echoes through the air. Instinctively, the trio turns to behold the scene unfolding before them. They observe the security captain, Su Dong, sprinting towards them, accompanied by several security personnel. While this is not particularly surprising, what truly astonishes them is the convoy rapidly approaching behind Su Dong and his team. At the forefront of this procession is a magnificent Mercedes-Benz, followed by 5 sedans, flanked by 20 motorcycles providing an escort, creating an impressive spectacle. Lu Lili, taken aback, exclaims, "Which leader is here for inspection?" Liu Bo responds, "No. Leaders do not drive such high-end luxury vehicles. It's likely a prominent figure from the business world here to discuss a project with the school." Lu Lili remarks, "Cousin, you seem to know a great deal." Lu Yao cannot help but cast several glances, not at Lu Bo, but rather at the impressive convoy, a sight she has not witnessed in quite some time. However, the next moment leaves them all utterly speechless. The convoy halts before the Black Dragon Company. Su Dong energetically directs the vehicles forward. "Here, this spot is shaded and suitable for parking. I will have someone mark the parking spaces shortly." "Good, stop." Once the convoy is stationary, the 20 motorcycles also come to a halt, and numerous attendants dismount, standing guard beside the luxury vehicles in a protective manner. With a loud thud, the driver's door swings open. Wang Tao swiftly exits without hesitation, proceeding to the rear door with a respectful demeanor, shielding the top of the car with his hand. Then, amidst a sea of incredulous gazes, Qin Jiang emerges from the vehicle, impeccably attired in formal wear. The grandeur of the luxury car, coupled with the presence of numerous motorcycle attendants, elevates his stature to an unparalleled zenith. Lu Bo exclaims, "What? He is so young? Could he be some kind of second-generation rich kid? Liu Li Hoto? Impossible. How could Qin Jiang possibly emerge from such a grand convoy? It must be a trick. It has to be." Lu Yao interjects, "No, it is indeed him, Qin Jiang." Lu Bo inquires, "Qin Yang? Who is this Qin Jiang? Do you know him?" Lu Lili adds, "Isn't that car of his merely a low-end model? It must be fake." Lu Bo, at a loss for words, counters, "How can car be fake? Moreover, didn't you notice it's the same brand as ours? It's a Mercedes." Lu Lili presses, "But is his Mercedes more expensive than yours?" Lu Bo's expression darkens, leaving him speechless. Lu Yao interjects, "Qin Jiang's is the S-Class Mercedes. It must cost at least over $1 million. Over $1 million? Lu Lili is completely taken aback. She cannot fathom that Qin Jiang could disembark from a vehicle worth such a sum, especially after she had just belittled him. As Qin Jiang steps out, he notices Lu Yao and the others. With his extensive life experience, he quickly discerns the situation but chooses not to engage, as he is not the type of protagonist from a reincarnation novel who is distracted by women. Striding confidently toward the Black Dragon Company, the brothers stationed at the entrance immediately bow their heads in unison, calling out Brother Jiang. Brother Jiang. Their excitement and fervor are palpable, having been astonished by the sight of Qin Jiang emerging from the luxury convoy. On the other side, Zhu Zheng also exits the vehicle, but does not head to the company, aware that significant developments are imminent at Black Dragon Company, and he has matters to attend to. Several Black Dragon brothers approach Wang Tao and quietly inquire, "Brother Tao, what about these vehicles?" Wang Tao calmly replies, "The Mercedes is Brother Jiang's car. The others are all from Black Dragon." At this revelation, the brothers' spirits soar. Indeed, all the vehicles belong to Black Dragon Company. Not only the sedans, but even the motorcycles are coveted assets. Who would wish to travel on foot, especially when such prestige is at stake? Witnessing the convoy of motorcycles and the luxurious Mercedes, they cannot help but feel a renewed confidence in Black Dragon's future. The atmosphere is charged with excitement, except for Lu Lily and her companions, who feel rather awkward. Lu Yao begins, "I just remembered I have a class to prepare for this afternoon. Perhaps we should postpone our meal to another day." Lu Bo protests, "Postpone? Why? I've already reserved the restaurant." Lu Yao exchanges a glance with Lu Lily before turning to leave. "Wait," Lu Bo attempts to say more, but Lu Lily stops him. "Cousin, why are you pulling me back? Today, isn't suitable. Let's save it for another time." "Why isn't it suitable? I've arranged everything. All that's left is for her to come, and it will be settled." "What did you arrange?" "The restaurant manager knows me. I can slip something in her drink. You said she's a traditional girl, and her family values reputation highly, given that a situation can be created that ensures success. Once it's done, you can benefit from it too." Lu Lily stares at him as though he were a fool. After a long pause, she finally says, "Cousin, you can't possibly believe that in 2010, such tactics can truly bind someone permanently. Setting aside your chances of success, have you considered the consequences? While family reputation is indeed important to them, who says that having a reputation necessitates marrying you?" Perhaps she refrains from finishing her thought, but her meaning is unmistakable. Lu Bo's face pales in fear. "It can't be." Lu Lily continues, "Today's circumstances are not right. You may not realize the connection between Lu Yao and Qin Jiang, the one who just stepped out of that car. Given the situation, you are entirely outmatched, and there is no need to humiliate yourself. Let me observe the situation, and I will advise you later." Lu Bo gazes toward the Black Dragon Company, his expression complex. The connection between Lu Yao and that man poses a threat. How slim are his chances of success now? Who is he? Tell me about him. Lu Lily replies, "Yes, just a thug. It's hard to explain in a few words. I'll go check on Lu Yao's situation, and we can discuss it later." Without waiting for a response, she departs. "Damn it," Lu Bo mutters, his expression growing even darker. "It seems today's plans are doomed. Have I taken all this medication for nothing?" With this thought, he drives the Mercedes out of the campus and promptly makes a phone call. "Hurry. Come to my house now. If you don't, do you still want that scholarship?" Soon, the news of Qin Jiang's convoy spreads like wildfire throughout the campus. Not only the students, but even some teachers are astounded, unconsciously making their way to the Black Dragon Company to catch a glimpse. Simultaneously, the confirmation of the millions in compensation from Black Dragon Company leaves countless faculty and students speechless, as none could have anticipated that the seemingly unruly students managing the company could generate such wealth. That evening, Su Dong led the security team at the Black Dragon Company to proactively mark out 20 parking spaces with white paint. As he put it, with the future development of Black Dragon Company, the more parking spots, the better. Several teachers, envious and resentful, reported the matter to the school, only to be met with stern criticism from above, making it clear to all the faculty that Black Dragon has the backing of the higher-ups at the school. That night, students and even teachers frequently sneaked to the front of the Black Dragon Company to admire the luxurious Mercedes, expressing envy and jealousy. The next day, Black Dragon's procurement of clothing was completed, with every core member receiving 2 sets. Even the outer disciples who had contributed at the chemical factory receiving 1 set each. In the afternoon, the Black Dragon convoy departed from the school, heading toward the Yunding Hotel, with the purpose of hosting a celebratory banquet to fortify the spirits of the brothers. Chapter 51. A Grand Declaration at the Hotel. Qin Jiang's convoy arrives at Yunding Hotel. In the upscale Northern District, a truly luxurious 5-star hotel stands as a beacon of opulence, attracting only the affluent, while the clientele from Songjiang's northern area remains limited. Consequently, the flow of guests is scant. Across from the hotel, numerous bustling food stalls teem with patrons, creating an atmosphere of lively commotion. In front of one such eatery, 7 or 8 tables are laden with young men, most of whom are bare-chested and adorned with elaborate tattoos, dragons, tigers, and an array of intricate designs embellishing their arms, while their hair boasts a riot of colors. Some perch with one leg on a stool, others stand, beer in hand, amidst an abundance of empty bottles scattered across the ground. Clearly, they belong to the rougher crowd. Passers-by pay them little mind. In this era, such individuals are not uncommon, often resembling particularly rebellious students. Only a few at the foremost table display a semblance of normalcy. Seated prominently is a robust young man, none other than Qian He, once famed alongside Qin Jiang as a notorious figure on College Road. Flanking him are key members of his crew, while 7 or 8 surrounding tables are filled with his loyal subordinates, those who would readily fight at his call. It is through these loyal followers, combined with reasonable prices, that Qian He has gained immense popularity in the recent market scene. Not long ago, a KTV establishment even sought his protection, offering him a monthly stipend of 15,000 yuan along with 2 cars, albeit modest ones. With a triumphant pop, one of his loyal subordinates uncaps a beer, exclaiming, "Brother He, we've truly made our mark. We can even hold our own now in the Songjiang student underworld. Who else commands such respect? Nowadays, even I walk with swagger on College Road. Who doesn't he call me brother upon seeing me?" At this proclamation, the other loyal subordinates enthusiastically chimed in, praising Qian He, almost elevating him to the status of a local champion, if not the kingpin of the entire northern district. They conveniently overlook the presence of Heilong for 2 reasons. First, no one wishes to dampen the celebratory mood by mentioning a formidable rival. Second, Heilong has seemingly faded from the student underworld of College Road, avoiding brawls and refraining from providing protection, rendering news of him scarce. Yet, unbeknownst to them, while Heilong may be fading from the student scene, he has gained a formidable reputation among the higher echelons of College Road, with even the Northern District's big shots being vaguely aware of Qin Jiang. Listening to the flattery, Qian He feels a swell of pride. Being able to command respect during his student days is a notable achievement. He considers himself unparalleled on College Road. He bursts into laughter, declaring, "I owe my success to all of you brothers. From now on, as long as I, Qian He, have a meal, I will ensure none of you go hungry. Together, we will carve our names into the annals of history. You know my character. Let's toast to that." With that, he raises his beer and drains it in one go. His brothers, deeply moved, rise to their feet, toasting to the big brother. In an instant, the 70 or so brothers all rise, lifting their beers in unison, shouting to the big brother, to the big brother. The chorus of voices is thunderous, drawing the attention of nearby diners, who regard Qian He and his crew with a mixture of expressions, not least envy. Those frequenting the food stalls are certainly no strangers to the rough crowd. To the smaller groups of student delinquents, Qian He's crew epitomizes success, with Qian He himself regarded as a figure of authority. In this moment, Qian He, brimming with bravado, commands, "Boss, keep the skewers and drinks coming. Tonight, I shall revel with my brothers until we are inebriated." The boss, equally enthusiastic, is untroubled by the prospect of non-payment. In this day and age, anyone running a successful food stall likely has connections, or they wouldn't last long in business. "Brother He is magnificent," a subordinate shouts in support, full of respect for their leader. For Qian He embodies the essence of a true leader. His word is his bond, he is fearless in combat, and his loyalty is unwavering. Moreover, he is not miserly. Whatever collective earnings they accrue are distributed fairly, with Qin He taking only a modest share. Thus, naturally, his followers are eager to stand by him. Just then, one of the younger subordinates points towards the opposite side, exclaiming, "What on earth is gathering so many people over there?" Instinctively, the others turn to look. They see a crowd of over 100 individuals, impeccably dressed, standing beneath the Yunding Hotel, resembling urban elites. Yet, many boast unusually vibrant hair colors, lending an air of peculiarity to the scene. Curiosity abounds among the onlookers. What are all these formally dressed people doing beneath the Yunding Hotel? One wonders aloud. It's obvious. They're likely part of a large corporation hosting a yearly conference at the hotel. I've seen such gatherings before. Another interjects. But which company would have so many employees with such flamboyant hairstyles? It seems rather odd. You simply don't understand. They're probably from a major construction firm. Their engineering departments often employ such characters to command respect, or else their projects could face significant hurdles, comes a knowledgeable reply, prompting nods of agreement from the group. In this world, it is common knowledge that without a few tricks up one's sleeve, navigating the construction business can be perilous. Qian He and his crew can't help but feel a sense of longing. For them, the ultimate aspiration is to enter the construction realm, representing a pivotal transformation for them, as well as a symbol of wealth. Though these construction firms may not be viewed as significant players by the true titans of Songjiang, to these delinquents, they are figures to be admired. Wang Tianba, Ma San, who isn't a renowned figure in Songjiang. With a thud, Qin He pours himself another drink, slightly intoxicated, and rises, declaring, "Brothers, rest assured, within 10 years, or even 5, we too shall carve out our own destiny. At that time, I'll treat you all to a feast at the Yunding Hotel, and we'll indulge to our heart's content. Cheers!" With fervor, his brothers raise their glasses once more. The scene across the street and Qian He's words ignite their imaginations, fueling dreams of future prominence. Yet, just as they are about to down their drinks, a series of honks pierces the air, and a dazzling convoy approaches, instantly capturing everyone's attention. It is led by a luxurious Mercedes, flanked by several cars and accompanied by over 20 motorcycles providing escort, the sheer spectacle elevating the atmosphere to new heights. As other vehicles hastily yield the right-of-way, at the entrance of the Yunding Hotel, the impeccably dressed use part to create a welcoming corridor, preparing to greet the approaching procession. Chapter 52. The impact of Qin Jiang's arrival and the shift in attitudes at the hotel. In an instant, a chorus of astonished voices erupts. "Look, a big shot is arriving. Can you see which company the car belongs to? 33888. Such a powerful license plate. How impressive. If only I could experience such a grand entrance in my lifetime, it would be worth it. Such charm, such coolness. This is what the upper crust looks like. Songjiang belongs to them." Soon, the convoy halts before the Yunding Hotel. With a flourish, the well-dressed subordinates dismount, forming a protective line as they flank the approaching Mercedes. With a thud, Wang Tao steps out from the front, opening the doors of the Mercedes alongside Sun Yuan, and in full view of the onlookers, Qin Jiang emerges. Impeccably attired, with Zhu following closely behind. Not far away, those dining at the food stalls can now clearly discern the two figures, and they're momentarily rendered speechless. Youthful, inexpressibly youthful. They appear to be barely in their 20s. A gasp of disbelief escapes someone's lips. Am I seeing things? This prominent figure is so remarkably young. It appeared that he was merely in his college years, yet his commanding presence was extraordinary, suggesting he belonged to an influential second-generation elite. Others shared a similar sentiment, engrossed in the spectacle before them, for this was bound to be a topic of conversation for many months to come. However, unlike the others, Qian He and his several companions stood frozen, their eyes wide with incredulity as they recognized the individuals disembarking from the luxurious Mercedes. Heilong and Qin Jiang. One was a name they preferred to avoid, while the other represented a group capable of effortlessly overpowering them on Academy Road. This was a presence they had selectively chosen to forget, yet here they were, boldly appearing in such a staggering display. Who could remain composed in the face of such a sight? Qin Jiang? Heilong Qin Jiang, along with the likes of Zhu Zheng and the legendary Zhan Shun Sijio, Were all of them from Heilong? How could they have achieved such a grand entrance in such a short span of time? The sheer number of vehicles, especially the lead one that seemed to be a top-tier Mercedes, was astonishing. The sight of Qin Jiang's Mercedes 400 left them in shock. When comparing it to their own dilapidated vehicles, it was as if they were not even in the same league. Indeed, it was a stark reminder. People die when compared to others. Goods are discarded when compared. Qin He struggled to find his voice, having believed he had begun to surpass Qin Jiang in certain aspects, only to be swiftly reminded of the reality. He glanced at his brothers, who were carelessly lounging in their uniforms, and then at the impeccably dressed figures standing upright before them. He compared their two shabby cars, a multitude of bicycles, and a few motorcycles to the opulent convoy opposite. They were dining at a roadside stall, while the others were headed to the luxurious Yun Ding Hotel for a meal. In that moment, a sense of grandeur mingled with despondency washed over Qian He. The chasm between them had not only failed to shrink, it had grown into an insurmountable gulf. Qian He murmured, "Not only have I not been able to diminish my standing, but it has instead expanded into a vast chasm that is beyond my reach." In his eyes, Qin Jiang loomed larger and larger, transforming into a mist-shrouded mountain that was utterly incomprehensible and unattainable. Across the way, after disembarking, Qin Jiang did not notice Qian He and his companions. Even if he had, he would have dismissed them entirely, striding directly towards the Yunding Hotel. On either side stood hundreds of Heilong brothers, all bowing their heads in unison. Jiangge, Yang Yi. This scene left the few security guards at the entrance in a state of utter trepidation. The arrival of such a multitude of formally dressed young men at the hotel entrance startled them. These individuals appeared to be anything but ordinary. Who among the urban white-collar workers dyed their hair in such vibrant colors? Who among them bore such a fearsome demeanor? Upon seeing Qin Jiang arrive with such authority, their apprehension only deepened. Who refers to their boss as Ge? What a ludicrous notion. Surely, they weren't here to collect protection fees, were they? Fortunately, just as their anxiety peaked, the security manager's voice crackled over the radio. "This is Mr. Qin Jiang, our esteemed guest today. Everyone maintain the highest standards of decorum. No mistakes are to be tolerated." A collective sigh of relief escaped the guards. With a crisp salute, they greeted Qin Jiang in unison. "Welcome, Jiangge." "Welcome, Mr. Qin." Qin Jiang simply nodded in acknowledgement, his expression unchanged as he proceeded into the hotel without the customary tipping that one might expect from a television portrayal. Unlike Qin Jiang's composure, even Zhu Zhang felt a slight shift within himself. He was astute and possessed sufficient depth of character. Yet, he had never anticipated dining at a five-star hotel so swiftly, let alone commandeering an entire floor. If Zhu Zhang felt this way, one could only imagine the turmoil within the other younger members. They appeared to maintain a facade of calm and straight postures as they approached the hotel, but internally, they were undergoing a tumultuous upheaval. The Yinding Hotel, the pinnacle of luxury in the northern district. Upon learning that their Jiangge would be inviting them to dine at the Yinding Hotel, they could scarcely believe it. In their eyes, the hotel represented a venue reserved for the elite of the northern district. It was a place frequented by top-tier figures. Not even the most prominent social leaders of the area could boast of dining there. Today, they were set to dine openly in this esteemed establishment, and they were to occupy an entire floor, the topmost one. Who could remain unflappable in such circumstances? Wang Tao and the others felt their hearts racing, their minds momentarily blank. Yet, out of respect for Qin Jiang and the reputation of Heilong, they forced themselves to maintain their composure, standing tall and unwavering as they followed their Jiangge into the Yunding Hotel. Once all the Heilong brothers had entered the hotel, outside, Qin He finally averted his gaze. He took a solitary sip of his drink, his expression one of melancholy and confusion. The other brothers, sensing his mood, wished to speak but found themselves at a loss for words, for they too could not find tranquility in their hearts. As the saying goes, it is not the lack of wealth that troubles us, but the inequality of it. People die when compared to others. Goods are discarded when compared. The earlier bravado and confidence had dissipated into nothingness, rendering them almost laughable. After a long pause, Qianhe took another sip of his drink and self-deprecatingly remarked, Qianhe, what else is there to be dissatisfied with? In this life, why must one compare oneself to others? You have your own path. If you tread it step by step, you may still achieve greatness. He has his own path, which is different from yours. He vaguely speculated about the financial sources of Hei Long, recalling his involvement in the chemical factory. Was it true that mingling in the underworld held no future? Was engaging in business the more promising route? No, he was not cut out for business. With a thud, he slammed his drink down, his earlier despondency vanishing as he rekindled his ambition, pointing towards the Yunding Hotel and declaring, brothers, look at how well they've made it. What do we lack? Trust me, we too can reach such heights in the future. As these words left his lips, his brothers enthusiastically echoed his sentiments, their spirits rejuvenated. Of course, Qianhe understood that upon returning, leading the group would become more challenging. Some individuals would likely consider leaving to ally with Qin Jiang or pursue other avenues. Nevertheless, those who remained would form the true backbone of their crew. In a car within the Northern District, a wealthy second-generation heir turned to Lu Ruyin with a smile, saying, Ruyin, the Yunding Hotel is the only 5-star establishment in the Northern District. The food there is exquisite, and I know the manager. Since today is your birthday, let us dine there. Inside the vehicle, Lu Ruyin furrowed her brow slightly. Ever since her last encounter with Qin Jiang, which had ended in humiliation, she had been threatened by Wang Tao to repay her debts. Initially, she had planned to stand her ground and refuse. But Wang Tao had sent her a text containing her parents' phone numbers, her hometown address, and her class details. He had made it abundantly clear that if she did not repay the debt, he would notify them one by one. This tactic was something Lu Ruyin, who prided herself on her fierce persona, could not accept. As a result, she had been forced upon her various handbags and jewelry, and with insufficient funds left, she had to resort to borrowing. The pressures of maintaining her lifestyle and repaying her debts had left her in a state of utter disarray, compelling her to continue interacting with the wealthy second-generation heir, hoping to extract some financial support from him. Today, she had arranged to meet him under the pretense of celebrating her birthday, intending to coax him into purchasing extravagant gifts and giving her a red envelope. However, Han Bing's stinginess left her feeling helpless. Although he spoke sweetly, he refused to visit high-end malls. Just recently, when they finally managed to visit a shopping center, his mantra had been, not attractive, not suitable for you, too cheap, it doesn't match your status. Since it's your birthday, you must select something worthy. I will definitely get you something good today. As the time for their meal approached, she sensed that Han Bing was not sincere. His invitation to dine seemed to serve a hidden agenda. But could she refuse? Absolutely not. She is in dire need of money, especially with her repayment obligations commencing next month and no spare change at hand. Today, she is determined to secure funds by any means necessary, bolstered by her self-assurance. With a smile and a nod, she agrees, all right, I'll follow your lead. Han Bing laughs heartily. Just wait and see. I guarantee your satisfaction. He has already meticulously rehearsed his plans to ensure everything proceeds smoothly. Thus, both of them harbor ulterior motives as they contemplate their next steps at the Yunding Hotel. On the top floor, the opulence is unparalleled, with walls adorned by exquisite calligraphy and paintings from illustrious figures. Elegant servers in kipeos, with slender figures and striking looks, smile warmly, revealing perfect sets of pearly white teeth. The Black Dragon brothers, unaccustomed to such grandeur, gulp nervously as they catch the eye of a server smiling at them, straightening their posture in an effort to mask their discomfort. Unbeknownst to them, their behavior betrays their inexperience, revealing their status as newcomers. However, the trained staff maintain their professionalism, stifling laughter at the amusing sight, a fact evidenced by the hushed murmurs and peculiar expressions of those they pass in the lobby. Qin Jiang pays little heed to these social cues. It is quite normal for those from humble beginnings to exhibit signs of unease when stepping into a 5-star hotel for the first time. Once the manager concludes the introduction of the day's menu and leads the staff out of the private dining room, the heavy door closes, and the group finally exhales in relief. Phew, I thought I'd suffocate. This hotel is extravagantly luxurious. I counted at least 10 elevators. Someone exclaims, "Did you see those servers? They look like celestial beings. Their legs are more alluring than a campus beauty, with so many floors and such lavish decor. Surely the renovation must have cost at least 1 million. Nonsense. It must be at least 2 million. Countless comments, overheard by outsiders, elicit laughter. Qin Jiang does not intervene, but instead smiles calmly. 10 minutes later, the manager returns, accompanied by staff wheeling in a parade of exquisite dishes. Lobster and abalone, commonplace. Bird's nest, and shark fin elegantly arranged. The array of unfamiliar delicacies leaves the guests in awe, their eyes wide with astonishment. The enticing aromas wafting through the air compel everyone to swallow hard. While five-star cuisine may not be the pinnacle of culinary excellence, it undoubtedly eclipses the offerings of ordinary eateries, achieving a harmonious balance of color, aroma, and flavor. Simultaneously, the manager elaborates on the signature dishes and their intricate preparation methods, further heightening their astonishment. The elaborate processes and lavish ingredients make them ponder, is this how the wealthy indulge in life? Indeed, the joys of the affluent are beyond the imagination of the less fortunate. With a snap of his folding fan, Zhu Zheng interjects, "Manager, please share the history of this hotel." The manager nods, stating, Yinding Hotel was established in 2005, boasting a total construction area designed by a renowned architect, with an overall cost of 100 million, excluding various internal decorations. What he continues to say fades into the background for Wang Tao and the others, their minds fixated on 3 words, 100 million. The construction cost is a staggering figure, far exceeding their expectations. They had assumed that a lavish renovation would cost around 2 to 300,000, not realizing it barely scratches the surface. In that moment, their understanding of the Yinding Hotel's prestige deepens, amplifying their admiration for Qin Jiang. Just a month ago, they were mere school delinquents, occasionally engaging in petty business ventures for pocket money, possessing only a modicum of respect within their school circles, all the while harboring feelings of inadequacy. Yet, in the span of a month, under Qin Jiang's leadership, they have progressed significantly, earning their first fortune through the sale of card readers, founding the Black Dragon Company, gaining school support, and forcefully negotiating contracts with factories, recently securing a legitimate profit of 7 million. Today, they don formal attire to step into this luxurious hotel as respected guests, with many feeling a rush of emotion. With a wave of his hand, Qin Jiang signals for the manager, who promptly leads the servers away. Before departing, the manager instinctively scans the room. Truthfully, he looks down on the individuals before him, perceiving them as unsophisticated bumpkins. Even dressed formally, they lack the air of high society, appearing out of place among the clientele of Yinding Hotel. His gaze, however, lingers on Qin Jiang. Though youthful, exudes an undeniable presence. Every gesture and expression, particularly the depth in his eyes, suggests he has experienced the world beyond their comprehension. Yet, these subordinates refer to him as Brother Jiang, a title steeped in the camaraderie of the streets. He also catches a whisper of Black Dragon. Has he heard of a company by that name in Songjiang? Could be a nascent underground force or a second-generation heir, regardless of his origins. Whether he is a privileged offspring or someone who has risen from the bottom, it is clear that offending him would be unwise. It is best to cultivate a favorable relationship. The manager is acutely aware of his position. Many defer to him, and numerous individuals are eager to associate with him. But this prestige is contingent upon his role as the manager. Should he lose this position, he risks losing everything. Having encountered many impressive individuals, he understands that their greatness does not reflect his own. He must remain cognizant of his standing, lest disaster befall him. Chapter 54. My brothers of the Black Dragon are not to be underestimated. In the private dining room, Qin Jiang occupies the head seat, flanked by Zhu Zheng on his left and Si Jiu on his right, with Wang Tao, Sun Yuan, Bai Lu, and other core members of the Black Dragon surrounding him. 12 dining tables are arranged, each accommodating 9 individuals, totaling 115 guests. Initially, according to Wang Tao and the others, they intended to occupy a side table. However, Qin Jiang firmly rejects this notion. There must be order. yet it shouldn't be overly strict. Today is the Black Dragon's celebration banquet. To adhere to too many formalities during such a feast would be absurd. As the leader, Qin Jiang recognizes the importance of winning hearts and minds. He possesses the wisdom that comes from experience, understanding that no matter the circumstances, brotherhood is fundamental. All eyes are on Qin Jiang, as he declares. With the support of my brothers, the Black Dragon rises, and today we gather at Yinding for a celebration. We not only commemorate the success of our business contracts, but also honor the bond we share as brothers in life and death. The Black Dragon is not solely mine. It belongs to all of us. Cheers! As he raises his glass, Wang Tao swiftly hands him a drink, and Qin Jiang downs it without hesitation. Zhu Zheng stands and proclaims, "To Brother Jiang, cheers." In that instant, all the Black Dragon brothers rise, chanting in unison, "Cheers! Cheers! Cheers!" The exuberance of their spirits is rekindled, the earlier intimidation of the hotel's grandeur dissipating. They are brothers of Jiang. How could they falter? Especially those members who were newly invited to the banquet, their excitement causing them to tremble. Life and death brothers. Brother Jiang acknowledges them as such. Respect. An unprecedented sense of respect. In this gathering of student delinquents, the disparity in status is stark. Those in higher positions often disregard those below them. In most gangs, only the leader enjoys the spoils, while the underlings endure hardship, merely existing in the circle to avoid trouble. Wealth, fortune, only the leader enjoys the spoils. The subordinates are merely tools. This is precisely why those who have truly emerged as social elites do not regard students and delinquents with any seriousness. They are akin to a scattered sand, capable of winning minor skirmishes, yet when faced with formidable challenges, they invariably flee. In contrast, the Qianhe faction stands out as rather admirable, generously dispersing funds, which explains the multitude of followers it attracts. Qin Jiang is even more unique. He does not distribute resources evenly. Rather, he retains the lion's share for himself. Yet the cohesion among his subordinates is markedly stronger. What is the secret? Charismatic leadership. Perhaps that is a part of it. But more significantly, the distribution of wealth is substantial. Even a fraction of what he allocates allows most of his underlings to earn more than Qianhe himself. The prospects for development are exceedingly bright. Money, indeed, is the foundation for growth. He recalls distinctly from his previous life how Qianhe was ensnared in disputes over profit sharing, which stunted his expansion and ultimately led to a series of complications that culminated in utter disintegration. Qin Jiang also noted the eager glances from the peripheral members, aware that from this day forward, he would cultivate a cadre of loyal brothers. This was precisely his intent in summoning them. Expanding the core membership would instill hope among the outer circle, thereby fully reviving the Black Dragon Company. With a wave of his hand, Qin Jiang signaled for everyone to take their seats and declared, "Let us not dilly-dally. Today is a celebratory feast, and we shall discuss matters only after we have dined. I proclaim, today, all are welcome to propose toasts." The feasting commenced with great enthusiasm. The five-star hotel offered exquisite culinary delights, and the brothers indulged heartily, savoring each dish with delight, occasionally exclaiming, "This dish is delectable." The manager mentioned it was prepared using a specific part of the fish. The soup is splendid too. The manager said it was made with water from a spring atop a snow-capped mountain. Within half an hour, the table was strewn with remnants of the feast, and the pace of eating began to slow. They then transitioned into the toast-making phase. Initially, they hesitated to toast Qin Jiang, only daring to toast the core members like Wang Tao. It was not until Sun Yuan took the lead, proclaiming, "Brother Jiang, it is my fortune to follow you. You have guided me to the pinnacle. I once believed my life would amount to nothing, merely existing day to day, and perhaps one day ending up in the underworld. It is you, Brother Jiang, who has granted me a second chance, providing me with the protection of the Black Dragon, a legitimate job, and a future to look forward to. I've come to realize that a girlfriend is of little consequence. If lost, I can find another. Her loss would be hers, not mine. I've had a bit too much to drink and have spoken too freely. Please forgive me, Brother Jiang," is the wine speaking. With that, He lifted a bottle and poured it out. Excellent. Qin Jiang raised his glass, exclaiming, "What do I, Qin Jiang, have to fear regarding women? You shall surely soar to great heights. This is a promise from me." He threw down the contents of his cup in one gulp. Witnessing this, the others were inspired to follow suit. Wang Tao and the core members quickly toasted Qin Jiang, Zhu Zheng, and Sijio, pouring out their heartfelt sentiments and releasing their pent-up emotions. They had been stifled for far too long. In their academic pursuits, they had already felt the pressure. In this day and age, the consensus among parents in Songjiang's rural areas is that of all professions, education reigns supreme. Any child who excels academically is celebrated as a university student, bringing pride to their parents. Conversely, those who struggle in their studies are deemed failures in the eyes of their parents and fellow villagers, particularly those who have been aimless delinquents since childhood, often referred to as the scum of society. Now, Qin Jiang had bestowed upon them genuine hope. It was as if a path, once unimaginable, had suddenly appeared before them. Even Bai Lu raised her glass in a toast, and many today affectionately called her sister Lu, which brought her immense joy. Her cheeks flushed. 10 minutes later, after the first peripheral brother had raised a toast to Qin Jiang, the dam broke and countless others rushed to toast him. Most were so overwhelmed with excitement that they could only utter to Brother Jiang before downing their drinks. Qin Jiang welcomed them all with open arms, drink after drink. In his previous life, Qin Jiang had possessed a remarkable tolerance for alcohol, and in this life, it was even better. Moreover, he had arranged for the manager to provide him with a lower alcohol beverage, ensuring he would not become inebriated. To the eyes of his brothers, Qin Jiang sat there like a steadfast mountain, unwavering as he accepted toasts from all directions, elevating the atmosphere to a fever pitch. The sense of importance, an unprecedented acknowledgement. It filled everyone with immense satisfaction. With a deep breath, Qin Jiang finished his last drink and exhaled, not from intoxication, but rather because he was quite full. Fortunately, he had managed to finish all the toasts. Slowly rising, he took a glass and approached the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing out over the North District. Zhu Zheng and Sijio followed closely behind, while Wang Tao and others gathered around, soon forming a crowd of over 100 brothers before the window. Then, Qin Jiang's voice resonated throughout the top floor. "Remember, from this day forth, you're no longer the bad kids in your parents' eyes, nor the failures in the eyes of your relatives, and certainly not the discarded in society. You are my brothers, Qin Jiang's brothers, the elite of society, the pride of your families, and those who can stand tall at the pinnacle." Chapter 55, Brotherhood and Boundless Passion, Han Bing Treats. Qin Jiang's voice grew louder and more powerful, echoing throughout the entire top floor, filling all his brothers' hearts with emotion. Tears welling in their eyes. Bad kids in parents' eyes. Failures in relatives' eyes. Societies discarded, crawling in shadows. Is there pride in this life? No, there is not. In fact, it is something one cannot even voice, a shame that cannot be paraded. But now, Brother Jiang has given them dignity, a future, allowing them to walk the world with their heads held high. At this moment, they were rendered speechless, unable to articulate their determination to serve Qin Jiang. Nearby, Zhu Zheng observed this scene and nodded in agreement. Brother Jiang's ability to win people over is becoming increasingly sophisticated. Even if you were to ask them to venture out now, I doubt anyone would hesitate. Of course, he also recognized that Qin Jiang's words were not mere rhetoric. The recent actions of Qin Jiang clearly indicated that he was determined to keep the Black Dragon brothers untainted. Zhu Zheng did not fully understand the notion of a completely clean existence in the underworld. After all, what would it mean to truly mix in society? However, as long as everything was progressing positively, he chose not to dwell on it further. Unbeknownst to him, Qin Jiang had firmly resolved never to engage in the underworld. Qin Jiang gazed out over the North District, observing the flourishing areas and vibrant landscapes, blissfully ignoring the chaotic street stalls below. For one who stands high often overlooks the trivialities. In his previous life, it took him 2 years to ascend from the depths of the underworld to the pinnacle of success. In this life, he accomplished it in merely 2 months. Furthermore, his path this time was remarkably clean, especially in stark contrast to the murky dealings of his past life. A surge of ambition welled up within him. With a clear direction, with the experience of living again, with hundreds of brothers at his side, how could he, Qin Jiang, settle for mediocrity in this life? How could he allow his brothers to languish in obscurity? Why not stir up a grand spectacle, undertake something monumental? At this moment, his initial plan to establish a large-scale night market underwent a transformation. A grander vision began to take shape, an endeavor that many might deem lacking in potential, yet is perfectly suited for his current circumstances. Real estate, an industry poised to soar to the heavens, yet also teetering on the brink of a deep abyss. However, for the prescient Qin Jiang, he could effortlessly withdraw before the abyss arrived and swiftly transition into other industries, amassing substantial capital from real estate like a dragon soaring across a river. Moreover, his subordinates at the Songjiang Night City might not be entirely suitable for such a venture, as real estate perfectly aligned with the Black Dragon's essence and resonated deeply with his loyal brothers. Soon, Qin Jiang ceased to ponder further. Even if he were to embark on this industry, it was not imperative at the moment. The barriers to entry in real estate were exceedingly high, with millions invested yielding barely a ripple. His immediate priority was to rapidly establish the night market framework and elevate the Songjiang Night City onto the agenda to accumulate significant funds. Contemplating this, he declared with conviction, "Within a year, I shall ensure that the name of Qin Jiang resonates throughout the northern district, and the Black Dragon shall stand tall at the pinnacle of the north. Can you aid me, my friends?" Upon hearing these words, the already exuberant brothers of the Black Dragon turned crimson with excitement. Yes, truly exuberant. Perhaps it seems somewhat juvenile, but a man remains a youth until his dying day, especially as they were in the prime of their lives. With a flourish, Qin Jiang raised his goblet. To those willing, drink up. To his left and right, whether it be Zhu Zheng, Si Jiao, or the other 100. They raised their goblets without hesitation, uttering no superfluous words. Drink up. Drink up. Bang. Qin Jiang downed the contents of his cup and forcefully smashed it to the ground, the glass shattering with a melodious crash. Witnessing this, the others followed suit, smashing their cups. Bang. 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 The sound of shattering echoed throughout the penthouse suite. Ah! Qin Jiang laughed heartily, brimming with bravado. Outside, the 10 upright waiting staff, hearing the cacophony within, turned pale with fright. Staff member, what on earth is happening in there? Have they started a fight? Is it that intense? I hope no one gets hurt. Staff member B, what should we do? Should we go in and intervene? Surely, nothing serious is happening. Staff member C, are you out of your mind? Clearly, the 100 or so inside are not upstanding individuals. They could be fighting over a share of the spoils. Do you think it's safe to go in? What if we see something we shouldn't see? We would know how we meet our end. We can't afford to provoke such people. Staff member D, quickly contact the manager. Immediately, he spoke urgently into his earpiece. Manager, this is Xiao Ding. There's a severe situation on the top floor. Please come quickly. On the first floor, in a window-side elegant booth, Han Bing gracefully invited Lu Ruyin to take a seat. I know the hotel manager personally and requested him to reserve this booth for us. A 5-star hotel booth is not easily obtained, offering a splendid view of the river, with the Grand Songjiang nearby. As he spoke, he gestured towards the river just beyond. Lu Ruyin nodded in satisfaction. Coming from a modest background, she had never dined in a 5-star hotel before. And even if Qin Jiang were willing to spend lavishly on her, she would not accept. She was more concerned with tangible wealth that could be used. Food did not bring her significant satisfaction, especially since posting on social media was not particularly trendy nowadays. Nevertheless, she still picked up her phone to take selfies. Whether it was fashionable to share or not was irrelevant, as she wanted to capture the moment to post later. Presently, some social networking apps existed, but they were not greatly valued among students. Observing this scene, Han Bing secretly scoffed. This position, seemingly ideal for viewing the river, was quite ordinary. What could one see from the first floor? He thought he could easily fool Lu Ruyin, who had not seen much of the world. He muttered to himself, pretending to be refined, naive, and cultured, not realizing her own worth, yet wanting to take advantage of me. Impossible. Today, let me show you how I can win you over. Of course, he He maintained a facade of normalcy as he presented the menu. Feel free to order whatever you like. It's your birthday today, and I'm treating you. So indulge yourself. Lu Ruyin was not shy, selecting several seemingly expensive ingredients from a menu. Across the table, Han Bing felt a pang of pain in his wallet, but feigned nonchalance. As Lu Ruyin continued to order, he hurriedly interjected, "Let us stick with these. It's fine. Prepare them and bring up a bottle of the red wine I've saved." He swiftly handed the menu to the waiter. As for the red wine he had saved, it was merely a collection of low-end, obscure foreign brands. His claim of having saved it was just for show. Once the wine arrived, he would spin whatever tale he desired, knowing that no one would recognize its true value, successfully impressing a vain girl in the process. This tactic had always worked like a charm. Soon, the food and wine arrived, and Han Bing feigned utmost gallantry in serving Lu Ruyin, narrating the history of his wine collection. Indeed, Lu Ruyin listened intently, her eyes filled with admiration. At that moment, the manager slowly approached and said, "Good day, beautiful. I am the hotel manager and a friend of young Master Han. Welcome to dine at Yunding. We are honored to have you here." Chapter 56, Qin Jiang's Prestige. The tug-of-war upon hearing the manager's words. Lu Ruyin felt all eyes in the dining area turn toward her, filled with envy, which greatly pleased her. It was important to understand. Those who dined here were either wealthy or noble, a class of individuals she had long dreamed of joining. Now, she had become their center of attention, even receiving blessings from the five-star hotel manager. Vanity, pride, all at their peak. The manager then addressed Han Bing, saying, "In a moment, I will have the kitchen send over a dish. Enjoy your meal and drink well." Han Bing nodded in satisfaction. Lu Ruyin's gaze towards Han Bing also shifted slightly. The manager smiled as he departed, secretly rolling his eyes. Another naive girl about to be taken advantage of. But what does it have to do with me? His only task was to flatter Han Bing when he brought guests, delivering a trivial dish for a handsome reward. What is not to love? Following the previous scene, Han Bing could clearly sense Lu Ruyin's warmth. He was quite pleased with the manager's actions. The $1,000 I spent wasn't in vain. Tonight will surely be fruitful. Simultaneously, he discreetly poured a potion he had prepared in Lu Ruyin's glass. "To celebrate your birthday." "All right, I'll freshen up. Please hand me that bag when I turn around." "Sure thing. Here you go. Let's toast to your generous hospitality." After 3 rounds of drinks, Lu Ruyin barely touched her food, focusing instead on taking photos, while Han Bing devoured the dishes with great enthusiasm. "Damn, after spending so much, I must eat more. Tonight, I have to satisfy my appetite. It is a bit warm in here today." As they neared the end of their meal, the manager circled back. "How are you two finding the food?" "Very good." Han Bing replied. "Yes, extremely good," Lu Ruyin echoed. The manager smiled and nodded, just about to say something more, when suddenly, an anxious voice crackled through his earpiece, causing his expression to shift. Without speaking to Han Bing, he turned and dashed upstairs. Han Bing and Lu Ruyin exchanged awkward glances. Han Bing remarked, "Something must be going on. We should speed up our eating. How about we head upstairs to rest? I'll book a suite." He felt he could hardly contain himself. On the top floor, the manager rushed in breathlessly, and upon hearing the reports from several staff members, his face changed as he cautiously approached the door, preparing to eavesdrop on the situation inside. Just as he was about to lean in, the top floor door swung open, and Wang Tao and Sun Yuan swiftly sidestepped. Bang! The manager stumbled and fell to the ground with a pained cry. "Oh, my poor back." As he looked up, he found himself met with hundreds of fervent gazes, causing him to tremble involuntarily. In the blink of an eye, the room, though somewhat disheveled with numerous shards of broken glass scattered across the floor, was far from the chaotic and blood-soaked scene one might have envisioned. He took a deep breath, forcibly regaining his composure as he swiftly rose to straighten his attire, his gaze settling on the focal point. "Qin Jiang, Mr. Qin. I came to inquire if there is anything you require. The Cloud Top Hotel offers all amenities." Qin Jiang gestured towards the multitude of shattered wine glasses on the floor. "The broken glasses will be compensated at market price." The manager, with a forced smile, responded, "Mr. Qin, such words are unwarranted. A mere few wine glasses should not tarnish my reputation. As long as you and your brothers are unharmed, That is what truly matters. He had no intention of seizing the opportunity for anything further. To just about a few wine glasses, even within a five-star hotel. What value could they possibly hold in comparison to your expenditures today? Moreover, it is evident that Mr. Qin and his associates are not to be trifled with. Even if compensation were demanded, the Cloud Top Hotel would not flinch. But as for me, I am merely the hotel manager, a well-paid worker. What if I were to attract unwelcome attention? The manager instinctively shivered at the thought. After all, given his authority, he was entitled to absolve the hotel of liability for the glasses. Why create enemies over such trivial matters? Furthermore, the hotel, being a service industry, values harmonious relations. It would be unwise to offend someone over minor profits. Qin Jiang nodded, showing no surprise. The brothers behind him felt even more that Brother Jiang held considerable influence. To elicit such obsequiousness from the manager of a prestigious hotel. Let us depart, Qin Jiang stated calmly. Over 3 hours had elapsed since their entrance into the hotel. All that needed to be consumed, spoken, and enjoyed had transpired, rendering further idle chatter unnecessary. Today's celebration was a FA day. It was a genuine affirmation of the Black Dragon brothers' resolve and spirit. The transformation from their initial timid demeanor upon entering the hotel to their current confident and relaxed state was palpable, indicating a fundamental change had occurred. From ruffians to elites. The objective had been achieved today. Everything awaits the future. Downstairs, two individuals were locked in a tense tug-of-war. Han Bing persistently urged Lu Ruyan to ascend to the suite. But Lu Ruyan continuously refused, insisting on visiting the shopping mall instead. After several minutes of this struggle, Han Bing's expression soured, perplexed as to why his attempts were ineffective. While Lu Ruyan appeared exceptionally composed, igniting his frustration. Unbeknownst to him, Lu Ruyan was merely exercising caution while she turned to retrieve something, exchanging the wine glasses. Fortunately, the substance he had administered was not of a potent nature. Otherwise, he would have lost his composure within the hotel. However, the concoction caused his body to heat up and his temper to flare as well. After several failed attempts to persuade Lu Ruyan, he, in a fit of anger, exclaimed, "The mall, the mall. All you ever think about is the mall. Don't think I'm unaware of your intentions there. Shopping, is it? Buying things? That is all fine. I, Han Bing, am not short on funds. I can indulge in 5-star hotel luxuries without a second thought. But before heading to the mall, we must first visit the suite." As he spoke, he moved to pull Lu Ruyan along. With a swift motion, Lu Ruyan retreated, her expression shifting slightly. She had sensed Han Bing's change in demeanor and began to speculate. It must be said, she had some skill in playing the role of a green tea girl or a gold digger, able to discern Han Bing's escalating frustration. Thus, she chose to say nothing further and attempted to escape. "I'll just step into the restroom first. I'll join you in the suite afterward." What kind of person was Han Bing? A wealthy second-generation heir, accustomed to indulgence and equipped with extensive experience, even in his muddled state. He could anticipate Lu Ruyan's intent to flee and promptly intercepted her. "You think you can leave? Not a chance. Come upstairs with me. You're too inebriated. I'm merely going to the restroom. There's a restroom in the suite as well. Don't act like this. I have feelings for you. But we've only just met. You must give me some time to prepare." "Prepare for what?" Lu Ruyan retorted. "You've consumed what I've consumed. You've drunk what I've drunk, and you've received my red envelope. Now you want to leave? What do you take me for? A sucker? Or one of your sycophants? Either come upstairs with me, or you can cover the bill. I don't have any money. Han Bing, let us postpone this for another time. I truly am unprepared. Don't put on an innocent act in front of me. Even if you were literary, today I would still make you 6. He forcefully pulled Lu Ruyan towards the stairs. At that moment, an incredibly dense sound of footsteps echoed from above. Chapter 57. Lu Ruyan's shock. Qin Jiang. Is it her again? What nuisance. Meanwhile, many diners in the lobby were drawn to the spectacle of Han Bing and Lu Ruyan. Naturally, no one intervened. Even the service staff instinctively avoided the confrontation. It was evident to all that the two were in an unusual state, with some seasoned patrons speculating on the unfolding drama. Yet another second-generation rich kid playing the fool. Neither party seems particularly mature. Just moments ago, I saw the woman switch the drinks. I thought she might possess some skill, but it appears she is just like the rest. Such are the times, filled with individuals enamored with vanity. As the crowd continued to comment, it was clear that both Han Bing and Lu Ruyin were merely clowns in their eyes, fodder for gossip. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps from above intensified, capturing everyone's attention as they looked upward. The next moment, astonishment washed over their faces. Descending from the upper floor was a throng of impeccably dressed individuals, numbering in the dozens and seemingly without end. What was happening? When did the Cloud Top Hotel host such a gathering? Which top-tier conglomerate was convening here? Yet, these individuals did not appear to fit that mold. Rather, they bore the semblance of social figures, and they were exceedingly youthful. Bodyguards. Immediately, some began to conjecture, especially as the crowd descended rapidly towards the elevator, forming an orderly line, further solidifying their assumptions. Everyone understood that the true power brokers resided within the elevator. Even as Han Bing and Lu Ruyin continued their struggle, they could not help but divert their gaze upward, their expressions shifting dramatically. Han Bing pondered. Who is this prominent figure? To leave with so many bodyguards. He can outshine my father. Lu Ruyin mused. The individuals about to emerge are the true heavyweights. The kind that suits me, Lu Ruyin. What is a mere second-generation rich kid in comparison? She, Lu Ruyin, would never be merely a second-generation bride. Age was of no consequence. Under the gaze of the masses, the elevator chimed. The doors slid open, revealing a few individuals, the first being the exceedingly humble hotel manager, flanked by several impeccably dressed figures such as Wang Tao, Sun Yuan, and Bai Lu, who swiftly exited the elevator to take their positions at either side. Then, 3 individuals stepped forth from the elevator, Qin Jiang, Zhu Zheng, and Si Jiao. The appearance of these 3 rendered the crowd momentarily speechless. Regardless of their youthfulness or Si Jiao's formidable physique, or Zhu Zheng's signature braided hairstyle, the presence of Qin Jiang exuded an unparalleled authority. They were the natural focal point of the gathering, especially against the backdrop of hundreds of formally attired subordinates. Ah, Qin Jiang! Lu Ruyin gasped, her mouth agape, instinctively letting out a shriek. She could hardly believe her eyes as she beheld Qin Jiang, now resembling a figure of utmost prominence, as if in a daze. Indeed, it felt like an illusion. Without thinking, she pinched herself hard. Pain. It hurt. Everything was real. The very person she once regarded as a mere sycophant. The one she had looked down upon. A small-time thug destined for mediocrity, now commanded such influence that even the distinguished hotel manager bowed before him. With a throng of followers in tow, when the world had transpired, how had everything changed so dramatically in such a short span since Qin Jiang's arrival in Songjiang? Just half a year, and he had achieved this level of success. Why had no one previously recognized the captivating charm and striking handsomeness of Qin Jiang, who seemed to be a natural-born leader? Under the intense gaze of the crowd, Qin Jiang strode confidently out of the hotel, flanked by his loyal entourage, who only followed after he had passed their respective positions, maintaining a clear path ahead. Such an overwhelming aura of dominance was nothing short of extraordinary. At that moment, the act of ostentation seemed to take on a tangible form. Thud! Thud! Wang Tao and Sun Yuan intercepted him at the revolving door, while Qin Jiang and his companions stepped inside, with the subordinates swiftly pouring out from the side doors. The patrons within the restaurant began to exchange hushed whispers. Who is this? Such grandeur, and yet so young? Why have I never heard of him before? Which heir is he? Clearly, he must be involved in construction. Otherwise, why would he be surrounded by so many bodyguards? But isn't he being a bit too ostentatious? Resembling a societal bigwig? You don't say. Could he actually be a societal figure? Few in that line of work are without blemish. It was evident they perceived Qin Jiang as a second-generation heir of some construction conglomerate, or more accurately, a second-generation socialite, a figure who had already made a name for himself. No one could fathom that a youthful man in his 20s could ascend to such heights of social prominence. Lu Xian, in a flurry, dashed out, her thoughts consumed by Qin Jiang. She had to catch up and demand answers about his remarkable transformation. Why had he kept his prowess hidden from her? What gave him the right to conceal such truths? Had he no obligation to share these matters with her? If only he had confided in her sooner. Perhaps their relationship would have advanced further by now. Thus, all the blame fell on Qin Jiang. She was determined to make him apologize, to compel him to explain himself, and to ensure he continued to be her boyfriend. Bang! She burst through the side door, her gaze immediately landing on a luxurious Mercedes parked prominently at the hotel entrance, with Wang Tao opening the rear door in a protective manner. A Mercedes, a lavish one at that. Lu Xuyin's eyes widened in astonishment. As a gold digger, she was well acquainted with various car brands and their price ranges. Upon seeing the Mercedes, she instantly realized it was worth well over $1 million. $1 million! Qin Jiang's vehicle was indeed worth that much. He was living exceedingly well. What had she missed during this time? Why was she so oblivious to it all? Just as Qin Jiang was about to enter the car, Lu Xuyin rushed forward, calling out, "Qin Jiang! Qin Jiang!" But before she could reach him, several of his outer subordinates blocked her path. "What are you doing? Let me through. I am Qin Jiang's friend," Lu Xuyin shouted, struggling against their hold. However, the Black Dragon brothers remained steadfast, their eyes fixed on their leader, awaiting his command. Upon noticing Lu Xuyin, Qin Jiang's brow furrowed. Not her again, the White Lotus. Always chattering. What more does she want? Can't she take a hint? He also caught sight of Han Bing, who, judging by his appearance, was clearly a wealthy heir and likely guessed the situation at hand. The scenario was all too familiar. A green tea girl dating a rich second generation, intending to belittle the former protagonist, only to find that the protagonist had undergone a dramatic transformation, leading to a humbling experience for the green tea girl. Perhaps the protagonist would even engage in a fleeting romance with the green tea girl, turning her into his lover for personal satisfaction. But such narratives belonged to novels, and Qin Jiang had no intention of following suit. Women, they only served to hinder his promptness. Chapter 58. Lu Xuyin pursued the car, while Qin Jiang regarded her with complete disdain, not sparing her a single glance. He entered the vehicle without uttering a word. Lu Xuyin's expression shifted as she called out, "Qin Jiang, why are you silent? Have you forgotten our past? Have you forgotten the vows you made to cherish and protect me for a lifetime? Now that you possess everything, why do you never share it with me? What have you been through these past 6 months? Why have you changed so drastically? Qin Jiang, speak to me." Her voice, filled with desperation and rage, echoed as if she were a forsaken woman demanding answers. At that moment, Qin Jiang was transformed into the embodiment of abandonment. Meanwhile, Han Bing halted, unwilling to advance any further after witnessing the scene unfold. Though he was irked, he still retained his composure, aware of what actions were prudent and which were not. It was clear that Lu Xuyin had some connection to this enigmatic social figure, and her words suggested that Qin Jiang had once pursued her. Thus, he refrained from intervening. Should they rekindle their past romance, he would be the one to suffer. With that thought, he cast another glance at the numerous well-dressed subordinates, forcing a benign smile while suppressing his own frustration. In the face of Lu Xuyin's inquiries, Qin Jiang found her incessant chatter to be nothing short of tiresome. She was unreasonable, self-serving, and perpetually centered on her own interests. To grant her even a fleeting glance was to concede defeat. In her eyes, everything revolved around her, with others merely orbiting her whims. Bang! After settling into the car, Wang Tao promptly closed the door and took his place in the driver's seat, starting the engine. The vehicle emitted a gentle rumble. "You can't leave," Lu Xuyin exclaimed, her struggles intensifying as the recent upheavals had left her emotionally drained and disheartened. In the past, she had believed herself a paragon of privilege, destined to be adored by all. Yet, ever since Qin Jiang ceased to indulge her with money, her life had spiraled into chaos. While there was no shortage of sycophants, few had the means to satisfy her desires. She needed to maintain her facade without directly asking for money. Thus, she had turned her gaze toward the second-generation socialites. Han Bing's approach was a stark contrast to those schoolboy admirers who could be placated with mere flattery. He demanded a full commitment, leaving her once reliable tactics futile. Moreover, witnessing Qin Jiang's remarkable metamorphosis compelled her to reassess her perception of him. Instinctively, as she saw the vehicle preparing to depart, she resolved to shout out, "Qin Jiang, regardless of past grievances or my occasional temper, I am willing to try dating you from this day forward. Anticipating an ecstatic response, she envisioned Qin Jiang leaping from the car to profess his feelings, leading to an emotional embrace. However, the scene did not unfold as she had imagined. With a whoosh, the rear window descended, revealing Qin Jiang's expressionless face, particularly his eyes, which were filled with disdain, indifference, coldness, contempt, and even disgust. It was as if he were gazing upon something utterly repugnant, eager to distance himself from it, devoid of any semblance of joy or excitement. Lu Xian was taken aback. What does this look? Hadn't he once begged and pleaded, nearly going so far as to pluck stars from the sky, to please me? She had extended an olive branch, only to be met with indifference. No, does no one understand? I gave the sycophants an opportunity, and yet they failed to appreciate it. With a roar, Wang Tao pressed the accelerator, and the luxurious vehicle thundered away from the hotel entrance, while the other Black Dragon brothers swiftly boarded their cars, most of them on motorcycles. Following in pursuit, swish, swish, several Black Dragon brothers released their hold on Lu Xian. As she regained her senses, watching the car speed away, her heart involuntarily twitched. Without thinking, she instinctively chased after it. Qin Jiang, cease this at once. Did you not once profess that as long as I was willing to be your girlfriend, you would sacrifice anything for me? I am willing now, truly willing. Qin Jiang, shall we go watch a movie together? Without your wealth, how could I possibly survive? Jiangzi. Bang. She stumbled and fell upon the steps in front of the hotel, two streams of tears cascading down her cheeks, unbidden, like pear blossoms drenched in rain. It was a scene that tugged at the heartstrings. It even led one to believe that Qin Jiang was a callous charmer who left behind a heartbroken lover, while Lu Ruyan appeared as a forlorn romantic. Inside the hotel, onlookers rushed to the floor-to-ceiling windows to witness the spectacle, for who claimed that the affluent were devoid of gossip. It resembled a scene straight out of a drama, and it certainly did not paint Qin Jiang as a mere heartbreaker. It seemed this woman had once been pursued by him, yet dismissed him as unworthy, only to now regret her decision upon realizing his remarkable ascent. How riveting! It was unclear what the woman was thinking. In terms of appearance and charisma, Qin Jiang was far beyond this second-rate wealthy individual. To spurn such a figure and entertain a lowly rich man was indeed her folly. Though they lacked knowledge of the full circumstances, the ambiguity often breeds imaginative tales, leading to various interpretations. The gold-digging woman who failed to recognize a true dragon. The unattainable rich man. The self-cultivation of a girl chasing after cars. It was inevitable that countless versions of this story would circulate in future gatherings, with Qin Jiang's name frequently mentioned. After all, Lu Ruyan had nearly used the name Qin Jiang as a comma, uttering it over 10 times in mere moments, thus ensuring it entered the upper echelons of gossip. The staff gathered near the entrance, whispering as they observed Lu Ruyan sprawled on the ground. Particularly the male attendants. Could a goddess be so proactive? Shouldn't she maintain an air of aloofness? The joys of the wealthy are truly unfathomable. The manager furrowed his brow. What are you all staring at? Get back to work. If I catch you loitering again, your attendance will be docked. In an instant, the staff hurried away, uninterested in the commotion. At that moment, regret surged within Lu Ruyan. She regretted not cherishing Qin Jiang, nor was it a matter of her previous attitude. Rather, she lamented not having secured this potential gem for herself and cursed the day she had chosen to accompany Han Bing. Surely it was witnessing her altercation with Han Bing that had incensed Qin Jiang. She was on the brink of losing someone with boundless potential, who could very well become a significant figure. Inside the car, Qin Jiang paid no mind to Lu Ruyan's predicament. The narrative of the devoted admirer, love above all, such concepts would forever remain absent from his lexicon. Qin Jiang commanded, drive directly to the teaching building. I wish to see Wu Yu. It is high time for He Lung to establish his own enterprise. Chapter 59, Lu Ruyan. I am a woman once cherished by an eagle, awakening the devoted admirer. In front of the hotel, Han Bing felt a wave of relief as Qin Jiang and his entourage departed. After all, if Qin Jiang had indeed been entangled with Lu Ruyan, it would have posed a significant problem for him. Thankfully, Events had not unfolded as he had anticipated. However, upon witnessing Lu Rian's fall, his ire flared anew, and he approached her to drag her back upstairs. Stand up. No one has even glanced your way. And you truly believe yourself worthy of their attention? To be associated with someone like me would be a privilege for you. Do not say, I'm not offering you a chance. $10,000, and you belong to me for the night. As long as you obey, it shall be 10,000 monthly thereafter. 10,000. In this day and age, that is no small sum. Even as a maintenance fee, it would suffice. Yet, a high-class gold digger like Lu Ruyan would never concede to such terms, especially after witnessing Qin Jiang's formidable presence. In her eyes, Han Bing was entirely beneath her, and the notion of being maintained by him was simply ludicrous. Release me. Lu Rian's expression turned frigid as she attempted to shake off Han Bing's grip. I have no ties to you. 10,000 for your patronage? Where are you exactly? Han Bing, remember that a woman cherished by an eagle is not someone a fledgling like you can aspire to. You dare laugh? Han Bing's fury turned to mockery. How absurd for a woman whom no one deigns to acknowledge to act so brazenly before me, belittling my worth. This is an utter disgrace. His eyes burning with rage. Han Bing spat. Lu Ruyan, you are nothing but a harlot, perpetually seducing men while feigning innocence. Today, you will submit whether you like it or not. Just then, a young man in a faded, worn student uniform dashed over, positioning himself between Lu Ruyan and Han Bing. What do you think you're doing in broad daylight? Han Bing retorted. And who the hell are you? The youth replied. I am Su Jiang, Lu Ruyan's classmate. What do you intend to do? I can report you. You know. With that, he brandished his phone, gesturing dramatically. Han Bing's expression soured, seeing Lu Ruyan's regained composure and Su Jiang blocking his path. He recognized that the situation was untenable. He could not brazenly commit an act of abduction in broad daylight, as that would alter the nature of the encounter entirely. In Huaxia, we are governed by the rule of law. He was no match for that. His prior intimidation of Lu Ruyan was merely a ploy to coerce her into submission. Very well. Han Bing pointed at Lu Ruyan. Remember, my generosity will not come without strings attached. We shall see what unfolds. With that, he turned and left, speeding away to the renowned entertainment venue in the Northern District, Buckingham. Su Zhang, witnessing Han Bing's departure, relaxed and lowered his phone, then turned to Lu Ruyan. Are you all right? Su Jiang was yet another of Lu Ruyan's admirers, equally devoted, though lacking the financial means of Qin Jiang. He was merely obedient and eager to please. Today, Lu Ruyan had strategically arranged for him to be nearby to prevent Han Bing from causing trouble, and it had proven invaluable. Lu Ruyan remained dazed, oblivious to Su Jiang's peculiar expression. She maintained her usual haughty demeanor. Call a taxi to take me back to school, and ensure it's a private vehicle. I refuse to share. Also, my phone is broken, so buy me a new one to use in the meantime. She waved her hand, showcasing the damaged device. Su Zhang remained silent for a moment before responding. I don't have enough money to buy a new one. Would a simple communicator suffice? No money? A communicator? Lu Ruyan instinctively raised her voice, visibly displeased. After all, she was a woman cherished by an eagle. How could she settle for such a lowly device? She immediately retorted, absolutely not. What status do I have to use a communicator? That as for the impoverished. It would devalue me. Su Jiang fell silent, feeling disheartened. Subsequently, he began to call a friend to borrow money. A decent phone would cost at least 1,000, a significant expense for a student. Yet for Lu Ruyan, who was accustomed to lavish spending, it was simply beneath her consideration. Even though she currently found herself without $100, it did not deter her lofty expectations. Thus, Lu Ruyan and Su Jiang waited at a gazebo near the hotel for over half an hour, finally gathering enough funds. Throughout this time, Lu Ruyan incessantly berated Su Jiang, treating him as a mere outlet for her frustrations, even disparaging Han Bing, while Qin Jiang became a figure of ingratitude, the one she had cast aside. Su Jiang remained silent, bowing his head in quiet contemplation. His gaze, once reverent towards Lu Ruyan, now seemed to undergo a transformation, as if the image of the once untouchable goddess was fracturing before him. The ethereal light of his admiration was dimming. Lu Ruyan, oblivious to Su Jiang's turmoil, or perhaps deeming him unworthy of her attention, was preoccupied with her own thoughts. After all, loyalty from a devoted admirer pales in comparison to wealth. Moreover, she had previously enjoyed the affection of affluent and influential suitors like Qin Jiang, rendering Su Ziyang's modest background insignificant. As they procured a basic mobile phone and hailed a taxi back to campus, Lu Ruoyan incessantly criticized the phone's inferior quality. At the University of Science and Technology, Su Zhang escorted Lu Ruoyan to the dormitory and then to the cafeteria, his stomach growling from an entire day without sustenance. In the cafeteria, he purchased merely 2 steamed buns and retreated to a corner to eat quietly, his mind replaying the day's events. Lu Ruoyan fervently chasing after Qin Jiang, pleading for his forgiveness and promising to be his girlfriend, all while maintaining her aloof demeanor. The goddess image continued to shatter, and as he looked at the buns in his hands, he recalled how she had belittled him earlier that day. 1,000 yuan, is that excessive? To him, it was a substantial sum. It constrained him to a diet of buns for the next 2 months, while she remained utterly indifferent. Had Lu Ruoyan continued to behave as she had before, he might have willingly endured. However, witnessing her actions today had altered his perspective. In the vernacular of men, one might call it an awakening. Of course, such a profound awakening for a devoted admirer is fraught with difficulty. That night, if Lu Ruoyan had merely sent him a message on QQ, expressing any gratitude, he might have deemed his awakening a failure. Indeed, it could be said, once the message chimes, all hopes are dashed. Yet, the silence stretched into the night, with Lu Ruoyan offering no response, remaining as aloof as ever, occasionally casting a fleeting glance of pity his way. Lying in bed, Su Zhang clenched his fists, his fingers dancing over his phone as he drafted, deleted, and revised messages for a full half-hour, reading them to himself thrice, tears streaming down his cheeks. Ultimately, he pressed the send button. In the next instant, he buried his head beneath the covers, striving to suppress his sobs, his body trembling with silent weeping. Nearby, the screen of his phone remained illuminated, displaying a sent message. You are a phoenix in the heavens, while I am but a sparrow on the ground, so vastly apart, unattainable. To marry you has been my lifelong dream, yet you have already found your heart's abode. My queen, I shall withdraw, and this withdrawal will last a lifetime. Chapter 60. Is Qin Jiang planning to acquire land and initiate demolition? In the girls' dormitory, Lu Ruoyan returned with a countenance fraught with discomfort. Regardless of her roommate's inquiries, she remained tight-lipped. The day's events had been overwhelming. Not only had her plan to extract money from Han Bing failed, but she had also witnessed her former admirer, Qin Jiang, succeed. Moreover, the fact that she had chosen to leave him in such a humiliating manner filled her with rage and a hint of resentment. The shock of Qin Jiang's transformation lingered in her thoughts, prompting her to reflect. Had she been more attentive over the past 6 months, he would still be her devoted admirer, and she could have been enjoying the luxury of a Mercedes with all the trappings of wealth today. In a fit of anger, she lamented, "Damn that Qin Jiang. With a touch of external temptation, he no longer values me. He should not presume himself to be so exceptional. I, Lu Ruoyan, am destined to rise above all. I will surpass you one day." Thus, her emotions oscillated between regret and fury. Suddenly struck by an idea, she rummaged through her suitcase, searching fervently, but finding nothing. She then turned to her best friend, exclaiming, "By the way, remember the pile of useless stickers I gave you last year? There are a few photos in there. Find them quickly." Her friend, bewildered by Lu Ruoyan's frantic demeanor, complied and began searching. After some time, she unearthed a tattered box from beneath the bed, filled with love letters, the majority penned by Lu Ruoyan's admirers, including one photograph. The photograph depicted Qin Jiang and Lu Ruoyan together, both clad in their school uniforms, taken during the period of Qin Jiang's disappointing college entrance examination results. In an effort to cheer her up, Qin Jiang had spent thousands to buy a camera for Lu Ruoyan, only for that cherished photograph to be discarded like refuse. Once deemed worthless, the photo was now a precious keepsake for Lu Ruoyan, who carefully wiped away the dust, tucking it into her book and placing it beneath her pillow. Her roommates observed in stunned silence as Lu Ruoyan continued to extract and examine the photographs, utterly oblivious to their presence. Whispers among her roommates ensued. Isn't Lu Ruoyan supposed to be out celebrating a wealthy heir's birthday? Why is she back so suddenly? I have no idea. She seems so out of sorts, as if something has shocked her. That photo she was looking for looks oddly familiar. I recognize it too. Just as they exchanged hushed comments, Lu Ruoyan's body stiffened slightly, her expression twisting as she glanced at her phone, which had buzzed with new messages. What's going on? Her roommates gazed at her with astonishment, puzzled by her reaction. Could it be? Lu Ruoyan hurled her phone onto the bed. Messaging me at this hour with nauseating words? You withdrawn? Withdrawn your mother. What right do you have to retreat? Who do you think you are? Qin Jiang? At the vocational college's principal's office, Wu Yu poured Qin Jiang a cup of tea, teasingly remarking, Mr. Qin, you truly are enjoying the high life, sending money to your underlings, buying cars, dining in five-star hotels. Even the heads of major corporations can't match your flair. His words carried an underlying message, a subtle reminder that Qin Jiang's extravagant spending, over 100,000 on a car after only securing 7 million, might lead to his downfall. Despite his lack of faith in Qin Jiang's Black Dragon Group, he wanted to ensure his advice was not wasted, hence the teasing tone. Qin Jiang understood Wu Yu's insinuations but saw no need to explain himself. Sipping his tea, he replied, the Black Dragon is moving forward with the next phase of development. Here is the contract you need to sign. He produced the document and handed it to Wu Yu. Wu Yu, bemused, exclaimed, what is this nonsense? You expect me to sign this? As he glanced down, his heart skipped a beat upon reading the words, contract for lease. He quickly opened it to review the details. The Black Dragon Company intended to lease the land opposite the vocational school, with an annual fee of 300,000 for a 5-year term. Wu Yu's brow furrowed as he scrutinized Qin Jiang's eyes, questioning, what insider information do you possess? He suspected Qin Jiang was attempting to leverage foreknowledge of an upcoming demolition. Qin Jiang, aware of Wu Yu's thoughts, replied, demolition? Principal Wu, have you lost your mind? No one is demolishing that site. Moreover, where would they even demolish it? Even if the vocational school elevated its status to a bachelor's degree. Do you really believe they could tear down anything? As for constructing new buildings, if I could alter the land's designation, I might consider setting up a small night market. Upon hearing this, Wu Yu's expression faltered, his face reddening as he realized he had overthought the matter. The vacant land across from the school had no demolition value. It belonged to the institution, and as long as the vocational school did not expand, it would remain useless. Even if the school eventually elevated to a bachelor's program, there would be ample space awaiting development. Let us not even discuss the vocational school achieving that status in a short time frame. Even if they did, what would it matter to receive a bit of demolition compensation? As the conversation unfolded in the principal's office in the corridor, Lu Yao and Lu Lily were engaged in a hushed conversation. Lu Lily said, Yao, my cousin mentioned that he has already spoken to the director, ensuring that you 1T have to mentor the freshmen. Being a counselor is exceedingly exhausting, and I truly don't understand the school's rationale behind enforcing this reform plan that requires you to change positions. Yao, my cousin is exceptionally considerate towards you. He sacrificed much of his reputation to persuade the director, something I can scarcely hope for. It turned out that since Wu Yu initiated the reform plan, certain actions had already been taken, including the elevation of various departments' titles within the school and the appointment of younger students as counselors, tasked with humanely managing their classes. While this may benefit the students, it proved to be quite taxing for the counselors, with Lu Yao being one of them. She was preparing for her postgraduate entrance examination and found herself overwhelmed. Consequently, Lu Lily seized this opportunity to have her cousin curry favor, leveraging various connections to negotiate with the director. Perhaps you should reconsider, Lu Yao suggested, reluctant to accept this arrangement. She was hesitant to owe Lu Lily's cousin a favor, yet neither resigning nor abandoning her studies was an option she desired. Moreover, for certain reasons, she was unwilling to rely on her family. Let us go, Lu Lily urged, pulling her along, continually extolling her cousin's capabilities, emphasizing that he had achieved considerable success at a young age without familial support, a stark contrast to those like Qin Jiang, who relied on sheer luck to strike it rich. Indeed, The origin of Qin Jiang's 7 million funding was already the subject of gossip among countless faculty and students, evoking envy and resentment. As Lu Yao was led by Lu Lily, she found herself wavering, following in step while her mind wandered back to the image of Qin Jiang disembarking from his vehicle. She silently hoped he would not be blinded by wealth, but rather would choose the righteous path instead of continuing down a dubious road. Lu Lily was correct. In today's society, social networks often hold greater significance than monetary wealth. In a spirited manner, Lu Lily added, Lu Yao, let us not even discuss Qin Jiang's wealth. What good is his 7 million if he cannot help you? Even if he were to offer money to the school's upper echelons, who would dare accept it? Only someone like my cousin, an elite figure, could command such respect from the school's administration. As they approached the director's office to express their intentions, the director, without any hesitation, nodded in understanding. I am already aware of the situation. However, this is a plan set forth by Principal Wu. If you would accompany me to the principal's office, I can discuss the matter with him. It should not be a problem. He then led them toward Principal Wu's office. Chapter 61. Qin Jiang's reform proposal. The principal's shock. A kindred spirit inside the principal's office, Wu Yu, after regaining his composure, realized he had been overthinking. He remarked, I can grant you the contract, but what do you intend to do with that land? It is utterly barren. A night market. Qin Jiang did not obscure his intentions, noting that some ventures could not merely be conceived through knowledge. Foresight was essential. A night market? Wu Yu frowned, unable to comprehend. In his eyes, a night market seemed trivial, hardly qualifying as a legitimate business. What kind of entrepreneurial venture did college students pursue, if not high-tech startups, or at the very least, courier alliances? He advised, I've heard that the courier industry is quite promising. In the Southern District, students have established dozens of franchises with great success and significant growth potential. Why not pursue that? There are plenty of opportunities along College Road. If it's a night market you're considering, there are several in the Northern District already. It hardly seems promising. In his perception, a night market still conjured images of makeshift stalls scattered haphazardly. Even if Qin Jiang were to establish a night market on that land, it was uncertain whether the business would thrive, and even if it did, how many stall fees could be collected, and how much should each vendor be charged? Thus, he proposed the courier industry, confident in its promising prospects based on his research. Qin Jiang outright rejected this suggestion. The courier business was viable 2 or 3 years ago, but now it's merely a waiting game until the industry giants engage in acquisitions. Its future is bleak. As for the night market, it is far from the undesirable venture you perceive. In fact, the first night market of Songjiang in later years was renowned for daily sales exceeding 1 million, with some days reaching 3 to 4 million in revenue. What Qin Jiang envisioned was a collective night market model with vast potential that would not solely rely on stall fees. He envisioned preparing for the Songjiang Night City, firmly believing that its revenue would far surpass that of the courier sector, potentially attracting a significant influx of tourists. Consequently, its commercial value and social standing would be significantly elevated, hastening his ascent to the upper echelons of society. Perhaps he could even catalyze the future boom of Songjiang. Though he was determined that the night market would not be situated directly across from the vocational school, but rather in another location. Thus, the necessity of this night market would become irrelevant, which explained why Qin Jiang sought to lease the land for 5 years. Very well, Wu Yu, observing Qin Jiang's steadfastness, chose not to contest his decision. After all, he realized that interfering would be futile, having already placed his bets on Qin Jiang. He preferred to allow him the freedom to develop at his own pace. Success would be beneficial, while failure would incur no losses. At present, Wu Yu's focus remained on the school's reform. Qin Jiang noticed the proposal document on the principal's desk. He recalled that in his previous life, the vocational college implemented reforms a year later, achieving remarkable success that garnered attention from higher authorities and propelled the institution toward undergraduate status. It seems, Qin Jiang murmured, that my reincarnation has triggered a butterfly effect. Some matters cannot be approached in a rigid manner. Certain business initiatives require early preparation. He pointed toward the proposal, indicating, are you planning to implement reforms in the school? Wu Yu instinctively nodded. Indeed, The development of the vocational school is challenging and necessitates change. Do you have any suggestions? He had merely spoken casually, yet after uttering those words, he couldn't help but chuckle at the incongruity of discussing school reform with Qin Jiang. However, the next moment, he was left astonished. He watched as Qin Jiang picked up his reform proposal and began to critique it. This plan is quite commendable. It could significantly enhance the school's reputation. However, these competitions are futile. They merely waste time. With the vocational school's status, it would be improbable to attract any prestigious institutions to participate. It would only become a laughingstock. Instead, it would be far more beneficial to cultivate a few exceptionally skilled students to compete in a national vocational skills competition. Initially, Wu Yu maintained a calm demeanor, dismissing Qin Jiang's comments. Yet, as he listened, his expression grew serious. He suddenly realized that many of Qin Jiang's ideas aligned with his own, and some were even more refined and forward-thinking. He began to take notes, constantly exclaiming, "Why didn't I think of that?" This approach is precisely what the vocational school needs. Of course, these insights were derived from the effective experiences distilled from the continuous reforms of the vocational school in his previous life. They were tailor-made for the institution, particularly the suggestion to have students participate in a national vocational skills competition. In his past existence, the vocational school had gained remarkable recognition through its outstanding performances in the national skills competition, establishing a reputation that paved the way toward becoming a reputable institution. After a considerable time, as Wu Yu remained engrossed, Qin Jiang ceased his input. Sometimes, it was unwise to divulge everything all at once. Maintaining an element of suspense could maximize benefits. If he made matters seem trivial, the counterpart might underestimate the significance of the issues at hand. If the vocational school were to develop without encountering any obstacles in the future, how could Qin Jiang demonstrate his capacity to support it through thick and thin? Was this unethical? It was merely a necessary tactic. With a decisive motion, Wu Yu set down his pen and paper, glancing at the densely filled pages. Feeling a sense of fulfillment from the day's discussions, he looked at Qin Jiang, his gaze evolving, as if encountering a kindred spirit, and asked, "Qin Jiang, how about staying on at the school after graduation? I could arrange a position for you, and there would surely be opportunities for advancement." Qin Jiang immediately shook his head, having no intention of dabbling in the bureaucratic realm, where the waters were perilously deep and fraught with potential pitfalls. Moreover, he recognized that navigating the business world with foresight was his true path. Very well, Wu Yu nodded in agreement, just as he was about to say something further. Suddenly, a loud knock echoed through the office. A knock resounded from outside, and before Wu Yu could utter a word, the door swung open. A middle-aged man, portly and imposing, entered, flanked by two women. Upon seeing the principal with someone seated opposite him, the man hesitated momentarily. He was aware of Wu Yu's stern demeanor. Many teachers held him in fear. Given Wu Yu's current authoritative position and his implementation of reforms, no teacher dared to tread lightly into his office. Only due to a slight familial connection and his initial efforts upon arriving at the vocational college did he feel emboldened to intrude in such a manner. At that moment, the office was not empty. A guest was seated confidently across the desk, tea set before him. Although the figure's back was turned, it was evident that this was no insignificant character. The man could not help but inquire, "Is the principal entertaining guests? I shall take my companions outside to wait and report back shortly." Wu Yu's expression softened, albeit slightly. Under normal circumstances, he would not take offense at such an entrance. After all, he acted justly and sat upright, with nothing to conceal. Yet, the very presence of Qin Jiang, who had just discussed the need for a cautious approach to reforms, made the impudent intrusion feel like a slap in the face, rendering Wu Yu's countenance grim. Fortunately, the visitor was articulate enough to provide an escape for him. With a wave of his hand, he said, "Director Wang, please state your business plainly. We are not strangers here." He intended to establish a reputation for decisiveness in front of Qin Jiang, wishing to demonstrate his ability to maintain control. Despite the naivety of this tactic and the fact that Qin Jiang was merely a student, Wu Yu was determined to treat him as an equal. Chapter 62. Qin Jiang's Dignity. Land secured. Minor troubles, not strangers. Director Wang's gaze flicked toward Qin Jiang's silhouette. Who was this individual? The figure appeared somewhat familiar. Could he be a senior from another institution, or perhaps a newly appointed leader? His status must be considerable. Director Wang pondered. Otherwise, he would not dare to lounge in the Principal S office, ignoring their entrance. Was the Principal S reform initiative prompting him to summon a trusted ally? In an instant, myriad thoughts raced through his mind, and he continued. The situation is thus. This is our school's new intern, Lu Yao. She is in her 4th year and lacks sufficient experience. Due to her age, she has been assigned to mentor a freshman class. I believe it is rather reckless. Should any mishaps occur, it would not only reflect poorly on her, but also tarnish the school's reputation. I suggest she continues with her current class, as we have other capable individuals for the freshmen. Bang! Before he could finish speaking, Wu Yu slammed his hand on the desk and shouted, "Silence! The school assembly has mandated the execution of this plan. What are you thinking? If you lack knowledge, learn. If you lack experience, it can be cultivated. What is this nonsense about throwing in the towel? If she won't do it, who will? You? What is your position in this?" He wanted to question Director Wang about possible corruption, but the nature of their relationship prevented him from voicing such accusations, leaving him seething with indignation. It was a complete humiliation. He had just asserted that as long as the plan was sound, it could be implemented without resistance. Yet the first to challenge him was one of his most trusted aides. How could he not be enraged? An intern is hardly significant, but what would it imply if others were to learn of his waning authority? At the entrance, Director Wang stood rooted, his face reddening to a shade reminiscent of liver, wishing he could vanish into the ground. What a disgrace! He had just boasted about Lu Yao's assured success with a freshman class, only to be brutally reprimanded. The atmosphere in a room grew unbearably tense. Lu Yao and Lu Lily stood frozen, unsure whether to stay or leave, whether to speak or remain silent. Then, a voice unexpectedly broke the silence. "Old Wu, at your age, anger can be detrimental to your health. Perhaps a cup of tea will help calm your nerves." Turning to face the source of the voice, Wu Yu saw Qin Jiang rising to offer him a cup of tea. "My apologies for the intrusion," Qin Jiang said, as Wu Yu accepted the tea, feeling somewhat embarrassed. He did not mind Qin Jiang's informal address. Their brief exchange had already convinced him of Qin Jiang's worth. Wu Yu regarded Qin Jiang as a confidant, not merely a student. Setting aside doubts about whether Qin Jiang's future endeavors could benefit the vocational college, the numerous proposals he had put forth were enough to showcase Wu Yu's capabilities. However, Wu Yu's tolerance did not extend to others. At that moment, Director Wang and his companions were rendered speechless, their mouths agape in disbelief. "Qin Jiang!" they exclaimed in unison. Earlier, Qin Jiang had remained seated with his back to them, obscured by chairs, which had prevented them from recognizing him. Now, as he stood, his half-visible face made it unmistakable that he was the recently prominent figure from Xuan Road, the one who commanded hundreds of followers. Director Wang stammered, "What?" Lu Yao murmured, "Why is he here? Surely he saw me humiliated." Director Wang continued, "He just called the principal Old Wu and offered him tea. What is their relationship?" Lu Lily interjected. "Why is the principal treating him with such deference, allowing him to sit so brazenly?" The three were left in stunned silence. Even Lu Yao, who was less attuned to social dynamics, could sense something amiss. It seemed that Qin Jiang shared a close rapport with Principal Wu, their statuses seemingly equal. This was astonishing. A vice principal with a promising future and a student with a notorious reputation. How could they be intertwined, and how had they become such allies? Director Wang muttered, "Qin Jiang's background is deeper than I imagined, to be on equal footing with someone as well-connected as Principal Wu. The rumors I heard were not without basis." Lu Lily murmured, "What is happening? I have a terrible premonition. Is something else about to unfold? And does it involve him?" She cast a glance at Qin Jiang, who was now looking back at them, particularly at Lu Yao, his brow slightly furrowed, appearing somewhat perplexed. Wu Yu, taken aback, inquired, "Do you two know each other?" Qin Jiang replied, "In theory, she is currently overseeing the class I belong to." Wu Yu said, "Your class? Why didn't you mention this earlier? And what was her name again?" "Lu Yao," she responded. "Right, Lu Yao. There is no need for you to prepare to take on the freshman class. I have a task for you. Qin Jiang is a key student we aim to cultivate. He may be busy, so please assist him with attendance. At the year's end, the school will evaluate students for commendations. Submit the application, and I will approve it. At this revelation, the three were left utterly dumbfounded, staring at Qin Jiang in disbelief. Him? A model student? Director Wang thought. What kind of model student has hundreds of followers? How can he be considered a model student when he is a gang leader? Moreover, just moments ago, they had vehemently insisted that Lu Yao should not compromise the rules. Yet now, because of Qin Jiang's connection to Lu Yao, Wu Yu was taking such an active stance. Lu Lily's eyes widened in astonishment. She pinched herself to confirm her reality, wincing at the pain. How is this possible? My cousin struggled to establish a connection with Director Wang. Yet here stands Qin Jiang, doing nothing but silently existing, and he manages to resolve everything. Is the world truly so absurd? Wu Yu paid no heed to the changing expressions of the three individuals. Whether Lu Yao assumed the role of the new class instructor would not affect his reform plans. Why not grant a favor in passing? Moreover, Qin Jiang was a protege of his, deserving of some consideration, and Lu Yao was perfectly positioned to assist with attendance and related tasks. Shaking his head, he dismissed these thoughts, picked up the contract, and addressed Qin Jiang. I will have someone review the contract shortly for approval and signatures. Once completed, I will ensure it is delivered by Director Wang. He handed the contract to Director Wang, instructing him to submit it for approval and verification. Turning to Qin Jiang, he added, by the way, that piece of land has numerous residents cultivating vegetables. The local populace can be quite troublesome. It would be best for the school to intervene, but you might want to handle it yourself. Qin Jiang nodded calmly. Troubling residents? Indeed, they could be exceedingly obstinate. However, to others, and particularly to Heilong, they posed no significant challenge, for Heilong was a legitimate enterprise. Chapter 63. Lu Yao departs, expanding the finance department. She has left. Qin Jiang waved his hand and turned to leave, but paused momentarily as he passed Lu Lily, his gaze sharpening as he turned to Wu Yu. She seems quite vibrant. Young people must be given more responsibilities to grow. Wouldn't you agree, old Wu? Director Wang's expression shifted in surprise. It was rather peculiar for a student to refer to a teacher as a young person, even if the latter were merely an intern. Lu Lily interjected, Me? A young person? What additional burdens do you expect me to shoulder? In the next instant, she comprehended precisely what burdens he implied. Wu Yu, maintaining a steady tone, showed no surprise at Qin Jiang's words. Instead, he regarded him with utmost seriousness. He believed Qin Jiang to be beyond the ordinary, far more mature than his peers. Thus, he readily agreed, that makes sense. What is your name? Regardless of what it is, you are to report to the new student class tomorrow. Leave this matter to Director Wang. And as for adding responsibilities to the young, let him lead the experimental class. Any new initiatives should commence from there. Our aim is to assist in their growth. After all, Lu Lily protested, No, please. Director Wang, recognizing Wu's authoritative tone, nodded in agreement. Understood, principal. I will handle it immediately. Bang! As Qin Jiang exited the principal's office, he observed the hurried students heading to class. A smile breaking across his face. A new life is truly wonderful. Heilong would soon take flight, establishing its first venture, Heilong Night Market. Wu Yu, watching Qin Jiang depart, settled back into his seat and waved his hand. If there's nothing more, you may leave. Remember to knock before entering in the future. Understood. Director Wang, looking as wilted as a frostbitten eggplant, took his leave with Lu Yao and Lu Lily. As they stepped out of the principal's office, Lu Lily grasped Director Wang's hand. Director, I refuse to join the new experimental class. I simply won't go. Director Wang replied, If you won't go, who will? You can either submit your resignation or get to work. Lu Lily retorted, Director, you can't do this. My cousin is the one who. Director Wang cut her off. Silence. Whatever your cousin provided to me will be returned. If you dare speak out of turn again, be mindful of your internship certification. Do you still want it? Lu Lily fell silent, realizing the gravity of her situation. The internship certification was of utmost importance for teaching students. Any mistake could jeopardize her future. Even if she wished to contest the assignment, it would be futile. However, recalling Qin Jiang's conversation with Principal Wu left her utterly despondent. It seemed her future in vocational education would not be easy. Oomph. Director Wang scoffed. Qin Jiang had made his feelings toward Lu Lily quite clear. And given his close relationship with Principal Wu, it was only prudent that she remain distant from him. As for Lu Yao, he instructed her, from now on, you will only be responsible for the class that Qin Jiang belongs to. If any issues arise that you cannot resolve, or if they pertain to Qin Jiang or Heilong, inform me, and I will handle it. This will be your task moving forward, as Heilong is also our vocational school's enterprise. Lu Yao nodded, somewhat dazed. All right. The events of the day had greatly impacted her, and as her gaze shifted, she spotted Qin Jiang, who had just departed. Without a moment's hesitation, she dashed after him. Wait. Qin Jiang furrowed his brow at Lu Yao blocking his path. What is it? Lu Yao's expression was somewhat awkward. Thank you for your help today, but I still want to remind you about social interactions. Qin Jiang, growing impatient, snapped. What nonsense. Lu Yao, do you regard yourself as someone deserving of assistance? Will you offer your modest appearance, your age, your lack of personal hygiene? Now, be gone and vanish from my sight. He was genuinely irritated. Damn it, was this a side effect of his rebirth? He had not engaged with any women. Yet these individuals seemed to cross his path unbidden. Qin Jiang was not one to rely on women for validation. Such a notion was absurd. Lu Yao stood there, momentarily at a loss, her eyes misting behind her glasses, her scholarly demeanor combining with her delicate features to evoke a sense of sympathy. Qin Jiang felt an urge to slap her, crying and whining. What was this? A pure lunatic insisting on changing herself? He bypassed Lu Yao, heading toward Heilong Company. Lu Yao remained rooted in place, tears streaming down her face, only to be forcibly stifled. She was bewildered by her own feelings. Why did she feel an incessant urge to assist someone she barely knew? Was it merely gratitude for being saved? Perhaps not. That incident was merely a catalyst. What truly lingered in her mind was Qin Jiang's demeanor, his approach to life, which starkly contrasted with her own educational experiences. The collision of two disparate environments sparked a profound reaction within her. Moments later, she resolved to return to her office and draft a resignation letter. As Qin Jiang stepped into Heilong Company, he noticed Bai Lu, hands on her hips, questioning a junior. Is there a tumor growing on your head? Look at the document you drafted. You even used pinyin for typing. Are you incapable of producing actual characters? Couldn't you at least consult a dictionary? Her tone was brusque. Yet Qin Jiang found it oddly pleasant. Indeed, he murmured to himself. Some things are ingrained in one's very being, so deeply rooted that they cannot be easily altered. It seems I have a long and arduous journey ahead to guide my brothers at Heilong along the right path. He settled into the main seat, and after Wang Tao offered him a glass of water, Bai Lu concluded her interrogation. You may go now. I'll handle the selection process anew. Understood, Sister Lu. The previously disheartened junior exited with renewed enthusiasm. Bai Lu felt both exasperated and amused, while she was irritated that the junior took the matter so lightly. She couldn't help but smile at the endearing way he addressed her. Sighing, Bai Lu lamented, why is it so difficult to find someone willing to join the finance department? I can't recruit anyone. Qin Jiang observed Bai Lu and replied, there's no need to limit yourself to the core members. Peripheral brothers can also be considered. Even if they aren't from Heilong, you can recruit from the school. We can offer a 10% salary increase over market rates. Bai Lu solemnly responded, Brother Jiang, you may not realize how intricate the finance department is. If outsiders gain leverage, it could lead to irreparable consequences. We must rely on trustworthy brothers. I have devised a plan to categorize the financial operations of the Black Dragon Company into distinct tiers, with dedicated teams for both overt and covert business dealings, as well as a specialized unit for tax matters. In Chapter 64, Bai Lu issues a warning. Failure to vacate within 3 days will result in consequences. As she speaks, her excitement grows, recalling a recent recommendation from a classmate to join a certain training program. The gist of the narrative unfolds as follows. Trainer, I shall teach you how to reconcile accounts, craft financial statements, and perform tax calculations. How does that sound? Students, we are not interested. Trainer, then allow me to instruct you on prudent financial management and inventory assessment. Students, we are not interested. Trainer, how about learning to fabricate accounts, evade taxes, and misappropriate public funds? Students, now that we would like to learn. Upon completion of the course, the students express their gratitude. Such immense kindness from our teacher. How can we repay you? Trainer, repayment is unnecessary. Once you leave this door, I shall cease to be your instructor. Just ensure that my involvement remains undisclosed should any issues arise. Students, thank you, teacher. Bai Lu presumes that the Black Dragon Company's operations will inevitably involve such practices and readily pays 20,000 yuan. She intends to begin her studies the following day, which is why she seeks to recruit financial talent for Black Dragon to learn alongside her. Unfortunately, she is yet to find anyone with the requisite talent. Across the table, Qin Jiang observes Bai Lu's increasing enthusiasm, perplexed by her remarks and uncertain of her thought process. He raps his knuckles on the table twice to bring her back to reality, regarding her with utmost seriousness. Remember, Black Dragon will not engage in illicit activities. All taxes will be duly paid. Bai Lu nods in understanding. I comprehend. There will certainly be no errors on the surface. My teacher, renowned for his prowess, recently completed further studies at a prestigious institution in Tilan Xiao and rarely encounters issues. Qin Jiang nearly loses his composure, gazing at the seemingly naive Bai Lu. He adopts a grave demeanor and reiterates, let me clarify once more. Black Dragon will not engage in clandestine dealings. All operations will be transparent. Black Dragon is a legitimate company. This is not a suggestion. It is an edict. Do you understand? Black Dragon is a legitimate company. Bai Lu, feeling the weight of his words, glances towards the guards stationed at the entrance, recalling the grandeur of Qin Jiang's entourage. She contemplates the notion of Black Dragon as a legitimate company, but the seriousness etched on Qin Jiang's face makes her heart race. The earlier excitement dissipates, and she lowers her head. Understood. She repeats thrice for emphasis. Black Dragon is a legitimate company. Black Dragon is a legitimate company. Black Dragon is a legitimate company. Now go. Qin Jiang dismisses her, uninterested in further discussion, confident in his command over Black Dragon's policies. As Bai Lu exits the company, a gentle breeze invigorates her. Although she is uncertain about Qin Jiang's objections to her plans, she does not dare voice her opposition. It seems, she muses, that I must adjust my previous strategy. However, having a weapon does not equate to being unarmed. One must always prepare for eventualities. Resolutely, she enrolls in the training program, excelling remarkably and earning accolades from her instructors, who predict her bright future. Upon concluding her training, she glances back at the unassuming venue and silently dials a number. Hello, I wish to report that the location is. After Bai Lu's departure, Qin Jiang addresses Zhu Zheng, who has just entered. The plot across the street has been secured. The contract will be delivered shortly. How goes the recruitment of your personnel? Zhu Zheng nods. I have nearly finished recruiting. They are primarily laborers, and I have also contacted several companies for large machinery rentals. We can commence work in 3 days. Indeed, Qin Jiang intends for Black Dragon to undertake the construction directly, rather than outsourcing it. Firstly, while the night market construction differs significantly from other night markets in Songjiang, it poses no substantial challenges. Secondly, he plans to leverage this opportunity for Black Dragon to establish a foothold in the construction industry, paving the way for future ventures into real estate. Ah Tao, present. Wang Tao stands at attention. Qin Jiang gestures towards the vacant land across from the vocational school. Currently, some locals are cultivating vegetables and fruits there. Wang Tao understood. Qin Jiang, what do you understand? Wang Tao, I will take my subordinates to uproot all the crops. Anyone who resists will be dealt with accordingly to ensure the task is completed. Qin Jiang, Black Dragon is a legitimate company. Do not resort to violence. First, erect a sign to give them 3 days to clear their belongings. Wang Tao, and if they refuse to vacate after 3 days, Qin Jiang, they may leave with dignity, or we shall assist them in doing so. Wang Tao understood. He nods earnestly and departs. Across from the vocational school lies a vast expanse of land. As a newly developed area, there is ample vacant space. Yet such sizable plots are rare, indicating the former significance of the vocational institution. Unfortunately, following the elevation of the principal, The institution has struggled to maintain its momentum and can now only aspire to gradually rise to a third-tier status. The vacant land is abundant with various fruits and vegetables. Such practices are commonplace along Academic Road and in the Northern District. It is not unusual to see vacant lots or even newly constructed residential complexes where relocated families cultivate gardens. And some even keep chickens and ducks in hallways. Opportunistic individuals abound in every locale. In front of the vacant lot, a dozen men and women are tending to their crops. This year's vegetables are thriving. The cabbage will be ready for harvest soon, and we can sell it for a good price. Indeed, look at the radishes, so robust. Many are ripe for picking. I will have my spouse contact merchants for purchases today. Those honest folk who don't cultivate will only benefit us, the Wu family. The Wu family is not a prominent lineage, merely ordinary villagers who enjoy a degree of status in their rural community. Their mentality of seizing opportunities has not waned since they benefited from compensation during the relocation to the apartment complex. They not only cultivate vegetables, but have also claimed the vacant land across from the vocational school as their own. Throughout the seasons, they grow whatever they can. Having profited from this land over the years, boasting about their exploits wherever they go. In the past, school authorities attempted to intervene, but the Wu family employed a stubborn and obstinate approach, rendering the school's efforts futile. The lack of significance attributed to that plot allowed the Wu family to seize the opportunity. A woman points toward the distance. Whose children are those? I have never seen them before. What are they doing in our vegetable patch? Let's go see. Others turn their attention, spotting several youths inserting wooden boards at the edge of the vegetable patch. They quickly converge, discovering a notice affixed to the board, which boldly declares, "This land, encompassing an area of 121 acres, now belongs to Black Dragon Company. Any property on this land not belonging to Black Dragon Company must be removed within 3 days, or the consequences will be borne by the owner." In Chapter 65, the narrative continues. Song Jiang's territory is evolving. What is this? They stare blankly at the notice affixed to the board. Black Dragon Company? What is this Black Dragon Company? Isn't this land owned by the vocational university? How did it become Black Dragon Company? And why must we vacate within 3 days? As Wang Tao and his associates prepare to leave, a middle-aged woman hurriedly calls out, "Hey, what are you doing? What does this mean?" "It means exactly what it says." A young subordinate replies nonchalantly. A middle-aged woman shouted hoarsely, "You little brat. Who are you talking to? Can't you speak properly?" The young man's expression turned frosty. The aura of a seasoned fighter rendered his gaze icy. "You dare to utter another word?" If it weren't for Qin Jiang's explicit instructions that all employees of the Black Dragon must not cause trouble or break the law, I would have long since retaliated against that foul-mouthed woman. "What are you whining about?" With a gulp, the middle-aged woman stepped back, a hint of fear in her eyes. From behind, a young man interjected, "What's going on? Are you really going to resort to violence?" "We merely inquired about the situation. Do you see that school across the street? It's a vocational college, equipped with surveillance cameras and security guards. If you choose to act rashly, there will be dire consequences." Wang Tao glanced at the young man with a hint of surprise. "You seem quite knowledgeable about the law. But what s with your blind ignorance? Have you never read a book, you illiterate?" He pointed to a wooden board with a notice. "Understand this clearly. This land has been leased to the Black Dragon Company by the vocational school." "Yes, that's us, Black Dragon." The current head of Black Dragon, the chairman, is well aware of this. He is compassionate and has graciously given you 3 days to remove your belongings from the land. After 3 days, I shall reclaim it. Do you comprehend? He elucidated in straightforward language, as Qin Jiang had stated that Black Dragon is a legitimate company. Thus, it is only fitting to extend courtesy before resorting to aggression. What? You intend to reclaim the land in 3 days? The group of men and women could hardly fathom that the land they had cultivated for years was about to be taken from them. How could they possibly accept this? "You can't take it. This is the fruit of our hard labor." A woman shouted, "You can't just take everything. This is my livelihood. What gives you the right?" "What gives me the right?" Wang Tao replied calmly. "Simply put, we possess that authority. Remember, 3 days, just 3 days. If you have not vacated by then..." With that, he dismissed them and left with his men. The Wu family watched Wang Tao and his companions depart, their frustration evident as they stomped their feet in anger. At a loss for words, they yearned to confront them, but the sheer number and intimidating demeanor of Wang Tao and his crew deterred them. "What shall we do?" the middle-aged woman asked. "We cannot allow them to take our land." Another woman lamented, "I've barely made any money from it after a year of toil." Finally, the eldest among them declared, "Quickly, call Wu Lao-san and have him notify the entire Wu clan for a council meeting." "All right." The young man nodded and made the call. At the vocational college, Qin Jiang stretched and prepared to step outside. Outside, the 10 young men stood up to greet him, but Qin Jiang waved them off, signaling them to remain seated. "Brother Jiang," Sun Yuan approached. "Are you heading out?" Qin Jiang nodded, "Just going for a stroll." Sun Yuan immediately grabbed his phone. "Brother Jiang is going out. Prepare the Benz along with 2 other cars and 10 motorcycles." "Stop!" Qin Jiang interjected. "1 Benz will suffice." In Songjiang, while feigning modesty is foolish, ostentation is equally unwise. He had witnessed too many tyrants meet their demise due to their brashness. In the past, his display of grandeur was meant to inspire the brothers beneath him, but now that the Black Dragon brothers no longer perceived him as a mere shadowy figure, there was no need for such pretense on every outing. "Just one." Sun Yuan hesitated. "Brother Jiang, 1 tea that seemed too little? It may not adequately reflect your status. And if someone were to make an attempt on you, who would come to your aid? Besides, we cannot be without someone to command during the outing." From behind, Zhu Zheng chimed in. "Let us take 2 cars. The off-road vehicle can accommodate 4 or 5 of our men." Qin Jiang, Notiching, who had just roused from his slumber, smiled and nodded. Sun Yuan promptly relayed the orders. "Prepare the Benz and the off-road vehicle." He then pointed to 3 of the guarding brothers. "You 3 will accompany us." "All right." The trio eagerly nodded. In these times, being close to the boss assured greater opportunities for advancement, as evidenced by Lu's swift rise in status despite her short tenure with Black Dragon, thanks to Brother Jiang's favor. Soon, the 2 vehicles departed the vocational college, making their way towards the riverside. In Songjiang, the riverside is undeniably the most vibrant locale. The locals often share sentiments such as, "Today is a good day. Let us stroll by the river." Or, "I'm feeling down. Let us go to the riverside to unwind." Upon arrival, there is little to do but sit quietly on the steps, gazing at the tranquil waters of the Songjiang, a unique romanticism exclusive to its people. Qin Jiang, Zhu Zheng, and Sijio stood by the river, observing the still waters, while Sun Yuan leaned against a car with several younger men, smoking and occasionally glancing around. However, there was little to see. This area was far from the bustling parts of Songjiang. It belonged to the northern district, characterized by desolation, litter strewn about, and the river slightly murky. Only during the annual ice and snow festival does this place attract a few visitors for ice skating. With winter not yet upon them, it felt utterly deserted. Ahead, Sijio picked up a stone and hurled it forcefully. The stone skipped across the water's surface, creating ripples before finally sinking. He threw another one, reveling in the game, his expression mirroring joy, albeit his features still bore a fierce countenance. In the distance, an old man was gathering shells with a child. Suddenly, the child, startled, threw the shell to the ground and dashed into the old man's embrace, exclaiming, "Grandpa, run! There's a monster!" The old man, bemused, replied, "What monster could there be in broad daylight?" But as he looked in the direction the child pointed, he caught sight of Sijio turning his face towards them, and his expression changed dramatically. What the hell? Which prison did that one escape from? Straightening his hunched back, he swiftly lifted the child and dashed towards the bridge without hesitation. Sijio, what is that all about? Running like a couple of scared rats. Chapter 66. The Future City Plan, the Wu family's land dispute. At that moment, Qin Jiang and Zhu Zheng exchanged a knowing smile, unable to find words. There was no denying that Sijio's appearance was that of a man not to be trifled with. One might even believe he had blood on his hands. Shaking his head, Zhu Zheng's gaze shifted from Songjiang to the expansive vacant lot along the riverside. With a contemplative look, he remarked, "Brother Jiang, this land is the very site for your envisioned Songjiang never-sleeping city." Qin Jiang nodded. This land was indeed intended for the future development of the Songjiang never-sleeping city. Even though Qin Jiang is merely a second-tier city, its urban area has been nearly fully developed, leaving little room for substantial new projects. Establishing a never-sleeping city in the suburbs would be tantamount to courting disaster. After much consideration, he concluded that this land, situated at the confluence of the southern and northern districts by the riverside, was the most suitable. It perfectly aligned with the theme of ice and snow, as well as the required construction area. Had it not been for the obstacles hindering development in the northern district, many would have already set their sights on this plot. If memory serves, Qin Jiang mused, this land would eventually be leased to a company for an ice and snow theme park. Unfortunately, that company was plagued by internal turmoil, lax management, and poor facilities, failing to capitalize on the booming ice and snow theme in Qin Jiang. Thus, it became a complete waste of this precious land. He must act swiftly to secure this land for himself, though he feared the bureaucratic process would be cumbersome. Such desolation, the soil quality issue, fundamentally precludes the construction of commercial buildings, rendering it devoid of any commercial value. However, it will not be casually contracted out. One must employ a bit of strategy to secure a contract. An hour later, Qin Jiang concluded his inspection of this parcel of land and opted to depart. At present, his focus is on the night market. This outing serves as a preliminary planning endeavor, as he has little else to occupy his time. His lack of engagement does not imply that Zhu Zheng and others are similarly unoccupied. The Black Dragon, poised to establish the night market, is undergoing a fervent transformation. An internal division has been formed to oversee construction, temporarily led by Zhu Zheng, with Wang Tao and Sun Yuan assisting, while some of their associates familiarize themselves with various large machinery. Although the Black Dragon will recruit drivers and regular laborers, it is imperative that their own people possess some knowledge. Otherwise, how could they manage? Fortunately, among the brothers under the Black Dragon's banner, there are numerous capable individuals. They are encouraged to study, but some are far more adept at operating peculiar machinery than at academic pursuits. As Wang Tao remarked, who among us from the countryside hasn't tea farmed? By the age of 10, we could drive a tractor to haul corn. As for Hosey, he is a veritable virtuoso with machinery, be it tractors, excavators, or bulldozers. He masters them all. He believes that securing a diploma is essential, claiming that without one, he is unworthy of his beloved Xiaorou. Upon realizing that he had spoken too much, he quickly fell silent. Sun Yuan chuckled, but said nothing, merely patting him on the shoulder. It's nothing. It's all in the past. Wang Tao replied, I knew you weren't a petty person. It was just a little ouch. Don't twist my fingers. For someone who is supposed to be the big brother, can't you be a bit more refined? Sun Yuan retorted, what if I am rough around the edges? A few minutes later, the two ceased their playful banter and resumed their search for skilled brothers, preparing to engage with the newly recruited workers and familiarize themselves with the large machinery that had arrived ahead of schedule. Zhu Zheng was orchestrating the overall operations, directing various aspects to progress steadily, while he found himself overwhelmed with the meticulous tasks of documenting the newly established company's personnel, wages, benefits, and attendance, an undeniably cumbersome endeavor. He couldn't help but reflect. No wonder Brother Jiang always emphasizes the importance of nurturing talent. Fortunately, the company is not lacking in individuals with managerial aptitude, providing a perfect opportunity to assess who might be of use. As the Black Dragon steadily prepared for commencement, a gathering of 40 to 50 individuals congregated in the garden of a nearby residential complex. Among them were both young and old, men and women, and upon closer inspection, one could discern many similar features. They were all members or relatives of the Wu family. Passers-by instinctively avoided them. The Wu family. They have garnered quite a notorious reputation in several nearby complexes. They are notorious for their opportunistic behavior and their proclivity for making life difficult for others, embodying the very essence of lazy miscreants and troublesome children. To put it bluntly, those who cross paths with this family are often besieged by this throng, akin to being ensnared by a particularly stubborn adhesive. Over the years, they have employed unscrupulous tactics to monopolize the community garden as their personal domain, raising chickens, ducks, and geese in the hallways, thereby turning the community into a veritable den of chaos and discontent. The security team has intervened numerous times, yet these individuals resort to crying, causing disturbances and even threatening to harm themselves. Even if apprehended and subsequently released, their behavior only escalates, targeting those who dare to report them. Ultimately, no one is willing to lodge complaints, allowing their tyranny to persist unchallenged. Thus, they brazenly occupy the community space, extending their reach into the vocational school's grounds, leveraging their sheer numbers and their ability to be a nuisance, while the school administration turns a blind eye. This has been their modus operandi for 4 to 5 years, and their territory has grown to encompass hundreds of acres. The crowd buzzed with chatter. Why were we summoned here? I just took the free bus to the pharmacy 13 miles away to collect free eggs. I'm busy too. The corn at Old Wong's field just came in, and I'm helping my wife with it. Uncle, I just got a dog and it's fat. Let us have a drink together today. Their eyes turned toward the middle-aged man seated in the garden, the nominal leader of the Wu family, Wu Laosan, known for his boldness and propensity for violence. He has never followed the straight and narrow. After returning home empty-handed from his ventures, he seized the opportunity during the demolition to rally his family and relatives, securing considerable benefits, thus achieving the highest standing within the household. Enough with the noise. Wu Laosan waved his hand, commanding silence. The murmurs subsided, yet whispers persisted, prompting Wu Laosan to scold. The land to the north is about to be lost, and you still have the energy to gossip? What? The crowd's eyes widened in unison, with only a handful of messengers maintaining their composure. They began to chatter excitedly. Who dares to contest our Wu family for this land? We'll deal with them. Exactly. I want to let them off easily. Wu Laosan barked. What are you all shouting about? Lao Lu, explain what happened. Lao Lu recounted the day's encounter with Wang Tao and others in full detail. Upon hearing this, the Wu family fell into a brief silence. According to Wang Tao, that piece of land had been contracted to the Black Dragon Company by the vocational school, no longer left unclaimed. They were given a reasonable 3-day notice to vacate. Yet, upon further reflection, anger surged within them. Is it that simple? Just because they say they contracted it? Do they have a contract? An elderly woman with a cane exclaimed indignantly. Even if there's a contract, why should we leave? We cultivated that land for years. And now they want to take it without compensation? Not a chance. Even if we move, we must wait until the fruits and vegetables are ripe and sold before we receive adequate compensation. The others nodded in agreement. Exactly. We invested years of labor into it. If they don't compensate us, we will cause a ruckus. Compensation is non-negotiable. Chapter 67. The occupation begins. Zhu Zheng, level it all. The Wu family clamored for compensation. They had cultivated that land for several years, reaping thousands of dollars each year, truly a windfall. They had long regarded it as their own private plot. Now that the Black Dragon sought to seize it, they could not acquiesce without recompense. At that moment, they all recalled the significant compensation they had received during previous demolitions, their faces lighting up with excitement. If the Black Dragon Company were not involved, they would be earning only a few $1,000s a year, enduring the toil of annual planting. To extort a sum from the Black Dragon Company would be a stroke of fortune. Wu Laosan clapped his hands. Good, let us decide on this. Regardless of whether it's the Black Dragon or Black Snake, anyone who dares to take our land must compensate us. Lao Lu, take a few people and watch over that piece of land day and night to prevent any surprise attacks on it. Understood. Lao Lu, note that. I'll bring a few strong ones to stay there, and there won't be any accidents. Wu Laosan Gontin, Lao Ba. Take a few people and scout the area for any other vacant plots, even if they are distant. Absolutely. He intended to extort the Black Dragon Company before leading his crew to occupy other spaces. They could not afford to miss out on such opportunities. All right. Lao Ba nodded in agreement. Wu Laosan addressed the others. You all stay at home for the next few days and don't wander around. If that so-called Black Dragon dares to come and develop the rest, we'll rely on you. Can you handle it? The crowd responded in unison. Of course. That old lady has been itching to scold those young people who refuse to give up their seats. It's perfect if they come our way. Don't worry. The security team is no threat. If they can handle the barefooted folks, they certainly won't fear those wearing shoes. However, A few youths appeared somewhat apprehensive. Although they did not attend the vocational school, they often loitered nearby and seemed to have heard the name Black Dragon before. Black Dragon? Why does that name sound so familiar? I find this somewhat familiar. It seems I heard a few acquaintances mention it during their conversation last time, though I cannot be certain. Whatever, let it be. They discussed it at length, only to forget it later, as they are not involved in society and remain oblivious to the reputation of the Black Dragon. To be precise, they are merely a few petty individuals who gather in small groups to chat and boast. In their eyes, Qin is a figure of considerable stature in the social hierarchy, while Qin Jiang and the Black Dragon exist primarily in legend. It could be said that the current iteration of the Black Dragon has gradually retreated from the underworld scene on College Road, refraining from any altercations or involvement in illicit enterprises, adopting an air of detachment. Thus, it has been quite some time since the lower-tier ruffians discussed Qin Jiang. Even if they did, they would struggle to articulate anything of substance. Naturally, among the privileged students like Qian He, or within the true heavyweights on College Road, the names of Qin Jiang and the Black Dragon have not only persisted, but have grown increasingly radiant. They are no longer mere ruffians, but rather individuals with connections, status, capital, and numerous employees who helm substantial enterprises. Let us disperse. Wu Laosan waved his hand. The crowd scattered. Those who needed to fetch eggs did so. Those inclined to curse took to their venting, and those who sought to pilfer corn went about their business. Even Wu Laosan himself dragged along a young man, clutching a freshly caught dog, intent on preparing a hot pot. They were all fantasizing about the amount of compensation they could extort. Before long, 2 days had elapsed. In the vacant lot, Wu Laolu, along with several youths, was sleeping in a makeshift tent, their faces weary. Autumn had arrived, and the weather had turned cool. Naturally, they could not rest well in the tent over these past few days. While some of the youths fared better, Wu Laolu had developed dark circles under his eyes. Nevertheless, thoughts of the impending compensation kept him gritting his teeth and persisting. Suddenly, a series of thunderous roars reverberated across the open space. What is that noise? Is the ground shaking? An earthquake? One youth exclaimed, jolting upright. The same noise roused the others, and Wu Laolu, startled, looked at the bewildered expressions of the young men. Upon hearing the booming from outside, he pulled back the tent flap to look out. To his astonishment, several large machines stood before them. A bulldozer, an excavator, a grader, and a loading truck. Good grief, they really have come, and it's only been 2 days. Wu Laolu was utterly astonished. He distinctly remembered Wang Tao coming 2 days prior to erect a sign and stating they would have 3 days. What the hell? Does that 3-day time frame include today? Moreover, it was still early, barely 5 in the morning. Six uncle, what is going on outside? A young man behind him rubbed his sleepy eyes and inquired. They've arrived. Wu Laolu replied. Who has arrived? Is it sixth aunt bringing food? I'm not hungry. I'll sleep a bit longer. I finally had a dream about my mother. Wake up. Wu Laolu snapped, delivering a sharp slap. That whatever Black Dragon has come to seize our land. Huh? Several youths initially looked confused, but then widened their eyes. Fully awake. They're here to seize our land? Ding ding ding. Wu Laolu quickly dialed Wu Laosan. Third brother, the land grabbers have arrived early. Gather everyone. After receiving Wu Laosan's confirmation to mobilize, Wu Laolu hung up the phone and turned to the youths. Grab your weapons. We'll confront them. No one acts rashly. In an instant, several youths retrieved their weapons. Machetes, batons, and even swords. Indeed, swords. These were the famed blades acquired by the middle school Wu family disciples from street vendors. Hastily sharpened, they charged out, each displaying an arrogant demeanor. Before the large machines, Wang Tao and Sun Yuan, accompanied by over 20 brothers from the Black Dragon, were engaged in conversation with some foremen. Over the past 2 days, they had become well acquainted with these individuals. While the Black Dragon brothers might not excel academically, their communication skills were undoubtedly exceptional. They were practically social butterflies. At that moment, Zhu Zheng exited the vocational school and made his way to the vacant lot. Feng Yi, Wang Tao and the others rushed over to greet him. The preliminary preparations for the night market construction plan were primarily overseen by Zhu Zheng, while Qin Jiang merely appeared for management oversight. This approach not only preserved Qin Jiang's authority, but also bolstered his standing among the brothers. After all, which big brother would concern himself with trivial matters? All right, Zhu Zheng nodded, addressing the workers. In a moment, flatten the entire area for me and compact it with a roller. I don't ask for much, but must not present any issues for at least 4 or 5 years. Rest assured, it will last even 10 years, several foremen assured him, slapping their chests with confidence. They understood that Zhu Zheng was the second in command of the Black Dragon Company, second only to Qin Jiang, and thus they dared not be negligent. Moreover, requiring the construction to last 5 years without issues was a rather modest request. It could hardly even be termed a demand. Zhu Zheng then turned his gaze to a group of bespectacled, dark-skinned youths equipped with tools. You all measure this land and determine the necessary building materials. Then, have the major construction material companies submit their bids. Inform them that the quotes must be reasonable. Any company daring to overprice will be blacklisted and never hired again. Understood. The bespectacled youths nodded vigorously. In this day and age, while construction students were not as ubiquitous as one might think, there were still quite a few. Unless one attended a prestigious university to secure a position in a state-owned enterprise, the rest could only find work in ordinary construction companies, which offered meager wages and had harsh requirements, resulting in exhausting labor. These students were not from prestigious universities, nor were they even undergraduates. They were merely college students. Additionally, this year's misfortune had prevented them from entering good companies. So when they encountered Sun Yuan in the job market and learned that the Black Dragon Company offered better benefits than others, they joined without hesitation. Zhu Zheng turned to Sun Yuan. Is everything in order? Rest assured, Zhenggu, Sun Yuan replied with a smile. I've sent someone to fetch them. They'll be here shortly. All the necessary equipment is ready. Zhu Zheng paid no mind to Wu Laolu and the others rushing in from the vegetable patch. He simply stated calmly, today, we clear this land entirely. Tomorrow, we officially commence construction. The initial plan of starting work 3 days later referred to the actual construction beginning tomorrow, not the clearing of the land today. As for whether the Wu family would comprehend this, he was indifferent. Everyone knew the Wu family would not willingly relinquish the land. It was merely a matter of courtesy before confrontation. 2 days or 3 days were inconsequential. With a rush, Wu Laolu led several youths from the Wu family to confront the large machinery, shouting loudly, "What are you doing?" However, he soon realized that no one was paying him any mind. What's going on? The youths looked at Wu Laolu, who shook his head, signaling them not to act impulsively. Just from a number of Wang Tao and the others, there were at least 30 individuals, along with another 30 workers. If a conflict erupted, they would certainly suffer losses. They merely needed to hold out until Wu Laosan arrived with reinforcements. At that point, they would show these intruders what unreasonable chaos truly looked like. Minutes later, as Wu Laolu and the others focused intently on the scene, and Zhu Zheng completed his numerous arrangements, a strange mechanical roar echoed from the distance. Listen, a Wu family youth perked up his ears and said, "It sounds like four-wheelers." And not just one. They turned their gazes toward the distance, where they spotted over 10 four-wheel drive vehicles rapidly approaching, dragging trailers filled to the brim with people of all ages, men, women, and children, each wielding various tools. Wu Laosan and the others were left utterly bewildered, an ominous premonition settling over them. Indeed, the four-wheeled vehicles came to a halt in front of the open space, and men, women, and children swiftly descended from them. Sun Yuan gestured toward the area, stating, "The company's welfare allows for merely half an hour. How much you can carry away is entirely up to you. Once time is up, this place will be flattened." Without a moment's hesitation, these individuals, resembling ravenous wolves, seized their tools and charged into the vegetable patch. Observing this, Wu Laosan and others hurriedly shouted in an attempt to stop them. "Halt! What are you doing? Stop immediately. This land belongs to the Wu family. You cannot harvest here. You are stealing. Cease at once." A woman, disregarding his pleas, shoved Wu Laosan aside and wielded a knife to cut turnips. "Don't delay me in picking vegetables. Who cares about the Wu family? If you have the guts, go find me at Wang Jiadan." These intruders were undeterred by Wu Laosan's frantic calls. It is worth noting that they were well aware that this plot of land had been claimed by Heilong Company, having no ties to the Wu family whatsoever. Even if they were not stealing, the Wu family's arrogance, bolstered by their numbers in their own neighborhood, would lead them to ruin if they dared to confront the nearby villages. Wu Laolu and the others, continuously pushed back, were filled with anxiety. There were simply too many people descending from the vehicles, numbering at least 70 or 80, making it impossible for them to intervene. Sun Yuan pointed out the gathering of harvesters, saying, "Zhengge, I heard that you're recruiting the workers' families." "Indeed," came the reply. Most of the workers recruited by Heilong Company were local villagers or had family members working nearby. Thus, Zhu Zheng arranged for Sun Yuan to bring their families today to partake in the division of fruits and vegetables, perfectly timed as a benefit. This was also an opportunity for the workers to realize that working with Heilong came with substantial benefits and treatment. As expected, upon seeing their relatives joyously gathering various fruits and vegetables to load onto the vehicles, the workers were exhilarated. For them, receiving a salary from the construction company was already a significant achievement, let alone the prospect of free fruits and vegetables, which brought them immense joy. Wu Laolu, in a fit of frustration, approached several women, attempting to pull them back, but how could he manage that alone? He resorted to threatening and cursing. "I will remember your faces. Believe it or not, I will bring my entire family to your home to eat and live. Believe it or not, I will smear dung on your doorstep." Of course, his threats fell on deaf ears, as several women retorted, leaving him speechless. The disparity in numbers was overwhelming. His irritation escalated to the point of tears as he exclaimed, "You cannot do this. Everything you are picking belongs to my family. My wife toiled to grow these crops, and they're about to be sold. This is theft." In that moment, he even felt a pang of empathy, recalling the sorrow of those he had once wronged by stealing their corn. However, that feeling was quickly cast aside. How could he allow others to benefit at his expense? He shouted, "Third brother, where are you? Hurry up." As if summoned by his call, a large group came rushing over, led by Wu Laosan, accompanied by dozens of Wu family members. They resided nearby and had made prior preparations, so upon receiving Wu Laoyo's message, they quickly dressed and arrived. It was evident that many of them had not even fully donned their clothing, comprising both men and women of various ages, all armed with an assortment of tools, including knives and cleavers. Upon arrival, they saw 70 or 80 individuals persistently harvesting fruits on their land. Simultaneously, they spotted Zhu Zheng, Wang Tao, and others, along with heavy machinery, which caused their eyes to redden with fury. To encroach upon their land and harvest their crops was more painful than death itself. Wu Laosan quickly recognized Zhu Zheng as the one in charge and bellowed at the harvesters, "Stop picking. Whoever dares to continue today will face dire consequences. This is not over." He then led the Wu family members in surrounding Zhu Zheng and his companions, pointing an accusatory finger at Zhu Zheng in broad daylight. "Who permitted you to trespass on Wu family land and steal our crops? If you do not explain yourself today, do not expect Wu Laosan to be courteous." As tensions escalated, Zhu Zheng calmly responded, "If you have more people, then let us have a fair contest." Wu Laosan's words incited a chorus of shouts from the Wu family, particularly from the middle-aged women, who were evidently ready to unleash a torrent of insults. At that moment, a well-dressed member of the Heilong Company, wearing gloves, emerged from the back, producing a slingshot and pointing it at Wu Laosan. Swoosh. Snap. Wu Laosan yelped in pain, retracting his finger. "Who the hell did that? It hurts." His fingers swelled rapidly, displaying a vivid purplish hue, and the sharp pain rendered him speechless. The Wu family members, startled by Wu Laosan's cry, fell silent momentarily. "Third brother, what's wrong? Uncle, what's going on?" they anxiously inquired, having failed to notice the swift and covert nature of the attack. Wu Laosan, preparing to speak, was once again struck by pain, and he forced himself to endure as he scanned the surroundings. "Who ambushed me? Come out. Is this how you play with slingshots?" Of course, no one responded to him, and the assailant had already carelessly dropped the slingshot into the vegetable patch. Wu Laosan glared at Zhu Zheng, shouting, "Who allowed you to rampage through the Wu family's vegetable patch? This is a violation of private property, a crime, and you dare to shoot me with a slingshot? That is also illegal. You are in serious trouble now. Zhu Zheng maintained his composure, fanning himself as he replied, "The Wu family's vegetable patch? Huh. When did the land of the vocational college become yours? Are you the grandson of Principal Wu?" He reiterated, "I will state this one last time. This land has been leased to Heilung Company by the vocational college." "What nonsense is this? What do you mean, the grandson of Principal Wu?" Wu Lao-san was taken aback. He had no knowledge of any Principal Wu, as Wu had only recently arrived at the vocational college and had never concerned himself with the land. Likewise, the Wu family members were indifferent to any changes in school leadership. As long as no one came to reclaim the land, they were content. "What Principal Wu or any other principal?" Wu Laosan spat. "You say it was leased. That's just empty talk." Before he could finish, Wang Tao thrust the contract before him. "Take a good look. It's in black and white, stamped by the school. Completely legitimate." The Wu family members turned their attention to the contract, which was simple. The vocational college had leased this land to Heilung Company for an annual fee of 300,000, with a lease term of 5 years. They were not surprised by the contract itself, as Heilung Company had no reason to lie. However, they were wholly unconcerned with any contract. Wu Laosan tossed the contract to the ground. "What does it matter? I can't read and don't understand. You can say whatever you want. This land has been cultivated by the Wu family for years. It belongs to us. You cannot just take it." The other Wu family members echoed his sentiments. "Exactly. How dare you let others pick our vegetables? I'll scratch you to death. If you touch my father, I'll fight you to the end." They brazenly attempted to drive Zhu Zheng and his companions off the land, their expressions fierce and menacing. Wu Laosan, observing the fervent spirit of the Wu family members and then glancing at Zhu Zheng's calm demeanor, couldn't help but smirk inwardly. He wondered what Heilung Company was thinking, sending such a young person to manage matters. Having encountered little in the way of hardships, this young individual would be easy to intimidate, and, with a bit of bluster, he expected them to back down. He resolved to frighten Zhu Zheng and his associates away, while ensuring that the Wu family maintained a firm grip on the land, preventing any machinery from encroaching. By compelling the adversaries into a state of disarray, he believed it improbable that the Black Dragon would refuse to engage in negotiations. And once negotiations commenced, he was confident that substantial compensation would be forthcoming. After all, he reasoned, since the Black Dragon had invested hundreds of thousands to lease this land, and with heavy machinery poised to enter, they were undoubtedly intent on developing the area, perhaps even constructing something significant. Thus, they could not afford to delay. Meanwhile, his own group possessed all the time in the world. At that moment, he could almost visualize a cascade of wealth beckoning to him. In a vegetable patch, those harvesting fruits and vegetables halted upon witnessing the multitude of Wu family members arriving. It was not out of sheer fear. Rather, they recognized that if the Black Dragon could not resolve matters with the Wu family, there was no need for them to confront such a large assembly over a mere handful of produce. After all, one should not take advantage foolishly. Furthermore, it was evident that this was the Wu family's territory, and they were unaware of the extent of the Wu family's influence in this region. At least, it seemed they had a considerable number of people. Everything hinged on how the Black Dragon would navigate this situation. At this moment, Zhu Zheng's countenance grew frigid as he observed the assembling crowd of the Wu family. More people, is it? Well then, let us see whose numbers truly prevail. Hardly had he uttered these words when Wang Tao sharply blew 2 fingers pressed to his lips, producing a resounding whistle that startled the Wu family members into momentary confusion. Before they could react or voice their thoughts, Wu Lao Lu pointed towards the vocational college and exclaimed, "Look over there!" The Wu family members instinctively turned their gaze towards the vocational college, and upon doing so, they froze in astonishment. The gates of the vocational college swung open, and a throng of over 100 individuals emerged, each wielding a baseball bat, advancing towards them. Wu Laosan glanced at their attire, then at Wang Tao and the others, and immediately deduced that they were of the same ilk. It was hardly surprising. Anyone with a modicum of sense could figure it out. Indeed, those individuals swiftly approached the open space, their eyes fixed intently upon the Wu family. Just as Wu Laosan was about to speak, a luxurious Mercedes-Benz accompanied by an SUV rolled in from a distance. halting precisely in front of the open area. The crowd of Black Dragon members parted to clear a path, and 4 or 5 individuals disembarked from the SUV, led by none other than Cgio, whose imposing stature sent a shiver through the Wu family. Cgio, accompanied by several underlings, approached the Mercedes-Benz and stood silently by its side, almost resembling bodyguards. Suddenly, the rear window of the Mercedes descended, revealing a stoic face. It was Qin Jiang, under the astonished gazes of the Wu family. The multitude of Black Dragon members bowed their heads in unison, exuding utmost respect. "Brother Jiang," they chorused in reverence. Indeed, Qin Jiang nodded. Having merely taken Cgio out for a brief excursion and breakfast, he returned to witness the unfolding scene. After all, the Black Dragon was a legitimate enterprise. He could not allow Zhu Zheng to act recklessly. Zhu Zheng had a tendency to veer off course, and it was imperative to correct this trajectory for the sake of safety in this life. This spectacle left the Wu family utterly speechless. The impact of Qin Jiang's appearance was profoundly shocking, almost cinematic. Truly, he embodied the essence of a formidable leader, radiating an aura of authority. Chapter 70. Playing the robe? Qin Jiang. Throw them all out. Gulp. A young member of the Wu family murmured. Who is this? Why do they seem so imposing and formidable? Could they possibly be a figure of the underworld? Yet, they appeared rather youthful, merely in their 20s. Similarly, other members of the Wu family harbored similar thoughts. In the forefront, Wu Lao-san narrowed his eyes. Having once navigated a similar lifestyle, he possessed a measure of life experience. Observing Qin Jiang's entrance and the deference shown by Zhu Zheng and his associates, he began to form an inkling, though this realization left him astounded. The individual within the vehicle was clearly a magnate involved in the development of this land. Even if not the owner, they were undoubtedly a high-ranking official. Wu Lao-san muttered, "Black Dragon? I've never heard of such a construction company in Songjiang. This young man, S.H. Is he perhaps a second-generation heir? And it seems they just emerged from the vocational college. Are these all hired hands? What on earth is happening?" His mind was in disarray. No matter how he tried to piece it together, inconsistencies abounded, leaving him more perplexed than ever. It was hardly surprising. The combination of Qin Jiang, the Black Dragon, and his age was difficult for anyone to comprehend. In that instant, he suppressed his tumultuous thoughts and turned to Qin Jiang, stating with feigned bravado, "And who might you be? I'm telling you, this is a matter between the Wu family and the Black Dragon Company, an economic dispute. Why are you here with so many people? Are you looking to brawl? The Wu family is not to be trifled with. We are no cowards. How dare you speak to him in such a manner?" Wang Tao retorted angrily. "Open your eyes and recognize this gentleman as the general manager of our esteemed Black Dragon Company. If you dare extend your filthy claws, I'll see to it that they are severed." Following Wang Tao's words, Sun Yuan and others glared furiously at Wu Lao-san, advancing menacingly while shouting, "Dare you challenge us? We'll take you down." Witnessing this, the Wu family members shrank back in fear, some even considering fleeing, as it was evident that these individuals were not the typical bullies they encountered, but rather a different breed altogether. Fear, an overwhelming sense of dread. Wu Lao-san felt his composure wavering. Had it not been for the apparent youthfulness of Qin Jiang and his group, which set them apart from seasoned ruffians, he might have been compelled to turn and flee. However, he knew that if they retreated, all prior plans would be in vain, and any discussion of compensation would become moot. Zhu Zheng grew impatient, commanding the engineering department. "Everyone, commence work." Boom! The roar of heavy machinery filled the air. The individuals in the fields, who had been harvesting, saw the Black Dragon establish dominance and resumed their frenzied work. Wu Lao-san and the others snapped back to reality, witnessing the fruits and vegetables being harvested and the machinery preparing to flatten the land. They exchanged glances, and Wu Lao-san whispered, "If they want to yield to strength, we must resort to our old tactics. They're stronger than us. It's time to play the rogue." Upon hearing this, the Wu family members understood. When they had faced demolition, they had employed the same approach against the negotiating officials, even resorting to violence to drive them away. Yet, when confronted by the demolition crews, they had resorted to deceit and theatrics to gain the upper hand, a strategy that had proven effective time and again. Oh my God, you're killing me. A woman wailed, collapsing to the ground and rolling towards the machinery, her cries crescendoing to drown out the roar of the machines. Yes, this is exactly what we need. They had witnessed firsthand how someone who rolled too quickly and quietly during previous demolitions had been crushed under the machinery, an experience they would never forget. Sure enough, upon hearing her cries and seeing her positioned before the machinery, the workers hesitated, unwilling to proceed. Observing this, other members of the Wu family rallied, refusing to be outdone. Is it broad daylight and you're robbing a poor woman of her produce? I'll fight you for my vegetables. Bullying the few with your numbers, you wealthy oppressors. I refuse to live under such tyranny. Come, someone witnessed this robbery. In an instant, chaos erupted. The Wu family members exhibited well-defined roles. Some women positioned themselves before the massive machinery to obstruct construction, while an elderly matron sat on the ground, wailing and brandishing her cane as if to convey her imminent demise. Middle-aged individuals attempted to intercept those who came to harvest, incessantly scolding and threatening them, while others were tasked with calling for onlookers. Yet, the hour was too early and no one was nearby. Occasionally, a few passers-by caught sight of the scene, but dared not approach. The Chinese people have a penchant for spectacle, yet they discern the nature of the commotion. Only the security guard at the entrance, Old Wang, observed the unfolding chaos. Sounds quite dire. Could they already be fighting? Who do you think would prevail? He mused. Without a doubt, Qin Jiang would win. The Wu family is merely a bunch of petty bullies, taking advantage of the ordinary and the meek. When faced with someone like Qin Jiang, they would be utterly powerless, replied Old Li, nodding in agreement. The other guards concurred, well aware of the Wu family's reputation as opportunistic scoundrels, relying on their numbers and unscrupulous tactics to subjugate the common folk and extort those unwilling to contest. When confronted by resolute individuals like Qin Jiang, they would undoubtedly falter. Su Dong observed the unfolding scene, remarking, "They have brought this upon themselves. They have profited from their misdeeds for far too long." Guard Feng Zhao interjected, "It would be best if they were made to pay for their transgressions." Su Zong Zipli, aren't you quite disdainful of Qin Jiang and his crew? What has caused this change of heart today? Feng Zhao explained, "I understand that there is a reason why wicked men encounter their match. The Wu family are societal parasites. In the open space, the Wu family's commotion escalated into a state of disarray. Suddenly, several young men from the Wu family exchanged knowing glances and stealthily maneuvered towards the rear of the machinery. Once out of sight, they quickly sought a corner and retrieved wrenches from their pockets. Just as they were about to dismantle crucial components, a shadow loomed overhead. Looking up, they were met with the grinning visage of Sun Yuan, accompanied by 7 or 8 others. "Busy are we, brothers?" Sun Yuan remarked, having noticed their intentions as seasoned hands at such undertakings. The young Wu men turned pale, stammering, What are you going to do?" "We merely came to take a look." "Oh, please don't hit us. We were wrong. You can't do this. It's not right." Inside the vehicle, Qin Jiang observed the tumultuous scene with a calm demeanor. Having encountered such individuals in a previous life, in that past existence, resolving such matters was straightforward and direct, while he would not tread the same path in this life. He would not indulge them either. With an unwavering voice, he commanded, "Throw them all out." Chapter 71. The Black Dragon Brothers, on the standards of justifiable defense. "Just do it." "All right." Wang Tao and the Black Dragon Brothers awaited this very command, charging towards the Wu family with fierce expressions. "Hey, what do you think you're doing?" Wu Laosan shouted, his bravado faltering. With so many present, a real fight would surely spell disaster for them, prompting him to cry out more desperately. Yet, no one came to their aid or joined in their clamoring. "I'll tell you, we are citizens of China, protected by the law. Dare you lay a hand on us? You will be liable for damages. I have a heart condition. If anyone touches me, I'll collapse, and you'll be responsible for my medical care." His frantic shouts, which typically deterred most, instead invigorated Wang Tao and his companions. Wang Tao clenched his fists, producing a cracking sound. "Scream all you want. The louder you wail, the more exhilarated I become. I relish individuals like you. There's a certain thrill to it." Wu Laosan replied, "Is that a peculiar preference of yours?" instinctively tightening his posture. He cast a fearful glance at Wang Tao, an odd mixture of dread and something else flickering in his eyes. Amid the cacophony from the Wu family, the Black Dragon brothers leveraged their numbers to hoist them into the road center. Numerous women struggled and kicked, but to no avail. They attempted to claw and bite, only to find that the Black Dragon brothers had anticipated their actions, already restraining their arms and heads. "Let go of my mother, or I'll kill you," shouted a young Wu man, seeing his mother being lifted. He disregarded his earlier mission to intercept the harvesters and raised his fist in a futile attempt to strike a Black Dragon brother. With a swift motion, the brother evaded the blow, and upon seeing the young Wu man prepare for another attack, retaliated without hesitation, reciting, according to Chinese law, when a citizen is threatened with violence that endangers their safety, they may engage in justifiable self-defense without criminal liability for harm inflicted upon the perpetrator. As he spoke, he delivered a powerful elbow strike. Thud! The young Wu man stumbled back, collapsing onto the ground, blood streaming from his nose as he cried out in agony. "It hurts. Mom, help!" Meanwhile, another youth brandished a makeshift sword, aiming to strike Wang Tao, intending to subdue the leader first. Initially, his targets were Qin Jiang, Zhu Zhang, and Si Jiao, but the overwhelming presence of Qin Jiang, particularly his piercing gaze, filled him with trepidation, rendering him unable to advance. Si Jiao was even more formidable, both in stature and appearance, compelling the youth to doubt his chances of success. Zhu Zhang, while a more accessible target, was flanked by numerous Black Dragon brothers and workers, making his odds of victory bleak. It was only Wang Tao, a mid-ranking figure, who stood alone, prompting the youth to raise his sword and charge at him without hesitation. Midway, he attempted a series of moves he had learned from television, shouting exaggerated phrases to bolster his bravado. Long rainbow, piercing the sun sword. "My strike shall slay the enemy. How dare you oppress the Wu family? Today, blood shall repay blood. Prepare to meet your end." However, despite the theatricality of his words, his swordplay was chaotic and uncoordinated. Fearful of the sharp blade, he instinctively shrank away as he swung. What long rainbow piercing the sun sword? If it were to be named accurately, it would be better termed the sword of cowardice. On the opposing side, Wang Tao took note of the charging youth wielding the sword. Rather than displaying any fear, he felt a surge of exhilaration, murmuring, according to Chinese law, when an assailant wields a lethal weapon, threatening a citizen's life, the citizen is entitled to retaliate without limit until their safety is assured. Having uttered this, he effortlessly sidestepped the sword strike. While the youth hesitated, Wang Tao acted decisively, seizing a brick from the ground and countering with a swift strike. Thud! The brick shattered upon impact, leaving the young man dazed and reeling, stars dancing before his eyes as he staggered back, his sword slipping from his grasp. Pain surged through him, prompting him to shout, "I'll kill you for this. I swear I'll get you." Yet, rather than fueling a fighting spirit, the blow shattered his resolve, leaving him terrified that Wang Tao would continue his assault. In a desperate attempt to intimidate, he resorted to threats, but Wang Tao's excitement only intensified. The assailant remained unyielding, escalating their aggression, prompting Wang Tao to respond with unrelenting counterattacks. With determination, he surged forward, raising his fist to strike. Who was Wang Tao? To have emerged from Qin Jiang's ranks was no small feat. He possessed not only intelligence, but also formidable combat skills. In a previous life, he was known as one of the two prominent enforcers in the underground scene. Against a Wu youth too frightened to wield his blade, Wang Tao could easily withstand strike, dispatching him with ease. Thud! His fist met the young Wu man's face with a resounding impact. Ouch! Thud! The second punch landed squarely on his left eye, leaving him with a bruised visage, while the third blow aimed directly at his core. As the young man from the Wu family attempted to speak, Wang Tao, without a moment's hesitation, delivered a powerful punch to his abdomen. The Wu youth doubled over like a shrimp, his eyes bulging and saliva spilling from his mouth. Yet, for reasons unknown, he did not relinquish his sword, and in his pain, he swung it about aimlessly, almost striking Wang Tao, had it not been for Wang's extensive fighting experience. Bang! 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 Wang Tao's fists flew in a fervent frenzy. Ever since Qin Jiang's rebirth and the establishment of the Black Dragon Company, he had adhered to a multitude of rules and had not engaged in a brawl for quite some time. Seizing this rare opportunity, he was determined to make the most of it, delivering punch after punch with precision, consciously avoiding vital areas, until the Wu youth could no longer maintain his grip on the sword. The long sword clattered to the ground, producing a resonant sound. In that instant, Wang Tao's fists halted. According to Chinese law, when an assailant loses their weapon and ceases to continue their assault, one must stop retaliating, ensuring personal safety. This situation perfectly aligned with the principles of justifiable defense. Continuing the assault would constitute excessive defense, complicating matters. Similarly, this scene replayed across the open space. The Black Dragon members, long deprived of action, eagerly retaliated against the Wu family, chanting in unison. Chapter 72 of Chinese Law. The Wu family suffers. Law and order returns. The brothers of the Black Dragon fought with unparalleled enthusiasm, while the Wu family members cried out in distress, their wails echoing through the air. Naturally, they were required to adhere to the rules. Anyone who dropped their weapon was to immediately cease their assault. Meanwhile, on several large machines, Sun Yuan directed a few of his underlings who were recording the event with cameras, ensuring comprehensive coverage. He instructed, make sure to capture everything without omissions or excess. Understand? You are the greatest contributors to this endeavor, and once it's accomplished, I will commend you to Brother Jiang. The rewards will be plentiful. Understood. Leave it to us. Brother Monkey. The numerous recording brothers nodded in agreement. Though some envied their counterparts who could take action, they understood that in a situation where resources were scarce, their best bet was to document evidence from above. In the end, when rewards were distributed, they would not be overlooked. Soon, the Wu family members, thoroughly beaten, no longer dared to resist. Only cries of agony and despair remained. So, what has happened to you? Don't frighten your mother. A woman rushed to the side of the injured Wu youth, who lay beside his fallen sword, his body marred with wounds. The more she looked, the more her heart ached, and her anger flared as she glared at Wang Tao with eyes full of hatred. How dare you strike my son? I'll make you pay. She attempted to charge forward, but the Wu youth, as if resurrected from the dead, grasped her hand tightly. Realizing that Wang Tao would not spare even women in this altercation, his mother, pulled back by him, refrained from rushing out, clearly aware of the consequences. She understood that those who habitually exploited the weak could easily discern the nature of humanity. Thus, the scene transformed from the Wu family's fervent cries for vengeance against Qin Jiang and his associates to a palpable fear that prevented them from making any further aggressive moves. Many lay on the ground, writhing in pain or sitting and patting the ground with their hands, bemoaning in a quavering voice, "Oh dear, come and see. Someone is bullying us with their power. A large company is oppressing ordinary citizens. Is there no justice? In broad daylight, they gather to assault us. The orphaned and the widowed. Oh heavens, what have we done to deserve this? There is no law, no justice. They are killing us." Up ahead, Wu Laosan observed the unmoved Black Dragon members, glancing at Qin Jiang, who sat in the vehicle like a spectator at a clown show, unsure of what to do. However, seeing many of his own people injured, he felt a strange sense of satisfaction. They dared to strike us, and so viciously. Good. We were never in the right before. But now we can claim the moral high ground. Wu Laosan understood that they had initially instigated the chaos, but now, having been beaten, they could unleash their fury. He murmured to himself, "It's not merely a matter of compensation. They must pay dearly for this, or else they shall not realize the extent of my power." Deep down, he felt a twinge of fear. Although Qin Jiang and his companions appeared to be streetwise, their youth led him to harbor a sense of false security. Furthermore, the Wu family had their own backing. Even in the underworld, respect was due. After all, he believed he was justified, and thus he shouted, quickly called the security team. "Shouhua." Immediately, Wu Laolu pulled out his phone to make a call. "Son-in-law, hurry and bring your team. Someone has beaten up our family." Meanwhile, across at the vocational college, Su Dong and the security personnel surveyed the scene with astonishment. "It seems like a genuine fight has broken out. remarked Security Officer Lao Wang. From the sounds, it sounds quite severe. Can my old eyes be deceived? Is that blood I see flying? Lao Wang replied, I see it too. Feng Zhao frowned, commenting, while the Wu family is indeed troublesome, Qin Jiang is being too impulsive. Resorting to violence is illegal. Does he think this is a mere student dispute? The Wu family will undoubtedly report this to the security team, and then his justification will vanish. Su Dong too frowned slightly, acknowledging Feng Zhao's point. He believed Qin Jiang was overly rash, yet he understood the reality of the streets. Moreover, he was aware of Qin Jiang's formidable background. The Wu family was insignificant in comparison. However, if Qin Jiang's group continued to resolve issues through violence, he would need to be cautious moving forward. Su Dong muttered to himself, I must avoid any substantial association with them. Otherwise, I may find myself embroiled in their troubles. Life in the underworld offers no future. Before long, the sound of sirens echoed as several security vehicles sped toward the scene. Over 10 security personnel disembarked, led by a young officer who, upon seeing the disheveled Wu family sprawled on the ground, some crying, others cursing, and several moaning in pain, was struck with alarm. Wife, Dad, are you all right? Uncle, Aunt, what on earth happened? Who did this to you? Call an ambulance. He turned to his fellow officers, urgency in his voice. Quickly, call for an ambulance. Can't you see my brother, my family are spitting blood? The security officers shared a complex glance with Qin Jiang and his group before immediately dialing for help. Zhou Hua, you must come. Wu Laosan, upon seeing the arrival of the security team, particularly Zhou Hua leading the charge, felt a surge of excitement. Although he feigned a pitiful demeanor, if you hadn't come sooner, we would have been killed. Zhou Hua inquired anxiously what happened. Wu Laosan recounted. This land has been vacant, and we planted some fruits and vegetables there. This morning, we heard someone say they were going to level it. So we came to take a look. They claimed they had contracted the land. Fine, if they have, that's one thing. We didn't intend to break any laws. Just thought we could harvest a bit to survive the winter. But unexpectedly, they refused to let us pick and came at us without reason, beating us mercilessly. Look at how close some of my cousins are to death. This is a criminal act you must address. He twisted the truth and downplayed the severity of the situation. Behind him, other Wu family members chimed in. Lil Hua, you have to see they knocked out all my teeth. We need the security team to stand up for us. These are nothing but thugs, bullying us with their power. Zhou Hua's expression was one of extreme embarrassment as he lifted his gaze towards the members of the Black Dragon Company and bellowed. Gathering a mob to assault another is an egregious offense. Control the situation immediately. No one is to leave until a thorough investigation is conducted. Chapter 73. The security team remained idle, prompting Qin Jiang to assert, let them see the evidence. Wu Laosan exclaimed excitedly, arrest them all. They must face legal repercussions. Xiao Zhou, you must impose a severe sentence. The other members of the Wu family echoed his enthusiasm, as if envisioning a scene where Qin Jiang and his associates were captured and begging for mercy. At that point, not only would they require compensation for medical expenses, but they would also need to provide a letter of understanding. A letter of understanding. By then, wouldn't they be able to demand as much as they desired? Moreover, some of them were involved. Wu Laosan observed the considerable scale of the Black Dragon Company, noting that the number of employees was substantial, particularly with the large machinery. He anticipated that claims for lost wages, emotional distress, medical costs, and the like could easily amount to 100 or 200,000, which was far more advantageous than merely seizing land for compensation. This incident could lead to a significant windfall for the Wu family. He looked at his son, bloodied from the beating, and instead of feeling distressed, he felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Well done. Marvelously executed. The money will flow in. Wu Laolu was even more elated. Zhou Hua was his son-in-law, and the decision to marry his daughter to him, without any dowry, now seemed exceedingly wise. Having a son-in-law who was a security officer was even more advantageous. After all, with such a position, who would dare cross him? Not to mention, he wouldn't even need to resort to theft. But in the next moment, the Wu family members stood in stunned silence, and Zhou Hua looked perplexed. For after issuing his command, not a single member of the security team had moved. They merely stood there, silent. What was going on? Zhou Hua turned back to the security personnel, who hesitated, seemingly at a loss for words. To his right, another leading officer glanced at Zhou Hua before shifting his gaze towards Qin Jiang in the vehicle, asking, "Mr. Qin, what is the situation here? Were the claims made earlier accurate?" Unlike Zhou Hua, who was newly assigned to the security team, the other officers were familiar with Qin Jiang, many having interacted with him during the last chemical plant incident, where they had witnessed his imposing presence and were well aware of his considerable background. They knew that unless there was irrefutable evidence, arresting him could result in severe consequences, potentially from just a single phone call. Moreover, they were well aware of the Wu family's reputation and would not merely take one side's word for it. As Qin Jiang smiled at the officers, he remarked, "I apologize for the inconvenience this early morning. Ah Tao, please fetch some breakfast." "Sure thing," Wang Tao replied, instructing a few of his associates to go buy breakfast. The leading officer quickly waved his hands, saying, "Mr. Qin, there's no need for that. We are here to maintain order due to a report of an incident. Please recount what transpired. We are committed to upholding the law and will ensure that no innocent party suffers injustice." He understood clearly that as long as Qin Jiang had not participated in the altercation, they should not hastily take him in. Otherwise, it could escalate the matter considerably. Hearing this exchange, the Wu family members remained bewildered, while Zhou Hua's expression shifted as he began to suspect that Qin Jiang's identity was not so simple and that he had connections. However, witnessing the grievous injuries inflicted upon his family and comparing their pitiful state to the imposing demeanor of Qin Jiang and his associates, he felt an uncontrollable rage. Who is he? Zhou Hua thought, recalling the just-promoted officer who had been so quick to condemn him. He was so polite to the other security personnel, yet now they are blocking me? What is happening? Is it really so dark on Shuyuan Road? Old Ho disregarded Zhou Hua's emotions. After the previous incident at the chemical plant, he was not only aware of Qin Jiang's profound connections, but also recognized that Qin Jiang knew how to handle matters with discretion. He smiled at Qin Jiang, saying, "Mr. Qin, he is new and does not know you well. He is just a bit impulsive, so I hope you can understand. Could you elaborate on the specifics of the situation?" Qin Jiang smiled and waved his hand. Zhu Zheng, fanning himself with a folding fan, stated, "The matter is quite straightforward. This area is designated for the vocational university, which has now been contracted to the Black Dragon Company. Legally, this property belongs to the Black Dragon Company. However, these individuals, despite being informed in advance, not only failed to remove their crops, but also chose to create a disturbance and physically assault our personnel. Our staff acted in legitimate self-defense when their lives were threatened. Everything is reasonable, lawful, and compliant." "Nonsense," Zhou Hua interjected, pointing at his injured relatives. "You have beaten my family so severely, and you call that legitimate self-defense? I suspect you are nothing but an illegitimate company." With a snap of his fan, Zhu Zheng's expression darkened. "Officer, you must speak with evidence. Otherwise, I will accuse you of defamation." "You." Zhou Hua was about to retort when Old Ho interrupted, addressing Qin Jiang. "Mr. Qin, we need not debate the ownership of the land. It is obvious that it belongs to your Black Dragon Company." Upon hearing this, the bewildered Wu family members could not refute it, as they were still trying to comprehend why the security team had not apprehended Qin Jiang and his associates, and why they seemed to treat him with such courtesy. They also recognized that the pressing issue at hand was not the land, which held no merit, but rather the medical expenses. Old Ho directed his focus. "The main concern now is that someone has been injured, and grievously so, while you assert it was legitimate self-defense. That requires substantiation, including evidence and medical examinations. Therefore, we may need the individuals who acted to assist in the investigation. Rest assured, it is purely a matter of cooperation, without any obligations." Before he could finish, Qin Jiang calmly interjected, "The Black Dragon Company is legitimate. We naturally adhere to evidence and facts. Monkey, bring forth the evidence for the security team to examine." Chapter 74. The Wu family arrested Qin Jiang. A hand over everything? Evidence? Do they possess evidence? Where could such evidence possibly come from? Old Ho, Wu Xiaolu, COO. The others. Oh, several individuals were particularly flabbergasted, especially the security personnel, who had dealt with many similar altercations. They had encountered claims of legitimate self-defense before, but in this era, substantiating self-defense demands a robust chain of evidence: medical examinations, witness accounts, and ideally, surveillance footage. Those who had won cases based on self-defense typically had supporting video evidence. However, they had just realized that this area was a desolate open space, devoid of any video surveillance. Across the street, there was certainly surveillance at the entrance of the vocational college, but given the considerable distance and the throngs of people present, it would be impossible to capture anything clearly. Moreover, considering the number of injured individuals, it was likely that a chaotic melee had just ensued, further complicating any potential clarity in the footage. Just as they deemed it impossible, they beheld Sun Yuan striding confidently towards Lao Ho and the others, proudly presenting a video recorder. Here is the complete evidence chain for you to review. According to articles X and Y of Huaxiao law, you should be well aware of the implications. Lao Ho and the other security team members instinctively accepted the camera, their expressions turning peculiar as they watched the playback. Let me see. Zhou Hua leaned in closer, his demeanor shifting to one of increasing discomfort and disbelief. The video vividly documented the Wu family's outrageous behavior, their raucous insults, and, crucially, it was evident that the Wu family had initiated the violence, with the members of Heilong acting purely in self-defense. They ceased all retaliation once the weapons were dropped. As long as they did not initiate an attack, they would not counterstrike. Most importantly, the members of Heilong were not armed, while the Wu family brandished an array of weapons, including machetes, axes, and even broadswords. "This is unbelievable," Zhou Hua exclaimed. "You recorded the entire incident. Why did you document it in advance? It seems premeditated, or else why bring so many cameras to this open space?" "Silence," Lao Ho quickly reprimanded, recognizing the folly in Zhou Hua's words. Qin Jiang gazed at Zhou Hua as one might regard a fool. "What does my bringing a camera have to do with you? Is it illegal to be prepared? Should I have not come under such conditions?" Zhou Hua found himself at a loss for words. The clarity of the video made it abundantly clear that the Wu family had instigated the chaos, leaving him no grounds to argue. He understood that with this video evidence, even if the case went to court, the Wu family would find themselves in a precarious position. Furthermore, it was evident that Heilong Company had considerable backing, and in a justifiable defensive stance, their case would indeed hold. Lao Ho hastily sought to diffuse the tension. "See, everything is becoming clear now. The evidence chain is complete. It constitutes self-defense. I suggest we disperse." He exchanged a knowing glance with Zhou Hua. Zhou Hua promptly addressed the Wu family. "Everyone should disperse now. Go home. Why are you causing a ruckus on someone else's property? Third uncle, take everyone back. Tend to the injuries of your brothers at home." The Wu family was taken aback. "What nonsense is this? Why should we go home?" The sudden turn of events left them bewildered. It seemed as though the members of Heilong had beaten them without consequence, and the assertion of self-defense by the security team meant they would simply walk away unscathed. "Let go. Nonsense. We've lost our land, and our people have been beaten. How can we just let that slide?" The Wu family, already prone to unreasonable outbursts, could not accept that their kin had been assaulted without recourse, clamoring, "Heilong Company is using its power to bully us, and you think we can just forget it? Absolutely not. You're just being protective of your own, aren't you? This Heilong has a powerful background, and you're afraid to provoke them." As the Wu family writhed on the ground in despair, Zhou Hua felt his head spinning. Before he could devise a plan for appeasement, he noticed Qin Jiang's expression suddenly grow frigid. "Let it go? Who says we can just let it go? Since when does anyone wield a weapon and commit violence without facing legal consequences? Do we allow favoritism and corruption?" Qin Jiang's gaze shifted towards Zhou Hua. "Are you attempting to shield your relatives to protect criminals?" Zhou Hua shivered, as if struck by a revelation. He turned to Lao Ho, who waved his hand decisively. "Arrest everyone who wielded a weapon in the video, and seize all the weapons as evidence." With a clatter, several security team members swiftly produced handcuffs and advanced to apprehend those who had just wielded weapons. They noted that while these individuals appeared bloodied, They had suffered no serious injuries, only superficial wounds that did not necessitate hospital care, and they could be taken back for processing. The Wu family watched in horror as the security team moved to arrest them. "What are you doing? Why are you arresting us? Don't take my son. He has already been beaten badly. This is unacceptable. Xiao Huazi, you need to intervene." Yet, they noticed Zhou Hua remained silent. As a member of the security team, he understood that he could do nothing. Any intervention would only exacerbate the situation further. The Wu family fell into despair. "Oh my, the darkness on Xuan Road is suffocating. Heilong Company is tyrannical, hiding behind their power. They're bullying us, a family of orphans and widows. My son, if you're taken away, how will I survive?" A woman rushed forward to snatch her son back, but when she failed, she slapped the security officers. The outcome was predictable. She too was taken away. As the security team took decisive action, the Wu family finally grew frightened and ceased their protests, huddling together with expressions of dread. Wu Laosan trembled. "Xiao Huazi, what on earth is happening?" Sighing, Zhou Hua approached Wu Laosan and placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "What you did today was somewhat excessive. You should return home. I will assist in looking after Fourth Aunt and the others." Though they wielded weapons and caused injuries, they didn't inflict serious harm. So they faced lengthy detention. "Detention?" The women gasped, their faces drained of color. "Our children are to be detained. Isn't that disastrous? They haven't even married yet." Lao Ho, seeing that the situation was stabilizing and all necessary arrests had been made, turned to Qin Jiang. "Mr. Qin, those who acted in self-defense will also need to provide written statements. Rest assured, we will enforce the law impartially." Qin Jiang did not respond, but instead turned to Zhou Hua, who was about to enter the car, speaking with an eerie calmness. "I formally report. The Wu family has been occupying public facilities in Sanshui community, unlawfully seizing gardens, stealing electricity and water, illegally renovating their homes, excavating basements, and operating an underground casino. Additionally, they have illegally occupied the vocational college's land for 5 years, resulting in economic losses amounting to 120,000. Uncertain if Officer Zhou would take action, the atmosphere shifted dramatically as Zhou Hua found himself caught in a dilemma. As a law enforcement officer, he was obligated to address these issues, yet they were perpetrated by his own family. The conflict of duty and familial loyalty weighed heavily upon him. Astonished, Zhou Hua glanced at his wife and her family, as if seeing them anew. He truly had not realized the Wu family's true nature. However, the Wu family regarded him with disappointment rather than remorse, as if to say, "Xiao Yozi, you've succeeded and now you don't care about us." Lao Ho reemerged to mediate, stepping in front of the Mercedes to address Qin Jiang. "Mr. Qin, we will verify the issues you've raised immediately. If they hold merit, we will certainly provide you with an explanation. May I return to conduct an inquiry? I assure you, we will respond within 3 days." He glanced at Zhou Hua, suggesting that his kin should refrain from involvement. Qin Jiang regarded Lao Ho in silence, the tension in the atmosphere becoming palpable. At that moment, Lao Ho felt an indescribable pressure bearing down upon him. Though Qin Jiang sat calmly in the car, he loomed like a mountain, making Lao Ho feel diminutive in comparison. Behind them, several security personnel felt a twinge of anxiety. The events of the day had clearly not favored them, and Zhou Hua, as a law enforcement officer, had taken a firm stance on enforcing the law. In principle, there was no violation of the law. However, the unfortunate reality was that one of the involved parties had a relative present, and even worse, this relative was in the wrong. Encountering the formidable Qin Jiang, who was unyielding and possessed significant influence, left the local security team feeling rather intimidated. Just as Old Ho was about to express his thoughts amidst the tense atmosphere, Zhou Hua was also preparing to make a statement. Suddenly, Qin Jiang burst into laughter, saying, "What is wrong with Ho and Yuan speaking? Today, I will give him face and let this matter rest." A collective sigh of relief escaped Old Ho and the others. However, as the crowd began to relax, Qin Jiang shifted his tone. "But let me be clear, the issue I just reported must be addressed immediately. If you cannot handle it, I will enlist Lu Yong and Zhao Kai to do so, and if they are unable, I will escalate the matter further. I firmly believe that Huaxia is a place that values reason. I also trust that no one can bully Heilong, a legitimate and compliant company, on this land. Qin Jiang's words were laced with a hint of humor. Old Ho quickly replied, if someone has violated the law, we will certainly address it and resolve it immediately. No one can bully anyone if we adhere to the law. After stating this, he refrained from further discussion and led his team to the vehicle, taking the Wu family members and several from Heilong to record statements. Zhou Hua was also pulled into a vehicle by several security personnel, fearing that remaining behind could lead to unforeseen consequences. Just before they departed, the security team cast a glance at Qin Jiang, filled with mixed emotions. Having a background was not terrifying, nor was mingling in society. What was truly frightening was having both a background and intellect. Offending such a person could leave you severely injured while they remained in the right, which was infuriating. At that moment, these security personnel silently resolved never to provoke Heilong without absolute evidence, lest they endanger themselves. Only Wu Laosan, Wu Laolu, and a few others who had merely made a scene without taking action remained. They watched the departing security personnel, then turned to see over 100 Heilong employees gathering nearby, a chill running down their spines. Fear, trepidation, anxiety, various emotions surged within them. They were not entirely ignorant of the law, and even if they were, the recent events provided them with some insight. At the very least, they now recognized a crucial fact. Heilong Company had backing, and Qin Jiang held a prominent position. It seemed their earlier actions had been in vain, and they, the ones who had been beaten, appeared to be the ones in violation of the law. All of this, which they had never encountered before, overwhelmed them. Wu Laolu stammered. What is going on? What is happening? Why has Zhou Hua's influence failed? Wu Laosan replied, let us return for now. Upon hearing this, the remaining Wu family members ceased any further objections. After all, the earlier commotion had led to a beating with no results, and who would dare to escalate matters further? Suddenly, 2 ambulances arrived from a distance, swiftly pulling into the open area. Several individuals disembarked, shouting, who is injured? Do you need a stretcher? No one responded. A few members of the Wu family instinctively considered feigning injury for compensation, but Wu Laosan shot them a stern look, effectively silencing them. The situation was clearly amiss. Going to the hospital could result in a financial loss rather than a gain, potentially inviting greater trouble. One of the paramedics took out a phone to make a call. Buzz. Wu Laosan's wife's phone rang at that moment. Today is a good day. Everything I wish for will come true. Suddenly, several paramedics charged toward Wu Laosan's wife like hungry wolves. You call for the ambulance. Where are the injured? Didn't you say several people were severely injured and on the brink of death? Yes, don't delay us from helping the patients. Wu Laosan's wife, flustered, stammered. Everyone was taken away by the security personnel. Taken away? The paramedics' expressions darkened as they understood that the security team's actions were based on certainty, indicating that the injuries were likely not severe and could be handled by their team doctors. How ridiculous! Making an ambulance call without justification is a waste of public resources. One of the paramedics extended his hand, saying, the 2 ambulances together cost 600, cash or card. What money? Upon hearing the mention of money, Wu Laosan's wife suddenly realized and instinctively shouted, what money do you want from me? Go ask those who just beat us for it. She pointed towards the direction of Heilong. The paramedics exchanged glances, their expressions turning cold as they looked at Qin Jiang and his companions, then back to Wu Laosan's wife. Who should be paying for this? It should be the one who called for it or the injured party. Even if they can't pay, they certainly wouldn't dare to ask Qin Jiang for it, or that would be utterly foolish, especially considering his imposing stature. Are you looking for trouble? You've had enough. They exclaimed, you, pay up immediately. If you don't, I will report you to the security team for making a false ambulance call, and you will face legal consequences. Wu Laosan's wife was about to protest when Wu Laosan slapped her across the face, exclaiming, you miserable woman. Who told you to call for an ambulance? You're ruining our good days. Marrying you has brought nothing but misfortune. Pay them. Give them the money. Chapter 76. Qin Jiang. This matter is not over. Continue to handle it. Wu Laosan's wife felt stars in her eyes from the blow. But the physical pain was nothing compared to the agony of having to produce 600 yuan. How many corn cobs would she have to steal from others? How many times would she need to rise early to snatch eggs? Looking at Wu Laosan's expression and feeling the pressure from the hundreds of Heilong employees nearby, she had no choice but to hand over the money. The paramedics, having received the payment, cursed and warned the Wu family not to make any more false calls. And as they left, they instinctively nodded respectfully towards Qin Jiang. This instinctive gesture left the Wu family feeling a wave of darkness wash over them. It was over. They recognized the situation. No wonder the paramedics had approached them so aggressively, demanding money right away. Heilong had complete control over the area. They were clearly dealing with a formidable presence. "Let us go," Wu Laosan urged, hastily pulling the Wu family away, not daring to utter another word. In the open area, only Heilong brothers remained, along with a few bold onlookers who had kept their distance. Those watching quickly departed, fearful of attracting Heilong's attention. "Brother Jiang." Zhu Zheng approached the vehicle with Wang Tao and others. Qin Jiang calmly instructed, "A Zheng, gather your men and clear this area as soon as possible. We start construction tomorrow." "Understood." Zhu Zheng nodded. To them, the Wu family was merely a side note, inconsequential. The real issue was resolving the construction matter. For those engaging with Heilong Company for the first time, every step was a challenge and required meticulous attention. Otherwise, it was a pitfall at every turn. Qin Jiang then looked towards the direction the Wu family had departed, calmly stating, "Hey Tao, yes, the money for the land they've occupied must be reclaimed. Those who dare to bully Heilong must learn the consequences, especially Wu Laosan's family. 2 words, deal with him. I have but one requirement. Do not break the law. I will have the authorities demand the land compensation." "Understood." Wang Tao nodded solemnly. In this day and age, even if one did not break the law, dealing with families that took advantage of others should not be too easy. Qin Jiang nodded, opting not to elaborate further. He suddenly recalled an incident from his previous life, where a university student jumped from a building on Academy Road. The reason behind this tragic act was that the student had attempted to assist a woman who had been grazed by a vehicle. The woman, unable to locate the driver, falsely accused the student of wrongdoing. Lacking surveillance footage, the student was ultimately held liable for medical expenses and, in a desperate bid to prove his innocence, chose to leap to his death. If his memory served him correctly, there had been whispers about that individual, stating that the woman was a habitual fraudster, known as Wu Laosan's wife, which seemed to align with the Wu family's current predicament. He was not a do-gooder by nature. Had the Wu family not crossed his path, he would have remained indifferent. However, given their confrontation, he felt compelled to assert himself. With a decisive motion, Qin Jiang closed the car window. "Let us go," he commanded. The vehicle roared to life, speeding towards the vocational university. Upon arrival, the security guard recognized the 888 license plate and promptly opened the gate to welcome them. The construction site nearby erupted into a cacophony of machinery as work commenced. The workers, upon witnessing Qin Jiang's imposing presence, displayed no fear but instead worked with remarkable diligence. In this era, a soft-spoken contractor without connections often struggled to maintain their business and faced the risk of unpaid wages. Individuals like Qin Jiang, however, were far more suited to the task. The benefits of employment were plentiful under his leadership. In the distance, the onlookers dispersed, embellishing the events they had witnessed. Concocting la verdad tales. The Wu family is truly unfortunate. Several of their members were beaten nearly to death and subsequently apprehended by the security team. They must be in shock now. They failed to recognize the true nature of the Black Dragon, purely a figure of the underworld. Qin Jiang was akin to a kingpin. Did the Wu family's petty criminals dare to provoke such a force? The rumors grew increasingly absurd. Whispers claimed Qin Jiang was the mastermind behind the incidents on Academy Road, asserting that he had orchestrated the beating of the Wu family and even influenced the security team to arrest them. The legend of the Black Dragon's vast influence began to take root, spreading like wildfire among the residents of Academy Road. In this age, gossip traveled swiftly, especially when involving the notoriously detested Wu family. "Are you blind?" Lu Bo exclaimed, slamming on the brakes at the intersection, glaring at a young man standing nearby. "What are you staring at?" "Keep looking," and I'll gouge your eyes out. You deserve a good thrashing." Just as he was about to continue his tirade, his phone rang. Frustrated from being rejected by Lu Yao for a date that day and nearly colliding with someone, he answered the call, his voice dripping with rage. "Who is it?" "Liu Ye. Another business opportunity? I can help with the laundering. No problem. Don't worry. I have shares in several night markets in the North District, and the cash flow is substantial. Just ensure the commission is fair." After hanging up, Lu Bo felt his mood lighten considerably. Earning money was exhilarating, and with enough funds, he could have anything he desired. He muttered to himself, "Once I make enough money, I won't have to serve that old hag in the big corporation anymore. Damn, that perverted old witch." As he continued to grumble, his phone rang again. On the other end was an elderly woman's voice. "Darling, where are you? Hurry here. I just bought some steel balls that are perfect for you. They're so much fun." With a frustrated click, Lu Bo ended the call, his expression shifting unpredictably. He didn't want to go, but was acutely aware that his stake in the night markets and his dealings with those big bosses depended on the support of the old witch. There's no way around it. A woman 3 years older than you brings in the riches. I'll definitely win Lu Yao over, and that old hag will soon get her comeuppance. With a swift press of the accelerator, Lu Bo sped away, leaving the young man at the intersection feeling a rush of relief, as though misfortune had narrowly missed him. Meanwhile, the security team was busy. Officer Ho instructed his subordinates to take Sun Yuan and others down for questioning, then hurried to report the situation to Zhao Kailai. 10 minutes later, Zhao Kailai convened a meeting, delegating the case to Lu Yong for oversight, while Zhou Hua opted to excuse himself from the proceedings. That night, after completing their statements, Sun Yuan and the others were released, while the Wu family members wielding weapons were temporarily detained according to protocol. As Zhou Hua informed the Wu family about the impending investigation into Qin Jiang's report, cries of despair echoed among them, unaware that a far worse fate awaited. In a certain mahjong parlor, a group was engrossed in their game, while in a small private room, several individuals were playing cards. "Damn it, who has betting 1,000? Wu Laoba, who do you think you are? 1,000 ISNT even enough for your wife to con out of someone." One jested. "Stop talking. I heard your wife got hurt badly." Wu Laoba, a middle-aged man, wore a grim expression, but could only muster a feeble retort. The word of the Wu family's misfortune had spread through every neighborhood. The reason he had come out to play today was to escape the incessant complaints of his wife about his inadequacies since her return. He hoped to win back some losses to appease her. He knew full well that the land near the vocational university was lost forever and that there would be no compensation. As these thoughts plagued him, he couldn't help but recall his wife's injuries, her already unattractive face now swollen further. What a tragedy, he lamented, slapping himself in frustration. How can one focus on a game while distracted? With renewed determination, he decided to bet another 3,000, oblivious to everything else as he focused on his promising hand. Just as he was about to reveal his cards, a ruckus erupted outside. The door to the private room was kicked open. "Security team, hands up." Several individuals rushed in, apprehending Wu Laoba and the 7 or 8 other gamblers, along with the parlor owner. As they exited the establishment, a casually dressed young man approached, hands in his pockets, strolling over to Wu Laoba with a smirk. Well, fancy seeing you here. Who are you?" Wu Laoba asked, bewildered. The security personnel exchanged puzzled glances, taken aback by the young man's audacity to appear before them during an arrest. Yet in the next moment, they were left speechless as the young man casually gestured to the officers, saying, "I'm the one who just reported you." The officers stood in shock, unable to comprehend the situation. When had a whistleblower ever dared to appear so brazenly at a scene of apprehension? What boldness was this? Ignoring their astonishment, the young man turned to Wu Laoba and said, "Dare to provoke Brother Jiang? Remember, this is just the beginning." He glanced at the other detainees and the mahjong parlor owner. "As for you, it seems you're just having a bad day." After speaking, he disregarded the reactions of the onlookers and departed. The owner of the mahjong hall and several individuals who had been apprehended were momentarily taken aback before they all came to the same realization. Wu Laoba had clearly provoked someone known as Jiang Ge, and today, the young men who came to seek retribution on Wu Laoba were merely collateral damage, suffering an undeserved misfortune. The gazes of the Mahjong Hall owner and others turned icy as they looked at Wu Laoba, their anger palpable. You wait, Wu Laoba. What happened today is far from over. I swear I'll make you pay dearly for this. Wu Laoba retorted, if you don't compensate me for the fines, I'll make you regret it. The group erupted in furious curses, even threatening to beat Wu Laoba. Wu Laoba pleaded, hey, this isn't my fault. It's Qin Jiang's doing. He's the one you should be after. He's the one who had his underlings report me. Naturally, the Mahjong Hall owner and the others dismissed his excuses. Why would they care? They were well aware of who Qin Jiang was, and even if they hadn't known before, they certainly understood after hearing the gossip about the Wu family. Qin Jiang was undoubtedly a significant figure involved in construction, owning companies, and commanding many subordinates. For mere low-level thugs like them to think they could challenge him was sheer folly. Moreover, why would they not take advantage of Wu Laoba as a scapegoat? Were it not for the security team intervening, Wu Laoba would have likely been beaten to a pulp on the spot. Even so, he understood all too well how his fate would unfold. He knew these individuals' tempers well enough to know they would not let him off lightly. The security personnel exchanged glances, but said nothing. After all, whether it was Qin Jiang seeking revenge or merely having someone report him, it neither violated the law nor could it be seen as anything but the actions of a good citizen aiding the security team. Subsequently, they even had to provide a reward for the reporter, and if the performance was exceptional, they might even present an award to the informant. In Tuanzi village, a bread truck ambled down the village road. With a click, the back of the truck opened, revealing Wu Xiaoxi, who poked his head out, brandishing a hook. With a swift motion, he snagged a running yellow dog, yanking it into the truck before it could utter a sound. Wu Xiaoxi grinned at the captured dog and said to his brother driving, let us head back for hot pot. The driver replied, fourth brother, you just got out. Dad said to stay home for a few days. He has worried the Black Dragon gang might be looking for trouble with us, so we should be cautious. Wu Xiaoxi retorted angrily, why should they be looking for trouble with us? I was beaten and locked up for a night, while the guy who hit me faced no consequences, and they even stole the land we worked hard to cultivate. What more do they want from us? He continued, besides, I'm injured. It's the perfect excuse to eat some dog meat for recovery. Just tell me, are you in or out? The driver licked his lips and resolutely replied, I'm in. Wu Xiaoxi urged, then step on it. Just as he finished speaking, the truck came to a sudden halt, causing Wu Xiaoxi's head to bang against the front, aggravating his injuries and causing him to wince in pain. What kind of driver are you? The young driver trembled as he pointed ahead. Wu Xiaoxi looked up to see 30 villagers armed with farming tools. Their expressions filled with fury as they advanced on the bread truck. Without uttering a word, they forcibly opened the truck doors, and upon seeing the nearly lifeless yellow dog, they grew even angrier, dragging Wu Xiaoxi and his brother out of the truck. Damn it! Let us beat these dog thieves to a pulp. How dare they steal my dog? Let us show no mercy to these dog thieves. This was not their first encounter with the Tuanzi village residents. They had long been viewed as a nuisance. Meanwhile, on a nearby wall, the Black Dragon brothers sat with their legs crossed, smoking as they watched Wu Xiaoxi and his brother get beaten. TSK, these guys don't know how to fight properly. If they're going to throw punches, they should do it right. They scoffed at the notion of challenging Jianggu and stealing dogs, a crime they looked down upon even during their own days as petty thugs. Ever since the establishment of Qin Jiang at Yunding Hotel, the Black Dragon brothers had transformed, shedding their old skins. Though many of their old habits remained, they had grown weary of such lowly and despicable acts. No matter how much Wu Xiaoxi and his brother cried out, the villagers continued their assault, fueled by the anger of losing over 10 dogs in the past 6 months. Had it not been for a tip-off, these dog thieves would have escaped once again. When the security team finally arrived, the brothers were so battered they could barely speak. And due to the sheer number of assailants protecting one another, combined with the brothers' initial wrongdoing, the security team opted for a flexible approach, educating both the brothers and the villagers about their conduct. Just as Wu Xiaoxi and his brother were about to leave, the Black Dragon brothers appeared before them, ominously stating, remember, crossing Jianggu is just the beginning. On a nearby roadway, the Wu family members who had just attempted to scam others were startled to see the Black Dragon employees stepping out of their vehicle, filming them to capture the evidence of their deceit. Report to the security team. Accuse the Wu family of extortion. Full service here. In the fields, a Wu family member caught in the act of stealing corn was assaulted by relatives of the rightful owner, receiving a brutal beating. After pilfering some eggs, Wu Sanpo returned to the entrance of her community. Suddenly, a passing young man from the Black Dragon gang casually tossed a garbage bag, which burst mid-air, showering her with a warm, yellowish liquid. Such incidents unfolded repeatedly within a short span. Every time a Wu family member stepped outside, they faced misfortune, suffering indignities ranging from embarrassment to severe injuries. Many were even apprehended and taken to the local detention center. Those who remained indoors were not spared either. As the security team began to take action against them, they initiated a ban on the Wu family operating a mahjong hall within the community. Building enforcement officers were dispatched to fill in the excavated basements and demolish illegal constructions, issuing numerous fines for violations. A series of events unfolded continuously. The Wu family became the center of attention, a source of amusement for many in the community, as chaos reigned within their household. In Wu Laosen's room, the family gathered once more, but this time their spirits were deflated, a stark contrast to their previous bravado. Most bore injuries, and even those unscathed hung their heads in despair. Some were even bound like Zongzi. They lamented, "Oh my, what are we going to do? Xiaoxi is nearly beaten to death over just a dog. Those black dragons are truly heartless bullies. Yes, my husband was just captured by them. He barely escaped with his life." One lamented, "Is there no justice? Qin Jiang is determined to ruin us." I went to the security team, and they said they can't manage the darkness of Shuiyuan Road. It's unbearable. We can't live like this anymore. Their cries were filled with a sense of injustice, completely forgetting how they had previously boasted about their ability to report anyone to the security team who dared to confront them. Outside, as Zhou Hua reached the entrance, he couldn't help but smirk at the irony. When you bullied others, did you ever think about their discomfort? Now that the tables have turned, you're the ones complaining. Furthermore, what do they mean by the darkness of Shuyuan Road? The security team was merely following proper procedures. Everything was legitimate and lawful. Enough of this. Continuing down this path will only lead to trouble. It's best to walk away. In recent days, he had finally learned from his older colleagues about the true nature of the Wu family. They were not as friendly as they pretended to be. Instead, they were quite despicable. It could no longer be described as mere greed. They were nothing less than societal parasites. During this period, his wife, Wu Xiaoai's relentless pressure made him come to a stark realization about her, leading him to regret his earlier decision to transfer to the local area. He could scarcely fathom the outrageous actions the already unruly Wu family might undertake with his identity. After a moment of contemplation, a resolute expression emerged on his face as he resolutely turned away from the door, abandoning his intention to knock. Inside the room, Wu Laosan was furrowing his brow in distress. The previously effective method of instigating trouble had backfired upon encountering the Black Dragon, causing the Wu family to suffer significantly. Numerous individuals had been apprehended, and they faced relentless harassment thereafter. He turned to Wu Xiaoai and inquired, "What did your husband say? Will the boys at home be released? Why is the security team not addressing the Black Dragon issue?" The entire Wu family cast their skeptical gazes upon Wu Xiaoai, who had once been warmly regarded. Their looks transformed into expressions of doubt, as if to say, "Is this the man you chose? Didn't you say he was formidable in the security team? Is this all he can do?" Wu Xiaoai's countenance turned awkward. "My husband hasn't returned these past few days, claiming the team is busy. I'll call to inquire." Ding. The call connected swiftly. Before Wu Xiaoai could utter a word, Zhou Hua's voice resonated from the other end. "I know what you're about to ask. Your boys, having injured others with weapons, though not causing severe damage, have had the victims apply for psychological compensation. If they do not provide a letter of understanding, it will likely escalate into a criminal case resulting in incarceration. Additionally, the institution is demanding compensation for 5 years of land usage fees. If you do not pay, expect a court summons. Lastly, as your spouse, I advise you to seek out Qin Jiang, apologize, and save face for him, allowing for some leeway. Otherwise, it will all unravel. The choice is yours to heed or ignore. Click. Zhou Hua abruptly ended the call. The busy signal echoed in Wu Xiaoai's ears, leaving her momentarily stunned. She sensed a chilling detachment in Zhou Hua's tone, as if ominous events were looming on the horizon. As Wu Xiaoai had the speakerphone on, the Wu family members overheard Zhou Hua's words and erupted in fury, vehemently blaming Wu Xiaoai for choosing an ineffectual husband. They demanded that she compel Zhou Hua to extricate them from their predicament, even insisting that Zhou Hua lead a team to capture Qin Jiang. After enduring 2 days of humiliation, the Wu family had no choice but to concede to the demands for compensation regarding the land fees and the letter of understanding. Naturally, they were reluctant to pay the full amount, prompting Wu Laosan to leverage his connections to find a significant intermediary to negotiate with Qin Jiang. A day later, the phone rang. Wu Laosan answered, and the sound of cards being shuffled filled the line. "I've found the right person for you. Just prepare the funds. Rest assured, he's formidable, a heavyweight in the North District with a formidable brotherhood at his command far beyond the usual thugs." "Who is he?" "Call him Xue Si. Just refer to him as Brother Si." Chapter 79. Investigating the Bai family, Xue Si arrives. In a luxurious residential complex, a stern-faced middle-aged man was seated on the sofa, engrossed in the news, while an elegant, well-groomed woman was tidying up clothes, and a maid was busy cooking in the kitchen, fragrant aromas wafting through the air. It was a cozy and harmonious scene, until suddenly the door swung open, and Bai Meng stormed in, holding a cake. "Happy birthday, Dad." The middle-aged man casually nodded, his gaze still fixed on the television news. In contrast, the woman tidying the clothes immediately approached Bai Meng, taking the cake from him and gently caressing his face. "Oh dear son, you've lost weight. Have you been working too hard? You should consider switching to a less demanding department instead of this investigation work." Bai Meng smiled and replied, "No need, Mom. I enjoy the investigation work. What is so enjoyable about it? Just look at how haggard you are. A lighter department would be much better for you." Before Bai Meng could respond, the middle-aged man, seated on the sofa, chastised, "What do you know? He is naturally suited for investigation. Otherwise, those years of study would have been in vain. You can't just decide to transfer him like that. The security department isn't your family business." The middle-aged woman, seemingly ignited by the man's words, retorted, "My son has returned just once, bringing a cake for his birthday. And you can't even spare him a glance before launching into reprimands? Fine. I don't need your authority. I'll find someone to arrange a transfer for my son. He has served his country well enough in this investigation role." After saying this, she turned to head back into the room to make a phone call. "Don't go." The middle-aged man slammed the table in anger. "I will." The middle-aged woman stood her ground. Ultimately, after Bai Meng pleaded and persuaded his mother, emphasizing that it was his father's birthday, the conflict simmered down. Soon, the maid brought the dishes to the table, and Bai Meng placed the cake in the center. Inserting candles, the middle-aged man casually glanced at the clock in the door, a flicker of disappointment crossing his eyes. "Let us eat," he said calmly. Bai Meng urged, "Make a wish and blow out the candles." The middle-aged man scoffed, "Superstition." With a wave of his hand, he extinguished the candles and declared, "Eat." As the three sat down to dinner, the earlier tension made the atmosphere awkward. Despite Bai Meng's attempts to initiate conversation, nothing seemed to alleviate the discomfort. In the kitchen, the maid continued her tasks, unfazed by the tension. Suddenly, the middle-aged man asked, "What has your sister been up to lately?" Bai Meng hesitated for a moment, a fleeting look of unease flashing in his eyes before he quickly masked it with a smile. "She has been quite obedient, going to school every day and passing all her exams. She has even enrolled in extra classes. I spoke to her tutor, who said she has a knack for finance." Bai Meng skillfully avoided the heavier topics. Of course, what he said was factual, although he was unaware of the methods Qin Jiang employed to ensure his sister attended class. The outcome was evident. Her academic performance had soared. The tutor's feedback was genuine, but when he attempted to call the tutor recently, he found the number disconnected, leaving him puzzled. The middle-aged man scrutinized Bai Meng silently, while the middle-aged woman set down her utensils, tears welling in her eyes as she shot a fierce glance at the man before retreating to the bedroom. Bai Meng hastily consumed his meal, Discussions about his sister always led to discord within the family. After a moment, the middle-aged man finished his meal, cautiously scooping a bite of cake with a spoon and savoring it with closed eyes before opening them to smooth the cake's surface. With a resounding clap, he set down his chopsticks. "Luma, clean up. I'm going for a walk." With that, he stood, donned a coat, and stepped outside. As he walked through the community, he pulled out his phone and dialed, "Xiao Sun, please check into what by Lu has been up to lately." After hanging up, a spark of intensity glimmered in his eyes. Having once served in criminal investigation before ascending to leadership, he had instantly detected by Meng's subtle discomfort while speaking. On Academy Road, at a restaurant, Wu Laosan and the Wu family anxiously awaited, with several women glancing at Wu Laosan with expressions of reluctance. Inside, they had pooled together 20,000 yuan, intended for an impending visit from a local boss, seeking his aid in resolving their predicament. They could no longer endure the relentless bullying. The Wu family had faced arrests and beatings, leaving few unscathed. Now, they dared not venture outside, surviving on instant noodles, soaked in cold water, and were perplexed by the inexplicable power outage. "Third brother," a woman exclaimed, "we cannot allow our 20,000 yuan to be spent in vain. We must have that society big brother settle this matter for us. And ideally, we should not have to pay a single penny. Not only should we deal with that Qin Jiang, but he must also provide us with a letter of understanding free of charge. Otherwise, how will my son manage?" The rest of the Wu family chimed in, their voices a cacophony. Years of frugality made them wince at the thought of spending even a penny more. Yet they dared not prolong the situation any further. "All right, I understand." Wu Laosan waved his hand to silence them. "Keep your voices down. Those real society big brothers have short tempers." Soon, with a loud bang, the restaurant door was forcefully pushed open. Over a dozen men stormed in, each with a fierce countenance, adorned in ostentatious attire, their waists bulging with concealed weapons. The leader swaggered in, his head bobbing slightly, a massive gold chain hanging around his neck. It was none other than Xue Si, previously captured and brought back. Although the situation was dire due to the nature of his crimes, gang fighting, he had managed to secure his release through connections, as there were no substantial victims involved. Originally, this incident could have marginalized him, but as fate would have it, he found a lucrative avenue, and rather than being sidelined, he was rewarded with a role overseeing operations. Instantly, his cadre of underlings multiplied significantly. Within the ranks of the Scarface gang, his status soared, transforming him from Xue Laosi to Brother C. However, being a brother was no easy feat. Maintaining appearances required considerable spending on food, drink, and other expenses, which proved to be quite taxing for someone newly elevated to such a position. Thus, he sought ways to replenish his finances. In the underworld, there were a few common ways to earn money: collecting debts, overseeing venues, demanding protection fees, and mediating disputes. When he received the Wu family's request, it was clear they were offering only 20,000, with a portion going to the intermediary. Who among the other big brothers would be interested in such a pittance? With a rustle, one of Xue Si's underlings pulled out a chair. Bang! Xue Si flopped down, surveying the restaurant's environment. "Damn it, is this shabby place where you usually find me to settle matters?" Chapter 80. Xue Si. "Damn it, you've offended Brother Jiang." Meanwhile, as Xue Si and his entourage entered, the patrons dining at several tables turned pale. Indeed, they witnessed these thugs pointing at the others, barking, "Have you finished eating? Get out, all of you. What are you going to settle? It's all on him." The ruffians directed their ire at the Wu family. Faced with this, the diners wasted no time in leaving. Before long, only the Wu family, Xue Si's crew, and the restaurant's husband and wife owners remained. The proprietress attempted to stop the departing customers, but her husband pulled her aside into the kitchen. Bang! Xue Si glared at the Wu family, cursing for crying out loud. "Not even a decent hotel, but this fly-infested joint? Are you trying to fool me?" Wu Laosan's face flushed with embarrassment. He understood that those involved in the underworld valued face above all. Choosing a small eatery was undoubtedly inappropriate, but the Wu family could hardly afford a meal at a fine establishment. "It's just a bit hasty. We have to act quickly," he stammered. After a few more curses, Xue Si shouted, "Boss, what are your signature dishes? Bring me the expensive ones." "Coming right up." The boss hurriedly replied from the kitchen. Shuesi then turned to Wu Laosan, extending his hand. Where's the money? Reluctantly, Wu Laosan handed over his wallet. Without even glancing, Shuesi tossed it to his subordinate, who caught it and tucked it under his arm. Shuesi glared at his subordinate. Damn it. Can't you be a bit more perceptive? You don't even know how to count. Slap. He shot a fierce look at the subordinate and whispered, count it. The subordinate opened the wallet and began counting. 1, 2, 3. Slap. Shuesi felt like kicking the subordinate to death. But for the sake of maintaining his faade as a big brother, he remained silent. Moments later, the subordinate finished counting and again tucked the wallet under his arm. Well, what do you think? Wu Laosan observed the subordinate's completed count and cautiously probed Shuesi. Isn't it just mediating a dispute? Shuesi waved dismissivity. I heard from Lao Ping that you've offended a small construction contractor, and your land was contracted out. Now they want the previous land fees from you, right? That's an easy fix. He genuinely did not see this as a serious issue. During this time, he had mediated several disputes, including some involving construction contractors, albeit small-time ones. Naturally, he assumed the Wu family had offended a minor contractor. After all, major contractors wouldn't care about insignificant disputes and certainly wouldn't clash with the Wu family. Yet, out of caution, he instinctively asked, what's the scale of that contractor? Wu Laosan replied, they contracted over 100 mu of land and have more than 10 excavators and dozens of workers. Upon hearing this, Shuesi's confidence surged. Such a level of contractor would certainly yield to his influence, especially with Scarface backing him. Scarface was a well-known figure in the Northern District. While not directly involved in construction, his reputation was enough to command considerable fees for maintaining order. Shuesi waved his hand dismissively. This is no big deal. Just have them ask for less of the previous land fees. A little negotiation will do. Wu Laosan nodded in satisfaction. He had also gathered some information about Qin Jiang. Of course, given his limited capabilities, he only learned that the individual was a student thug who fortuitously acquired land and received compensation after demolition. His subordinates were all students. Nothing compared to real thugs like Shuesi. The Wu family shared similar sentiments. They dared not confront Qin Jiang, but Shuesi was clearly different. They remarked, it would be best if he could demand nothing at all. We have several family members in jail. We need him to issue a free letter of understanding. And it would be great if we could teach him a lesson, they added. What nonsense is this? Shuesi's expression soured. You want me to handle all of this for 20,000? Less money? A letter of understanding? You want me to teach someone a lesson? What makes you think your money is worth more than anyone else's? However, upon hearing about the letter of understanding, he regained his composure. A letter of understanding. That was only necessary when someone had been beaten up. This implied that the Wu family had assaulted someone from that construction contractor. They had been apprehended and needed a letter of understanding to secure their release. What kind of formidable contractor could be beaten by the likes of the Wu family? As this realization dawned on him, he thought, damn it, for all this trouble, you expect only 20,000? If I'm going to do this, the price has to go up. 50,000 for a good beating, 100,000 for a leg. As long as the money was right, he could shatter the Northern District into pieces. Upon hearing this, the Wu family's enthusiasm deflated. Money, increasing the price. Such a notion sounded illegal to them. Wu Laosan, with a sheepish grin, said, Brother C, I used to be involved in this world too. They called me 3 dogs. Shuesi looked at Wu Laosan with a contemptuous smile. Never heard of you. Of course, given Wu Laosan's dismal demeanor, it was clear that he had never made a name for himself in the underworld. Wu Laosan insisted, well, I was with Lao Ping. Shuesi interrupted. No need to mention him. He has no standing, left with no other option. Wu Laosan could only huddle with the Wu family to discuss in hushed tones. Meanwhile, the restaurant owner began serving the dishes, which were far from modest, featuring an array of sumptuous meat and fish. Eat up, Shuesi said, feeling quite pleased. He sensed that the Wu family still had some financial juice left, and today, he could easily squeeze out 40 to 50,000. As for the contractor, one might casually offer a mere handful of trifles. Yet any capable builder would naturally erect structures, be it towering skyscrapers or even a factory. Who among us could secure a parcel of land and provoke the wrath of the Wu family? The only drawback is that the land on Shuan Road is considered inauspicious. I myself have previously stumbled here. He glanced at Wu Lao-san and inquired, by the way, do you know the name of that builder? Before Wu Lao-san could respond, the restaurant door swung open once more. In strode over 10 young men clad in formal attire, led by a youth wielding a folding fan and sporting a small braid, none other than Zhu Zheng. From the left, Wang Tao entered, bellowing, "What the hell? Wu Lao-san, do you dare to challenge Brother Jiang? What gives you the audacity, your father perhaps? Seeking the protection of a big brother from the underworld? Let me see what this big brother looks like." It turned out that Wu Lao-san had sent someone to summon Qin Jiang, but upon failing to meet him, they had merely told a subordinate that the Wu family was looking for a big brother, someone formidable enough to intimidate Qin Jiang into coming, or else they would break his legs. The Wu family members were fortunate to escape without being beaten by Wang Tao and his cohort. Thus, Zhu Zheng, who was in charge of construction, had come with his men to take a look. At this moment, Zhu Zheng and Wang Tao entered and were met with astonished expressions from Xue Si and his companions, who instantly recognized them. After all, the two parties had only recently faced off directly. Likewise, Xue Si and his associates also recognized Zhu Zheng and his entourage, the Wu family members. Upon hearing Wang Tao's scornful rebuke, trembled in fear. They had been haunted by psychological trauma recently, but when they looked at Xue Si, they regained their composure. After all, who among them was afraid? Wu Lao-san stepped forward, pointing at Zhu Zheng. "It's this group, though the true mastermind is someone named Qin Jiang. You handle them first, and then I'll take you to find Qin Jiang. I know where he is." Xue Si glanced at Zhu Zheng and then at Wu Lao-san. "You've offended Brother Jiang." Wu Lao-san responded, "What Brother Jiang?" Xue Si retorted, "The builder you mentioned is from the Black Dragon Company." Wu Lao-san exclaimed, "Yes. It's called Black Dragon. Brother Si, do you know him?" Xuisi kursid, dumb. Chapter 81, Call him Brother Zheng. Xue Si commanded, "Take care, and extend my regards to Brother Jiang." With that, Xue Si swiftly delivered a sharp slap across Wu Lao-san's face, causing him to nearly topple over. Wu Lao-san cried out, clutching his face, only to be met with another sudden blow. Smack! Smack! Xue Si unleashed 2 more resounding slaps, causing Wu Lao-san to collapse onto the ground, grimacing in pain and spitting blood, a testament to the ferocity of Xue Si's strikes. Third brother, third uncle, third. The Wu family members rushed forward to check on Wu Lao-san, their expressions filled with disbelief, utterly perplexed by the sudden violence. Yet, out of fear of the underworld big brother, they dared not utter a word, only repeatedly inquiring about Wu Lao-san's condition. "Third brother, don't scare me. You can't die. If you die, how am I supposed to repay the family debts?" "Third brother, it seems like you've lost a tooth." Wu Lao-san lamented. "It's not enough that you stand by while I'm being beaten. Why do you have to curse me too? What is this? Am I to perish for receiving a couple of slaps?" He raised his head to look at Xue Si. Confusion etched across his face, but was abruptly struck dumb. Xue Si, ignoring the Wu family's reactions, transitioned from anger to a smile, addressing Zhu Zheng. "You must be the little Zhuge, Brother Zheng, right?" "Iem Xuisi. We recently had a rather tumultuous encounter." "Xuisi?" Zhu Zheng echoed, instantly recalling the identity of the man before him. Remembering the altercation outside the school gate, where Xue Si had brought people to trouble Brother Jiang. Wasn't that youthful recklessness? Xue Si quickly interjected. "Brother Scar has already informed me that we're on the same side." He then shouted at his subordinates, "What are you standing around for? Address him as Brother Zheng. You lot of blind fools." Instantly, the 10 or so subordinates hurriedly bowed, exclaiming, "Brother Zheng, Brother Zheng." Zhu Zheng, however, did not respond, but instead turned to Xue Si. "So, the Wu family has summoned you to suppress the Black Dragon and confront Brother Jiang? Are you truly willing to oppose him?" "Oh dear." Xue Si quickly clapped his hands. "Brother, I too am a victim. It's entirely the fault of my subordinates for failing to clarify matters. And it's also the damned Wu family's fault for not informing me beforehand that they had offended Brother Jiang. Damn it." Saying this, he delivered another fierce kick to Wu Lao-san, sending him and his family tumbling. Xue Si continued, "You must understand. Brother Jiang is someone I wouldn't dare confront, even with a few extra guts. Moreover, my brother Scar and Brother Jiang share a close bond, purely a case of flooding the Dragon King Temple. We're all family. His tone was filled with deference. After their recent outing, he had heard of the encounter between his brother Scar and Qin Jiang and was well aware of the chemical plant incident. He also understood that Qin Jiang's connections were formidable. Even brother Scar dared not offend him lightly. Thus, having just ascended to a minor position, he certainly wouldn't provoke Qin Jiang, knowing that if he did, it wouldn't take Qin Jiang himself to deal with him. Brother Scar would handle it. Zhu Zheng remarked, "You don't support him?" Shuesi replied, "Only for brother Jiang's sake. With just a word from you, I would gladly dispose of him and go apologize to brother Jiang." Zhu Zheng replied, "Brother Jiang has no time for such matters." Shuesi acknowledged, indeed, a figure of brother Jiang's stature could hardly concern himself with such trifles. Everyone must be hungry, right? What's the boss doing? Hurry up and bring out the fine dishes and good wine for my brother Jiang. You lot get lost. As Shuesi shouted for the boss, he scolded his subordinates to clear a table. Zhu Zheng waved his hand. There's no need for a meal. Shuesi proposed. Is it that this restaurant is too shabby for your taste? I could have someone book a banquet at an upscale venue. Let us have a drink together. Zhu Zheng politely declined. Thank you, but I won't be drinking. There is a mountain of work waiting for me at the construction site. Shuesi inquired. What about brother Jiang? Zhu Zheng turned around and waved his hand. Today I've not met you. Is that understood? Yes, today we've not met. Shuesi nodded with a smile. Although Zhu Zheng was significantly younger, Shuesi felt an undeniable pressure emanating from him, and his manner of speaking was far beyond what one would expect from someone of such youth. His words were incisive and revealing. Once Zhu Zheng departed, along with Wang Tao and the others, he cast a cold smirk at the Wu family, saying, "If you wish to play, then let us engage in a proper game." Shuesi called out from behind, "Take care. Give brother Jiang my regards, and let us have a drink together when time allows." As he escorted a few subordinates to the restaurant entrance, he observed 100 formally dressed youths emerging from both sides of the road, trailing behind Zhu Zheng, prompting him to wipe the cold sweat from his brow. Damn, that was close. If things had escalated today, I would have been in serious trouble. Again. Why do I say again? Meanwhile, some of the younger subordinates were unaware of who Qin Jiang or Black Dragon was, struggling to comprehend why their brother C exhibited such reverence. Yet, witnessing the throng emerging, they gasped in astonishment, realizing that had a conflict erupted just moments ago, they would have faced dire consequences. One of the younger subordinates asked, "Who is he? Who is this brother Jiang? And what is this Black Dragon? Does he know brother Scar?" Smack! Shuesi slapped the back of his neck, always asking questions. "What is the matter? Are you a curious cat?" Observing the loyal subordinates at his side, he couldn't help but feel a greater admiration for Qin Jiang. Looking at the formidable team before him, even the presence of Zhu Zheng compelled him to exercise caution. He found it difficult to decipher their intentions. The underlings accompanying him stood with remarkable poise, exuding an extraordinary aura. Every word and action was meticulously ordered. In stark contrast, his own followers paled in comparison. Within the group, Wu Laosan disregarded the pain etched on his face and body, merely staring vacantly toward the entrance. Brotherhood? A flood overwhelming the Dragon King Temple? Did I possess the audacity? How could I possibly serve Jiang well? The thoughts of their recent interactions, along with Shuesi's profound respect and amiable demeanor toward Zhu Zheng, replayed in their minds. Was this truly the same social figure who had boasted about financial prowess, threatening to break legs? Was this not merely a case of sycophancy, where the underlings idolized their elder? Yet, the status of Shuesi as a social heavyweight was beyond question. Setting aside the fact that an intermediary would not deceive him, he had inquired about Shuesi's recent notoriety in the Northern District, where even the most notorious figures addressed him as fourth brother, a presence that ordinary merchants dared not offend. Just moments ago, Shuesi had clearly regarded the other party as an equal presence, or rather, as someone of seemingly lesser rank. So, what then was Zhu Zheng's position? What significance lay behind him with Qin Jiang, the ruler of the Black Dragon? The incessant address of Jiang by Shuesi suggested a status far greater, the elder brother of a social heavyweight.